Happy Monday morning, Rickies. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Cakes, at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on that Instagram, joined by Jason Bishop.
Good morning, Cakes.
Hello, he's sitting right there. Sitting to my right is Eric Bickle.
Good morning. How are you, Rickies?
I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well, too.
Trying.
Not sitting right there, John Paul Flame. He's on vacation.
Right.
We will see him next week.
I think he's in Puerto Rico.
Pretty sure he's in Puerto Rico. Believe that is correct.
You know, I always do a December vacation with the fam, and we have friends in Florida. We're looking at, instead of maybe going to Florida, I was thinking maybe we'll just go to Puerto Rico a couple days.
All right.
I haven't been there in a few years. It's like a low-key spot. You're not going to go broke going to Puerto Rico. It's beautiful weather.
Mm-hmm. It's very nice.
Under consideration, Cakes.
All right, it's in the mix.
It's in my brain.
It's a possibility.
Do it, bro.
My brain, possibly.
Schedule it.
Schedule it up.
Get it on the books.
We'll see.
Get that Airbnb booked.
Well, one thing I am trying to schedule, Drabby, I texted him on, first of all, I have to thank Drabby. He helped set me up and get OAR tickets from Live Nation.
Very good.
Went and saw them.
That was Friday night.
Friday night. Kind of a last-second thing, kind of the middle of the week, or like, maybe, the guys are in town. I'm usually not in town when they play Merriweather.
Yeah.
So it's been a few years. They're great as always.
Of course, they always deliver.
I mean, Gavin DeGraw was actually awesome as one of their openers. Lisa Loeb and Gavin DeGraw opened.
Lisa Loeb.
Yeah. He has so many hits, Gavin DeGraw. You don't realize. He just keeps cranking out hits.
Sure. Don't know that I could name one off the top of my head, but you could play them. I'd be like, oh, okay, that's a smash.
They just kept playing hits.
Right.
And I was like, oh, my God. And the OAR guys are always awesome. They always put on a great show. And the place was absolutely jam-packed. I could not believe
had to be
how many people were there.
Lawn completely packed.
Did you know Lisa Loeb was born in Bethesda?
No.
I didn't know she's local. I didn't know she had.
I've never looked.
I didn't know she had local ties.
She's got local ties.
Too easy, man.
Local ties.
Local ties.
So basically coming back home.
Such an easy layup.
Yeah, no, I didn't get there in time for her. But I got to see about half of Gavin DeGraw's set. And, Live Nation always hooks it. They put you right in the middle, about 20 rows from the stage. It's just always perfect.
It's good to know people.
It's
good to have connections.
It's good. So that was awesome,
Yeah.
and the guys are great. They sound amazing. I always say it, and it's so true. That's a band that we've been seeing and supporting for over 20-some years.
Yep.
Their musicianship and Mark's voice is just getting better and better and better and better. Like, they're
literally
at the top of their game.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
they're killing it. They can tour as long as they want to.
Like, musically. Like, they're not, you know what I mean? Like, they're just getting better and better and better as musicians. It's just so good.
Yeah, they're amazing.
They're amazing.
So I'm sure it was packed.
I mean, it was so packed, Jason. I was,
it had to have been packed.
I remember Mark said, like, about 10 years ago, he said, every time you get a radio hit, kind of like buys you like 5 years. Well, they've been doing it 30 years now, and they're way beyond that. They're just going to be able to do this for the rest of their lives, and it's an incredible. I don't know how they do it, actually, because it was like, they poured so much into it. The night before they were in Pittsburgh, the night after they were in Philly, then they take a couple days off, and they'll be back. I don't know how you put your heart and soul into all that for 2.5 hours every single night. I just don't know how you do it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's incredible. It is so much fun.
It's their jobs.
It is their job, but it's so like emotional and draining. And the guy, like Jerry on the sax, and the guy on the trumpet. I mean, they're just John Lampley on the trumpet. They're just leaving it all out there, soaking wet.
And you got to decompress, get on the bus, head to the next city, just
do it again for another 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
They got stamina.
They do.
The next night. They went to Philly the next night, you said.
They did, yeah. I think they have a couple days off, and it looks like they have 2 or 3 days off every week. But
got to schedule those days off in.
They're just
rest the pipes. Mark especially
starting this tour. So that was awesome. But I told Drab, I texted him, the whatever you call the tennis thing that Mark Ian's running this year starts this week.
The
already started.
Mubadala City Open.
Yeah, I'll never get that.
Mubadala City Open. I believe that's the official title.
It's amazing, but it's too hard of a name for me. I'm sorry, I'm not disrespecting
I
it.
guess I'm not sending them this air check.
No, well, you can. I just don't
You
know
can
how to
send
say
my portion of it.
I don't know how to say Mubadala.
Mubadala.
You just said it.
But I'm very excited. I want to go. I'd like to go on
Sure.
Wednesday, and I would like Mark Ian to know because
Yeah,
he
of
will
course.
give you the silly
You can roll
hookup.
out the red carpet.
Yeah.
Make you feel super
The
welcome.
Wednesday evening session I'm eyeing. Now, it's probably rain, probably storm.
Okay.
But that's the day that I'm free,
Got it.
and that's what I'm eyeing this week.
Yeah.
You're eyeing it.
I'm eyeing it.
There are a lot of puns in this
I'm
first segment.
I'm Mark eyeing it.
I like
There
it.
was a bunch of matches yesterday.
Yeah.
I think there was about, 10 or 12.
Yeah. I mean, I love that event. I've been going to that event since I was a ball boy as a kid.
Long time ago.
And there's been so many different iterations. But
Starts today at 11.
it's better than ever now since Mark and his group has taken it over. So that's what I'm eyeing for this week.
Francis
James.
plays Terrence Atmani or Atmain. I'm not sure how you pronounce French dude. So yeah, there's some bigger names getting on the court today.
Hopefully
Yeah.
Francis gives him the business.
They always have
Oh,
big
he
names.
will, I'm sure.
Let's hope.
Madison Keys plays tonight. Let's see who else.
But to me, it's like when you go see an event there,
Emma Navarro plays today.
it almost does. I mean, obviously, you like to see the bigger names, but just watching professionals hit the ball, it's just wild. I mean, they're just so good. They're so consistent.
Probably makes you feel just terrible about your own tennis game.
Well, I mean, it's just
You watch
you're
them and
just
just
so
like,
impressed.
I'm not playing the same sport that these people are playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so
you realize that when you see a pro,
yeah.
even a pro that you've never heard of.
Yeah, I mean, I like going to the practice courts and watching them just hit and just wandering around. Yeah, it's awesome.
So you
that's a
should
big
go
week.
right after work on Wednesday.
No, I gotta go because I want to bring fam. I want
okay.
to bring my wife, bring Kate, maybe bring a buddy or something. So yeah,
you go to the late
I go to
afternoon
the
matches.
evening session. Yeah. that would work best for me and my family.
Jason and I will be rubbing elbows with Commander's Brass later tonight.
Oh yeah,
at the,
that's
at the
right.
hangout.
yeah. I'll let you
And-
guys handle that.
and
You guys
these-
are you guys are good at that.
I don't know how much rubbing elbows I'll do with the real like heavyweights, like Dan and Adam
Well,
Peters.
Those are the only two heavyweights that'll show up.
Pretty much.
Dan
yeah.
will talk to you, right? Adam's a little more quiet.
It's a little standoffish.
Yeah, yeah. DQ's great.
Yeah, I
Not gonna
saw
tell you anything.
I saw
but-
Peters from a distance last year at this event, and I talked to Quinn for 2 minutes along with Jason.
Yeah, you can thank DQ for calling in on the anniversary
Sure.
show. That was very
Sure.
nice of him.
And then I'll go over and get like medium rare steak and just feed my face.
Right. But like
Yeah.
if Jason tries an off the record Brennan IE question, it's not going to fly.
That's probably not
I mean,
going to go over.
They're
very
not going to
well.
care. They're
I'm
not
probably
going to
not,
answer
I'm
it.
probably not going to talk to them today.
Yeah, so it's over.
I mean, I might say hi, but I'm not going to get into a conversation.
They're not gonna
I'm just going to talk to the PR guys.
They're not going to give you anything.
No, correct. I'll just talk to the PR guys.
PR guys might
Might give me a little bit.
if you've developed a relationship.
Maybe
with
talk to some of the local media guys. Talk to JK. He'll be there.
Scott Abraham.
Scotty A will be there.
Is JP will JP be there?
Finley he was there
JP
last
Finlay?
year.
Yeah.
So I would assume.
I think he was away. Did he go on a golf trip or something in the last couple of days? Like sneak in one last something before it all
Don't
starts?
know.
I mean, I would try to do that.
Yeah.
If I'm JP Finlay, I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off during Commander season.
I think so.
I mean, the
Get in that
season
last
start
trip.
basically. I mean, rookies showed up Saturday, right?
I think they were Friday.
Oh, they were Friday.
Rookies Friday, vets today.
Vets today. So
Yep.
basically, this season's already started.
And I would assume your first training camp practice tomorrow if the
Right.
vets report today.
Fans are out there on Saturday.
Okay.
I think August 1st is the first day that the fans go out.
Very nice.
Yeah, we're going to hit the skins today at 7, so we're getting back into that routine.
Very good.
Yep.
Got a lot going on, dude.
Certainly.
Get through this week, and then you get full on training camp. I mean, some teams have already been practicing for 2 or 3 days, if not longer.
But I know we had LeBron traded. We got or not traded, but announced that he's going to sign with the
We had
Sixers.
LeBron. We've got a trade with the Nats. We got the Nats winning
Yeah.
the series against the
Winning
D-backs.
2 or 3 at home.
CJ and Wood go yard twice each.
Yeah.
The Yankees are talking to Boney about CJ. It's getting dicey over there.
There's
It's getting real dicey.
There's a new golf superstar.
That's a great story.
Who got his first win in his 13th career start, and
That's a great story.
He is going to be a monster.
Yep.
So he's not a one-off kind of guy. I know JP likes to mock these guys when he doesn't know them. This guy's very well known.
Jackson Coyven, is that his
Very
name?
well known from Auburn.
He was the best amateur basically for the last 2 years.
Yeah. So he's going to be a superstar. So there's a lot actually going on.
A lot of those stories to get to here on the Junks on a Monday. We will be right back. So we're in year 30 of our radio careers, and we've all commuted to work the entire time. And we've seen a lot on the roads, the various roads we travel every single day to and from work. I know I've personally seen cars fully engulfed in flames, like on the shoulder of the Beltway. I've seen that.
Sure, I've seen that too.
I've seen people driving the wrong way down roads while I'm driving the same direction on the right side of the road. I saw something heading home Friday after work that I'd never seen in
30 years?
30 plus years of commuting
All right.
to and from here. I was driving on the Beltway, right past the split on the Beltway where 95 peels off towards Baltimore and then the 495 continues.
Right at New Hampshire Avenue, basically.
Correct. So I'm heading towards New Hampshire Avenue.
Yep.
And there's a car in the second to right lane doing about 45 to 50 on the Beltway in the middle of the day. Mm-hmm. And that's just too slow to be driving on the Beltway.
Very slow, right.
So I pass this car and I glance over and I'm like, why is this person driving so slowly? And as I pass this person, I see them slugging out of a Corona Light tall boy that's about this big while they're driving their vehicle.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Not the passenger. This is the driver. Just casually driving with the left hand and physically drinking. I mean, it appeared to be a beer from where I was looking, unless they were using a beer can to drink some other liquid. Why would you do that? That would be idiotic.
Right. Young person, old person,
I couldn't really
male, female.
I couldn't make out those details.
The only thing we know, alcoholic.
I was just too struck by the fact that this person is brazen enough this is probably almost 11 o'clock, say 10:50, just casually drinking your Corona Light, driving around the death loop known as the Beltway.
You should have called the cops.
Considered it, but I would have had to fumble around with my phone, give a description.
That's true.
Give a description of the car, try to give the license plate, and I didn't have.
Oh, they would have been there quick though.
I didn't have any of that information, so
you just rolled on.
I'm sure somebody did.
I just passed them and then went off onto my exit.
Yeah. I think that's one where I don't like to get involved. I probably would have called the cops on that. I don't really like to do stuff.
Yeah,
I would have probably.
Well, am I a bad citizen because
No.
I didn't call it in?
No,
but I think that for me,
that person could kill someone later in the day
that would have
or
been
later
a
in the
personal
morning.
threshold for me where I would have to probably call.
I felt bad about it for about 5 minutes, and then I forgot about
Yeah,
it.
you just went home.
I just went home.
Back to your life.
Then I went home and I saw the
Mind
news
your own
that
business.
that LeBron had signed with the Sixers, and then I basically forgot about it.
Right.
I just continued on with my weekend.
He was probably someone, like Eric said, probably someone.
I'm
called the
guessing
cops.
if he was that
if they
brazen,
noticed,
I
if
would
they
hope so.
noticed,
yeah. If 5 people noticed, somebody called.
yeah.
I
You know?
guess.
And if he's on the Beltway, he's getting passed left and right. He's driving too slow, and he's slugging a
I
Corona.
mean, who's gonna get in their car and just start drinking beer it's not even noon yet.
Yeah, no, I mean
It was
alcohol.
barely 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean someone that has a problem with alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was an interesting tidbit from what I saw on my commute home from work on
speaking
Friday.
of car, how about the Kyle Shanahan story that he was in a pretty serious accident a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, it seems weird. Some of the details are kind of weird.
They didn't cite either driver, which is kind of strange.
They're not saying who was at fault.
Right.
Well, also the people that were covering it basically agreed to not
No
report on
alcohols
it.
or drugs.
They agreed to not report on it for a certain amount of time instead of just reporting the fact that Kyle Shanahan was involved
Just
in a pretty
weird.
serious car accident.
Something's weird there.
But they got it cleared by the Niners first.
Yeah, that
And
is.
some people were like, "Where's your journalistic integrity?
There's something we don't know.
You should be reporting about this instead of waiting for the Niners."
I mean,
to
if he
give
broke
you the
ribs
go-ahead.
and had a serious, he could have freaking died.
Yeah,
course.
sounds like it.
Of course.
I mean, that was pretty serious.
And then Tony Romo had a DUI after leaving in a golf tournament out in Wisconsin.
Was he on a golf cart?
No, but he had.
Why was he charged with OWI then, and not a DWI?
I think it's just a different level of a charge in the state of Wisconsin, is what I read.
They just call him OWI.
Dude,
Operating while
if he
intoxicated.
if he was on a golf cart, that's news to me. I thought he was.
Well, no, I thought that's why they called it an OWI, because he was on a golf cart,
Well,
not a car.
if you're going to start doling out OWIs for drunk guys on golf carts, you're gonna have a lot of busy cops.
I mean, you can tell by the mugshot, he looked hammered. I think they asked him if he had been drinking, and he said no, just a little wine at dinner. But
that
looked
old excuse.
That looked like way more than a little wine.
The old when the cop asks you, how many beers have you had? You say 2 when
Yeah.
you've had like 8.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always the standard pat answer.
Yeah, so that wasn't great. That definitely wasn't great.
Have you been drinking, Mr. Romo? No. Just a little wine.
Yeah.
Well, you have been drinking then.
Yeah.
Nothing serious. Nothing that would impair me.
Yeah. Yeah, there was some crazy stuff over the weekend, man.
And I guess Shanahan, just get back to him for a second, he's still so banged up that he can't really coach. Yes, he showed up for 30 minutes.
Yeah, he was out there with the sunglasses on. He's got
And then
2 black eyes.
And then he went back inside. Chris Forster, I think.
Yeah,
former
Forster's
Skins
taking
coach,
over, yeah.
is taking over. So I'm sure he'll be
They
out
got
there as soon as he
Raheem
can.
Morris on the staff, too. So they got guys who've been there before, so they can handle that part.
Now, he was in a collision with a Tesla, correct? Does anybody know whether it was in self-driving mode or was the
I didn't
actual
read that.
human like driving the Tesla?
You mean the
I'm
other
assuming
car.
that the listings were a blue Mercedes and I think a black Tesla involved.
Mm-hmm.
Though I don't know which car Kyle Shanahan was driving. Maybe he could have been
My
driving the
guess is
Tesla.
he was
I don't know.
My guess is he was in the Mercedes.
Not sure.
Do the Mercedes
No, that's a good
have self-driving? I know some of the BMWs do.
I don't
Probably
know
the
that.
new ones, I'm
Probably
guessing.
some of the newer ones, right?
I didn't read that there was a Tesla involved, though.
I think,
All I read was that no one was cited, which doesn't make any sense. But someone was at fault.
yeah. Was it like a head-on thing too? Like they were going in different directions? I don't know.
I don't know if it was head on, but someone has to be at fault.
But yeah, it just seems weird. I know Florio was raising some questions about the whole thing. So
Yeah.
I don't know. They're probably covering up something, Cakes. Don't believe anything.
Mm-hmm.
They'll
Be suspicious.
be suspicious of everything.
Yeah, we don't-
literally everything.
We don't have all the details, but I'm sure we'll find them out in the next few days, if not sooner.
Yeah, from the 911 dispatch audio, the dispatcher says it's going to be a black Tesla versus a blue Mercedes.
Yep.
There are reports of one driver bleeding from the head.
It was a busy intersection. So again, if it was a busy intersection and 2 cars collided, someone has to be cited for that. Maybe it was because Shanahan was, and that the media just doesn't know it, or they're not reporting it. Right?
Just being covered up at this point.
Yeah.
So we mentioned it yesterday, or just in the first segment, that Jackson Coyven won his. He won the 3M Open. Now, here's the thing: there weren't a lot of big sillies in this event. Scotty Scheffler was in it, but then after that, like the next highest ranked guy was pretty far below him. Can't remember who it was. Maybe something like 20th or 30th ranked. So it wasn't like the world's greatest field. But there were
They're
some
all
guys
pros,
there,
though.
some local guys there. Michael Brennan was in the mix. Danny McCarthy was in the mix.
McCarthy played great.
He got a T3. Got a
Yeah.
nice check.
He needed it too. He's been having a bad year.
But Jackson Coyven wins. It's his 3rd start as a pro. His 13th overall. I think he actually won quicker than Tiger.
That's incredible.
So here are guys the fastest to win on the PGA Tour amongst some big names. Tiger took him 19 starts when you include amateur starts, right? And those are hard. I mean, Phil did win as an amateur. God, who was the other guy that won as an amateur? When Scott Verplank, I believe, won when he was like an amateur, but it's very rare. Ludwig Oberg took him 16 starts. Took John Rahm 17 starts. It took Rory 18 starts. Tiger 19. Xander Schauffele won in 23. Jordan won in 24. Bryson won in 40. Justin Thomas took Scotty Scheffler 71 starts.
That's how hard it is to win.
Right. And Jackson won in his 13th start. This guy is a superstar. And it was really exciting to watch. He shot a bogey-free 66 with Scotty on his ass.
Yeah.
And just never
And
really
that was his
relinquished.
13th start, but as a pro, it was his 3rd start.
Correct. That's what I said. Yeah. His 3rd start as a pro.
I mean, he ain't going to win as an amateur. That's incredible that he's winning in his 3rd start as a pro.
Yeah,
the guy was
especially-
playing college golf just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you compare it to Ludwig took 16, Rahm 17, Rory took 18 starts, Tiger took 19.
And you could see the emotion too. I mean, I don't know if is his mom sick. They said she couldn't be there.
Yeah, I don't know why she couldn't be there.
Dad was there, but mom was not. But he was talking to her on the phone, and I'm sure that he broke down. He didn't really break down. You could see it kind of in his face. He was going to start breaking down when he was talking to Amanda after the round. But that's just it's a great story. I was really pulling for him.
Well, I like it too, just because with just a lot of young superstars. If you're like a golf geek and you're kind of although I have to say, I think we're kind of over the Tiger era. We're not like longing for him anymore. Like it's over. We all know it's over.
Mm-hmm.
He
Come to the realization.
I mean, he might have a start or two every once in a blue moon, at some event, but it's over. And Scotty's helped pick up the Scotty's going to break a couple records here. He's on track. He's been number one for so long. He's still like 9 years away from catching up to Tiger for like total something being number one, but he's gonna pass.
He's
him
still
in a couple
gonna have
things.
crazy numbers.
He's gonna have crazy numbers. So he's helped with this, but you've got Koiven coming. You got like Miles Russell coming. You got Blades Brown coming. Like there are a lot of young studs.
Yeah, I mean, you got that Chandler Phillips kid that finished third.
Did you
from
watch
Texas A&M?
The junior amateur where Miles lost to this guy McLaughlin? Was his name Noah McLaughlin? I can't remember what his name was.
I did not see that.
But it was, just incredible. Incredible golf by a guy who was ranked like the 2000th ranked amateur. Junior amateur, and he beat Miles Russell, who's like made the cut of the U.S. Open.
But this win for Koiven, it completely changes his career. It completely changes his career.
Of course, but it's only a matter of time. It's inevitable. He's that quality.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I mean, 2 years, he's got his card. He's can play in the Masters. He can play in all the. I mean, it's incredible.
No, he's just a big silly. He just automatically put him in with the big silly.
Yeah, from California, moved to Chapel Hill when he was a junior in high school. Goes to Auburn. He was the best player in college basically for 2 years.
He grew up on a par 3 course.
Yeah,
okay?
That's what they were saying, yeah.
And they said of the 9 holes, he has the record there. His record low score is 18, okay? So he played the 9 holes in 18. He's aced 6 of the 9 holes.
That's crazy.
I mean, if you grow up on a par 3, you have a silly short game.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just going to be locked in.
He does. He's got a great putting stroke. He freaking smokes the ball. He's got, that young limber body, or he's got this unbelievable like tilt into the ball.
Kills the ball. He kills it. Scheffler, by the way, and he held off Scheffler. Scheffler shot 127 for the weekend. Think about that. For 36 holes, 127 strokes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's an easy course for these guys. And Scheffler basically said that, but that's still crazy.
Was the winning score 25 under?
Yes.
Yeah, which, by the way, was the record. So not only does he win, the kid who's 21 sets the record.
Mm-hmm.
So
it was a great story, man. I mean, I was pulling for him the whole way.
Pretty impressive.
When my man Gary Woodland, who I had in one of my pools, when I knew he couldn't win, I was pulling for Koiven.
Valdez, you want to brag about your showing? I know he texted me. They had a big showing at one of
his
events.
I finished second in the Memorial at Hidden Creek.
Ooh,
big
nice.
Get some sweeps money. Finished second net, 4th gross.
Very good.
Very cool. So can you explain how the money works for people?
I mean, you just get pro shop credit.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like it wasn't like a player pool, but you get shop credit based off of where you finish. So.
That's cool. It's always nice.
One of my better showings at Hidden Creek.
Very good.
It was all sized. Putted my ass off.
New polos? Or are you going to go with apparel or equipment from the?
I don't know. Might get some golf balls.
Ah, very good.
You can always use new balls.
Yeah.
My buddy and I, we played out at an invited course as part of our group out in Phoenix, Maryland, which I guess is like Towson.
Mm-hmm. It's north of the city.
Yeah. It's called Eagles Landing. I think it's Eagles Landing, Eagles Nest. I always get it confused. I want to make sure. Let me make sure I'm saying
Eagles Landing at in Ocean City.
Yeah, maybe it's
or Salisbury.
I want to say it correctly. I think it's Eagles Nest. There's a bunch of them. The problem is when you go look them up, there's a bunch of them.
Eagles blank.
It's Eagles Nest. It's Eagles Nest. We play out there, beautiful course, and we were able to get a nice tee time right around noon. So we're out there playing, enjoying ourselves, and there was a twosome behind us, and there was a foursome in front of us. We kind of get squeezed a little bit, and we're thinking, probably going to end up playing with this twosome behind us because we just kind of squeezed.
Mm-hmm.
The guy comes up behind us. It was a couple, though. And I'm thinking, they don't really want to play with us. They don't know us. We're outsiders. The guy comes up to us, and we're about on the 8th hole. And he goes, "Are you guys like competitive golfers?" And I go, "No, not really. We're just having fun." He goes, "You guys are so serious on the greens." And I just started laughing.
Is that code for you're taking forever on the greens?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we were
to me, that's
Were you
what
taking
that
your
means.
shoes off like Lucas Glover?
No, didn't do that. But and I was like, dude, we're just trying to make putts. I go, and the truth is, we're not even gambling.
Right.
He was blown away. We're not gambling, and we were just so serious reading putts.
Right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like we were slowing anybody down. We were literally right on the guys behind us.
Hey, I'm surprised I came in second because me and Drab shut it down on Saturday night.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
you
did.
didn't-
You guys
you didn't
had
tell
a-
me about
a
that.
Fun evening out.
Oh yeah, well,
Not just evening.
bit season was out and about.
Really?
What happened? I mean, how did it all
Hey,
develop?
you know what? We took it so deep. I think Drab had sex in the bathroom of the bar.
That did not happen.
Did you meet a young lady or something?
No, but we were out at. You okay?
Sorry.
We were out.
That made me gag when I heard him. I was picturing him banging somebody in the bathroom.
No, a brewery in Loudoun County.
Okay.
I don't know. We got there out there at like 3:00.
Where'd you go? Bear chase?
Lark.
Oh, Lark. Yeah, it's
it's
good.
great.
So you
Friday?
got there at 3 p.m.
So this was Friday?
No, Saturday.
Saturday.
Okay, sorry. Just trying to get my days figured out.
Yeah. And then we were out there for a few hours. By the way, that place is awesome.
Mm-hmm. It is nice.
Why don't we just hang out at breweries all the time? Like
I mean,
these
we
wide
should.
open
I mean,
breweries.
it would make our life better.
There's a ton of
Some
them.
people do.
Yeah. Yeah. So I hung out with Valdez and his entire crew, and then we went to One Loud after that. And we were there till they were closing checks. It felt like
This is Matt Valdez.
Wow.
What spots did you hit at one?
I mean,
Lounge?
that's like almost 11 hours of just hanging out. 3 p.m.
That's a lot of Valdez and Drab time together.
That is a lot of time.
That's a lot
together.
of drinking. That's what that is.
You definitely
A
went
lot
to
of
Lost Fox, probably.
We definitely went to the Lost Fox. I tried to find the fox.
Yeah.
I don't know the spots there. I mean, I've been on One Lounge certainly, but I don't know.
I mean,
the
they have
spots.
some of this, the local, like Uncle Julio's, Sense of Thai, Lost Fox
got a
is a big
steakhouse
one.
there.
Matchbox.
They got Matchbox.
Did you
Drab-
guys just go hopping like from spot to spot, or just
No,
settle
no,
in?
we were at Lost.
We settled in at Lost Fox.
Yeah.
Drab was hyping it up the entire time at the brewery, so we went there. And then Drab disappeared with a lady for 20 minutes.
I was on the balcony.
Really?
I come back inside and I had Valdez and his girl were like, their jaws were on the floor. Like,
Did you pull some silly move?
just Matt Cahill. Just selling Matt Cahill.
Just out and
being
about.
charming.
Is it somebody you just met out and about?
No. I mean, yeah.
Kind
more or
of?
less. Somebody I know, yeah.
Someone you kind of know. You've been working landing ground with.
No, not doing any landing. Just being friendly.
All right.
But Valdez was all size.
He's just being social.
He's living vicariously through Drab,
Right.
which I get size for.
Right. But you just went on the balcony. You didn't hide anywhere.
No, I wasn't hiding.
No, she's a part of the Valdez friend group that we're all out there together.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Still got it.
Still got the magic. By the way, were you feeling it?
Riz God.
Were you feeling it on Sunday when you were out until 2 a.m. on Sunday?
I definitely didn't go to church on Sunday morning. Skipped that, slept in a little bit.
Did you feel bad?
No, that's fine. I go plenty of times. I get skip every once in a while.
No, not about that.
He meant
Did you feel
physically.
physically
No, I felt
bad?
fine. I felt fine.
Yeah.
Just slept in a little bit.
I told you when I was up in Long Island, one of the spots we went to, and those guys drink, man. We went to like 3 different spots one day, including it was a winery. It wasn't a brewery. And I don't even know what to do in wineries. I mean, I don't know what to do. I don't even like wine.
You don't like wine. Yeah.
Not really. Don't care. But I felt a little rioting the next day. You know,
Oh, you
like
did?
a little bit. I mean, that wasn't terrible, but it doesn't feel perfect.
Right.
There were some cobwebs on the range
Yeah.
next day.
I'm sure there were. I'm sure it was a little bit hazy.
Right. Good for you.
It
Yeah,
was a good time, and I think we're doing it again this weekend.
You're running
really?
it back?
With the same crew?
Well, I don't,
They'll meet us out. Yeah.
It's
What do you mean, Dell?
Oh,
She will.
there's a lot of people in the Valdez
There's a
number
lot of-
one,
Yeah,
number
he's
one
got,
in
he's got
fun.
a big group.
A lot of moving
got a
parts
big
over
group.
there.
Are these all the golf folks or no?
This
a
is
different
Matt
group.
Valdez.
Different friend group.
No, I mean these are like my close friends.
So I'm just asking. Like
Yeah.
people have different friend groups. Is this like the?
I mean,
this
we
is
golf.
his
I mean,
main
we
core.
golf together, but
it's your main group.
it's my main. That's my main group.
Gotcha. All right.
But it's the birthday bash.
For
Valdez and I. It's my birthday on Friday, and it's
Ah.
Valdez's on Monday, I think.
Forgot their birthdays.
I'll
are so
never
close.
remember that. Are we doing anything on the show to commemorate it?
Probably not.
Talking about our birthdays, I guess.
Yeah.
I think we're going to Reston, Bish.
Oh, you going
You want to?
ORD?
We want to.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
What's ORD?
let me know.
I may be stopping in there today before we head out to Ashburn. I need to let you know.
Oh.
I need to let you know my my time of
All right.
arrival.
I'll set
What's
you up.
ORD again? Remind me?
Open Road Distillery.
Open
Road.
Road Distillery.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. in
Fine
West-
sponsor of the show. Fine
Right.
sponsor of the
Cakes is not-
program.
Drab's gonna have some maple old fashioned.
Yeah, he might.
Cakes hasn't been there yet, but
I
he's
have
gonna,
not. Might be my maiden voyage.
we're going to introduce him today.
Yes, that's a good thing.
That's right, because we're on our way to. That starts at 6, I believe.
It does start at 6 p.m.
All right.
The skins bit.
The Skins Happy Hour.
Right.
I will see you there.
What do they
Oh,
call
you
it?
got
The
plenty
Media
of-
Happy Hour.
You got plenty of time. So you're
I
gonna
don't
come
even
in
know
It's
there.
a little late for me.
I know it's late for you. I understand.
I'll be
try-
there till 7.
I'm going to try to get there as close to 6 p.m. as possible.
Yeah, I'll be there at 5:58.
I understand. All right, when we come back, we will get into the Nats. Curtis Mead, we hardly knew you. He departs.
That was your boy.
He departs in a trade to the Boston Red Sox. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. The MLB trade deadline is looming. It's August 3rd. So the Nats made some waves by dealing Curtis Mead to the Boston Red Sox for young starting pitching. They get Conley Early, a lefty who's 24 years old. So the Nats swap a bat for an arm prior to the trade deadline. Curtis Mead was a really good story. He was a guy who was just basically picked up off the scrap heap.
Mm-hmm.
And he was really productive offensively for the Nats.
Yep, and Boston
needed some pop in their lineup. And
they've been winning a lot of games. So they've been doing it, scoring 4, 5, 6 runs, not just killing the scoreboard, but their pitching's been unbelievable. But they've got 2 bats that have been hurt. Roman Anthony's been out since May. He's one of their best hitters. Trevor Story's been out for, I don't know, he's only played about 40 games. He's been out a while. So they needed another bat in that lineup. I don't know. They might just use him as a DH. They certainly didn't trade for him for his defense at third. They traded for his bat. Conley Early is kind of a great story because he's sort of a local kid. I mean, he's from the Richmond area, went to UVA. But he pitched really well in spring training for the Red Sox, made the starting opening day roster, and the starting rotation, and was really having a good year. He was one of their best pitchers until he had a little inflammation in his elbow.
Yeah,
I think it's a good trade.
Seems like, CBSSports.com did a quick breakdown of the timeline as far as like Mead getting picked up and then dealt. So Mead was dealt for last year's 6th round pick, Boston Smith, on March 28th. Then from March 31st to July 25th, Mead puts up an 8.52 OPS and a 1.5 WAR for the Nats. Then Mead gets traded for Baseball America's number 56 overall prospect coming into 2026. So that's really good work by Taboni and his staff. You take an asset that nobody really valued or cared about in Mead, showcase him for multiple months,
and you get a starting pitcher
and you
for
get
him.
a young starting arm in return.
Yeah, I mean, and I think they'll have control for Early for like another 3 or 4 years.
I think it's through 2031.
Through 31,
so that's quite
5
a
years.
while.
Yeah.
And then they have Brady House, who's just been sitting there, and I called him up because, he's basically crushing in AAA.
Yeah.
And everybody knows he's a big league player, and he'll just fit right in. And, maybe he won't have the power that Mead had showed, but that was kind of weird for Mead anyway. So I think, it looks like a great deal. Now, they may not get him for a few weeks, but I saw Taboni being interviewed, and they, unless he's lying, he does expect him to contribute and pitch this year.
He's on the 15-day IL, and I think it sounds like
he has a rehab
he's going to start on a rehab stint next week.
So hopefully by the second week of August, they can get him in the rotation.
Yeah.
That would be great. But it's really a long-term move, too, and it could be a short-term move. Remember when we had him on the show last week, I was trying to wrap my head around it, but he was saying we could be buyers and sellers and still improve this year. And so I think this is kind of a classic example of that.
Yeah.
Seems like a really,
this was
really
just
good
like
move.
one of those moves that was just really good for both teams because the Red Sox needed a bat, and obviously the Nats need some young starting pitching.
Right.
Now they need some bullpen help too, but to get a starting pitcher is pretty critical because we don't know what's going to happen with Foster Griffin.
But it sure seems like they may move him. I saw a report that they did talk, they did exchange some, like maybe some early contract stuff, and then, but they weren't close. So it kind of seems like, I don't know, when's the deadline? How many more days away?
August 3rd.
So we're a week away from the
Monday,
deadline. It
next Monday.
doesn't sound great. I mean, they'll get something. I'm sure they'll get something decent in return, but it sounds like this might be it.
Part of the breakdown.
That's my guess.
You mean for Foster?
For Foster here. Yeah.
Could be. Part of the breakdown on CBSSports.com says that's really incredible work by Nationals President of Baseball Ops Paul Taboni and Assistant GM Devin Pearson, both of whom came over from the Red Sox. Mead was essentially found money. He was a low-cost pickup who they leveled up and then turned into a quality young starter. You're not supposed to turn waiver bait into a good young pitcher in 4 months.
Yeah. They
So
did
you
a
have
great
to be
job
happy with what the front office did.
No, of course.
I think it's a good deal.
It seems,
I really do.
it's a
Because
seemingly
it's
good
not
deal
like
for
you
the
have a
Nats.
hole at third base.
Especially
by
with
trading him.
House being available.
Yeah.
Now
You
House
can
has
plug
to
him
get
in.
better defensively.
But it
Mead,
doesn't sound like Mead was very good.
Mead was not good
he
defensively
wasn't
either.
He wasn't. But that's the reason House was kind of dropped down to back to the minors. But if he gets better defensively, and they say that he did the last few weeks, then you don't have a hole at third base, and you pick up a young, kind of a stud lefty pitcher who was throwing the ball really well until he got injured. Now the doctors say it's not anything serious. He'll be able to go back out there August 3rd for a rehab assignment, and hopefully he's ready by, I don't know, August 10th or so.
You always worry when they say elbow trouble, but they say it's not his ulnar nerve, which is what everyone freaks out about because that's what leads to Tommy John.
Yeah.
It's like on the outside of the elbow, not the inside, I guess. I think I have that correct.
The thing I will be kind of perturbed by is if they deal CJ.
I just don't think they're going to.
And the Yankees are very interested, and they've been talking to the Yankees.
Well, if they do, they're going to get a massive haul. They're going to get a massive haul.
I just don't.
2 more home runs yesterday.
I just don't want them to get prospects again because you traded Soto for prospects, and two of those prospects are gone because Gore's gone and Hassel's gone. The other two prospects you got are studs.
Yeah, Abrams and Wood.
Yeah. Now you control Wood for a few more years. Abrams a little bit less, but I don't know. I don't know why you trade a guy like Soto for a bunch of prospects and then you trade the prospects.
Well, because they didn't.
Because then you're going to get more
They
prospects.
knew they could get more from Gore and Hassel. They were lucky to get anything.
I know
for him.
But you hit home runs with two of them. I just think you got to keep them for at least Wood will be here for a few more years.
I think if they were 5 or 6 games back in the wild card, you'd hear much more chatter, but they're 1 game back now after what they did this past weekend.
I know.
At Nats Park.
I just think if you traded C.J. Abrams, it would be really bad for the locker room. Because
then
you are giving up.
But they would definitely get a massive haul.
Well, I'm sure they would.
Yeah.
I mean, he's having an MVP year.
But that just wouldn't help them for the short term. But Taboni isn't about the short term. He's about building this thing.
And if you think James Wood is going to sign a long-term deal with the Nats when they're not trying to win, goodbye James Wood.
I think they're trying to win.
I mean, he's also a Boris.
I think they're trying to win, but they're not going to just give up all these future assets just to make an extra little run this year. They're going to try to thread the needle.
They are. And I think acquiring early helps, but make a couple more additions. Just don't trade CJ.
I don't know.
Just don't do it.
I think they're going to trade Foster Griffin, though. If I had to bet money, I would say it sounds like they're going to trade. That they had initial talks.
So maybe Early takes his spot in the rotation once he's back. But
I guess they're going to get Jake Irvin back soon.
Get Jake Irvin. Offensively, yesterday CJ and James were just awesome. They were just
6 of the 10 RBIs from those two players.
They were just incredible.
Yeah.
The first home run that CJ hit was about a foot off the ground and hit it to left center, just crushed it. And Wood did the same thing. Wood hit an opposite field home run, so he specializes in, but they were just killing the ball in a huge series because you're chasing Arizona. Now you got a bad Toronto team coming in who's not going to make the playoffs. Take advantage of that before you have to go on the road to play Atlanta and Philly. So I don't know. Nats are taking calls on CJ, but hopefully they don't deal him.
Oh, look, Max Scherzer taking the mound for the Blue Jays
Scherzer pitches
tonight.
Yep.
I saw that.
He just came off the IL.
Old school feels. Scherzer coming back.
He's going to pitch forever.
Is he like 39 or 40 at this point? Oh, he's 41. He's 41.
I'm telling you, dude. He's just going to pitch forever. He just loves it. He just loves it.
Well, he's got a 10.2 ERA. I don't know if he's going to pitch forever.
This is it. This is his probably last appearance. I mean, at Nats Park.
Yeah.
So that's why a lot of people I think are going.
That makes sense. Go see Max one last time.
One last look at Max.
One last go round.
But just beat him. Beat Max.
I mean, he's going to get a big pop at the park tonight. He's going to get a big one. I would think.
I mean,
right?
Yeah, I would think. I mean, people love him.
He's going to get a standing ovation at Nats Park tonight.
I don't know.
For sure.
100%.
I don't know.
You don't think he is?
I think people love him, but it's been a few years.
Oh, he's getting a standing O tonight.
Weren't you the one that was like really upset that
totally.
you went to another team and he'll always be a national and all this?
He's the ops now.
Yeah. It's just been a few years. Yeah. That's all. I've seen him pitch for like 10 different teams.
But I think people they look at Max different than they look at like Bryce Harper. A lot of people still boo Bryce Harper when he comes in and Nats Park.
Definitely. People don't have animosity towards Max.
They don't have
There's
that.
no animosity. No. I'm just saying he's just been back with so many different teams now. But yeah, I mean, sure, certainly he'll get a pop. Will he get a full standing O from everybody? Yeah, maybe.
I think he will.
From some, yeah. Certainly from
They'll
the
pay
majority
the
of
respects to Max tonight.
the
I would-
majority
I
of
would
the fans
guess.
will give him a standing O.
Yeah.
Because he helped win a
Yeah.
ring. I mean, if Bryce Harper did the same thing, he'd get standing O's when he came
Now
back.
they'll be pulling for the Nats to beat the Blue Jays' asses, but they'll give Max his respect out at Nats Park tonight. I would think.
Yep.
All right, when we come back, veterans report for training camp today for the Washington Commanders. Training camp is on. We are bringing back Hit the Skins. We'll give you the latest from the Commanders next here on The Fan.
C.J. Abrams and James Wood put on another display of power as the Nationals beat the Diamondbacks 10-7. Abrams and Wood each with 2 homers. C.J. got it going.
Now the pitch on the way, swung on, driven to the air to right center field. Back goes Tawo again, looking up, going, goodbye! Another home run for C.J. Abrams. Bang, zoom, he does it again, number 27. He's driven in 3 in the game.
The call on the Fan. Tonight, it's Toronto Blue Jays and Max Scherzer to the bump against the Nationals' Andrew Alvarez, 6:45 live on the Fan. Washington Spirit defeats Denver Summit 1-0 to take over first place in the NWSL. The Denver Nuggets have matched the offer sheet from Oklahoma City Thunder for Spencer Jones. He's back with Denver. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, let's hit the skins. Training camp is upon us. I believe I got
Isn't
my
that a good thing to say?
It is great to say. I may have gotten my dates off by one day. Today is 27th, correct?
It's 27th.
The players report tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow, not today. I couldn't keep it in my pants for training camp, so I was one day early. Tomorrow, vets report.
But rookies have been there since Friday.
Yes, they reported on the 24th.
Well, there's obviously a lot going on. Still a lot of questions. It'll be interesting to see as the veterans report and the real competition starts to heat up. Who kind of shakes out where? The one position that all of us in the media and the fan base has been really hyper-focused on has been the wide receiver position. Hopefully there's some more stability there. People are still wondering who's going to be that number 2 guy. But with Terry there under contract and not missing anything, certainly has something to prove after really kind of going through his first real injury-plagued season last season. Expecting him to rebound back into form. But he's pretty confident in this group. He's got some great quotes. Is as far as everybody kind of knows what Terry's going to do, provided he's able to stay healthy and get back on track. But who's going to be that next guy? And here's what Terry says. Somebody's going to step up. Most of the guys are going to step up, and I think guys are going to be ready for their opportunities. We have guys who've played in the league. We have guys who've had success. We have guys who are just waiting for the opportunity to really show what they can do. And as a leader, I'm just looking forward to help push the room, having them push me as well. I'm looking forward to see who steps up because somebody will.
You think DQ will tell me tonight who he expects to be the number 2?
I don't know.
I'm gonna guess he will dance around it.
He's gonna dance
if you ask him that directly.
Now I'm gonna get into some of these options here. Now John Keim actually put out his 53-man roster prediction.
Okay.
And let me see. I want to make sure I have it right in front of me. It's anything super surprising. To be honest with you. Just give me a second. I gotta make sure I pull it up.
I was going to say, can I try and predict the receivers that he?
Yeah, of course. But yeah, if you want to go through the receivers, go ahead.
All right. So obviously T-Mac, Burks, Antonio, Diami, McCaffrey, Lane, and I'm going to guess Van Jefferson.
No, Van Jefferson's not there. He has only 6.
Oh, he only has 6.
He has only 6. So who knows?
Okay.
I mean, it's just an early prediction.
All right.
But it was interesting to me. Van Jefferson's the first guy that when these guys were having their mini camps hyped up and talked about was Van Jefferson. He certainly has made some positive impressions, but if he keeps 6, he might be on the outside looking in. Who knows? Of course, injuries can happen. That can change things. Guys will also be released and then re-signed to the practice squad, including veterans, and they're just going to rotate some of these guys. So it almost doesn't matter. and their overall like 75 or 80 guys, whatever the number is that they keep, that there's going to be a couple extra guys here at receiver. They're going to have 7 or 8 at their disposal. But on the final 53 for week 1, at least for now, John thinks that Van might be on the outside looking in. At quarterback, he has just Jaden and Marcus. I think most people would agree with that. The question will be, what do they do with the kid from Rutgers, and are they going to finally let go of Sam Hartman? I don't know.
I mean, the Rutgers kid, he's got practice squad written all over him.
Yeah, I think
like, why would you keep Sam Hartman?
Right.
Like, what's the point?
Know.
Like last season when they were basically forced to play Sam Hartman, they looked outside the building.
Yeah, the only thing
I don't understand what the point is.
I don't know. Maybe a good team guy.
Just because
maybe
and JD likes him, he's probably good around
likes
JD.
him. I mean, who knows?
Well, I mean, Jaden can hire him as his personal assistant.
Right.
Yeah.
Hire him as his friend.
My guess,
do whatever you have
I
to
would
do.
think Hartman would be. I mean, I don't know if he wants to coach, but I would think he'd be good.
I think he'd be a big
coaching candidate.
Yeah, I think coaching would be big in his future after he gets his modeling career out of the way.
Once it gets ugly.
The running back room was kind of interesting to me when you look at John's breakdown. He has 4 running backs there, but they don't include Jeremy McNichols.
Ooh.
Now, of course, I think unless someone picks him up, I think they would bring him back again, and he'd be part of that 80 or 90 guys, whatever the number is that they keep. Have him on the practice squad. But he has, as their final 53, Rashad White, Bill, Katron, and Jerome Ford.
Jerome Ford, okay.
Ford they brought
signed during the offseason.
With
Cleveland,
no McNichols. Tight end, pretty standard. Chig, John Bates, Ben Sinnott, and Colson Yankoff. We talked about wide receiver. Offensive line, no real surprises there. Tunsil, Paul, Allegretti, Cosme, Connerly, Coleman, Wiley, Trent Scott, Matt Gulbin. That's the center that they drafted. I guess maybe the biggest battle will be, they say Allegretti is battling, but he's got like 39 starts. Like, who's he battling? He's by far the most...
probably just Gulbin.
He's by far the most veteran.
But I believe only those 4
roster.
starts at center.
Yeah.
Right.
So not a lot of experience there.
And then Coleman and Paul, I think people think, based on Coleman's athleticism, he might have the edge there, especially if they go to zone. People think they're going to have a zone blocking scheme in that running game. Defensive lineman, John's got Payne, Kinlaw, Settle, Amenahue, Johnny Newton, and Dietrich Wise. Linebacker, Dorrance Armstrong, Owe, Frankie Louvu, Sonny Styles, Leo Chenal, I can't wait to see. Chason, Josh Josephs, the draft pick from Tennessee, Jordan McGee, Nick Ballore, and Kane Madrano.
So
That's
he's
10 linebackers.
So Frankie Louvu will be a second teamer. Probably.
I don't know. I don't know.
Chenal will start. Sonny
Chenal,
Styles.
I'd always
And
assumed.
then Chason will probably start.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Louvu will start over any of those guys.
I mean, but you know that Owe's going to be out there a lot too. So I don't know. It's just kind of like how you characterize him.
Yeah, I just consider him an edge guy, but
Yeah, me too.
just
Same
on the
with
depth chart.
Armstrong. Armstrong's an edge guy too. I think you're like sort of traditional linebackers. The way we think of it is going to be Louvu, Styles, Chenal. That would be my guess. Corner, Trey Amos, Mike Sanistril, Amik Robertson, and Rasul Douglas. They recently signed.
By the way, are there concerns about Trey Amos starting season on the PUP list?
I initially did not think so, because I feel like this is kind of what they do. Like if guys have been injured, like the end of the regular season, kind of injured or had issues, they're just going to wait. I feel like it's a formality, but maybe I'm being naive. Maybe he's really hurt.
I mean, he suffered a fractured fibula on November 9th.
Yeah. I think it's more procedural.
Let's hope so.
That's my guess.
I mean, that's a guy that they're counting on to be a starter.
Yeah. I think there'd be a little more urgency if they thought he was going to miss significant time.
Right.
I feel like this is just more procedural. But we'll see.
If I could raise one eyebrow, I would have one eyebrow raised.
With Trey?
I can't just raise one eyebrow, though. I just not in my genetics.
It is interesting that there is a kicking battle, and I guess if you had to bet right now, John is going to give it to the veteran, Jake Moody.
Over Drew Stevens.
Yeah, the rookie, though, if they could keep him around, I think there would be no doubt they would re-sign him to the practice squad. People still talking about Stephon Diggs potentially, even though we went through the receiver room And Terry thinks that you got to just trust that some guys are going to step up. Diggs is still out there. So is Keenan Allen. But I did see a report. I don't know if you guys also saw this. But the Diggs, certainly he is interested in Washington. I also saw that he's interested in the Ravens.
Wants to play near his hometown.
Wants
to stay local.
Valdez,
possible.
could you chime in? I don't know the Ravens personnel well. Their receiver room, could they use some help?
Yeah, I mean, Zay Flowers is their number one, and then Bateman's always been kind of hit or miss and often injured. Mm-hmm. They just drafted 2 wide receivers. They
pretty high.
Yeah.
One from USC. God, I forget his name.
That was Jacoby Lane, right?
Jacoby Lane, and then another from Indiana.
Yep.
Surratt. Yep. Yeah.
So maybe there's an opportunity there. Of course,
They always like to find some veteran receiver. They did it last year with DeAndre Hopkins. Mm-hmm. I actually think the Commanders should take a look at DeAndre Hopkins.
Really?
Yes, he still has it. I thought he played very well last season as a
when
Raven.
given an opportunity.
Now he was only in 20% of the snaps a game.
But I think he did. Didn't he suit up for like 15 games or something like that?
Yeah. I mean, his usage was low. So, like, when JP goes and looks at the stats, it's not going to be impressive. But he was effective when he was in.
Yeah.
He was-
you never
Give him
know,
the
it's all
chance.
fit.
He showed up at Patriots training camp, but he was like, not as a player. He was like helping out like with the coaching staff like a couple
really?
days ago.
Maybe that's what he sees his future as.
I don't know.
Very weird.
Maybe he's just
There's
getting
still
like a coaching internship.
Yeah, but
while he's looking for a new gig,
maybe,
I don't know.
Possibly, yeah. But there are still some big names that teams are gonna pluck some of these guys. They just are.
Well, Keenan Allen's out there. Of course, we talk about Debo's out there. I've heard some say that Debo's style doesn't necessarily fit Blau. That's one reason why he may not, have been sort of already, plucked by Washington. And then Diggs is out there. Diggs, of course, 33. But he had another 1,000-yard season last year. 7 of his last 8 seasons. The one year he didn't have 1,000 yards was the year that he was cut short with the ACL.
And by the way, he had that 1,000-yard season with Drake May playing only, I believe, 55% of the offensive snaps.
Right.
Yeah,
Still
May-
super productive.
May was going after him.
Yeah.
And unlike Brandon Ayuk in that saga, I mean, Diggs is showing you that he's putting in the work. Constantly putting out workout videos and that sort of thing.
Diggs seems like the lesser of the two divas between him and Ayuk. I never thought I'd say that, but that's clearly seems to be the case.
And then, not that it really matters, but Ayuk is still in limbo. The Niners were asked about it. John Lynch was cordial. He understood why they had to ask the question, but that he's on the left squad designation. He's not on their 90-man roster.
Right.
And then he says, we as an organization, we're going to focus on the players that are here. I don't have anything to say on that other than add we wish him well and we wish his family well.
I got
But he's
so many
kind of
questions
in
about
like
him.
a purgatory.
Yeah, behind the scenes.
I got so many questions about
behind
him
the scenes,
tonight.
they would say, "We hate that guy.
Right.
We never want to see him ever again, and we can't wait to release him."
Someone texted JP and I yesterday and said, I just saw Brandon Ayuk at the Cooper's Hawk restaurant, which is
Really?
right in Ashburn.
It's probably true.
I've driven by that.
And he said he yelled his name, and
Yeah.
Ayuk threw up 2 fingers. Mm-hmm. He was driving some red sports car.
Okay.
And I said, that's very interesting. I don't know where he lives, where he's staying. I have no idea.
What if he drops in on the the Commander's happy hour tonight?
That would be interesting.
That would be awkward. That would be a weird bit if he did, but it would be funny.
Oh, that would be amazing. I don't know. If I'm just trying to look at the. I don't know how many spots there really are open when you look at this. When you look at their 53
Yeah,
man,
it looks like they're pretty solid.
I feel like
right?
they're pretty set, barring a training camp disaster where somebody goes down. Let's hope that doesn't happen. If they don't sign anyone, who do you think is going to emerge as their number 2 receiver?
Well, I
Case?
now have a vested interest in
Yeah,
Antonio Williams beating
yeah.
that guy because I made a bet on Friday that he would have 50 catches as a rookie.
That's a lot of catches. I know what you're doing. You're doing the Amon-Ra bit.
I'm
That's what
trying
you're-
to manifest
You're trying to
it.
channel
I'm trying
that.
to make this happen.
Yeah.
Trying to get it out into
I'd
the
love to
universe.
see it. I feel like I see something special in him and the way he runs routes. I believe if you look at his college records,
Yeah.
you mentioned DeAndre Hopkins. I believe he broke several of DeAndre Hopkins records.
All I need is about 3.5 catches per week. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Well, just going to see how early
You
he
never know.
emerges.
For a rookie, this is
Yeah. Got to see
He might
how
not get
early he
4.
emerges.
He might.
There's going to be some games where he gets none.
That's true.
1, 2, possibly.
Oh, if he comes out of the gates hot, though, he gets like 6 in week 1, 8 in week 2.
Oh, then you're on your way.
I'll be counting JP's money if that's the case.
But as Cakes mentioned earlier, tomorrow is the official day for all the veterans to officially show up. Of course, most of them have been there, in and out most of the offseason. We haven't had any situation where we've had a guy just like blowing off all the camps and just hanging out at the beach like we have in years past. Even guys like Tunsil have showed up.
So they'll show up, and then I assume they're on the field.
First practice Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Yes.
There you go.
Not sure the exact starting time, but they will be on the field practicing.
And fans,
Wednesday.
I believe, are invited Saturday. I think it's the first day fans will be out there. So it's here, man.
Yep, it's coming. All right, when we come back, we will pivot over to the NBA. Big news broke on Friday. LeBron finally made his pick. He picked the Philadelphia 76ers.
I think I owe JP some money. I thought it was going to be Miami.
You
I
might.
think I owe JP $5.
Let's check the bet book on that. Are the Sixers now the favorites going forward by landing LeBron? We will discuss next here on The Fan. Got a question for you. Do you have an old 401k sitting with a previous employer? Be honest. Many of us do. And here's the problem. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, so their advisors can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or visit them online at TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. So I was texting our pal Gabe Harris on Friday, basically saying it was good seeing you and your family out at the Noah Khan show at Nats Park. And he responded back to me, good to see you, good to meet Amy. And then he followed with, and I hadn't seen this, he followed with big news in Sixer world.
Yeah.
Right.
And as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, the Sixers landed LeBron James. 'Cause I guess I hadn't checked my Twitter in like 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay, so it wasn't like it was hours later.
No, I'd been offline for whatever. And then I was like, oh, okay, LeBron finally landed with whoever was, trying to attract him, which is probably every team in the league.
Yep.
I'm sure JP was very, very happy to learn that LeBron finally signed because it was torturing him every waking hour. He couldn't keep it in his pants about where LeBron would actually sign. And he winds up choosing the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, I mean, I know that those were the three teams that were a possibility were Cleveland, Miami, and Philly. I didn't think it was going to be Philly, but clearly I was wrong. I thought he was going to go back to Cleveland. Eric, I know you said you thought he was going to go to Miami. Mm-hmm. He obviously feels like he's got a better chance to win with the cast in Philly.
I mean, you look at the lineup. The lineup looks impressive.
Yeah.
I was watching some of these NBA guys, these pods, and they were kind of just debating like who's going to take a back seat, or is LeBron going to take a back seat, himself, because Jalen, kind of wanted to be the guy. Mm-hmm. You got Embiid who needs the ball when he's healthy.
Tyrese Maxey shoots a lot.
Maxey's
He's a big part
a
of the
player.
offense.
Maxey averaged 28 a game.
Yeah. So, how's that all going to work? Some of the guys were speculating that LeBron's going to be more of a facilitator in this. Mm-hmm. Part of the reason why maybe he's willing to take less money.
Brian Windhorst basically said that the fact that James Harden was in Cleveland,
it wasn't good.
It wasn't good for LeBron.
Yeah.
So that's the reason he didn't want to go to Cleveland.
Is there going to be
But
friction?
he loves Jaylen Brown. And he also loves Maxey. I think they're both.
LeBron loves Jaylen Brown, or
LeBron likes Jaylen Brown.
does he like him even though he killed? There's a highly publicized video of him killing Bronny and basically saying, he's not an NBA player.
He commented on it, said other than that,
He clearly,
well,
he might not like him as a person, but he likes him as a player and as a teammate.
Coexists with him.
Because if it affected him, he wouldn't have signed with Phil.
No, I think that he said, listen, other than what he said about my son, everything's cool. I think so. They're fine.
And he loves, he likes Tyrese Maxey. They're both represented by the same people, so he knows him very well.
Yeah,
so you've got LeBron, you've got Maxey, you've got VJ, you've got Jalen, you've got Embiid. It's a pretty damn good starting five.
Yeah,
it's a lot of shots, but only 5 guys can take them. They got to split it somehow. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Drab, you need to chime in on the LeBron deal. I wish JP was here because I know he would have strong opinions. I mean, when you look at the starting lineup, it looks pretty freaking impressive. I don't know how they're going to share the ball. I don't know what kind of role LeBron's going to take.
The old saying, there's only one basketball.
Yeah.
And, look, they got to remain healthy with Embiid anyways. But on paper, of course, that's a legit team. But LeBron's chasing a ring to get added to his legacy. To me, it's already cheap, and it's gonna be, if he gets one, it's right next to the Mickey Mouse ring that he got in Orlando. Unless he's like the Finals MVP or like the major part of that team, it's just like a Charles Barkley going to the Rockets type thing. You don't think he's gonna be a big piece of the team? I mean, he's 42 years old or whatever he is. No, Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown are the best players on that team right now. Yeah. Then you have That's Embiid if he's healthy. Then you have LeBron, of course, and then you got Edgecombe. Like, they are legit. It's just so, I don't know. I hate when fans they hate LeBron. They hate LeBron, and then he comes to their city and it's the greatest thing ever. We got LeBron. You got to, what do they say? Stand 10 toes down. You either like LeBron or you don't. And I'm a LeBron hater, been certified, as most of us have been, for the last 25 years. And I'm not going to change it now.
So what do you think his role is going to be? It's going to be more of a facilitator type role, average 15 and 8 or something? Well,
look, he'll do a great job of fitting himself into that team. LeBron knows that he doesn't need to be the superstar of the team or to score 30 points. Not that he even can anymore all the time. He'll let those guys do their thing. He'll be a great facilitator, great team leader. I think it's going to have a little asterisk next to it, to me.
Well, that's if they win.
And he's basically a journeyman at this point.
I mean, that's if they
he's
win.
a journeyman.
The Sixers are now a plus 900 to win the 2027 NBA title, tied with the Knicks.
Yeah, Knicks are up there.
The only two teams with better odds are the Thunder and the Spurs.
Right.
Then you have the Knicks, the Sixers, and the Celtics coming in at 13-1.
Well, the Sixers were probably pretty high up there to win the cup or win to the championship, even without LeBron.
Yeah.
After acquiring Jaylen Brown.
The
So
Wizards 150-1. Drab if you like long shots. Place a few bucks on the Wiz, kids.
That's a pretty long shot, though, Kicks.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting. Last year, it was the lowest. Was it his lowest minutes per year? He was down to 31 minutes. His lowest points per year, he was at just over 20.9. I don't know. I saw some projections. Do you think like a 15, 8, and 7 or something like that?
He'll probably score a little
I
more.
think it'll be
than
more than 15.
Yeah,
I'm going to say
like
18.
18, 19, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Really?
Here's what I know is not happening that EB said would happen. The Wizards getting a Christmas Day game. That is so out the window. I was thinking about that this weekend.
I hope they're going to get one at some point, but getting it in 2026 may be a bit premature.
I'm actually would be willing to bet $100.
I'm not going to bet that.
No. And you pay me $5.
No, it's fine. You made your point. You
He's
convinced me.
giving you 20-1.
You made your point. You convinced me. You win. I
Will you
believe,
give
I
me-
believe
Don't back
you.
down.
Will
I'm
you
an
give me-
idiot.
No, I mean, you make
Will you give me
valid
those odds?
points.
What, the sexy team?
Yeah, what does Drab know? I'll take it.
I'll take it. I'll take that.
I'll take it in a heartbeat.
$5 to your
$5,
100.
yeah.
Put it in the book,
Yeah.
Valdez. You gonna book both of us or just one of us? Or do you want? You know what? We'll chop it. You want to chop it, Valdez?
Do I want to chop it?
No.
No.
Is Drab willing to take?
I will book both of you guys.
So he's giving 30. He's giving 3-1 to both of you.
Valdez, I think the NBA schedule release is on August 13th.
Can't wait.
That's a big day for us. It's a big day.
When you think I'm scared about betting Valdez? Remember the Lido pizza thing that he never brought up again because he told me they were announcing Lamar Jackson's the
true.
new era that
That's
he's
a
their
good point.
endorser.
By the way, what was that announcement?
It was like a lunch special or something.
They had like personal pan pizzas.
Hey, Valdez, make sure that my Antonio Williams bet is in there with JP too. I don't know if you put that in on Friday.
Oh, yeah. What,
I'm
50
betting-
catches?
I'm betting over 49.5 catches.
Okay.
I'm getting 3-1.
Hold on.
I'm pretty sure I owe JP Bundy because I thought he would sign with Miami. I think I might owe
Yeah,
him
but he didn't
$5.
say Philly. He thought Cleveland.
Doesn't matter. He had the field.
Oh, yeah, the field.
He had the field.
Field bets are good.
Yeah.
Your 5 o'clock game on Christmas will be Thunder Spurs, 100%.
Okay.
That's probably already locked in. The Knicks often play early.
What is there, a triple header? Or is there
It's like
4?
5
They'll
games.
have
I
like
think.
5 games.
Oh,
4 or
man,
5.
we have good
yeah.
odds.
All right.
Those
Yeah, they'll
odds
put
are
like
in our
10 teams
favor.
in there. Yeah. I mean, there is definitely a
Well,
chance.
you know the Knicks will be in there.
The
Yeah,
Knicks will be in
the
there.
Knicks will be in there at noon. They might even
They'll play Boston or maybe they'll
I'm sure
play
like
Philly.
the Heat
They'll
are
prob-
going to be in the mix.
They'll do Knicks Sixers. I guarantee you now they
Probably.
do Knicks Sixers
Yeah.
either at noon or
a good
2:30
call.
or 2
Yeah.
o'clock or whatever it is.
And then the late game will
Celtics will be one of them.
Yep.
And then you have the Cavs or the Pistons or the Heat.
And there's going to be like a West Coast matchup.
Like Golden
late.
State, they might
we
show-
Need,
And then that night they do the yeah.
yeah, we need either the second game or like the fourth game to beat the Wizards.
No,
Do you
I-
really
Somehow.
feel like Cleveland is sexier than Washington? I feel like we're a sexy team.
No,
dude.
because they were like a 3 or 4 seed last year.
I know,
Yeah.
but
I
they
can't wait for Wiz at Knicks at 12:35 on Christmas Day.
Christmas is coming early.
Yeah.
Christmas coming August 13th,
Yeah.
Valdez. Let's
Yeah.
hope.
Well,
Let's keep our
the
fingers
late
crossed.
game-
Drab's gonna be stuffing our stockings with $100 bill.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we'll be having a bad Christmas. Blake and Tinsley.
That is correct. Might be a little light. Might be skipping.
The late game will probably be Lakers Warriors, right?
Okay.
No,
that
they'll
ma-
put, yeah, they'll put Lakers at like 8 o'clock or 7:30, whatever that is, and
Yeah.
the 10 o'clock game will be like T-Wolves Blazers or
Right.
something nubs, and the
Yeah.
Nuggets will be in there. So the Wizards have to be either the noon or the 2:30 game.
yeah, we need an early slot.
I just
Yeah.
think there's a shot. I just definitely think there's a shot. I think we're one of the
possibility.
sexiest teams.
Might wanna
Well,
showcase-
hey, why don't you get in on it?
showcase the
get
number
in.
one
Get in.
game.
Come on.
I'm
The-
good. I'm good.
The floodgate is
I'm-
open.
listen, I'm
It's
the one that said it.
$5. What do you care?
I don't know.
He does. He wants to save his $5.
$5.
He doesn't like making bets.
You want
He
to bet
doesn't-
me enough? You want to lose 300 potentially? Do you really want
He's
to?
that confident.
If you
I'm
want
that
to lose
confident.
300, I'll
I'm that confident.
Come on, get in,
All
Eric.
right,
Jump
sure,
in.
sure,
Water's
sure.
warm.
Yeah. I'm in for $5. If you want to lose 300, I'll feel bad for you.
Oh man, then it would be a bad Christmas.
God, I want that money so bad.
Oh, I'm so desperate for it. Desperate to hear Adam Silver saying we're going to showcase AJ DeBonsa in a Knicks Wiz matchup.
I mean, you don't think that Trae Young, Anthony Davis, AJ
AJ.
DeBonsa,
Yeah, hey.
Will Riley, Keyshawn, those
You think,
guys
they're-
have some
you
sexy
think
people?
Adam Silver's relying on? It's going to be Will Riley is who they'll be on.
Hey, you know what? They're one of the sexiest teams I've ever seen.
I think they're a sexy up and coming team.
Yeah.
You disagree?
I do. That's not enough for Christmas Day.
I just don't think you're just gonna. I don't think you're just put a bunch of old has-been, same olds. I think like Cleveland.
Or the Pistons. The Pistons were the 1 seed. They're going to reward them.
Yeah, but they're
Maybe.
boring. Let's be honest, they're boring.
The Wizards lost 100 games
I
last
know,
year.
but
They
you
haven't
think I
won
don't know that?
Up
anything.
and coming team.
You
We're
think
the
I don't know how
sexy
many
team.
games they've lost over the last few years?
I'm telling you, we're sexy.
You're not sexier than the Miami Heat. With Giannis and
I agree. I agree.
and Bam.
I agree with that. I agree with Miami. Sexy.
All
We
right.
have Giannis, but I mean, do we really need?
Eric was having on Will
I
Riley.
hate Bam and the fact every time we talk about him, JP brings up he dropped 82 or 83 on the Wizards. Drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Drives me insane.
Well, they were stupid that game. I watched that game. That was ridiculous.
Let's not let's not highlight Steph Curry and let's put on Trae Young. They know the superstars. They
No,
bring-
I know, but couldn't they put Trey in New York? Because New York hates Trey. That's
They do
cinema.
hate-
That's
they do
theater
hate-
right there.
New York does hate Trae Young. They hate his
All
guts.
right, last year, the 5 games on Christmas were
Yeah.
Cleveland, Knicks, Spurs, OKC.
Yeah.
I'll probably do that again. Mavs, Warriors. So it was, they wanted to
They'll probably
show
have
Cooper.
Yeah.
Rockets, Lakers.
Oh, you mean
Makes sense.
they put the number 1 overall pick in the spotlight?
Yeah, they
on
did.
Christmas Day?
They did.
What?
And then T-Wolves, Nuggets.
Oh, you mean when they made that schedule when Kyrie and Anthony Davis?
That's
were
true.
on the team?
They were.
Oh, like
But
Anthony
they
Davis
was
is
on
now
that team,
on
yeah.
AJ DeBonsa's
It's
team?
been another year of him not playing. You know what? We'll have to up it to 200.
Ooh.
I'm in. Let's do
wanna-
this.
Or does that mean,
It's too
it's
painful.
$10?
That's
Or
fine. $10 you get.
That'd be-
I'm gonna
too
stick.
painful.
I'm getting carried away. I'm getting
Getting
carried
a
away.
little carried away.
$10. Let me see.
Won't even be able to pay your mortgage.
$10.
You're right.
hey, are we really going to take this
$10?
money?
You think I'm not going to risk this to see Drab go bankrupt?
Yeah, are we? If this happens, are we really going to take his $300?
Yes, 'cause he's being
100%.
he's being
'Cause
so adamant
Yeah,
about
he's
it.
so bullish about it.
Yeah.
He's so anti-Wizards.
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely going to show.
attitude
They're
over
definitely
there.
going to show the Knicks and the Sixers.
They're not just going to show
Sure.
the same olds. They're
Yes,
going to
they
show
do.
some.
They show
gotta-
the same team.
No, they
definitely
got to
here.
show some up and comers, just
Spurs
like they
and
did last year
OKC
with Cooper.
with Dallas.
They got to
It's
show an up
possibility.
and coming team.
They're going to show the Lakers because Luka. The last game, it won't be the last
No,
game.
it can't be the last
It'll be
game.
the first game or the second game.
Yep. Need that early window. Man, I've never looked more forward to an NBA schedule release.
They don't flex NBA schedules, right?
No, I don't.
They don't
think-
flex.
No.
that.
They kind of can later in the year, but then not for Christmas. They won't.
All right, August 13th. It's a big day.
It is.
NBA schedule release. Find out who the Wiz play in their opener, and more importantly, if they get scheduled on Christmas
what
Day.
we have really going for us is we have the number 1 overall pick that they're probably going to want to showcase,
You would think.
especially with the supporting cast that he has.
Yeah.
Especially after Summer League, how he looked in Summer League.
He looked great.
So good they shut him down after 2 games.
Yeah, the country needs to see more of AJ.
He's so special. All right.
Oh, he's going to
Telling
be
you, we're a
so,
sexy team.
He's going to be so pissed if he loses that.
When is that? What's the date? Put that as must.
August 13th.
August
August 13th.
August 13th.
NBA
Okay.
schedule release.
We're about 3 weeks away.
Put a note in your phone. Do whatever you have
That's
to
going to
do.
be a big day.
December 25th.
Yep. Looking forward to it already. All right, we're the Junks. We'll be right back. EB, not that you're planning on doing this, but this is reason number 1001 as to why you should never take off solo on a sailboat out into the open seas.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to happen, Cakes.
So,
I'm not even sure I would go with 100 people on the open seas.
a California man who went missing in the Pacific Ocean for over a month has been found alive drifting
Wow.
off the coast of Hawaii. Kai Sato, who's 39 years old, left Catalina Island on June 7th.
That's crazy.
2 weeks after he left, the mast on his sailboat snapped.
Mm-hmm.
He ran out of gas. Then his phone died, leaving him floating helplessly out in the middle of the ocean.
How did he survive that?
He said he was left crying for days as he gave up, felt like a sitting duck as the waves pushed him further from any chance of being rescued.
How'd they find him?
He stayed alive somehow he made makeshift repairs to his boat with PVC pipes and kayak paddles. He stayed alive by eating leftover oatmeal, as well as fish and squid that jumped and landed in his boat somehow by miracle. He had a bucket that was collecting rainwater and condensation. He said he was licking the bucket to have enough water to stay alive.
That's going to be a movie.
It took him nearly a month to get back into the shipping lane from California to Hawaii, where he was dramatically rescued by a passing container ship. Like one of those big giant container ships saw him with his snapped mast on his sailboat and said, "Well, this doesn't look good. We're gonna have to rescue this guy." And he was found alive. He survived it. Sherman to go out on the open seas solo with a rinky-dink sailboat.
Right. Somebody
drinking rainwater.
Drinking rainwater.
Right.
And hoping a squid jumps on the deck of your boat to stay alive.
I have a friend.
No, thank you.
Eating raw fish and squid. Oh, man. That's going to be a movie.
I mean, you would think.
It will.
His boat was banged up, too.
I have a friend that lives
It'd be like Wilson.
on the water in Annapolis.
Yeah.
Okay. And this family, they like to go out on boats and even like canoes and kayaks and that sort of thing. And my understanding is, I heard this, I think I understand this correctly. He went out by himself on one of his like kayaks or whatever, and something happened and like his oar broke or he lost his oar.
What happened?
And he was, they're out in the bay or whatever. He had to lay across the kayak or whatever, and he had to use his arms
right,
to swim back. And wasn't sure he was going to make it.
Yeah.
And did make it, like, a couple hours later.
Sure.
But, like, everyone's chilling. Everyone's just thinking Dad's out there having a great time.
Yeah, Dad's on a solo kayak trip.
Dad's just
He's
doing
good.
what he normally does, just going out there for a little kayak trip. And no, Dad's fighting for his life
Yeah.
to get back.
Fighting against the current.
Fighting against the current using his arm because the oar broke.
Yeah. His oven revolution broke. It just snapped right in half.
Yeah.
He should have gone to see OAR at Merriweather instead of trying to paddle himself back to,
So you said
back to his house.
So this guy Sato was found by
like a shipping container,
just a random ship passing by.
One of those massive shipping containers with 500 or 1,000. I don't know how many they can hold. They can probably hold 10,000 shipping containers. And they're like, look at this poor bastard. His sailboat, the mast is snapped, and he's just floating aimlessly.
What kind of things can you do? Like, if you are going to go off on some solo venture, can you like a flare? Can you light off flares or something?
You can, but like, if you're out in the middle of the ocean, who's going to see it?
Yeah,
I mean, it's great to have that as an emergency
but that
device.
even wouldn't really help too much.
Like if you see a plane fly by, you can shoot a flare and hope it's low enough that they'll call in and say, this idiot is out here floating around, no power.
Chuck Nolan, wasn't that Tom Hanks' character's name? Chuck?
Yeah.
In Castaway.
I don't remember.
He was just screaming from the beach. He was screaming, waving his arms, trying to track down a boat, but that didn't do anything.
Nope.
He just got lucky because there was a shipping container passing by and saw him. Isn't that crazy?
He got super lucky.
It was basically Castaway.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's unbelievable.
No, thank you. If I go out on a boat, I'm going to charter it. There's going to be a captain who knows what he's doing. Okay, because I'm full-blown landlubber. I don't know what I'm doing around a boat. Would never would never try to be on a sailboat by myself. Are
Well,
you
this
kidding?
guy won't do it again, I
There's
bet.
too many knots to tie. You got to scurry up on the mast. It's too much. Too much work.
I missed the tuna show that we used to watch.
Wicked Tuna?
Wicked Tuna. It was such a good show. It was always the same bit, but they would go out there and they'd be 40, 50, 60 miles off. They'd be way out there. And then it would be dicey sometimes
But
coming back.
At least they had like an engine with
An
gas.
engine.
They had plenty of gas.
But it's still dicey.
I mean, the
You hit
engine
waves,
could malfunction.
storms.
Sure.
Anything could
I have
happen.
so much respect for the power of the ocean and the seas. I have much respect for you. I have the utmost respect.
So this guy Sato says he is going to do it again. He's going to go to the Philippines by himself in a bigger boat. He's crazy.
I don't know.
That's an insane bit.
That is a great story, though.
People try to do these solo missions, where they try to go around the world. They get it in a friggin' hot air balloon. I mean, I'm out on all that stuff, Kicks.
Hello, there's also a little thing called pirates out in the open seas. All they want to do is hijack your boat and kill you and throw you overboard.
Where does that happen? Like, do we have pirates like off our coast?
I wouldn't think that pirates are off the coast of the United States.
Like, yeah, I've been wondering how
maybe
far
go
away.
off like the coast of certain parts of Africa.
What about Cuba?
Piracy? I don't know.
Might be some down in Cuba.
I mean, I can't speak on that. I don't
How
know.
do you know they're pirates? Are they wearing a patch over their eye?
No, Paul
here's how I
Skeens
know.
jerseys.
I saw Captain Phillips. That's how I know. We had Captain Phillips on the show, by the way, many, many years ago.
Did we?
In case you've forgotten.
Yeah, I have forgotten.
We had the actual Captain Phillips on the show.
Listen, I wish I would actually like to be more adventurous. I wish I could go on these boats, and I'd like to go out there and try to catch tuna or something.
Yeah.
But I get sick.
Yeah,
I literally get sick.
If you get seasick, then boats are not for you.
We would do it like Supper and I would just out on the bay, go a couple miles out on the bay, we cut the engine, and it's puke-a-rama for me. It can't happen. On my honeymoon, we were going to go to the snorkeling thing, and you had to get on a catamaran or whatever, and they just took you a few, and they had to take half the people back. I was part of the half the people.
Yeah, you're just not cut out for it.
Not cut out for it. Not seaworthy.
You don't have a good constitution for being out on the open seas.
What's funny is I'm not a puker.
Yeah.
Until you get me on the waves.
I don't have that.
I bet you this guy Sato was puking.
I bet he wasn't in good shape.
I don't know. The last time I went, we chartered a boat. We were in the Outer Banks a couple years ago, and I bought all those things like the bracelets, and like the magnets,
Dramamine.
I tried all that stuff, and I didn't really get sick, but we didn't go that far off. We only went like 2 miles, if that. We didn't even go far off at all, and we barely caught one fish.
Yeah, I don't need to go 20 or 30 miles from the shore.
Yeah,
just take me a couple miles out, and I'm good.
Yeah,
I don't need to be 50 miles. What do I need to be 50 miles out for?
We just wanted to catch anything. We caught the little feeder fish, and I thought
The
that
bait
was
fish.
I thought that was the.
You thought when they threw like the net out that they brought it in,
Well,
that it was like this big?
We were catching the little feeder fish, whatever you call it, the bait fish.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is fun.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this is what you're catching, so you can actually catch a real fish.
Yeah,
we caught one real fish.
that's step number one.
And it might even have been planted. We might have been looking the other way, and they threw a fish out there. And like, I don't even know. It might have been something shady. Caught one fish with like a minute to go.
Hey, what are you gonna do? Yeah. So you can't make the fish.
Don't you
bite.
feel like a wuss because you get sick on boats all the time?
Yeah.
You can't just
I won't even
cruise.
challenge
You
it.
can't just cruise around in the bay.
No, I can
because
cruise around in the bay but I can't cut the engine. I can't do anything where you cut
It's gotta
the
be
engine.
moving.
I can cruise. You cut the engine, it's death.
that's kind of like unmanly. That you just
I know. I wish
it's
I was-
womanly that you just get sick on boats all
He
the
can't
time.
control it.
I wish I could. I told you I was able to muster the last time when I bought all the magnets and bracelets and Dramamine, and I was all
How
drugged.
easy if you have a half-day boat trip you want to go on? I'm your guy. I don't get sick on boats.
You
I
can handle the big ass waves and
Sure.
just cutting the engine.
No, I don't know if I'm going to handle the waves like in the Bering Sea when the guys
No,
are
not that.
fishing for.
Yeah,
but just like
it's,
normal
it's
sky
different.
waves.
It's different on the Magathie River
Yeah.
than it is in.
But normal run-of-the-mill
ocean.
waves, yeah, I can handle.
right, you want to go real quick to Anna in Annapolis? She's kind of a boat expert.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
She probably didn't get sick.
Anna?
Anna, what's up?
Good morning, boys.
Good morning.
How are you,
Hi.
Anna?
So, Evie, you just sounds like you need to be on a bigger boat to not get sick, or a boat with better technology. So, our boat has what they call a seakeeper. So, there's like a massive gyro ball in the middle of it that makes it stable. So if
Oh,
it's
yeah.
rough, like you're not
That would
rocking.
So rich.
Yeah.
I mean,
That
how
would
much does a gyro ball add-on cost on a boat?
Modern technology cakes. But I will tell you, it does get scary sometimes, right? Like on a boat. So we ran our boat down to Hilton Head in November, just my husband and I. So it's a 3-day run, and you stop at a place called Coin Jock, just south of Virginia Beach, and then again at Wrightsville Beach. And
I love
the
Wrightsville
first
Beach.
day in November, it was really cold. So we were all Helly Hansen. Like I had the ski mask. Like it was pretty cold the first day. So if you're in the water, like you're toast. It's done. So it felt dangerous to begin with, but it was a bit of an adventure. But when we got close to Coin Jock, probably like an hour from our stop, our gas meters were reading like almost zero, which was really scary. When you're in the middle
what
of
do you
nowhere.
do?
How was that possible?
Well, it was misreading, but we didn't know that, right? So it's like your tank gives
So
you
you
like
thought
a
it was
percentage
leaking.
of how much.
Yeah, you thought it might be
Well, it's
leaking.
not leaking, but like it wasn't like reading right. We just thought we were burning. My husband thought he was running way faster and was burning way more fuel than what we would normally burn for whatever reason. But it's basically telling you you're on fumes, which is terrifying when you're in a place that looks like the middle of nowhere, where I was legit afraid. Like if we stopped, you would have to anchor out in the middle of nowhere. You have no idea what's out there. I thought for sure I was going to get human trafficked and my husband would be killed. It was super scary. But we ended up getting into the dock, and when we came in, what we thought was like on fumes, totally sweating it, it turned out we had like 50 gallons in each tank. And it was fine, but it was like just misreading.
It'd be enough to scare the poop out of me, I tell you that.
You get a flight back
And my
immediately.
husband was trying to be cool. You could tell he was trying to be calm, but he was
He was freaking out.
sweating it.
Yeah.
All the puckering.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah,
All right.
freaking out.
Thank you, Anna. Can you
Love you guys.
Love you. Can you imagine the hijinks that were going on that boat on that 3-day trip?
Oh, my God.
Well, I mean, she said she was bundled up like she was climbing Mount Everest. I don't know.
I bet she did climb Mount Everest. Bet the husband did too.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, we're going to pivot away from Anna hijinks and talk about what the Nats are doing. Why are the Nats selling off pieces if they're competing? They're just one back in the wild card chase.
Well, they didn't just sell.
At
They
this-
bought, too.
Want to
did
hear
that-
from Nats fans, though. Do you approve of the trade?
All right.
Yet Curtis Mead goes to the Red Sox for a young arm in return. Nats just one back in the wild card chase. We'll get into that and more next.
Commanders training camp underway. Rookies already reported on Friday. The vets will report tomorrow. August 14th is the first preseason game against the Miami Dolphins. C.J. Abrams and James Wood, each with a pair of homers. Nationals down the Diamondbacks 10-7.
Now the pitch. Wood swings, drives one, another one. Deep left center field. It's going. It is gone. Goodbye. Up into the picnic tables beyond the red seats in left center field. A tape measure shot for James Wood. C.J. Abrams has homered twice.
James Wood with 30 homers on the year. The Nats are 54-52. The call on the Fan. Tonight it's Toronto and former National Max Scherzer against Andrew Alvarez on the Fan. Washington Spirit beat Denver Summit 1-0 to take first place in the NWSL. Mubadala Open begins 11 a.m. today at Rock Creek Park. Taylor Fritz at 3. Francis Tiafo at 7:30. Emma Navarro 12:30. Madison Keys 6. Ben Shelton tomorrow. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So there's a lot happening with the Washington Nationals right now. There's a lot to get caught up on.
There's a reason to watch them, I'll tell you that.
Certainly. So let's just rewind quickly to Saturday. The Nats beat the Diamondbacks 5-3. And just a quick tip of the hat to Danny Rouillet, who had the call along with Charlie Slows on the radio on Saturday. I didn't listen to the whole game, but I heard part of the game while I was driving around in the car. And Danny sounded great. Charlie sounded great as always. Danny sounded awesome sitting in Dave's usual seat. Dave had the day off. And I know it was a thrill for Funny Danny to get that opportunity.
Yeah,
sounded awesome.
He's a natural.
He fit right in.
He's a natural.
Yeah, he sounded great.
I think I tuned
Sounded
in
amazing.
around like the 6th and 7th inning, and then when I was driving around, it fit right in.
Yep.
Very comfortable.
He got to watch another gem from Foster Griffin, who improves to 12-2. Now has a 2.76 ERA for the Washington Nationals. And now the trade rumors are really swirling around him because we saw that the extension talks between his representatives and the Nats, the quote was, fizzled quickly.
Right.
Fizzled quickly. So
that
that's
tells
not
me-
encouraging for him staying around.
There's
Despite,
2 words, Cakes. He gone.
He gone.
He gone.
It's just, I would think it's just a matter of time until
Yeah.
you hear the
Kinda
news that
sucks, but-
Foster Griffin is on his way out of Washington,
Well,
D.C.
I mean, unless they come to an agreement over the next couple of weeks.
They're
It's-
not.
Well, next couple of days.
Fizzled quickly.
It's hard to
But-
have encouragement when
Yeah, I know.
fizzled
quickly?
is
It's
the,
over.
is the description
It's
of
over, Johnny.
the negotiations.
It doesn't sound great.
He's gone.
It doesn't sound great.
He gone.
But that's another reason why they made the trade for a starter, Connolly Early, because when Early gets back, he's got inflammation of the elbow, but he's going to have his rehab assignment start on August 3rd. If they do trade Foster, then he'll take his place in the rotation.
Yeah.
And this team is – this was a huge series against the D-backs. It was huge. And to
Yeah,
put up
teams battling for wild card spots.
Yep, and they put up 15 runs in the last 2 games over the weekend, especially yesterday. They pounded the ball. CJ and James, like you heard in the highlights, had 4 combined home runs. It's just ridiculous. I don't know how Nats fans feel about trading a guy like Meade, who's having a really good year, 17 bombs. But it's not like they had a hole at third base. They called up Brady House right after they traded him.
Right. I think that really made it a lot easier.
Yeah, and he filled in yesterday, had a couple hits. Hopefully he'll be better defensively, and he can stay right there at third. And they acquire a young pitcher who they're going to have control over for the next 5 years.
Into
He's 20
2031.
Yep, he's 24 years old. And if you looked at Early's numbers, and he won a spot in the rotation because of what he did in the spring training for Boston, but in his first, 10 starts this year, he gave up a total of 20 earned runs in about 60 innings. He had an ERA heading into the month of June of under 3.
No, it makes sense.
Under
acquiring
3.
him, especially if Foster Griffin isn't part of your long-term plans.
Yeah.
And he's been so good this year that I'm sure his reps are like, well, we're going to test the market.
Yep.
We're not just going to take a deal from the Nats. We love the opportunity you gave us, but it seems like he's going to test the market.
And
If he's not willing to sign with the Nats with whatever offer and proposal Taboni and company offered him.
Yeah, and if you believe all the reports, a bunch of teams are interested in C.J. Abrams, especially the Yankees. The Brewers are also interested in C.J. Abrams. I'm just hoping that Paul does not trade C.J.
What if they get an incredible haul, though?
I don't know what an incredible haul is. They're going to be prospects.
They'd have to be like almost.
Paul Taboni would want the top 2 prospects from either of those teams.
Yeah. But what if they get something like that and a veteran?
I'm guessing that they're not going to be better than C.J. Abrams.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But if you're going to lose them anyway in a couple of years,
I don't care about a couple of years. I mean, they got a shot at winning a wild card this year. That's what I want to see.
All right, 800-636-1067 is the number. Nats fans, you're welcome to call in. What are your views on the Meade to Boston deal and Griffin possibly being dealt after spurning whatever offer was given to him by the Washington Nationals as far as signing an extension here in Washington? 800-636-1067 is the number.
you almost consider it like. I mean, definitely, I saw most of the people that were grading the trade seemed to give. They said it was a trade that could help both sides. Obviously, Boston needs some help with bats. Meade can do that. We obviously need pitching help. But especially given, as Jason mentioned, we have Brady House. You plug him right in. The guy's been doing very well in AAA. Everybody knows he's a big leaguer. That it almost is like you got early for nothing.
A headline from Athlon Sports says rival calls Connolly Early Curtis Meade trade, quote, massive overpay by Red Sox.
Could be.
Which sounds like a huge win for the
Especially
Nationals.
when you consider House being in there to plug and play for Meade. May not have the power, at least he hasn't demonstrated it yet.
Right.
That Meade demonstrated. But Meade kind of showed power that I don't think people necessarily thought
No
he
one
had.
expected that from Meade.
Yeah.
No one knew who Meade was.
And then if they unload Griffin, which I know Nats fans and myself certainly would love to see Griffin stick around. The guy's been such a revelation, such a great story. But if they unload him and they get some prospects in return, it'll be a pretty good haul because you could almost consider earlier replacement for Griffin.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right?
Yep.
So you consider that a replacement for Griffin. You consider House a replacement for Meade, so that's kind of a wash. And then whatever you get in for Griffin is just added haul.
Well, Early's a potentially big upgrade because he's 6 years younger.
Oh, yeah. Totally.
Like Foster Griffin's 30, Early's 24.
Yeah, and you have control over him for the next 4 or 5 years or whatever.
Right. And the last time Early pitched was against the Nats. It was an 8-1 loss, but he didn't give up any runs. He pitched 4 innings, only allowed 3 hits, no runs. Then his elbow started bothering him, so he hasn't pitched in about a month because that was on June 30th. But again, you'll see him. I think you're going to see Early in probably within the next 2 weeks.
So 800-636-1067. Do you approve of the trade? And then what do you think of the reports that the Foster Griffin talks kind of fizzled quickly? Does that also lead you to believe he gone? And they're going to unload on their real ace this year.
I mean, it just tells me that Griffin's reps walked in with a huge number, and Taboni looked at it and said, "This is not going to work for us as it's currently constructed."
I mean, who knows? Or they kind of lowballed him too. You know?
Yeah.
I would guess the Nats probably lowballed him.
They probably did.
I'm sure.
They probably
did.
did.
And then Griffin's reps had a big number, and they can't meet in the middle.
Yeah, that's how things fizzle. Mm-hmm. Let's go to, let me see here. Let's go to Ryan in Purcellville. Ryan, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Hey, Ryan, what's up?
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys. I think that I imagine how good this team would be, the Nationals would be, if we had decent pitching. I mean, not even good pitching, just decent pitching and a decent bullpen. I think picking up Early is a fantastic trade for us. I mean, we don't lose anything by losing Meade. my opinion. And I think we got some much needed pitching. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
All right, thanks, buddy.
I think he's right. I mean, just as long as the elbow is healing on time, because if you do lose Griffin, you got to replace him with somebody. If they didn't trade Griffin and you had Early, Cavalli, and Griffin as your top three, maybe not in that order, but Griffin, Cavalli, Early as your top three starters, and you went out and got a couple pieces in the bullpen, man, the last 40 games could be interesting.
I mean, you are losing a big bat in Meade, but they got
plenty of bats.
They have so much offensive firepower. Like
they got plenty of bats.
They can afford to deal him away, so it makes sense.
You know who's heating up? Dylan Cruz.
Nice.
Cruz is heating up.
That's great. That's great to see.
He's hitting the ball.
To Clary. Clary does Locked on Nats. And Clary was floating potential trade of Dylan Cruz.
Oh, really?
And I just don't think that's going to happen this early. I think it would be too soon.
Hey, do you think Paul Taboni is secretly mad
that
this season is going so well? Like
kind of putting him in a spot.
It's not like it's not going according to plan, right? The plan, everything's been accelerated so much, and it's not what he had in mind, and now he has to try and thread this needle.
Yeah, it's put him in a bind
of the team being good and then doing this rebuild.
I mean, they love it because it makes them look good.
Yeah,
with
of
their
course.
winning.
Yeah, of course.
But it puts them in a bind. And when he said, we had him on the show last week, obviously we have him every week, and he said there could be a situation where we buy and sell and we still help the team. My brain was having a hard time figuring that out, but I think this was a good example of it.
Yeah, by acquiring a young arm for an expendable bat. He's not looking just for this season. He's looking down the road. He's looking 2, 3,
this
5
season
seasons.
But it does make
gravy.
It does make them look good of who they brought in, that entire staff.
Totally.
The fact that they're killing the ball, leading all these stats.
I mean,
they have very similar lineup as last year.
Guys having career years, especially homer-wise and power-wise.
Yep.
Jacob Young, Meade.
Well, it also creates a different timeline now. You're ahead of schedule.
Yes.
In this whole rebuilding process.
A little bit.
My guess is he thought, okay, we'll be competitive 3, 4, 5 years instead, and now you're competitive already. So now next year is basically go time.
We'll take more of your calls
Get
next
closer.
at 800-636-1067. The MLB trade deadline is coming up August 3rd.
But how good would it look if you're in your first year, you make the playoffs?
Curtis Meade has already been
Think about
dealt
that.
for a young arm. Could Foster Griffin be next? We'll take more of your calls.
Still needs so much pitching.
From
Yeah, they
Nats
need
fans next at 800-636-1067.
Hey, if you've been firing darts lately, that's great. If not, my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Buyer Subaru, they want to help you score. Whether you're chasing birdies or just looking to go low on your next ride, Buyer Subaru has you covered. Right now, you can drive off in a new 2026 Outback, just 1.9% APR for 72 months. Or go crazy low in your choice of a new 26 Forester or a Crosstrek, both 1.9% APR for 36 months. Now, I'll tell you what, my guy Josh and his team, they may not fix your swing, but he can definitely help your drive. One thing I really love about these guys, they don't just care about what you're driving, they care about the community as well. Buyer Subaru is always finding ways to give back, whether it's supporting local animal shelters or great organizations right here in Northern Virginia. That's pretty cool to see. So do what I did. Head on over to Buyer Subaru. Ask for Josh Cochran. He's the general manager. Keep a little bit more green in your bag this summer. Check him out right off of Richmond Highway in Alexandria, or you can start online, buyersubaru.com. Make sure you tell them Bish sent you.
If you're the Nats right now, do you buy? Do you sell? Do you attempt to do both at the same time? Is Paul Taboni's brain in a blender right now, heading to the trade deadline August 3rd?
I read somewhere where some people think that the league is going to possibly interpret this as the Nats being sellers. That by unloading Meade, who they had just picked up, and they're getting a good value for, that they could, the perception around the league could be that the Nats
I think
are
you
sellers.
could perceive that if they dealt Meade and you felt like they got taken advantage of or didn't improve themselves in the deal.
Or if
But
you got prospects.
That doesn't seem to be the case.
If you got two prospects for them that are currently in the minors,
right?
I would have said that.
Yeah.
But they didn't. They got a starting pitcher who, when healthy, will be a starting pitcher here.
Right
away.
Yeah, he'll be part of the rotation. He's 24 years old. He comes in with an elbow injury, which makes you raise your eyebrow a little bit.
Okay, but they talked to the doctors.
Minor. Yeah,
they did the homework on that.
Taboni knows him from being in Boston.
Knows exactly.
So
he knows all the Boston guys. I'm sure he talked to the doctor.
And I liked what Curtis Meade brought to the team, but if you can get a young starter in return for a guy that wasn't even on the roster, last season, like picked up right at the beginning of the season, it seems like a worthwhile deal.
They've got plenty of bats.
Yeah.
They need help on the mound.
I know, but what if they...
It's not just early. They need other guys.
I know, but what if they get rid of Griffin because they are far apart in the talks?
Okay.
Fizzled quickly. That was the quote. Yep. Fizzled quickly.
I was told that they offered him 2 years, $22 million. He turned it down.
Yeah. So
$11 million per didn't get it done.
Yeah.
He's making about $5 million this year.
So I'm guessing he wanted 3 and
I'm sure that
50.
I'm sure his agent knows that he can get more on the open market. Like
probably
of course
with the year he's having
that down.
Assuming. So let's just assume, because I'm going to assume he gone. And it's disappointing, but if the talks fizzled quickly, I don't see how often do talks fizzle quickly turn into a deal 3 days later.
If I were Taboni and the Nats, I'm squeezing one more start out of him. He started on Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm going to get one more start out of him before he gets dealt.
But then they deal him, and then assume they get a decent haul. Okay. But they're not going to get a ton because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Right. So, but they should get something decent.
But a contender that would be desperate.
Well, and he's
him. What if they do what Paulson was suggesting? GP was suggesting they move Garcia because his value is at a peak. Then you really have to say they were sellers.
Oh, you mean if they
did that?
Oh yeah.
You would have
if
to
they
say
lose
they were
Garcia and
out,
Foster.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Especially if they're
flat out
especially
sellers.
if they're getting prospects.
Yeah. All right, let's
but
go.
at least for me, they got a guy who's going to play right away when he's healthy.
Yeah. Let's go to Jeff in Richmond. 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Do you like the move? And what do you see happening next? Jeff, what's up?
Well, fellas, y'all have quite the eclectic show. You talk about sardines one segment and Jeremiah Love the next. Listen, let me tell you what's
That's
important.
Right.
The most important statistic in offensive baseball is runs produced. It's not home runs, batting average, or OPS. And James Wood and Abrams are leading the major leagues in runs produced. Wood has produced 138 runs. Abrams has produced 121, and that's, runs scored plus RBIs, less home runs.
Right.
They're the two best offensive players in baseball on one team. No other two players are really close. Alvarez, for instance, of Houston, he's produced 115 runs.
Yep.
Wood has produced 138. It's runs produced that counts. Do you know who the all-time leader in baseball in runs? He's the only player to ever go over 4,000 for a career. Ty Cobb produced 4,000.
I was going to say Babe, but okay.
Yeah, but see, Cobb didn't hit a lot of home runs.
That's true.
Cobb not only scored the second most runs of all time next to Henderson, Cobb drove in almost 2,000 in his career. So, but Cobb produced over 4,000 runs.
What was it like watching Ty Cobb play baseball?
He's not that old, Cakes. Come on.
Well, all
right. So what's your point?
78 in a few weeks.
What's your point about James and CJ? Yes, they're MVP candidates in the National League, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. And I would hate to see them trade Abrams. I don't get that, but here again, that goes into contracts and blah, blah, this, that, and the other. But it's just great when you have the two best offensive players on your team. I don't think you should be selling anything. You ought to be trying to make the playoffs.
That's what I said. That's what I would love to see.
Yep.
I would love to add a couple more pieces in the bullpen, but I'm not sure they're going to.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong.
These two guys are heading towards a season. There was I guess it was the 27 season with the Yankees when Ruth and Garrett put up incredible numbers. They both drove in a bunch. And
Hold on, but
scored a
Jeff,
bunch.
you didn't answer a question.
Jeff Burns.
Did you like the move?
Did you like trading
me?
Meade?
Yeah, I have nothing against Curtis Meade. I mean, he's been a good player.
All right, what do you think they'll do next? Are you going to be upset when they trade Foster Griffin in like 4 days?
Well, I may be upset, but I guess it's in the cards. It's going to happen.
Right.
You hate to see them lose their best pitcher.
Yep,
Right.
Yep.
It's just things are so crazy these days. I mean, I'm a little older than you guys, and I remember back in the days when things weren't as nuts.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
You're
about
Jeff, thank you. You're actually a lot older than us. I mean, you're 78.
Be nice. He's nice. He tolerates the show.
He's very nice.
He's obviously
but
very geeky
I mean, a
into
little
baseball.
older than us is like 60. Okay, he's almost 80. I have to defend us here.
All right, let's go to James in Centerville. James, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, congratulations on your 30th.
Thanks, man.
And I'm 69, not quite as old as that guy.
And we're turning old today.
Yeah. What's up,
I've
James?
been listening to you guys the whole time.
Appreciate it.
That you guys been on the air. Okay. Now I would never trade Abrams. He's the leader of the team. I love the Meade trade.
Yeah.
Foster Griffin, when he pitches, we're 17-4.
I know.
So that means we're 37-48 when he doesn't.
Yeah.
Why would we trade a guy like that?
They want to get something in return because they're going to lose.
Because they're probably they're going to lose him next year, and they
want
want
to get something in
something.
return.
I don't understand
Or
this.
they could just offer him a little bit more money
Yeah.
and keep him.
Yeah.
$11 million. What kind of offer is that? That's crazy.
Well,
I mean,
It's more than double what he's making this year. It's actually seemingly a good offer, but he can make more on the open market.
I know no one would take that deal though.
What do you think
No
would get
one.
it done? You think $20 million a year would get it done?
I don't know. It's a great question.
Maybe 15, at least 15 for 3 years.
If it was only $4 million apart per year, I don't think it would be fizzled quickly. I think you would be in a ballpark.
Maybe 3 years, 45 mil.
I don't think
I mean,
that'll
look-
get it done.
He'd be crazy to turn it down.
Hey, Bish.
Yeah.
I know you're a Boston fan. The Nationals traded Bennett to the Red Sox. In December, and he's like one of your top pitchers now.
Yeah, I know. It's and they
Thank you, James.
And they needed to get a bat because two of their best hitters are still injured, and I don't even know when they're going to come back. So they were kind of desperate. When you're going to trade away one of your young stud pitchers who has an ERA of around 3, you're all in this year.
All right, let's go.
That's what you're doing.
Seemingly, yeah.
Let's go to Don in Ashburn. Don, what's up? You're on with the Junkies. What do you think, Don?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, boys. Yeah, I think the early lead trade was good. As far as Griffin, though, I mean, he's 31 and he had Tommy John, and the last guy that was 31 and had Tommy John, we gave a boatload of money to, and I think the learners are still suffering from some PTSD from that, and they're not going to give him the money, so I think you have to deal him and see what you can get. If not, you hold on to him and see where you're going to go. But this team's not built to make a long, deep run in the play. We're talking wild card.
Right.
So I think you get what you can get for Griffin, and hopefully they can get a big haul for it.
Yeah. All right, I don't think
You're not going to get a big haul for
You're not gonna get a big haul.
a 30-year-old whose contract is expiring. You're not going to
Foster
get
Griffin is scheduled to pitch Thursday, July 30th
against Atlanta.
at Atlanta.
Yeah.
That'll
probably be his last
That's probably
start.
going to be his last appearance in a Nats uniform.
Yeah.
And he's been awesome. He's been unbelievable.
If they offered him roughly $11 million per for 2 years, and it talks fizzled quickly,
They gave him the Dikembe. They said, no,
and they
that's
said
not
no,
going to get it done.
we were thinking more like, I don't know,
We're thinking
3
about
for 60.
17 or 18 million a year, somewhere in
Right.
that neighborhood. Maybe
Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's putting up those
I mean,
type of numbers.
he can probably get that sort of deal on the open market.
All right, let's go to Mikey in Ashburn, 800-636-1067. If you want to chime in, what'd you think of the deal, and what do you think's next? Mikey.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey, doing great.
What's up, Mike?
I think they got great value out of Meade. I've been hearing you guys talk about the potential, or I guess lack thereof, of an Abrams trade, and I don't know that I'm as committed to the same position as you guys. I'd raise 2 points. One, I think he's an atrocious fielder. I think off the top of my head, he's like 21st in fielding percentage.
Yeah.
And shortstop's probably, the second most valuable defensive position on the entire field after catcher.
Definitely an issue.
But the bat
he
is
swings it, and
so
he
good.
might make up for it with the bat. It is so good. The other thing I would say is, and maybe this is there's nothing here, but if I'm going into negotiations after 2 years of arbitration and it's still the same front office, I know they got a new coaching staff and they got rid of Rizzo, but I believe it was a year or two ago that he got caught at the casino at 2 a.m. and they didn't just bench him, they demoted him, which to me is a pretty blatant attempt at public embarrassment. If I'm going into contract negotiations after a move like that, and granted, I'm a pretty petty person, but I'd give him a hard time. I'd hire Scott Boras and get as much out of him as I could.
Well, so far he hadn't done
I
that.
don't know. In my opinion, I don't think his stock's ever going to be higher. And like I said, I think the league right now just values bats more than they do defense. So I would think about unloading him if you could really get 2 top prospects for him, which I kind of wish they still had Rizzo, because that dude was a great trader, but obviously he's gone now. So I don't know.
Sabonis doing pretty good so far. But yeah, we love
Yeah.
Rizzo. We love Rizzo.
Look, you make good points. I mean, if you know you're not going to sign Abrams to a huge deal after 2028.
Well, plus you got Eli.
And you got Eli.
Wings.
True.
Like balling. Now he's not going to be ready next year, it doesn't look like, but
I just am excited about this year. I'm not looking for next year or 2028 or 2029 or 2030. I'm looking at this year. And if they added a few more pieces, they got a legit chance of getting into the playoffs. That's what I want to see.
And as far as CJ getting demoted after the gambling issue, maybe that was a great wake-up call for him.
Well, I think that's why they did it.
You can't just let that slide if you're Rizzo and the front office.
No.
And maybe it was just like a growing up type, maturing moment for him. I mean, I'm sure he didn't think like that while it was happening, but maybe, as he views it in the rear view at this point, it was potentially a learning spot for him, and an improvement spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea how he feels about that, and if he's still pissed off at the owners. But he knows
a whole new regime.
He knows he's going to make a ton of money.
Yes,
when he's
well aware of
after
that.
he's a free agent, right? In 2029, he's going to make a ton of money. I just don't want to see it go this way so soon. I want him to be here throughout the rest of the year and have a chance of getting to the playoffs. If they don't, and you want to trade him in the offseason, okay, I'm okay with that if you probably aren't going to be able to sign him to a long-term deal. I just know that from the people I talk to, if you trade him before the deadline, that's the locker room's going to be pissed.
By the way, what is it, if he stays past the deadline, what is his arbitration number going to be for 2027?
Oh, it's probably going to be pretty big.
He's going to get a big fat raise even if he stays here with the Nats.
What's he making
on a
this
one-year
year?
deal? He's
$5 million?
$4.2 million deal.
Yeah.
I don't
in
think it'll be
2026.
crazy. I don't think it'll be crazy.
It would
Maybe
probably
like
it'd
15
probably-
million or something.
I was going to say it'd probably double or triple.
Probably 10 or 11 at least.
Yeah,
maybe higher.
That's nothing.
That's
for his production
for 1 year. That's a steal.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, they do that in a heartbeat if they could. I don't know. I still think that this year's kind of like gravy to them, and they're looking at it differently than we are as fans. We're grabbing onto it and want to get a stranglehold on it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
They're
And I know that.
still looking at it as
I know
kind
that.
of like gravy. And they're not going to do anything to potentially jeopardize their longer-term plan.
Why is that? I mean, plans change all the time.
I mean, plans have changed. I think
you have to be fluid.
He acknowledged. I asked him that.
Yeah.
Has this accelerated the timeline? And he said, yeah, you have to say it has to an extent. But they're not going to just throw the kitchen sink at it just to get this wild card spot. It's got to be the right move that also makes long-term sense.
Well, that's why I think they dealt Meade. The move made sense.
It does make sense, especially with House there.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that though.
Yeah. Well, I think that I think I might agree with it.
So fans aren't allowed to have expectations anymore because it was deemed a rebuild before the season started?
No, you could have expectations, but I'm just saying, and they will do something. I think they'll do something on the margins, but they're not going to go all in for this year. They're just not. They're not going to go all in.
What is going all in.
I don't know.
You don't have to trade for Scooble. You can just trade for a couple of middle relievers.
They'll do that, but they're not going to give up prospects. They might have to give up some guy on the roster now that's contributing. It's going to be like a plus-minus.
I could see them getting rid of Garcia. I could see that.
That's a lot of production you give up.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of production you give up.
That would be disappointing.
It would be 100%.
I'm going to be disappointed when they give up Griffin, but I understand it. Would you trade Griffin if you're at the money? Yeah,
no,
they're going to do it.
I'm sorry. Just because you were expected to win 50 games at the start of the season, and now you're over.
Now you got 54.
Yeah, now you have 54. I mean, it's just because you thought you were going to suck when the season started doesn't mean you need to.
No, it's not just because of that. It's just that they know they're going to lose them and they want to get something back. I guess they could get a compensatory pick, which I think would be.
Or you could keep him.
Or you could keep him and win games.
Give him what he wants.
I don't know that that's going to be possible when guys can't hit the open market.
I don't know. There's a certain number where a guy can't turn it down.
Or just keep him and win this season.
Paul Taboni's got a lot. He's got a lot on his plate leading up to August 3rd. Curtis Mead has already been dealt. Is Foster Griffin going to be next? It should be an interesting next week for the Washington Nationals. When we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soja when they play Nats Park this upcoming weekend. So keep listening for your chance to win. Coming up at the end of this segment, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to go see Soja when they play Nats Park this Saturday, August 1st. So keep listening for your chance to win. So breaking news out of North Carolina, UNC has placed Michael Lombardi, the general manager of the Tar Heels football team, on paid administrative leave.
That doesn't seem great.
Quote, as is standard procedure with personnel matters, leadership staff and student athletes are prohibited from addressing this topic further, has no reflection on the merits. That is from Vice Chancellor for Communications, Dean Stoyer. So Lombardi joined the program in December 2024 after Bill Belichick was hired to lead.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the nation's highest paid GMs at $1.5 million annually.
We've had Michael Lombardi on the show,
bunch.
I don't know, 25 times?
Had him on several times.
He's a really good media guy.
Yeah.
You know, he's kind of outspoken. He's got good opinions.
It'll be interesting to see what the reason is, but it is paid.
Paid leave.
I don't know, but probably some allegation of something trifling.
I'm sure.
Now, he is
Not
credited with helping North Carolina sign a top 25 recruiting class during the 2026 cycle. And from perusing their schedule, they're going to need it because they face in the first 5 weeks TCU, at Clemson, home to Notre Dame, at Pitt.
Very difficult start.
That is not an easy start for a team that won, I believe, 4 games last year.
Something like that.
I think it was 4 games.
You know who their starting quarterback is on the depth chart?
You mentioned it during the break.
Billy Edwards, former Terp.
He a former Terp.
Then he went to Wisconsin, got hurt.
Well, he was hurt before he was on a different team before he even came to. Was he on Wake Forest before he even came to Maryland?
Was he there? I can't remember who.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure he was a transfer to Maryland.
We thought Matt.
But this is the
we thought
third
Matt
team.
Damon was on an odyssey. Billy Edwards has been everywhere.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought he was a guy that transferred into Maryland even.
So what do you think happened with Lombardi?
I mean, how would I know?
It would be ridiculous to speculate.
Yeah.
It would be ridiculous to speculate.
But it's not ridiculous to speculate if Belichick has another 4 or 5 win season. Like, does he just step down or does he just stay for the whole 5 years? Because he signed a 5-year, $50 million deal.
I'm sure
Billy Edwards was at Wake before he came to Maryland.
Right.
Yep.
I'm sure that Bill would want to keep going. It's just that how long will the alums and everybody continue? You know, if they're terrible, they're getting smoked.
I'm sure he also has an ironclad deal. Like, if they fire him, he's getting all the money.
Well, yeah, but that's less of an issue. I mean, these schools have ungodly amounts of money.
I know they do, but I'm sure Carolina, they don't want to pay him $30 million just to walk away.
They might not want to, but if the alums and the donors are pissed, that's what happens sometimes.
Man, they went out. They signed 19 guys in the portal.
Well, they better be. They better be legit.
19.
I feel like they needed to.
Man, he is really besmirching his career at the end, unless they turn it around.
What if they turn
in the
it
next
around?
few years?
Yeah, you don't know.
I mean, I don't know, but would you bet on it or against it?
No,
I would bet against it.
I wouldn't bet on it, but I mean, on the whole, if you gave him 5 years, I think you could turn the program around. I don't know if you could turn it around 2 years, though. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough for 2 years. But I just want to know what the hell happened with Lombardi.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody will tell you.
Talk to your sources.
Sure,
you're
somebody will
plugged
tell
in.
you some gossip.
You know some people in the college football world.
Yeah, but nobody attached to Carolina.
Now,
I don't know. Maybe like Chris Doring knows.
Rick, you're going to find out probably in like 3 hours. There will be a report that comes out.
I know,
about
but
what they're investigating.
I know, but
Somebody will leak
I like
it.
to break it.
Go to Reddit or something. Isn't that where the draft gets all his porno? Go to Reddit and.
It's not porno, EB. It's erotica.
Oh,
There's a difference.
Whatever. I know he loves
It's
Reddit.
erotica.
I know it's like one of his top sites. Reddit. Reddit. Discord.
Could you sound any older?
I mean, I just don't use Reddit.
Clearly.
Like a message
It's
board.
okay, EB. I'm not a big Reddit guy.
It's like
either.
20 years old.
I mean, I know what
technology.
it is, but I just don't use it.
Yeah, I'm not a Reddit guy.
You know, I'll ask Dan Quinn tonight what happened with Lombardi.
I remember when I watched
Sure he
the
knows.
first season
Or cares.
of True Detective, whenever that came out. The first season.
Can't remember what
True
year that
Detective.
was.
Then I went to Reddit.
Oh, that was
You know,
15
or like-
years ago?
Like when The Sopranos ended, then I went to Reddit.
I feel like I should revisit the first season of True Detective because it was so good. I feel like it might need a rewatch. at some point. Because I did finish The Hawk last night, Valdez.
Oh, you did?
I did finish.
You
yes.
loved it.
I thought it was pretty good.
It's a very polarizing TV show.
I was entertained, but I'm also a simpleton. So, so there's that.
Yeah. I mean,
but I liked it.
I watched it and was very, very, very mildly
It's
entertained.
dumb and sophomoric.
Yeah.
But I still enjoyed it.
Yeah. It's so dumb and so sophomore.
Pretty damn dumb.
Yeah. Calling it sophomoric might even be.
But I did watch it.
Stretch.
I actually think it's a great watch. Not for like quality wise,
Right.
but for killing time.
Yeah.
And sitting in your
Perfect.
I don't even like Will Ferrell.
30 or 35 minutes
I
per
find
episode.
I had no affinity for Will
I find him
Ferrell.
annoying, but I watched that show and I kept chuckling to myself. I think it was Friday night. I was sitting at home and I watched 3.5 episodes.
Wow. Look at you.
I can't stop looking at Will Ferrell's crooked teeth.
Yeah.
He has terrible teeth.
It's distracting. His teeth are distracting.
He's like a big celeb. He doesn't have big fake chompers like everybody else.
Nice, keeping it real.
Let me see.
I guess.
Will
I
Ferrell.
haven't really noticed his teeth.
Oh, you can't unsee it now.
Oh,
I don't know
the
if I told
bottom?
you.
His
Yeah, the
bottom teeth.
is banged up.
He's got a crowded mouth.
What is he
crowded
doing?
house.
Dude, you're way too famous to have that.
Do you guys know about Will Ferrell's son?
No. Don't know anything
I
about
saw somebody post this on Instagram last night. Maybe Valdez can bring it up. Apparently, he has a son named Magnus who's a singer,
All right.
and he put a song out, and like people are swooning over
It's a
it.
banger.
No, it's like a crooner almost song.
Oh,
type
okay. It's
thing.
like Sinatra
Like
back
apparently
in the day.
super talented. I that's not my forte. I
Okay.
can't tell when people are talented musically.
Yeah.
But maybe Bickle can.
I don't know.
But people
Tough guy can stay on tune.
are going crazy over Magnus Farrell. Apparently, he's the new hot thing.
I did not know.
I'll give you a
Called,
review.
Sleep Talking.
Sleep Talking. I think. Yeah.
All right,
That's the name
can
of
we
the
get
song.
a preview? Can we get a listen? Valdez is efforting.
He's 22. He's also an actor.
Tell me you're on your way to mine. 'Cause I need you to give me some peace of mind.
Who's doing the setup?
He's got a high voice.
It's not his like.
I mean, it's not my thing, but he can sing.
That's
and
not
he's
like
talented.
his chest voice. He's doing like Justin Timberlake bit there. I don't know. Maybe
They call it bedroom pop.
that's called bedroom pop.
What do you say? Get the ladies to take their clothes off, Pop.
You know, play that for Amy next time she's choking you.
Magnus Farrell?
Magnus.
He's only 22.
Yeah.
Magnus Farrell. Listen, listen to ladies swoon.
Complete different voices.
Nobody understands that joke, but it makes me laugh.
Well,
and it makes me
out
feel like the boys
Valdez
behind the
and I
glass
do.
line.
I got it.
Bro's still out there doing his thing.
He
Kicks.
is. He definitely is.
Still
Still grinding.
Speaking of age, I know Jerry Judy got. I guess he's saying that they twisted his words and they tried to interpret him as kind of like rooting for Deshaun, and he went public to make sure everybody knows. No, he supports all his guys. That they edited out his the full context of his quote. And I know this infuriates Cakes. I know it infuriates Cakes,
Okay.
the whole Deshaun Watson, any talk of Deshaun Watson. And I agree. Like, Deshaun Watson in the last 5 years has been a joke. It is stunning to see, though, that he's still only 30 years old. Now, he may be 31 soon. But, like, as of today, I believe Deshaun Watson is still only 30 years old.
Yep.
He's in the last year of the 5-year, $230 or $250 million deal, whatever they gave him.
Turns 31 in September.
Dude, that's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
it feels like he would be like 37 or something, or 35. He's, for another month or so, he's still only 30 years old.
And by the way, the
Yeah,
Deshaun
he's
Watson
kinda shocking.
talk doesn't infuriate me. I just feel like, why do we talk about him so much? The guy hasn't played in years.
Well, just because he was so good. He was a top 5 guy before the downfall.
And that was 4 years ago.
I understand.
Actually, longer than that.
Longer. But when you're 30, going to be 31, you still think maybe there's some hope. Now, I guess it's the second time he's ruptured his Achilles. So obviously he's never going to be the running threat. I wouldn't think that that he was before. And the passing has been like crazy off when he has gotten an opportunity to play. But supposedly he's been outperforming these guys.
Well, he's got to
That's not to
outperform
say-
Shador Sanders and
That's
Dylan
not to say
Gabriel.
much.
The bar is super low.
I don't think Gabriel's even an issue, and I know Hicks
probably-
also doesn't
probably
like
not.
Shador. I kind of like Shador. Not that I think he's great, but I think there's something.
I
there.
didn't think Deshaun Watson would be their starter. I didn't think he'd be on the team. But I'm surprised he's still on the team.
So, seems like he might.
He might be their starter.
He might be the guy.
But he's played 19 games since COVID. Think about that.
Yeah,
since the COVID year,
and they haven't been good.
No,
Yeah, I get
they
it.
haven't been good. Oh, but man, I'm very surprised that. I guess Cleveland Browns fans just don't care.
Well,
what happened in the past is in the past.
It doesn't
We just want to win
matter.
games.
They're tanking in plain sight. They're playing for the number 1 overall pick in 2027.
Why, assuming it's
2026?
going to be
If they
Eli,
were, I wouldn't be
or
starting
whatever.
Deshaun.
Arch, assuming it's going to be Arch.
I mean,
Man, possibly. I probably wouldn't
If you want to
start
play the worst
Deshaun.
quarterback, play Gabriel. I think he's the worst
what's the
quarterback.
Cleveland Browns win total for
It's probably 4.5.
2026?
Probably 4.5.
Yeah.
Especially after they traded Myles Garrett. What did they get in return for Myles?
They got Jared Verse and picks
Yeah.
Yeah.
from the Rams.
They got a nice haul.
I believe, Cakes, this is the final year of the Browns bet you have with JP.
Okay, what's
where
the bet?
JP bet that they would make the playoffs either last year and then this year as well.
Please tell me it's for an outrageous sum of money.
I don't think it was for
was
drab,
probably
drab level.
Probably $2.
Okay, yeah, it's probably a $2 bet.
Yeah, it's still painful.
You know what, though? I'm glad you've got your hustle on the bet book. You're keeping up with 2 and 3 year long bets. It is appreciated. All right, you can search for that while we give away the prize. 10th caller at 800-636-1067.
What are we giving away, Cakes?
You get a pair of tickets to Soja with special guest Pigeons playing ping pong Saturday, August 1st at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. 10th caller right now wins at 800-636-1067. We'll do EB's entertainment page when we come back.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Commanders football training camp underway in Ashburn. The rookies reported on Friday. The veterans report tomorrow. Day one of training camp starts Wednesday. First preseason game August 14th against the Miami Dolphins. C.J. Abrams and James Wood each hit 2 homers. Nationals beat the Diamondbacks 10-7, and Brady House is back in the house.
Next pitch. Swing a line drive toward left center. On the go is Tawa racing back. Can't get it. Short hops the fence. He'll misplay the carom. Cruz rounding third, heading home. The throw in is past the cutoff man, and Cruz will score.
The call on the Fan. Toronto sends Max Scherzer against Andrew Alvarez tonight on the Fan. Washington Spirit defeated Denver Summit 1-0. They have first place in the NWSL. First matches at the Mubadala Open begin 11 a.m. today at Rock Creek Park. Taylor Fritz will play at 3, Francis Tiafoe at 7:30, Emma Navarro 12:30, Madison Keys at 6. Ben Shelton takes to the court tomorrow. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. Brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's get into EB's entertainment page, shall we?
All right, Ricky, the entertainment page, of course, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She's a rock star over there. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website. BMWFairfax.com. All right, boys. I'm just seeing this. This is kind of interesting to me just because I think I mentioned to you a few weeks ago that the last time I was at Dulles Airport, I think I texted, or maybe I just told you here on air, that after I was dropping off my golf clubs, I think I was going out to Chicago, I walked right by Isaiah Ryder. Isaiah Ryder was there with like his wife or girlfriend or somebody, and they had all their bags, and they were there in the United area, the kind of the back section where you drop off your clubs. And it was interesting, and I haven't seen Isaiah Ryder or thought about J.R. Ryder in a decade, but when you see him, you can't miss it. At first, I thought it was a Redskin because he was a big guy. He was probably 6'5", and thick, looking guy. Obviously an athlete. And then it dawned on me, oh my God, that's J.R. Ryder. I haven't seen him in forever. And then I just see...
But there's no way you went up to him.
No, I don't go up to anybody.
I would have.
I don't go up to anybody. I told you, who's our guy that comes on all the time?
I just would have said, Jared, what's up? Fist bump. I mean, that's it. I wouldn't have a long discussion with him.
That's your thing.
That's what I would do.
I don't know why I didn't. We have
It'd be a good story.
We have the point guard on all the time that does play-by-play like for the Pelicans or something.
Antonio Dan.
Yeah, Antonio Dan. I saw him like 100 times when I was
And you never said him one thing.
I literally bumped into him like 4 times in the same day. We were in the same hotel.
Yeah,
we were at the same airport.
I would have walked right by him. I'm the same as you.
Well, I was just standing. We were standing in the same like cab line. I mean, I was just standing right next to him.
You know what?
Didn't feel like
I
chatting.
would have stood right next to him, and he would have gotten his cab. I would have gotten my
Then I saw
cab.
him, we were
go
both
on our
checking into
separate
the
ways.
same hotel. And it was a small hotel.
Yeah.
I just didn't feel like talking.
This was in Indy, correct?
This was in Indy when I was there 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Did he have a daughter that was also...
I think so. I can't remember. I was so uninterested, I didn't even pay attention.
Care. Right.
My wife, I'll say something all the time. I'll say, oh, I saw so-and-so.
Right.
She'll ask me a follow-up. I go, I have no idea.
Right.
Didn't ask, didn't care. Didn't ask, didn't care.
All right, so why? What about Isaiah?
Ryder is in the news because he's in custody in Arizona now for failing to comply with a court order. He was taken into custody on Thursday night, booked Friday morning for failing to comply. Resulted, let me see, it was a misdemeanor offense. He's expected to remain in custody until Tuesday. he was apparently arrested twice in connection with a protective order obtained by his estranged wife, Vanessa. I wonder if that's who I saw.
Could be.
Could be. Maybe. Who knows?
Ryder apparently was hostile towards her several times and allegedly said, "You're going to get your ass slapped.
Oh,
Shut the F up before I kick this door down and whoop you." That's what she said. It's alleged.
Right. I mean, you never know with these things. But anyway, not a great story.
Should we bring up Tony Romo again? We talked about it a little bit.
Well, Tony
earlier.
Romo did get arrested. I guess he was in Wisconsin. Everybody made a point of pointing out that he was like plus 35 for the tournament. But it should be noted that the winner was plus 3. So it was obviously a very difficult tournament.
Okay.
I assume it was like
Is he from Milwaukee? Is that where he's from? Is he from up there? I don't know.
Not sure. Tony
That's your
Romo's
bit,
origin
Jason.
story.
You're the only person that cares where someone's from. You tell us.
I do. I'm just one. I don't know. I don't know where he's from.
I don't know the answer.
I thought he had ties to Wisconsin, but I could be
But
wrong.
my question with Tony Romo is, I like Tony Romo. I mean, obviously, it's terrible that he decided to get behind a car and drive while he was hammered. Because you look at the, I don't know what he blew.
looks terrible.
He looks terrible. He looks like he had been drinking all day.
Yeah. What's going to happen with CBS?
I wonder if they're going to use this as an opportunity to get rid of him because people kind of liked him. He got a lot of hype early on, but people are like off the Tony Romo band. Like, I think I might be the only one that still likes Tony Romo when he calls
You're
games.
the guy.
I think I'm the only guy. I don't mind him. He doesn't bother me. He doesn't predict the plays anymore like he used to, and he gets kind of excited, and maybe people don't like that. But I like Tony Romo. I don't mind him. But I wonder CBS might use this as an opportunity because I think they gave him. What they give him? Like
a lot of
$20
dough.
million a year. So they gave him a boatload
I'm
of
sure.
money. Like this might be a way for them to get out of it.
I mean, you can't call an Uber. You can't call a Lyft. You don't have somebody there that can drive you home from the wherever you were at the golf tournament.
When
Like,
you're under the influence, you don't think straight. You know that.
Yeah.
You don't think about that.
But that's why you got to
I mean,
plan. Do people not plan? Don't they go, you know what, I'm going to go to the golf
No, he
course
probably
today.
does that all the time.
I mean, I knew I was going to
guess.
get hammered at the holiday show. I had a ride in place to bring me
Right.
home.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, you got to plan ahead. You got to be Valdez.
Tony
You gotta
Romo
plan.
probably goes whenever he goes out and plays golf. He probably has a few and just hops into his SUV and drives home.
Well,
That's what he does.
Risky behavior.
It's very risky.
Not great.
Came back to haunt him.
One thing I always emphasize with my kids before they go anywhere. All right, how are you getting there? You're not driving, right?
I mean, doesn't
'Cause
he have the thing with his wife? Like, if you need a ride, call me.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Well, I mean, just like you say,
Maybe
with
his
Uber,
wife
it's so
wasn't around.
easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. There's no excuse.
Or just, I mean, if you make $20 million a year, hire a guy to drive you there. Just have a guy, and he could sit in the parking lot while you
Right.
shoot
You say,
your
you stay
82.
here for 6 hours.
Yeah.
I'll pay you hourly.
He's a really good player too.
Just so we
I know he
can
is.
be safe on the way
I
home.
mean, it shows you how difficult that course must be.
But he clearly wasn't thinking.
Well, it's also
that way.
difficult when you're drinking 10 transfusions.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't make things. Now, I'm guessing on that number, but it's probably not going to make your round easy.
Had a little more swing oil.
I find transfusions very, very good for like the first 4 or 5 sips.
Yeah.
And then it gets like watery. And then I
The
Gotta make bigger
new on the
sips.
course are water hazards.
remind me of that one.
It's vodka,
Yeah.
blue Gatorade,
Yeah.
I think lemonade,
Okay.
and there might be Sprite as well.
That sounds pretty good. It sounds like you're going to go into a diabetic coma, but it sounds delicious.
Have you noticed Super Light gaining some steam?
Yeah, I saw him out at Trump on Friday.
Yeah, they have it at Eagle's Nest. They
Ooh, I also saw Spencer Carberry Friday.
You did?
Yeah, he's playing in the one-day member guest.
Really?
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Did you say hi to Cards?
I did.
Very good.
See, you went
You
up to
said,
him.
hey, Valdez from the Junkies.
Oh, yeah, he goes, Matt. He goes, I talked to you all week.
Oh,
I
look
go,
at that.
Yes, coach.
Look at
We're
this.
chatting it up.
Now,
he
would
also,
you
you know what
guys-
he also said?
What?
He said the show's sounding great. He said he doesn't get to listen that often, but he watches all of the clips that Mar puts out on
Yes.
social.
Look at that.
Really?
Yeah, he says that's how he consumes the shows.
Coach
He's watching
Carbs.
like the 1 minute, 2 minute clips of EB ranting about the Commanders.
I usually cringe when I see those clips. No offense to Mar, but it's just like it's hard to condense our show in like a 30-second clip. I don't know.
Coach Carbs, good egg.
I also almost fought Valdez on Saturday night over that interaction.
Oh,
Because I told him, and I've told him 100 times,
When?
he's not allowed to tell famous people that he's Matt from the Junkies.
Because that's you?
you have to separate us because I talk to Carberry all the time, and I don't want Carberry calling in and me talking to him, and he's asking me about golf or anything. He's Valdez, and I'm Drab. When you say I'm Matt from the Junkies, it blurs the lines, right?
You know what? That's a good point.
Did you think he was confused?
And he's probably taking my ADs that I built. My
Especially think about it when we go out to the Caps like opening day or whatever. He's not even there.
Yeah, and then he'll.
No, I was there.
You were last time?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was a one-time thing.
okay.
I was talking to Carbs a lot during the Cap season.
I like it.
All right, that's true.
Shouldn't he be Valdez? He can't be telling people he's
should
Matt.
be Valdez. Yes, I totally
But maybe
agree.
in this
Doesn't he want his
instance-
own identity? He's trying to glom on to me.
Hey,
I would never tell people.
I don't want to be you ever.
I don't know about that.
Nice.
You had a little glimmer in your eye on Saturday. Wishing you were me.
Would you,
Listen,
Cakes? Would
this
you?
is the problem I had with the whole when Eric Bieniemy came into town.
I
Everybody
know.
was calling him
It's
EB.
tilting.
Like, what,
Yeah,
no. There ain't no EB.
Cakes, if you saw
EB.
Carbs out,
Matt 2 over here.
if you saw Carbs out, would you go up to him?
It depends on the situation. If it's like at a golf tournament
would.
and not a million people are bothering him, I might go up and say hello.
Yeah, you would.
But if he's like out in like a Harris Teeter checking out or at a restaurant, I'm not going to bother
The
him.
only
like while
way
he's with
I
his
would go up
family.
to someone, almost anyone, like that we have on the show, like let's say we have them on a lot.
Uh-huh.
The only way I would go up to anyone in public would be if I was drinking. The only way.
Right.
Because when I'm sober, which is 98% of the time,
You just don't have it.
I don't care.
Well, I mean, I talk to him all the time. It would have been awkward if I
think
just
what
sat
you
there.
did is normal. I think what you did is
No,
normal. I think
we should
I'm not
call
normal.
Spencer right now and see if he knows the difference between Valdez and Drab.
Ooh, it's a great bit.
Describe Valdez and
Yeah,
describe
the
Drab.
gray fat one.
No, because he's a P. The Carberry's a P3. He's
Yeah,
not,
he's not a P1.
but he should know our names and be able to separate us.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say I'm John from the Junkies. Like he would never say that.
Never.
I also was getting a kick out of when we were signing baseballs and everything or whatever when we were at the Bay Sox game. I guess I never really paid attention. Cakes just has abandoned signing John Allville. Like, it's just Cakes.
Is this Cakes?
Which is fine. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Some-
but
well,
I would think you would do John Allville and then quote
Most
Cakes.
of the time I do John Cakes.
Yeah, something like that.
A with a scribble.
Right.
You know, like.
No, you
But
were
some-
just doing Cakes.
But sometimes I do get
You were lazy.
Sometimes I get lazy and I just write Cakes.
You were just writing Cakes.
Why would he write John Allville?
Well, John Allville and then in parentheses
Cakes.
Cakes.
I mean,
I don't know. That's what I do.
I don't think Hulk Hogan signed it Terry Bollea.
That's a very good point. Very good
Different.
point.
I know it's different.
I'm
I don't know.
I think
really
I'm-
that different.
I think I'm morphing now towards just signing Cakes. 'Cause that's how people know me on the show. It is awkward when I'm at
It's just weird.
Norbeck and people that don't know me. I introduce myself to them
As John.
as John, but
Yeah.
then 98.8% of the people at the club
just call you Cakes.
Call me Cakes.
Yeah.
And then
And then I
someone
have to
says,
explain.
"Why do they call you Cakes?"
Then I have to explain. John's
no
my real
reason.
name. Cakes is my dumb radio name.
Yeah.
There's an explanation that has to go into it.
I think I just introduced myself now to people as EB.
That's fine.
It's
your
too much.
initials, it's all
It's
good.
too much hassle. Is this carbs? It is.
Oh, it's the Coach Carbs.
All right, there you go.
He's desperate for AD.
What's up, Coach Carbs?
Coach Carbs, welcome back.
How we doing, guys?
We're doing great.
How's the golf game?
Golf game's okay. It's okay. Had some ups and downs.
Yeah.
By the way,
Standard.
Congrats on your extension.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Did I miss that?
Multi-year extension. I mean, it was reported, I want to say, about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
The rich get richer.
I mean, well deserved. Well deserved.
Nice.
Just wanted
Thank
to
you.
congratulate you on that.
Aren't you pumped for this roster?
Man, it's been an unbelievable summer thus far. Chris and his team upstairs have done a pretty incredible job rebuilding the roster.
I mean, you got some ballers this year. I mean, ballers.
Yeah. We're so much deeper now, especially up front with the forward additions and the trade and bringing Kyrou in. And so I think like a lot of the needs and the things that we talked about of like these are the specific attributes we need. I feel like we checked a lot of those boxes. Yeah.
Good.
When are we gonna?
And
When are we
Ovi
gonna?
back in the mix, obviously.
I know
Great
he's
for the team.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. So he was pumped. You know, all those moves are going on, and he's kind of watching from afar back home. And I talked to him. He was pumped to see that too.
So
Hey.
when are we going to see you?
Hey, yeah.
Like, when are we going to be there? When is camp open? Because we usually go out there the first day or two. Guys,
Camp
out there-
short. It's a shorter camp this year, isn't it?
Yeah. So the schedule changes this year. It
2 more games.
It goes for 84 games, two more games than normal. Camp gets extremely short. So now we open up on September 17th.
All right.
And we've got 3 practices. Now there's only 4 exhibition games. So 2 home, 2 road, and then camp ends on the 27th. So it's basically 10 days camp, and then opening week is that week.
All right, so the reason why we got you on just kind of now, and we'll get you on obviously as we get closer, we'll be out there and we'll say hello, is one of the Matts, one of our producers, and you know, as I think you said to Matt that, you know, you don't get to catch the show often, but you watch the clips. Is that right?
I do, yes. So you guys, what I told him was, you guys are good job of so I'm on Twitter and that's where I get a lot of my news and stay up with things that are going on, but they have started to do of your guys is like a minute and a half or 2 minutes on a topic.
Yeah.
And so it's an easy way to watch the show, but not turn it on for an hour. I can see oh, okay, they're talking about Daniels and the wide receiver core and here's what's going on. And then so I get a little quick update.
Right. Okay. All right. So that's great.
Just little snippets of the show.
He cares. He cares about his boys. I love this. So here we have an issue though. So both our producers are named Matt. Okay.
Okay.
Really though, one of our producers' name really is Valdez, and the other one is Drab T-shirt. Don't ask why.
Long story.
Yeah.
Do you know which one is Valdez and which one is Drab T-shirt?
No.
That's why you need an identity. That's why. That's
funny.
fine. I told you he was a P3. That's why he can't be saying, "Hey, I'm Matt." He has to create an identity with these
Drab
people.
T-shirt is upset that Valdez introduced himself as Matt.
I know, but I don't want to say I'm Valdez when I'm at the
money
golf
water.
course
Why
with
he
Coach
has to say
Carberry.
he's cakes? He doesn't like cakes.
He has to know.
Okay, so Matt Valdez. So okay, I'm onto it now. Well, now I got it.
Yeah, now you got it. It's no big deal. It's not an indictment on you, Coach. It's more of an attack on our producer. He's got to be more specific.
Yes.
We have a rivalry on the show.
Yeah.
We actually don't like
It's
each
like
other,
Caps
so
Pens.
we're always trying to one up each other.
Right. So, but now
So
you know.
these are nicknames or last names, or these got long. These got.
It's a long story.
Everyone's named Matt, and so it's just annoying.
Valdez was wasting paper. He
Yeah,
was
years
just
ago.
printing out all kinds, and so we said it was.
You said he's
Like
the
the
worst
Exxon-
environmental threat since the Exxon Valdez.
The Exxon Valdez.
Right,
Yeah.
and who knows? 15 years later, he's Valdez.
Yeah. He's stuck.
And Drab T-shirt, you can only imagine.
Destroying the environment.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Drab needs you to know that Valdez is the fat gray one. Drab is the handsome one with new hair.
Yes.
That's basically what he's getting
We
at.
hope you're taking notes at home, Coach Carbs.
I got it. Did he go to Turkey for that hair?
No.
Hey, Coach, I got a great doctor for you.
Yeah.
Dr. Burka over in Chevy Chase.
Look at this. You didn't think you'd be pitching this to Coach Carbs, did you?
Yeah, me and you will do endorsements together.
I love it.
Hey, Coach, did you go on a family vacay yet? I think you were.
We did. Yes, we went over actually to Europe and did a family trip with my brother and his kids. We went to cruise around the Mediterranean, so Greek islands.
Wow.
Yeah, it was cool.
Very nice. Hey,
Cool.
EB's going to go on a trip to Europe next summer. He's really looking forward to it,
No,
too.
Carbs are going to take my wife. She can go.
He doesn't want to get on a plane and fly all the way over there.
No, what it is, I don't want to walk around Europe for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's what you would definitely do.
I don't want to do that.
You got to plan in some. I'll give you if your wife can.
Yeah.
Plan in some rest days, some just relax days. You can't be visiting churches and seeing all the history every single day. You need a few rest days.
No, you're 100%. I would die.
Yeah.
I think I would die. It's too much. I need beach. I need a beach and just a drink and relax.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So, Coach, we'll let you go. We'll talk to you in the next few weeks.
And we'll be out there.
Sounds good.
And we'll be out there, and it's going to be a really cool season. It's going to be a fun season.
Thanks for calling in, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep.
No problem. We'll talk to you guys soon.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, great.
Coach Carbs, good egg.
Look at that.
Good
He
egg,
is
that
great
guy.
dude.
I like Drab pitching him on the hair bit. I love that.
But
Trying to
you think
loop him in.
He's so clean. He's so tight, though.
I know.
I mean,
it's
we
so
have no
great.
idea. I mean, is he a real bad case? I mean, maybe he could really.
I mean, Carbs is one of those 1 in a million guys that looks great bald.
I mean, he looks
You know,
great.
fit, he's got a small
He
head,
actually might
yeah.
look funny with hair.
Hey, I'm sitting right here. I'm sitting right here as you're saying all these things.
Well,
No, Carbs is awesome.
Are you still considering?
I think I might be a lost cause. But
Is he
Dr.
a lost
Burke
cause?
does
I thought you
amazing
said
work.
Burke said he could potentially
He's
save
a miracle
him.
worker.
He is.
He needs to come in for a consultation.
Yeah.
I ain't got to consider.
I'll hold
Hey,
his
listen.
hand.
Hey, I only did one story.
Okay.
All right, let's
That's
do
true. Then
more.
we had carbs.
I got more. I got
Do
a
some
lot
more
more.
EP
All right.
when we come back.
Can
We had
you-
an unscheduled visit with Coach Carbs from the Washington Capitals. Good for him to call in to catch up with.
Can you give me a
him.
teasy tease?
Well, I got maybe an update on Aaron Rodgers. Just kind of interesting. There's an Usher story that's going viral. I'll give you an update on the movies. There's actually a lot out there. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, it's your pal Cakes from the Junks. Did you miss Metallica's M72 tour? Well, I've got the next best thing. On August 1st at the Salisbury Center in Manassas, experience a mini M72 production featuring tribute bands from Metallica, Pantera, and Limp Bizkit on a 360-degree stage with LED towers and a real snake pit in the middle. I'll be there, so come hang with us. VIP packages are available, and when you use promo code JUNKS, you'll save $5 on every ticket. Grab yours now, and I'll see you August 1st. We'll dive back into the EP, which was nicely interrupted by Coach Carbs from the Washington Capitals.
A great interruption.
Good of him to join us.
The Odyssey is in the news. Couple things. First of all, it took care of business again at the box office. Did $87 million. Nothing really close. Mona was at second with $10.5 million estimated box. It looks like Mona to me. 3 is Toy Story 5. That did $10 million. Minions and Monsters, $9.7 million. Hadestown, $9.6. I mean, nothing even close.
The Moana Lisa.
The Mona. But the Odyssey is also in the news because Valdez, I wonder if you capitalized on this. There was a leaked copy of the Odyssey in HD that was posted on X, and people could watch the whole film. Now, I don't know if they could get it all in because it was only up for about 2.5 hours, and I think the film was almost longer than that.
It's definitely longer than that.
But it was up for 2.5 hours, and it got 2.1 million views before it was taken down.
Seems like a lot.
Somehow they got the entire 3-hour movie in high resolution format, and they got it on X.
I mean, you definitely can't watch it on IMAX on your X on your computer. I know that.
They say a lower quality version also was posted on X on Sunday. That was removed 2 hours later, and that got almost 50,000 views.
See, there are pirates on the open seas, and there are content pirates putting the Odyssey on your Twitter feed.
Cakes, you haven't seen it yet, right?
I have not.
Yeah.
I might see it this week, but I have not seen it yet.
Yeah. I was interested until JP and Drabby both saw it.
Yeah.
And JP gave it a 9 out of 10, and then he dropped it to a 7.
Yeah, I mean, he got talked
and
off
Drabby
the
gave it a 2 out of 10.
No, I gave it a 7. In fact, I'm actually warming back up.
Ooh.
Why?
Because I'm still thinking about it. There's a lot of memes and reels about it that are hooking me back in.
Okay.
Get these beggars out of here.
You're starting to feel nostalgic about it.
I don't know about nostalgic, but I just like there may have been some layers that I missed.
It's a good movie. You should see
Be
it.
for sure.
I think I'm going to see it at some point this week.
It is 3 hours, though, right?
It goes fast.
Okay.
I do find it interesting that Tom Holland is one of the stars of the Odyssey, and he also has Spider-Man coming out on Friday.
Yeah.
2 weeks after the Odyssey came out.
So is he just owning the box office right now?
Well, he's like competing against himself.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Who will win?
Well, I mean,
If it comes out 2 more weeks.
No, Spider-Man will be the #1 movie this weekend.
It'll get over 100 million because he just made 87 million.
It's going to unseat the Odyssey this weekend.
for sure.
It will. Okay.
Spider-Man.
Usher is in the news.
Because?
So, Usher's one of these guys. He's an R&B star, and, way past his prime, but he still looks good, Cakes, right? Still looks good. He out there, he's performing. I guess every once in a while, he gets fans to come up on stage, and he dances with them. He takes his shirt off, and everything, shows his abs. But apparently, they had some hot chick, and they upgraded her seats. They put her in like the VIP area. He grabs her. He starts, doing his thing with her.
Gyrating. They're simulating sex on stage.
Undulating his hips.
And I guess he wasn't feeling it because he didn't feel like she was feeling it. And he basically said, I don't think she wants to be on stage.
So he kicked her off?
And yeah, kind of. But
didn't Prince do that back in the day with Kim Kardashian?
Oh, did he?
I think he did. I think it was, I don't know how many years ago it was. I mean, Prince died, at least 8 or 10 years ago?
Yeah.
I think Kim Kardashian was up on the stage with him.
And she wasn't feeling it?
No, Prince wasn't feeling it. He's like, I'm going to paraphrase, get your ass off the stage.
Oh, really?
Something along those lines.
Did Prince know it was Kim Kardashian?
Oh, I think he knew who it was.
He didn't care.
Yeah, he couldn't have cared less.
Good on him. Did you see the clip of when they're gyrating and when he stops it?
Yes, I saw it.
Yeah, and what did you think?
She wasn't into it.
Yeah. She defended herself later.
Yeah, she said that they brought her, she didn't know what she was doing. Like they brought her up on stage without her permission or something like that. But usually it's always, that whole thing is always awkward because women are thirsting after Usher on stage and they're boyfriends in the crowd or whatever. It's a weird.
It's a wild environment.
Weird bit.
You ever see the video of some chick and she's eating a cherry?
And With Usher?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I haven't
Usher's
seen
like
that.
feeding her a cherry, and she's doing this stuff with her tongue in front of him.
And then they go home to their husbands. It's like so. It's
That
to
is
me,
really weird.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, Usher got maybe the most famous case of herpes in the world. I mean, I don't know.
Him or Jawan Howard, right?
I mean, I know it's not supposed to be a big deal, but I mean, he does have a
Most
raging
famous,
case of
yeah.
herpes.
is that from the lady who sued him?
Yeah, I mean, that was a super popular. I mean, everybody knows he's got herpes. I don't think I want him rubbing on me.
He and Chris Brown did 2 nights at Northwest Stadium, so they're doing something right.
Yeah.
Ticket wise.
My buddy just texted me. Usher was out playing golf at Washington Country Club.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Washington Golf.
I mean, who doesn't love golf? Who doesn't love a little golf? Besides
Usher
cakes?
was hanging out in Arlington.
Yeah. Aaron
Hey, I
Rodgers.
played 9 holes. I played 27 holes this summer, EB. It's been a big summer for
Do you
me.
have any more ahead of you?
No, I don't think so.
You played 9 with your son.
I
right?
did, yeah.
Aaron Rodgers was seen out in L.A. Cakes. They tried to get him to talk afterwards, but not interested. Shocker. But I don't know why you're doing this. Aaron Rodgers was seen at the Gold's Gym in L.A., where like every celebrity goes. So
But he didn't
if
want
you
to be
go
talked to.
into Gold's Gym and you're there for like 3 hours at like the most popular gym around, and then you leave, of course, people, gonna be paparazzi. And
Yeah.
why are you going there? That's the only gym you could find. Anyway, they say he spent about 3 hours there. It's
It's a long time at the gym.
It's a gym.
3 hours?
That tells me
Regularly
he
visited.
wanted to be seen over there.
That's right. That's what it seems like.
I mean, who's spending 3 hours at the gym unless you work there?
But I think, did he already report to Pittsburgh? I thought I saw.
I mean, I would guess
a
their
report
camp
with him with some of the
opens
guys.
either today or tomorrow.
Yeah. So that was quick. Just a couple other quickies. Sydney Sweeney and Scooter Braun. They're still together, Cakes. And I guess they decided they wanted to take their relationship to new heights.
Uh-oh, what did they do?
They went to New Zealand, and as part of the trip, they strapped together for a tandem bungee jump.
Oh, no thank you.
Would you do that, Cakes?
Never in a billion trillion years.
I mean, never. All I could think about, if I was in that thing, first of all, I'd be like, Lurch, make sure everything's connected. Make sure everything's all connected here. Don't
Well, I
throw me
mean,
off.
you've gotta do that.
And then I would be nervous, A, that the rope would break, and B, that I would slip out of the harness. I would just be
you know
terrified
what?
of slipping out of the harness.
I was in a harness with a bungee cord attached to JP at the Baysox Stadium. I'm good for the time
You've done
being.
it. You've done your
I've
bit.
been there, done that.
Right. Did your legs bother you for the next day or so?
No, but while it was happening, I was like, because my right knee's been a little bit wonky for like the last, 6 months. I was like,
Right.
this is a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to blow my knee out in front of this crowd.
But you guys,
at
neither
the
one of you,
Baysox game.
neither one of you wanted to lose. I mean, you guys
No,
were
no,
going
I mean,
hard. There
you're
was a
competitive.
stalemate for 30 to 40 seconds.
You're competitive when you're out there doing your thing, and
Yeah.
I mean, eventually I succumbed, but I didn't want to lose, so I was dug in.
But you beat him in the first contest.
No,
I thought you
He
did.
well,
did,
I
but
did,
he-
but I didn't.
Technically, no.
I didn't run to the tape.
He was so
Oh,
drunk.
you didn't?
I was dizzy and
Oh,
disoriented.
I thought you
dizzy.
ran to the tape.
No, he missed
No.
the tape.
I
You
missed
ran
that.
around the tape?
No, I just-
He ran cockeyed.
once I ended the dizzy bat
Yeah.
and threw the bat down, I started veering towards third base. They had the tape lined up more
Well,
closer to the
dugout, stands, right?
To the dugout. JP luckboxed his way in, even though I was leading the race, and got there several steps.
It looked like
before
JP
him.
ran into the dugout.
Well, he had to be helped by people not to fall into the dugout.
Cakes, did you see that your boy, who you spent quality time with and you have an affection for, and you damn near consider him a friend, Brett Michaels?
I love Brett Michaels. That's my guy.
He reveals
his real
he had-
name is Brett Sychak.
He
in
had
case you didn't know that.
emergency surgery.
I didn't know this. Is
After
he okay?
struggling through concerts, he said 3 concerts in intense pain. They say the surgery was for
Kidney
a
stone.
kidney stone.
Yep.
Ooh,
So that's something that's, that's fixable. That's not that
definitely
big a deal.
fixable. Thank God my guy Brett Michaels is all right.
And
Doing okay.
last but not least, this is always a sad story when you see it. Carly Simon announced that she's suffering from Parkinson's diagnosis. 83 years old. She says, I guess she hasn't really been seen in the spotlight for 6 or 7 years. but I guess she's feeling a little bit uncomfortable with her with her image, I guess. You know, when you're dealing with Parkinson's
Sure,
and all of
it's
that.
tough.
That's a thing. She also had a little skin cancer thing that she said affected her appearance. So, you know, I know there are some things you could do to maybe stave off Parkinson's, but I don't think you're not getting rid of it.
If you have tips, let me know, because my father-in-law is dealing with it, and it's
Well, he's got
not,
a really bad.
It's not
case.
fun.
Yeah, he's got
obviously.
a really, really bad case.
Yeah,
that's terrible.
Man, way to bring us down at the end of the EP.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but
I mean, can we end on a
Matt's-
high note?
Matt's going to play some Carly
Now he's
Simon.
playing Carly Simon, so it's good.
Yosavain.
I mean, this is probably her most recognizable
Now this is
song.
allegedly about who? I think I know who it's allegedly about.
I should know this.
Do you know about
Well,
these? I think it's allegedly about Warren Beatty, right?
I think so. If we're thinking about the same thing, yeah. Because didn't Howard asked her, like, he's obsessed with this song.
Well, I mean, a million people have asked her, who's this about?
Listen to this real quick. Turn it up a little bit. There's a very famous singer. Hold on. Right here, listen. Oh, maybe it's the next verse. There's a very famous singer that is in the background, sings backup in this song, but no one really knows about it because they never talked about it. They didn't make it public.
Does his name rhyme with Rick Schlager?
Yes, Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger. I think I'd heard that along the way somewhere.
Mick Jagger sings backup in that song.
Ah, very good. Mick Jagger, I believe, just turned 83. The Stones just put out a new album, and they're touring next year. Just in case you didn't know that. These guys are all in their 80s.
Amazing.
All right, we have to take a break. We're the Junks. We'll be right back here on The Fan.
All right, guys, the team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. That's right. Meet Superlight, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. It's all the rage, people. Superlight comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors. We can attest to it. Fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. Perfect to enjoy after the game, on the golf course, during a barbecue with friends. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, 0 bubbles. Superlight is here to fuel the moment. Look for Superlight variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
to wrap the show up in a nice, tidy bow, we're going to go back to what we were talking about in the first segment about the tennis event that is here in D.C. this week. I'm going to give it its proper name and branding.
Yeah.
Unlike what happened in the first segment. The Mubadala DC Open.
Okay, perfect.
Is here, and it's happening right now
glad
at
you brought
Rock
that
Creek
up.
Park.
Yep.
Because-
Taylor Fritz plays at 3 today. Francis plays at 7:30 tonight.
This is a big week. We've had Mark on the show many times through the years. He knows that we've always supported the event. He and I both have something in common, Cakes. We were both former ball boys. I think, were you a ball boy?
I was for 1 year. I think it was at that point the Sovereign Bank Classic.
Yeah, it's been so many
It's
different
had
names.
a lot of different names
Had so
and
many
sponsors.
different names. So I grew up, my wife and I grew up playing tennis. Cakes grew up playing tennis. It's a big deal for us. Mark said, I just want to throw this out there publicly. This is he's overwhelmed right now, I'm sure, right? This is a big week for him. He's a huge I mean, he's involved with the Commanders. He's involved in all his businesses.
And by the
everything.
way, I think they're going to get lucky with the weather. It's supposed to storm tomorrow just for a little bit, but it's not going to be super hot this week.
Perfect.
So they're getting really lucky.
That's great.
So I know he's busy and he has bigger fish to fry, but he did say if the junks come out, he'll take care of the boys.
Like to hear that.
This guy right here wants to come out Wednesday night.
You want to come out
I
Wednesday
want to
night?
come out Wednesday.
This guy here is in consideration phase. I'm looking at the calendar.
All right, well, you just, if anybody...
So I might piggyback right off of you.
If anybody knows Mark, please just give him the heads up, because we're trying to go through the proper channels, but I'm not sure people understand. No, Mark says he's going to take care of the boys. We don't want media credentials.
VIP.
Yeah. No, I want to bring my wife, my
you wanna
daughter.
You're going to be wined and dined.
And
Front
maybe
row?
a buddy. I don't know. I want the Mark Ein treatment.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to be in the silly tents with all the delicious food and drink.
I just want the Mark Ein treatment. Mark said you take care of the
Hey,
boys.
there's nothing wrong with
which
that.
he has in the past.
Why don't you just reach out to Mark?
I don't have his number.
Well, our producers do.
No, but I'm not going to do that.
No,
He's
they're
busy.
Going to reach out to his
He's
people.
busy. He's busy.
He's so
No,
rich and
it's gonna-
powerful.
He's
he has
not busy
people.
enough where he can't respond for 5 seconds
Yeah,
to
but I
a
don't worry
request.
about it. It's more powerful if somebody says, "Hey, the boys are talking about you today, and EB wants to go on Wednesday night."
Okay, well, what if they don't? He doesn't hear it. What if it doesn't get back to him?
No, it's going to get back to him because
What if he
he's
hears
a
that you didn't
local
know how to-
legend and everybody knows him.
What if he hears that you didn't know how to pronounce Mubadala?
But that's okay. That's okay.
How did he pronounce it first?
It's not like listen.
He claimed he couldn't pronounce it, then he pronounced it.
God bless them, but that's not like it's Honda or something. I mean, it's like it's not the easiest word.
Mubadala.
Okay, Mubadala.
Mubadala.
Listen, I've been
They're getting a
going
lot
to that
of
event
bang for their buck.
since it, like you
It's
say,
been
it was
15 different
It was
sponsors.
the DC Bank Open, whatever. It was a Sovereign
Sovereign.
Bank. It's been a million names. Legg Mason. It's been a million.
It's been
names.
every single bank.
Okay?
Understood.
I'm all about Mubadala.
Mubadala.
I'm all about that.
Yes, you are.
What is that anyway?
Mubadala. It's I believe it's a Saudi investment firm.
Okay,
Sounds right.
I think that's
yeah,
correct.
maybe they want to endorse me or something.
I'd
all about it.
I'd work
say
on
Indian.
knowing what they do first
Yeah.
before you.
I'll
The,
learn.
trying to endorse
the
for
endorser
them.
can't say the name of it.
I can say it now. Okay. Anyway.
we need more endorsements.
Wednesday.
Always.
They'll take care of your dollars.
Wednesday, this guy right here,
Yes.
Cakes isn't considering. He's so
Yeah.
busy. He doesn't know if he can fit it in his schedule.
I'm very busy.
I'm wide open Wednesday evening.
very
That's what
good.
I'm targeting.
Wednesday will be nice. Hold on, who's playing Wednesday? Ooh, let me check.
Well, I mean, we got to see who
I guess
advances.
we don't know yet.
Yeah,
Sure.
you got to see who advances. But it's a great event. I love that event. Been going to it, since it was freaking clay court event. Back to when Jose Luis Clark would play.
That's going way back.
Yeah.
Oh, that is way back. Jessica Pegula does play on Wednesday at 7 o'clock.
You don't remember Andres Gomez playing in the event
Of course
back
I do.
in the day?
Of course I do. Back when
Just going way back.
when I was a ball boy, it was Jay Berger.
Jay Berger.
It was Tomas Muster.
Why do you sleep on Aaron Crickstein?
Oh yeah,
I remember
Why do
him.
you sleep on these? Jimmy Arias.
You
Just
could go to
mention
all
that
those
event,
guys.
and I'm sure it's similar, but probably not quite as it was 30 years ago. But you could literally go to that event, and you'd walk by Jimmy Connors.
Right.
Yeah.
You'd just bump into Jimmy Connors. I mean, how
And he'd
crazy is
probably
that?
yell at you because he was ornery. Jimmy Connors.
He would talk to the ladies.
How old's Jimmy Connors? I'm going to put him on. He's got to be,
Gotta
like
be
75, right?
You
Yeah.
gotta be 75.
How old is Aaron Crickstein? Is he
Aaron
In his
Crickstein.
60s.
is he about our
probably.
age?
Maybe he's a little bit older than us. Jimmy Connors is 73.
Yeah. He'd probably still smoke you.
Smoke me? Of course he would smoke me. You're talking to a guy who double faulted on match point at a club match this weekend, and I wanted to drive my
you're
car
so bitter.
into a brick wall.
Well, why was your first serve too hard? And then because your second serve.
My first serve was not too hard.
Right.
They're both lollipops.
He just botched it.
in my head, okay? I wanted to die. Now, we weren't going to win the match anyway, but ending on a double
That's just
fault
the worst way to end it.
is a horrible way to end.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Yeah. That's
sorry. I just had that's been simmering in.
Bad toss.
I think the toss is okay. Just bad execution.
Yeah.
Bad execution into the ad court, which is my worst serving court of the two.
You got in your head, didn't
Better
you?
in the deuce court than the ad court.
So
but nobody.
So you're hoping that Mark hears about
Just
it and
hoping
reaches
somebody
out.
tells Mark, hey, the Junks want to get out there.
You get some great treatment over there.
Junks want to get out there, but can you just
hook
make
it.
it happen a little bit? It's not credentials. I want to go out there and be
of course
silly,
you don't
be a
want
big
credentials.
silly.
We want to make extra Mubadalas. Yeah. That's what we want to do.
He doesn't want to spend $1.
Yeah, I don't want to spend $1.
That's
well,
always key.
Can you blame him? I wouldn't want to spend
course
it
not.
either.
No, you want a parking pass too.
Of course.
You got to throw that in. Parking is key.
They usually
Free
parking
everything.
out there is pretty good. I don't worry.
Unless you're trying to take the Metro bus
But
there, you better get
now
a parking
this is right.
pass.
I don't want to spend a $1 on the tennis.
See, now we're making it work in our advantage.
Yeah.
Taking a disadvantage.
Yeah, we've
and
mentioned
making it-
Mubadala
and making
14
it a
times.
strength. All right, we have to get
EB
out of
wants to
here.
spend no dollar at the $1.
We will see you again tomorrow. BMitch and Finlay, they're coming up next.
The Commanders are parting ways with tight end coach Ben Steele, the team announced today. This from John Keim. Nikki Javala reporting that according to Virginia court records, Steele was arrested on suspicion of driving while intoxicated June 6th. He faces additional charges for refusing blood and breath test and obstructing or resisting an officer without force. Training camp is underway with the veterans going to report tomorrow. First preseason game August 14th against the Dolphins. The Washington Nationals have the most home runs in Major League Baseball, 5 away from what they hit all of last season. Currently at 156 after hitting 161 last year. 4 homers yesterday. James Wood and C.J. Abrams each with a pair. Tonight on the Fan, Nationals against the Blue Jays. It's Andrew Alvarez against World Series champion Max Scherzer. 6:45 on the Fan. Washington Spirit beat Denver Summit 1-0. They're now in first place in the NWSL. Mubadala Open begins at 11 a.m. at Rock Creek Park. Taylor Fritz will play at 3. Francis Tiafoe at 7:30. Emma Navarro 12:30. Madison Keys at 6. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west, and we had a good show planned. We were going to talk some Nats, get ready for some football.
Yeah.
There's plenty going on in the universe, and then in the last 10 minutes, kind of all hell broke loose.
It was about 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, so let's start with. I want to start with what I think is more important. Frankly, news just emerged. Eric Bieniemy, who was the offensive coordinator here, I believe, just for the one season. Obviously, a huge part of the Chiefs' success over the years was with the Bears. I think he's now back with the Chiefs. This is a terrible story. I don't have a ton of comment on this, but it's just
we don't know. We just heard it. It just popped.
This just happened 9:46 a.m. this morning. Today's the 27th. The wife of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy was shot Sunday night at the couple's home in Virginia. Sources told ESPN.
Wow.
According to sources, Mia Bieniemy has been hospitalized. Police in Loudoun County, Virginia, confirmed that a person was being treated for serious injuries, but did not disclose the person's identity. Eric Bieniemy was with the Chiefs earlier Sunday in St. Joseph's, Missouri, at the campus of Missouri Western State for the team's second practice at training camp. Loudoun County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Leah Powell, I hope I'm saying that correctly, said Monday that police arrived at a home located on the I'm not going to give the address.
Yeah.
Too many addresses.
First of all, I shouldn't just be giving out people's address any damn way.
The Chiefs said in a statement they are aware of the incident involving Eric Bieniemy's family, but did not provide further details. Bieniemy rejoined the Chiefs this year as an offensive coordinator, a position he held from 2018 to 2022. That's awful.
Terrible.
I hope she's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we know nothing beyond that. I'm sure there's speculative stuff, but we're not going to speculate on a woman being shot in her own home.
No.
That's just terrible. And
it's awful.
And I don't know, that is just bizarre. I didn't even know they still lived here.
Well, you know how that goes. When guys are jumping from team to team and stuff like that, the wife normally sits back, especially if they get to an area where it's good for the kids, for school and things of that nature. And Loudoun County is one of those schools, one of those places. So that could be it. I just, it's been a lot of stuff going on at former players and current players' homes.
Yeah. I mean,
strange,
we've seen
man.
this across the NFL. Who knows what's going on here? But, to start with that, we'll just offer, I hope everybody's okay.
Yeah, definitely.
That's that to me. That came on the heel. I drove back from the beach this morning and just listened to podcasts. It was we're just going to talk
You gotta
some
stop
baseball.
going out of town and coming back, dog. You come back, stuff go all haywire and stuff, man.
Well, here's the other thing that I thought was going to lead the show until this terrible story about Eric Bieniemy's wife that we hope everything is absolutely fine. The Commanders, 35 minutes ago, put out a tweet. We are parting ways with tight end coach Ben Steele. The team will have no further comment at this time. Subsequently, it doesn't take the internet long. As soon as I saw that, I knew it wasn't good news.
Yeah.
You're not leaving the day before camp if it's good news.
Totally.
And it didn't take long. I think A bunch of people posted it. I know Derek Cheston. Derek, he was able to find it. Nicky Jabvala was able to track it down. According to Virginia court records, Steele was arrested on suspicion of driving while intoxicated on June 7th. He faces additional charges for refusing a blood and breath test and obstructing or resisting an officer without force. What I know is at mini camp, Wes Welker was coaching tight ends. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of just like glossed over, and I don't know that we thought much about it at the time because it was, mid-June mini camp. Maybe the guy had a family situation, whatever. Now we know the situation.
Yeah.
This one's interesting because I think there's plenty of times in the NFL where an organization will ride something out with their guy. And a lot of times
if it was June 6th, they've been riding it out. Now they may have more information.
True. And you hear like, oh, we're going to let the legal process play out. Like technically the NFL, like the league policy is any sort of suspensions or fines for legal issues. They come at the conclusion of the legal process.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is obviously,
unless it's something crazy, they just suspend you off the
They can put you on the commissioner list. You're right. It's interesting that they've decided to part ways. I don't know what happened to merge because this happened in June. It's now July 27th and 2 days before camp. Now, Wes Welker coached them, the tight ends group, during minicamp. I won't be shocked if he has some role. Dan Quinn will address the media tomorrow, 6 p.m. out in Ashburn.
I don't think he really wanted to address this. Well, they doing it right the day before.
DQ's. If I had to guess, he at least, hey, coach, who's your tight ends coach? He at least has to answer that because we're going to see somebody out there Wednesday morning.
Totally. But if Wes was doing it during mini camps and all, I think they had some semblance of what was going to happen, and they probably got a plan already with this one.
Yeah, well, I think they've had to. I'm surprised. You just wonder if something happened because he was on administrative leave during minicamp. I spoke with a source close to the situation.
You see why now.
Right, but if you're going to do administrative leave then, I'm speculating now, which I wouldn't do in a shooting, but a coach getting fired is more my lane. If you're on administrative leave and then the 2 days before camp, you're fired, I wonder if they didn't find something else out during that time period.
Yeah, more information. You see some of the stuff that you're talking about on this about resisting arrest without force and this, that, and the other. What else was there? And did he disclose everything?
And do you want this to drag into camp? What if the legal process, say you got a hearing in 10 days and then it becomes a thing. And then it's like, oh, you're in the middle of training camp. Your tight end coach is going to court. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like maybe you just want to have some finality and move forward. I also think the organization is trying to, it's the NFL. There's always going to be stuff.
Yeah.
But I think they try to run as buttoned up of an organization as they can.
Yeah.
And this is I don't know what happened with this situation, and certainly, innocent until proven guilty. But for a young coach getting his first crack at running his own tight end room is a blow to his coaching career. I know that much.
It is.
And I think you were pretty dismissive of it. This is a lot to happen 2 days before camp opens with a first-time coordinator. Like, everybody has been bumped up a layer here.
Yep.
And now, all of a sudden, you've got a fairly big change on your staff on the eve of training camp opening.
Yeah. But see, the thing about it is, Jay, like, you're saying Wes was coaching during minicamp. I think David Rye, who was the tight ends coach, still have some influence on what's happening there. And I think this is what they're trying to come. The good franchises, they take a hit and keep moving. They don't always have to go into stress mode or whatever thing like that. And I believe that this is the same thing. There was already a plan. If he was already coaching it, if Wes was coaching it, Rye is still there. So I don't suspect it to be that big of a deal. Just like, when it comes down to a new coordinator, that's just like changing up, bringing in a brand new one. If this guy first time doing it, yes, you're going to have stumbles along the way. But football is a thing where everybody has been doing it a long time. You can figure this thing out. I just don't look at everything that happens as, whoa, wow. It may be that, but 9 times out of 10, it won't be.
Yeah, I think it's like one of the biggest questions coming into this camp is, are these dudes ready? You know what I mean? Like, is Blau going to be the guy? I'm pretty confident. I'm a Blau lever, but like that is a
kind of cool. That dog Blau lever.
That is a big leap for him to make from assistant quarterback coach to offensive coordinator in a year, and then you just throw another curveball at it. But that's life too.
Yeah.
Life is
that's what life
how
does
you handle
to you,
the
dog.
curveballs. But I mean, geez, what a morning! Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm
I
fantastic.
haven't even got to do our normal stuff. I haven't seen you in a couple days.
I am fantabulous.
Man, that was a lot happened. So the highlight of that is I get my phone and then I get a call and I'm like, yo, Stallion, we got to change the lineup because they just fired the tight ends coach. I think he got a DUI. And Stallion and I talk about it for a second and Jeff's sitting there. And then like 5 minutes later, Jeff's like, yo, did you see they fired Ben Steele? So that was kind of the highlight of all this transpired.
Hold up. I put the you skipped over the disclaimer. I said, don't judge me because I wasn't paying attention to y'all conversation.
That's kind of self-incriminating there, Jeff. That's kind of my point, is that you weren't paying attention.
It was pregame.
So the Bieniemy thing, we just hope everybody's okay.
Yes, definitely. That's bad.
In all your years in the NFL, you saw lots of crazy stuff, like stories I've heard from locker rooms and players using that as their apartment because they get thrown out of their own homes. Like there's crazy things happen in pro sports. Did you ever have a coach get canned the day before camp opens?
Not the day before, but I had some get canned, and I had some deal with issues, and I think you get past it. You know, like this is where veteran leadership, both on the staff and on the team, comes into play. You know what I mean? It was tons of stuff happening back in when I first got here. You know, I know everybody always think of Coach Gibb ran the team. He's always just ran perfectly. It was a lot of stuff going on. Hell, I was a part of some of the stuff that happened. You know what I mean? But you get past it.
Shout out to the Hall of Famer David Aldridge. DA just texted us. I believe this is DA texting us. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my computer, so I only get phone numbers and not names, but I believe it's DA texting us. Before we make too big a deal out of this tight end coach thing, it was only 4 years ago.
Yeah.
August 9th, 2022, the Washington Commanders fired defensive line coach Sam Mills on Tuesday with coach Ron Rivera citing a difference of philosophy. I can tell you what the difference was. The players hated him, and they were screaming at each other every day. And it just got to a point where it could not work. That did just happen. That was also a pretty dysfunctional team. So I don't know. There's no way to paint Ben Steele getting canned the day before camp as a good thing. It's not. It's a issue. It's a distraction. It's a curveball, whatever. But it is not going to make or break a season.
Today's the 27th.
Yeah.
The rookies reported 24th.
Yeah.
Somebody been coaching the damn rookie tight ends.
Right.
So I'm saying it's not. So my for me, and it's not like me dismissing it. It's just that I have lived a lot of this stuff, and I just don't. I don't get crazy over everything.
Yeah.
Until it shows. Like the thing you say, don't get pre-mad.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get pre-upset.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm
not going to pre-worry.
Yeah. I think it's not good news, but I think it's not a massive deal that we should be concerned. There's no way Jaden Daniels will throw for 4,000 yards because the tight ends coach got fired. It is interesting that, like, when they had Ertz, he was such a kind of veteran of the situation. And now you've got Chig, who's going into his 5th season. You've got Senate going into a 3rd. Hell, Bates is probably the vet in that room. Bates was drafted in 20. Bates was a Ron draft pick, I think. And like, my boy Carberry, who I'm close with, who's the Bucs offensive line coach, right? He's a big fella, and people just assume he played offensive line. He was a D lineman at Ohio University and is now highly regarded among the best offensive line coaches in the NFL. Like, you don't have to be a former tight end. Like, they don't have to go, call up Logan Thomas to see if he's available to start coaching. Maybe that would work out. I don't know. It's a heck of a morning, though, when you're just trying to, have a Celsius and get ready to slide back into work duties. You do have Welker as the offensive assistant. It will be funny. Welker's just not the tallest fella, and the tight ends largely are. Like, if the center of that tight end huddle before every game is Welker with all those dudes kind of floating around, it's just kind of a funny visual.
Basically just be like Kyler Murray in a huddle.
Yeah.
That's all it'll be.
All right. I want to get to Nats. How was your weekend? Did you miss me? Let's start with the basics.
I normally don't see you on the weekend, Jay, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, but you haven't seen me since Thursday.
Well, I mean, you keep us in touch. You keep in touch when you're on vacation. It's kind of hard to miss you, dog.
I blow up the text thread.
You make
about
sure
Nats
you're going to
games.
be in our lives when you're gone. So it's hard to miss you. But no, we're happy that you went out and performed at a high level, which we never thought you would.
Played some decent golf.
Yeah.
The guys I was out there with were phenomenal. The course was phenomenal. Yo, I'm very curious about this because you are in a special group of all-time special teams players. But I also believe this dude is significantly older than you. Did you ever know Lou Groza?
I know that name.
Well, he's like the kicker award's named after him. Like he was the Browns kicker. I think he could maybe barefoot or whatever. The dude that hosted us in Ohio, his grandson.
His grandson?
John Groza.
Okay.
Ohio was sick. Had so much fun out there. Went to the beach. The beach was awesome. Had so much fun there. I do have a video I'm going to show you. So we had a blast. Wake up Friday morning, play golf in Ohio, fly home. Mike Kelly and I went to watch his son play some golf on the 18th hole. They're playing the tips, gold 18. So you got to carry the water.
How old is Mike's son again?
16.
Oh, he's
17.
He's sprouted, dude.
Yeah, big kid. They asked me to hit, and I'd had a long day, Brian. The first Coors Light was probably about 8 a.m. And this was asked me to hit 210 over water off the tee.
Did you?
I was in flip flops, had no clubs, nothing. They supplied me with all the stuff so Mike could video it. And I had played good golf for 2 straight days and hit the worst shot you've ever seen. I don't even know how I made contact. I was like 3 inches behind the ball. And it just went due right. The good news is I wasn't.
You didn't hit it in the water.
It was dry.
Because it went due right.
Yeah.
Can you hit it again? Is the question.
I don't know, man. But then I went to the beach Saturday morning. Had just 2 amazing beach days, and it's more boating. We were at my in-laws' place, and I was just so proud of my
Y'all was catching
mother-in-law.
them gumbo crabs?
I was so proud of my mother-in-law that she is now a boater. She can do everything that Lou used to do, and I was really proud of her, and we had so much fun. We did some crabbing. That reminded me of being a kid. I told the girls, I was like, go find a stick. This is not advanced. They each had a stick. And I took a
piece of string.
We had some fishing line, so I just tied it up with fishing line, and then a chicken leg, and that was our crabbing. And
neck helps better though, because that chicken leg get ate up.
It does, but I didn't have any necks. I had Royal Farms leftovers, just like this morning.
So you used real cooked chicken?
Yeah. Yo, the crabs loved it.
Hell yeah.
It's
good.
Crabs are going nuts. I tell you what's a little disturbing. When you drop that chicken in the water, the amount of grease that like bubbles off of it. You know when there's like oil in the water? And I was like, should I eat as much of this as I have been? We went out for crabs last night to this place, Crab Alley, which was phenomenal. But the one thing I wanted to show you, the White Marlin Opens, that big fishing tournament down in Ocean City?
Yeah.
So
MJ is in that thing a lot.
I guess they have one like a couple weeks prior, right? And these kids last night, I mean, you could tell me how old you think this kid is. Look at this fish he caught. We were just leaving the crabs, kind of walking around the marina because it was fun.
That fish looked like it's bigger than him.
That was a 72-pound marlin he caught.
Blue marlin?
And this was not for the tournament, B. That kid right there. Now, granted, him and his crew on the boat, $113,000.
Damn.
Yeah.
You think we should get into fishing?
That West Ocean City vibe where it's just all these big boats and real fishermen.
We need to get into fishing, Jay.
Hey.
And I'm telling you, I'm out there every day.
B, I got to tell you.
If we going to get into fishing, man, we got to go every day. We catch like 3-4 of them, we be good.
I'm not the most patient fella. I don't think I'm built for fishing.
You ain't.
I can hang out on a boat and drink beer.
You're not built for anything, but you find a way to stay into stuff that if you catch one fish like that, fishing is just like gambling, just like golf. Gambling, you lose most of the time. Let's be real.
Yeah.
And when you win a big one, guess what it does? It can push you for the next 2-3 years because you keep chasing that one. If you go out and play golf and you're sucking, but then you drain a big putt, you're going back again, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong. We
Fishing,
just got to catch a
same
100-gram fish.
Yeah, we catch a 100-gram fish, we'll be fishing for the rest of our lives.
You are listening to BMitch and Finlay. We got to talk Nats. This thing is getting very, very interesting early.
The wife of Eric Bieniemy, former Commanders assistant head coach and offensive coordinator, was shot Sunday night at the couple's home in Virginia in Loudoun County. According to ESPN, Mia Bieniemy at 57 has been hospitalized. Bieniemy is now the current OC at the Kansas City Chiefs. Tight ends coach Ben Steele has been released by the Commanders. Nikki Javala reports it's a violation of team policy. Steele was placed on leave after he informed the Commanders of his arrest for DUI. Commanders training camp is underway. The rookies already arrived Friday. The vets arrive tomorrow. First game August 14th preseason. North Carolina Tar Heels have placed football general manager Mike Lombardi on paid administrative leave. C.J. Abrams and James Wood, each with 2 homers. Nationals beat Diamondbacks 10-7, now 54-52. Welcome in the Blue Jays and Max Scherzer tonight. First matches of the day at the Mubadala Open begin at 11 a.m. Rock Creek Park. Taylor Fritz to the court at 3, Francis Tiafoe at 7:30. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Something that I wanna know.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan.
On my mind.
A lot has happened in the last half hour. Certainly, we're all thinking of the Bieniemy family.
Hell yeah.
Whatever happened there in Loudoun County. The Commanders also made a coaching move this morning, firing their tight ends coach, Ben Steele. And as they kind of get into a scramble mode for what you do there, I did have one thought, B.
Yeah.
Wes Welker worked with the tight ends during minicamp. He's got this nebulous offensive assistant title. They could try to slide him in there.
He was with defense last year.
There's probably 100 guys they could call to take over that job. There is one dude I thought of, though.
Ooh.
Does a lot of in-house media. Played the position. Played for Dan Quinn. Coaches
Paulson?
on the high school level. Logan. I mean, Logan Paulson.
He would have to be wanting that, though.
Certainly, and that's a lifestyle change and a million different things. But it's just kind of interesting.
Logan is very much like you with the kids. I don't see him coaching. I think high school, yes, because he has a better schedule. But the way pro coaching is, nah.
Yeah, and I like when people call in and say, "What, BMitch, why don't you coach special teams?" Like that's generally a simple idea that sounds cool, but doesn't usually extrapolate. So maybe I shouldn't even be suggesting it because I'm sure on social media it's everywhere. I'm guessing, but I don't know. He is a intuitive football mind that knows Dan Quinn very well, played for Dan Quinn. You know what I mean? Like there's a little more to it to me. So all that said, the biggest story walking in this morning was, we got to get ready for training camp. But the Nats made a big move, and we've been kind of waiting to see which way they go. And what's interesting is this one is kind of both in a lot of ways. They both kind of bought and sold on this one.
That's what a lot of the talk was Thursday and Friday.
So
when you were golfing.
Most important, don't forget the drink a beer part. Most importantly,
try to not say that.
The Nats take 2 out of 3 against the Diamondbacks this weekend. So they win another series. Briefly, may I, Brian? I was in Friday night, I was home. I watched that game at home. That's when I was blowing up the text thread because I was unhappy with some at-bats, right?
Yeah.
Saturday morning, I drive to Ocean City, Maryland. And I hope I don't get in trouble with the cluster buster for this. 106.7 in Ocean City, Maryland is a Spanish station. So I'm not going to hear the Nats there. So then I fired up the Odyssey app, and it tells me I'm regionally blocked. How am I regionally blocked in Ocean City? And I don't think that's our decision. And for all the 8 zillion people that replied to me on Twitter, use the Odyssey app, dummy, don't you work for them? I tried it. It was blocked. I just wanted to hear Danny on the call. And I was driving around a little bit. I had to go to the grocery store. I had to pick up tacos for my wife. I was driving around. And luckily, one nice person actually gave me a solution and said, you can listen via Sirius XM. So I did that. I thought Danny sounded great. I thought it was really fun to listen to. I thought he was the right mix of like baseball insight and humor, and the timing sounded good. I think the timing with baseball can be the most tricky thing. But my mother-in-law down there has YouTube TV, so I can't watch the Nats. Somehow, I can't even listen to him. I felt like I was in the Stone Ages. I was checking my phone for updates. Drove me nuts. Anyhow, we need a salesperson to make a deal with an Ocean City station for an official broadcaster down there. I don't know how that gets done, but I'm an idea guy.
What do
not
they
an
catch
execution
more
guy.
down there? What sports they catch more, Philly or here?
I think it's probably Orioles.
Oh, that's like Baltimore. Yes,
the
closer.
Delaware beaches are probably more Philly. I think OCMD is Balmer, hun. Anyway, Nats take 2 out of 3. Bats continue red hot, and then we get the first trade, right? Curtis Mead, who I have really liked watching Curtis Mead. I've got to talk to him a few different times. A dude that just hits bombs and has a cool Australian accent, always going to be a fan favorite. Like, that's just kind of how that's going to go. You know what I mean? And now they traded Curtis Mead. They traded for Curtis Mead this offseason for a prospect that is hitting really well, but it's at low A or high A. You probably can't take too much from that, right? And then they're able to trade Curtis Mead to the Red Sox for a true stud pitching prospect in this lefty Connolly Early. I was listening to Part of My Take this morning, and they were saying his name's kind of annoying. Wouldn't Connor Early be a better name than Connolly Early?
Who?
The kid's name is Connolly Early. The pitcher they got.
His name is what his parents named him, dog.
Sure. Now, here's the issue for the good news with Early is he's under control for like 5 years.
Yeah.
Under control till 30 or 31, right, Stallion? Like, this is a young fireball left-hander that is budget friendly and supposed to be a stud. Paul Taboni apparently loves this dude. Paul Taboni talked about him in his introductory press conference. So he's able to get something that could have a ton of value down the line. But Mead was hitting homers now.
Yeah.
Connolly Early is expected to make his first rehab start in the minors on August 3rd. So, like, this dude's still on the IL. So this, for the people that want them to help this team right now, maybe that's a late August he's pitching again, I would guess. But this is a long-term play, not a short-term play.
It's a long-term play. He may be able to help them late August, but like you just stated, 5 years of control. And the more I get deeper into baseball, that's all they care about, control. They want to be able to have you as long as they possibly can. And if they can get you while you're balling out, it works out for them.
Does this make you think, to me, it's hard to think they're not going to trade at least Foster Griffin. Like, if you just acquired a guy that's supposed to be a stud, I mean, we're talking ace stuff, right, Stallion? I mean, this is a top-of-the-line rotation guy.
Yeah, I think probably like a number 3, probably ideally down the road. But, I mean, he's a really good pitcher. And on this team, probably your number 2, number 3 guy.
But what if they're thinking this? He's going to be coming along. We possibly keep Foster around. We know he could be a good one. Bring somebody else in. By the time you start hitting like a playoff push, or everything's working for you.
Stan, you explained this to me, how this is buying and selling at the same time. Because to me, it's selling, which I'm cool with.
I mean,
this doesn't help you right now in the wild card chase.
Well, I mean, it helps you in a few weeks from now when Connolly Early is expected to be back. We think, and I mean, he's scheduled to make a rehab appearance here relatively soon in the next week. I think Connolly Early helps his team like now. Like, he's going to be in the rotation probably August 25th, just as a guess here. Like, he's going to be here pretty soon, within a month. And this is someone who's already pretty established. He's pitched in a postseason game before against the New York Yankees in the wild card round and looked okay for the most part against them. But this is someone that you're getting rid of, Curtis Mead, who you already have the best power team in baseball right now, bar none. And Curtis Mead has helped with that, but also it's because of James Wood and C.J. Abrams. So you're adding a strength now with left-handed pitcher, and you need it with pitching. That's our biggest need. And so you get someone that can help you this season, and you're offloading one of your right-handed power bats. That's going to suck, but still, I think that this helps his team win right now.
Assuming the elbow's good and he comes back, which I would say is kind of an assumption. But you can make that argument that this is buying and selling if you don't trade away Foster Griffin. Because if you acquired this kid and all of a sudden you boosted your rotation, hell yeah. Like if late August he's starting and then all of a sudden the rotation is that much better and you're bumping out one of these dudes at the bottom that hasn't given you much, totally. But if you make this move and trade Griffin, you're selling.
Somewhat.
Like, he helps now, assuming
he stays.
Griffin stays.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. If you let Griffin go, then you didn't really strengthen it. You kept it the same, or you may have dropped off. Unless you think this kid is better than Griffin.
I think the prospect type, I mean, Griffin's about to be 31, was pitching in Japan the last couple of years. This kid is a stud prospect. But I think for the long-term health of the organization, this is a great move. Absolutely. I just think right now, if you're going to move Griffin, you're selling. And I've been advocating for that. It's tough to say that now that they just took 2 out of 3 against the D-backs. They're a game out of the last wild card spot. Like, this is one of the most interesting, tricky situations I've ever seen this Nats team, because we had Nats get to town and they're largely bad. Then they really start spending money. They really hit the lottery with a couple draft picks, and all of a sudden they're good for a while, and then they've just been bad again. Like, there hasn't been a lot of, oh my gosh, should they buy or sell? Now, there was the, oh my God, are they actually going to trade away Juan Soto kind of conversation, but it all, to me, circles back to cash. We'll open the phones, 800-636-1067. Spencer's in D.C. Spencer, what do you think of the Meade trade?
Guys, I think you're being a bit short-sighted here. We got Curtis Meade from the White Sox for essentially nothing. We gave up Boston Smith. Dude is playing Double-A right now. In Chicago, we're bottom 4 in ERA. Early, I know he's on the IL right now, but he's going to come back soon. So I think Taboni deserves a lot more credit. Brady House, he's back up on the team.
I like the trade. I don't know that I buy they're buying and selling. If they don't trade Griffin, then I'm with you. But if you trade away Griffin and this dude's coming back late August, like, have you helped your rotation, or is that kind of even out, at least for this year?
Well, I agree with you completely. If we give up Griffin, then, I mean, it was a useless trade. So, you have to do other trades to continue to build momentum and show that we're truly buying.
I appreciate the call, Spence. Yeah. I wouldn't call it useless. Like, Taboni's job is to build a real championship contender over time. And if he thinks he can get early right now at this price point and he helps them in 28 and 29 and beyond, I think if they're going to trade Griffin, then we can't say we're building now also, because you need both of them if you're trying to make the postseason. Like, you're trying to add your starting pitching depth. I love it. But you got to be in for this year. And to me, it all circles back to cash. People are like, let's get an extension done for Foster Griffin. If you're Foster Griffin and this is your last crack at probably a massive contract, I think I'm going to free agency, dog.
Unless they come to you with something lucrative right now.
Phone lines are open. Mark Zuckerman joins us at 11. 800-636-1067. BMitch Finlay here for our friend John Leahy. B, I don't know if you saw this. Leahy posted to his Instagram page. His little boy asked him, why'd you want to be a realtor? And he explained, he's like, I love helping people. I love knowing what's going on with the market. And it was just a really cool post. If you don't follow John on Instagram, you should. Here's why you should care, though. Nobody is better at getting you all the cash for your home when you sell it.
All the cash and the stress-free, just like the Greens, they wanted a smooth, stress-free sale of their single-family home and hope to maximize their proceeds while moving on to the next chapter quickly as possible. Like many homeowners, they wanted to avoid the uncertainty that comes with inspection, repair requests, contract fallout, and delayed closing. The Greens were looking for the strongest possible offer, not just the highest price. Through strategic pricing, targeted marketing, and strong buyer demand, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group generated significant interest. The result was an outstanding offer that exceeded the asking price by $15,000. Even better, the buyers waived the inspection contingency, eliminating a major source of stress and uncertainty. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group will get that done for you, and will get it done stress free. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant offer, cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. If needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And let's be real, maybe you've been thinking about selling your house, but you know if you just put a little cash into it, it'll sell for way more. Talk to John. He can help you tee up your home for market by getting you up to $50,000 to make repairs and upgrades that'll make your home irresistible to buyers and get you more cash when you sell it. Just settle up with John when you close at the end. Stuff like that makes a huge difference. You need a realtor that's on your side trying to get you the most money, and that's what John's going to do. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Taking your calls. Nats made a big trade over the weekend. Curtis Mead, the slugging infielder for Washington, the Aussie, gets traded. It's funny. I was listening to Rouye on the broadcast Saturday, and Danny had a funny little quip about he loves like organic stuff that starts with the fans and how they would chant, Aussie, 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 oi, 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 when Mead would come up to bat. And now he's in Boston. I want to take your calls. What do you think about the trade? Mike is in Vienna. Mike, what's up, dude?
Hey guys, how you all doing? I just I like the trade. I mean, I think if now that you let go of me, I mean you get a starting rotation, and now if you want to part with Griffin, if you keep him, great. Your starting rotation is even better. If you part with him and you trade for something and get relief, now you're stronger now on both ends. You know?
Yeah.
You got to get something for Griffin if he's gone.
But if you keep him, and you got early now, you got a stronger starting rotation.
True.
So you are stronger, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
So
so much is going to unfold. Thank you for the call. I'll let my guy Rob in DC get in.
What up, Rob?
Hey, Rob.
Hey, fellas, what's up? Regular caller, y'all my boys. What's up, man?
Chilling.
Good to hear from you.
Anyway, no, I'm not going to trade Foster. I mean, I like to trade with Meade. You know, I like that young pitcher. So you have to build your staff, your pitching staff, and Griffin would definitely have to be a part of it. And then we back to, what you're going to do with CJ, these trade rumors and stuff. I'm just not understanding, you have to sign him right now. He might be the best shortstop in the game. So you're already dealing with that. And you know what you're working with. So I just don't understand why you like to keep baseball as a game where you keep trading your stars and try to build your farm up. But the position we in after winning that World Series in 19, we do to win now because we just been in a dark place the last 7 years. So it's time for us to win. They need to keep Wood and CJ, and them your two core pieces. And I don't know if learning them, on the team, but if they are, then of course they won't be here. So that's just too bad for that. But I like the way they're going, in the direction. But we need to keep everybody we got. We need to be biased and go for these playoffs. Thank y'all.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. I think the last caller's totally right. Until trade deadline's a week from today, right? Like a week from this afternoon. Until we see the totality of what moves happen.
Yeah.
Like we could judge Meade for early in a vacuum and say, I like it. You're pitching super expensive. You generally got to develop it yourself. And I think by getting a stud young left-hander with a lot of control left is a win. Especially, I like Curtis Meade. This staff claims they can coach power. They can develop power, right? And I think you've really seen examples of it. It's a relatively short sample size. We're, I guess, 2/3 through their first season. But, there's a number of players where their power numbers are up from where they've been historically. Curtis Meade, they got, granted, it's a young prospect and you don't know what Boston Smith will become, but they didn't pay a high price to acquire Curtis Meade. He's got 17 home runs this year. I mean, the last time he played this much in 2025 when he was between the Rays and the White Sox, played 90 games and had 3 home runs.
Yeah.
This year he's played 87 and has 17 home runs.
Well, I think
so they're coaching something.
They can also look at that fact and say, you know what? What we're doing with the hitting is working.
Yeah.
So we can get somebody else into that, but we got to make sure we improve these arms. And that's maybe why they let him go, because they might have somebody else they feel that they're about to get on fire again.
I think they're bringing Brady House up, who a lot of people thought was going to be the starting third baseman anyway. Then Meade kind of emerges. So, from a straight looking at this trade in a vacuum, it's great
good.
For them. Yeah. And especially when you're able to backfill with your own guys, right? And I would guess they think they'll be able to keep the power production from House that Meade was delivering. Mm-hmm. It makes me wonder if Luis Garcia is not the next name on this list. Garcia is another guy whose power numbers this year through 90 games are better than they've ever been in his career. I don't know that there's as obvious of a replacement for Garcia if you are going to continue kind of hunting this wild card this year. As far as the buying and selling, I feel like until we get through the deadline, we don't really know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But if you do trade Griffin and you do trade Garcia, there's no rule that says they can't get bullpen help and a prospect.
Yeah, and if they get that stuff back, then right now the problem has really been the bullpen. So if they can improve that, hell, I'll be happy as hell.
Right. It's a little bit of good news here before we bring Zuck on. Nate Taylor was the reporter that found out that had the story that Eric Bieniemy's wife had been shot in their home. He just posted, update, Mia Bieniemy is in stable condition, according to a source.
Great.
So that's obviously most important. If you're on hold, stay there. Mark Zuckerman joins us next. We'll be talking Nats baseball for a while. We don't know what they're going to do. The deadline's a week out.
Update on Eric Bieniemy's wife. Dove Kleiman on X says that Elijah Bieniemy, the son of Eric and Maria Bieniemy, has been charged with 3 felonies: use of a firearm in the commission of a felony, malicious wounding, and discharging a firearm within a building. Maria Bieniemy was shot Sunday night at the couple's home in Virginia. Tight ends coach Ben Steele has been released by the Commanders. Wes Welker coached the tight end room during minicamp. Commanders training camp continues with the vets arriving tomorrow, first practice Wednesday, day number 1 of training camp. North Carolina has placed football GM Michael Lombardi on paid administrative leave. C.J. Abrams and James Wood each with 2 homers. Nats beat the Diamondbacks 10-7 tonight. Max Scherzer will pitch for Toronto against the Nats, live on the Fan at 6:45. Mubadala Open begin moments away at Rock Creek Park. Taylor Fritz will start at 3, Francis Tiafoe at 7:30. Women's side, Emma Navarro 12:30, and Madison Keys will play at 6. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Rude is the official show sponsor. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options. With low monthly payments, keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And if it ain't rude, B,
it ain't right.
One person that's never rude, longtime friend of the program, Mr. Mark Zuckerman. Mark, what's up, man? You've been busy.
Yeah, but you know what? It's nice to be busy this time of year, guys. And busy not because I'm just writing about guys being traded away, but actually some interest in bringing guys in and trying to win this year. It's been a while since we've been in that position.
Yeah, man, it's very cool. Everybody should check out Mark's work covering the Washington Nationals, natsjournal.com, and the Nats Chat podcast. You can give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman. Let's start with the trade. Mead for Early. What do we make of this? Big picture and just in an envelope.
Well, I mean, that's not, first of all, it's just not the kind of trade you see very often. Big leaguer for big leaguer, both of them with, 4+ years of control before they can be a free agent. And so you just don't see that kind of thing in season under normal circumstances. And when I first saw that the other night, when it broke late Saturday night, my thought was, wow, I would not have thought that Curtis Mead could get you a guy like Connolly Early. Mm-hmm. And I get that Mead has been fantastic for the Nationals, a huge part of their offense this year, and as I said, a guy who's got 4 more years of control. He wasn't going to be going anywhere for a while. But Connolly Early is a 24-year-old left-hander who's got 5 years of control, who's already got a track record of success in the big leagues, who has already started a winner-take-all playoff game at Yankee Stadium last October. For a team that we know needs pitching, and not just in the short term, but in the long term, it's hard to dispute that move to pick him up, because what this is a guy who, yes, it's about the long term and trying to make sure you have a team that can be successful for years, but it's also a guy who can help you now. And so it's one of these, both buy and sell at the same time. And I really respect Paul Taboni for taking that kind of approach. This is not, we're trading away our best players because we're looking 3 years down the road. This is, yeah, we're protecting ourselves 3 years down the road, but we're also trying to win right now, and this guy can help us do that.
What would you anticipate the next move being?
Well, I mean, they're going to pick up a couple of relievers. I really do believe that. If Taboni if we're taking him at his word, and what he said yesterday was that essentially this team has earned the right to try to win this year, that it would be foolish to try to break that up. He said they have an it factor. Okay, that sounds to me like a guy who understands they're not going anywhere, and what's their number one need? It's a bullpen. We've known that all year long.
Sure.
Now, are they going to be huge moves? Maybe not, but I could see them trading away lesser prospects for some relievers, maybe rental relievers. It'd be great if you get somebody who'd be here beyond this year to try to patch that up. I think where it really gets interesting is, we're 1 week away now from the trade deadline on Monday. How they play this week, so against the Blue Jays the next 3 days, and then against the Braves over the weekend, I think goes a long way towards determining what else they might do. And the big name there to me is Foster Griffin. If you have a good week and you're right in the thick of this race and you're not being offered something that just blows you away for him, I think he stays because he's a part of trying to help you win this year, even though he is a free agent at the end of the year. If, though, you have a bad week and you fall back out of the race a little bit, maybe you're under 500 at the end of the week, I think you do have to listen to serious offers for him. You don't just trade him for anything, but if you get anything decent, I do think you have to do that. So I really think this week plays a big role in how they're going to approach this.
Any chance Foster Griffin get an extension from this team?
It's hard to see it happening now at this week. I understand why it's easy for fans to say, hey, lock the guy up. Like, why wouldn't you want him? Of course, everybody would want that. But it's hard to do because how do you value exactly what he is as a 30-year-old who came back from Japan, doesn't have a track record? This is the one time in his career he's going to have a chance to be a free agent. If you're him and you're his agent, are you just saying, yeah, I'll sign for whatever you guys want to offer me? Or are you saying, I'm having the year of my life. Wait until the winter, and I can negotiate with 30 other teams and actually choose where I go and how much I make. It doesn't mean he couldn't come back to the Nats at the end of all that, but I can understand it's not as easy as it sounds to say, oh, just throw him some money and he'll agree to that right now. We'll see. I'm not going to say never, but I can understand why it would complicate matters to try to make that happen next week.
Zuck, with Griffin specifically, like the extension, I get what you're saying, that this is his big chance to pop a very large contract. Was there any, like, I wonder if they had gone to Griffin 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago to talk about one, if it would have been a different situation before he's named to the All-Star team and all these things. Was there any discussion, you think, around that?
Well, I know a lot of us were wondering at the time, and kind of, I raised the topic with Foster maybe 2 months ago, and he just kind of shrugged it off and it's like, well, you know, that's not my department. My agent handles that, blah, 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 blah.
Gotcha.
I have no idea if the Nats did approach him at that time, and if they did, how serious they would have been about it. The irony of all this is he's maybe pitched too well to then be able to get an in-season extension, you know, like a reasonable one. Like if he just had a 3.50 ERA and wasn't an all-star, maybe there'd actually be a better chance because he might not think he could get as much as a free agent. So that's the weird part of it, is that he's pitched so well that it's maybe created that kind of scenario. The other on top of all that, I mean, it's complicated to begin with, but then you have like this looming lockout this winter. And this is where I do think it might be interesting because, okay, if baseball's locked out on December 1st, if you're Foster Griffin, are you going to sign a deal before then? And if not, are you willing to wait that all out? And who knows what happens come March, April, May, who knows? And are you going to get lost in the shuffle? And are you still going to get the kind of deal that you think you're going to get right now? So if I'm the Nats, I'd be maybe trying to make that case to him. But again, money talks, and if you're him and any player in this situation, and you have a chance to cash in free agency, it's hard to pass that up. You're betting on yourself, and most of the time it's going to work out for you.
It's very, very interesting times with the Nats right now. We're talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Check out his work at natsjournal.com. I read your article whenever that was, Saturday night or Sunday morning after the trade went down. Where is Early's health, and like when will he be pitching for Washington?
Well, yeah, that was kind of the number one question in the immediacy. He's like, well, hang on a second. He's on the IL with an elbow injury. And ironically, he'd suffered it facing the Nats about a month ago at Fenway Park. And at the time, I remember hearing this was the night of the brawl with Kate Cavalli.
Yeah.
So it got lost in the shuffle. But I remember hearing from the Boston writers at the time that they were concerned over something serious. Now, in the interim, it sounds like everything is checked out. There was no structural issues with his ligament or anything. He's been throwing. And according to Paul Taboni, he's making a rehab start on August 3rd. That was going to happen even if he wasn't traded. And so by Taboni's logic, give him a couple of those starts, and within a few weeks, he could be pitching for them. Now, there are still steps that have to be taken, and God knows we've seen over the years here guys who looked like they were on the verge of coming back from injury, and something went wrong, and it didn't happen. So I don't want to say it's 100% guaranteed. But I think they made this trade with the belief that they're going to get 7 to 10 starts out of Early the rest of this season, in addition to then having the 5 years of control of him beyond that. And I think that's one of the reasons they made the deal. knowing Paul Taboni, how well he knows the Red Sox, I mean, he drafted early. He was our scouting director. I have a hard time believing he would make that deal if he wasn't really sure that this is not a long-term issue. But he's still got to go out there and pitch and show that he's okay.
Sure. So now I think the questions become, what happens next? We've heard Foster Griffin a lot, Luis Garcia maybe. There was a time where we were talking about C.J. Abrams. I think he's just playing so well that'd be impossible. Kind of what do you think happens next?
Well, like I said to BMitch, I mean, I think the bullpen has obviously been their number one concern, and I think you can address that without giving up top prospects. It's not that hard to get rental relievers this time of year. They're not going to be part of the long-term solution, and I don't know they're going to go get like a bona fide closer, but you can get guys who will help you at least patch that up, that group. Garcia, if you had told me the other night that they had traded Garcia for Connolly early, I would have thought, oh, that makes sense. I could see that. The fact that they got him for Meade makes me wonder, what would you get for Garcia, who only has one more year after this before he's a free agent, obviously having a career year. And I understand that from the Nats standpoint, you could afford to lose Meade's bat. They still scored 10 runs yesterday. You had Brady House ready to come up and replace him. Yeah. Can you afford to also lose Luis Garcia's bat if you are really trying to go for it this year? That feels a little tougher. But I think with all these things, and I even put C.J. Abrams in this category, even though I think it's unlikely, Taboni's going to listen. And if somebody offered him something that was like, hey, I can't pass that up, like Connolly early for Curtis Meade, then I think he'll make the move. Do I think that you're going to get that for Garcia? Do I think anybody's going to match just the astronomical price at this point for C.J. Abrams? Probably not. But he'd be doing a disservice if he didn't at least listen to what's being offered and consider that, because ultimately this is about trying to build a team that's going to be successful beyond this year, that can win in 27, 28, and beyond.
For sure. You think CJ can help that, though? Better than somebody else? I think CJ will probably help that much better than somebody else coming in, right?
Well, of course. But I mean, you got to set that bar crazy high right now for him, given what he's doing.
Yeah.
I don't think CJ goes anywhere. I'm fascinated to see what happens with Griffin and with Garcia, and it's crazy that there's still one more week left for them. Like, I think the way they swing the bat, it's not going to happen. But like, if they went 0-6 this week, you probably are selling. You know what I mean? Because then you fall out. But the way they just keep grinding out winning series, I'm curious, Mark, for you being in that clubhouse yesterday after the win over the Diamondbacks, but also after the trade. What was the vibe like?
Yeah, it wasn't that different than it's been. And again, like they all said, hey, we loved Curtis and they're sorry to see him go. But I think when you see what you got in return, and that it wasn't like they traded him for 3 prospects and guys who were, 19 years old and still at single A. They got a guy who's going to ideally be with them in a couple of weeks, helping them in a playoff push. I think they understand that and can view that as okay, hey, yeah, we are going for it here. I think the thing that would really demoralize that group, if they did trade Griffin and it wasn't for somebody who was like big league ready right now, something like that, or obviously if they traded C.J. Abrams, that would be different, because now they're thinking, oh, well, what was the point of all this? We're making a run at this, and they don't believe in us right now. They're just thinking about the future. That move yesterday, I think, while it probably shocked a lot of people, when you really think about it, you'd say, hey, this is actually a sign that the president of baseball operations is trying to win right now, and he believes in us.
Yeah.
So let's pull that thread for a second, Mark. If Taboni's trying to compete right now, and let's say they're able to add a couple bullpen arms, what do you think this team could be?
Yeah. It's a great question, JP, because I think all along there's been this feeling of like, okay, look, I know the lineup is fantastic, but if you put them in a playoff series right now against the Dodgers or the Brewers or the Braves or the Phillies, like what chance would they really have, even with a better bullpen? Are you trusting this rotation? Are you trusting that lineup is going to do that against, playoff caliber pitching? Maybe, but I think there's still a realistic notion here that, hey, it's fine to go for it and see if you can make it in to the playoffs, but is this team built to win once you get to October? No, not really, unless they just have some kind of magic run in them, and that's why you don't give up on it. But that's why I think anything they do is really going to be done not to sacrifice their chances in 27 and beyond. And I think the important thing to keep in mind is here, yes, you go for it if you have the shot, and you try to get in, and what a great story that would be, and you never know what could happen. But what this season has done to this point is, I think, confirmed or reiterated to the front office and everybody that they should be going for it in 2027. And if you can add the right pieces on top of what they have, especially on the pitching side, you've got a real team that can contend in a year, not just 2-3 years down the road like we all thought originally.
I know that expectations weren't very high, and they've been playing offensively. They've been outstanding. What grade? I always ask you about the grade. What grade you give them up to this point?
I mean, if we're grading on a curve and saying, what did you expect? Then it's like an A-, I guess. I don't know that anybody could have thought they'd be in this position. Now, you have to separate the offense from the pitching side. Of course, the offense is an A+. The pitching is, a C, maybe.
Might be lower than that.
Yeah, it might be, yeah. So that's been the great, mystery of all this is they knew that the lineup had the potential to be good. I don't think anybody honestly expected they were going to be the best offense in baseball.
No.
But I also think they didn't necessarily think they were going to have the worst pitching staff in baseball either. They thought they wouldn't think they'd be good. They thought they'd be a little bit better. And it does at least give you a blueprint moving forward to say they've done a great job this year. They've exceeded expectations. Yes, let's stick with it. Don't blow this thing up. But I think hopefully, and hopefully it's a relatively normal winter given the lockout, that they should be looking at that as, hey, we can make some calculated moves to now improve this team on a pitching standpoint and actually be ready to try to win for real next year.
It's so interesting because you're completely right. I think expectations for this Nats team versus where we are now in late July are wildly different. And it's been so much fun as a Nats fan, as somebody that talks about sports for a living, just to have them good and to be at this point where the trade deadline is a huge decision for the organization as far as what they're going to do. How much, and maybe Taboni won't talk about it publicly, but how much is the looming labor strife a factor in what they're doing? Or do they think maybe they'll come out on the better side of this if there actually is a cap or a more significant luxury tax or whatever might end up happening?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it probably is something that ownership has to confront more than the front office, but I do think you have to at least keep in the back of your mind. And here's the real dilemma, and I don't know that it's going to come to this. And is there really going to be a salary cap and floor next year without there being a ton of games lost? Or would the union agree to that before having to lose 162 games? I don't know, but let's say there is. Well, this team is nowhere close to what a salary floor would be in 2027. They're going to be required to spend money. If it comes to that, they're going to be required to spend some real money prior to next season to reach that floor because they just don't have anybody yet that's that in that category. Keibert Ruiz is the only one who signed long term. So if you're Paul Taboni, maybe that's a nice position to be in, but you also don't want to now just spend money for the sake of it. So it does create an interesting dilemma. Personally, I don't think we're going to have a cap and floor in 2027. I think there's too many obstacles to make that happen. I think they're going to have to find some kind of middle ground between the two sides to make it happen. If not, and I hope it's not the case, but they would be losing, I think, months of baseball if the owners absolutely insist on it happening and the players don't agree to that. We're going to miss a good number of games next year, and I really hope it does not come to that.
God, I remember as a kid, all the interest in baseball, everybody was so into it, and then they lost, and then they went on strike. And
they don't need that right now.
Dude, baseball's got so much momentum.
This will destroy
Keep playing the games. Last things up, because I wanted to ask you this when I saw you the last time I was over there. Taboni has said it. There is anecdotal evidence to support it. I would look at Meade, Garcia, even Jacob Young to a lesser degree. Do you buy that these guys can coach hitting, that they can develop power where it hasn't been on display before?
Well, yeah. I mean, the evidence so far would suggest that, yes, you can. Now, that doesn't mean you can just turn anybody into a great hitter, but they do seem to be pretty good at identifying a guy's strengths, helping them maximize that. They're certainly really adept at playing matchups and putting their hitters into advantageous situations against who they're facing, lefty, righty, and what style of pitcher and all that. I think there's absolutely something said for that, and maybe deep down, part of the reason you're willing to trade a Curtis Mead is that you're thinking, well, we can go develop the next Curtis Mead, whoever that might be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the flip side of this is, if they're so good at that, why aren't they doing the same thing on the pitching side?
Right.
So it does ultimately come down to talent above all else. And, you can't just turn anybody into a great player. They have to come here with at least some ability to begin with. But I don't want to shortchange what this coaching staff and what the front office has done in helping players become the best versions of themselves, at least on the offensive side.
Yeah.
We've certainly seen that.
Absolutely. Zuck, thank you for the
Appreciate
time, man.
you,
We'll
Zuck.
be watching. We appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Take care.
All right, man.
All right. So, buddy, Mark Zuckerman, if you're on hold, I know you want to talk some Nats baseball.
When he was talking about curve, you got perked up your ears a little bit, huh? That's how you got to your A's and B's.
If you want to talk Nats baseball, we're going to do it. We also have more information coming out on this Eric Bieniemy situation, which just seems awful. It's BMitch Finlay.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody bays retail anymore. Why should you? The wife of Kansas City Chiefs and former Commanders offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy was shot by the couple's son Sunday night at the family home in Loudoun County. 57-year-old Mia Bieniemy is hospitalized in stable condition. 27-year-old Elijah Zion Bieniemy was arrested and charged with malicious wounding, use of a firearm, and a commission of a felony, and he is being held at a detention center in Loudoun County. Meanwhile, the tight ends coach for Ben Steele has been released by the Commanders. He just came aboard in March, but was arrested for DUI in early June. Tonight, Toronto sending Max Scherzer against the Nationals opener, Eddie Yeen. Getting engaged or married, visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Got shot out of a cannon on a Monday morning between a lot of news. Commanders firing their tight ends coach. Eric Bieniemy's wife apparently in stable condition. That story's taking some disturbing turns. Kind of focused on baseball, though, because the Nats made a big trade over the weekend, sending Curtis Mead to Boston. In return, get young left-handed pitcher Connolly early. On the surface, this one looks like a easy thumbs up. Let's see what Easy E. He's been on hold for a while. What's up, Easy?
What's up, E?
Hey, what's going on? Great segue. Easy. So, look, I like this trade because I think right now the Nats are in that, okay, we're winning now, so let's try to get into the playoffs, the postseason. You never know what can happen when you get into the dance. I know Connolly early is not going to be pitching for another 2.5, 3 weeks. But if you can stick to that formula they have right now, which is just win the series 2-1 or whatever, and you keep yourself in that playoff push. Imagine if Connolly comes in and starts pitching in those games or those series where you're winning 2-1, you start to sweep teams, right? Because imagine if you had this guy already as your third pitcher and you was playing Oakland and Colorado. You may have actually swept those teams because a lot of these series that we're losing is when Zach Littell and Miles Michaelis gives up a bunch of home runs. Like Miles yesterday gave up almost one per inning. And it was frustrating to watch. So I think that he's going to be a good add, but they still need to add a few more arms before I can say, okay, now this team can be potent. Because in the playoffs, if they get into that wild card, think about it. Now you got 3 legit starters if Connolly pans out. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, man.
bro.
It's a good call. I'm really excited and intrigued to see kind of what happens over the next week here. And I think so many fans are so all in on this staff. Stallion's in there with the boner. Like, they just think everything the organization's doing is perfect. But
that's the thing about this area, though. We crown people before they ever do the stuff. We don't let them do it first.
And I think there's real reason
Pump the
for
brakes
excitement.
a little bit.
But like as Mark Zuckerman just laid out, they're not even sure how they're going to handle it depending on what happens over the next 6 games.
Yeah.
And this year they have far surpassed expectations. So everybody's like, bye. This offense is so legit. Bye. I mean, they are.
Sound like a boy band.
Like, just to keep everything in perspective, and maybe the Dodgers are their spending is so far away that it's not a fair comp. But Washington has 54 wins. The Dodgers have 67. I believe that's a 13-game difference, right? And okay, fine, JP, it's not fair to talk about the Dodgers. They spend $1 billion a year. Well, the Brewers don't, and they're 12 games ahead of them.
Yeah.
And the Braves kind of do. The Braves are probably top 10, but not nearly at the top.
Yeah.
Like, they're 8 games ahead of them. So this is so exciting. But I think the reason we're all screaming bye, not the boy band song, is because everything has sucked since the World Series. And this is the first time we can get really into it and invested again. But like, if you're thinking just what's the best thing for the long-term future of the organization, I don't think it's nearly as cut and dry as some believe. Now, that's why I think there's so much excitement around the Meade trade, is because it's good for right now and down the road.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can pull off a couple more of those, there's a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, totally.
I wanted to switch to some football stuff. Over the weekend, we got the PUP list information. So what happens is rookies report, and then veterans have up until tomorrow to report.
Yeah.
But you can also go in early. And when you report, you have to do the conditioning test, right?
Let me ask you a question. How many times you see somebody going early?
Well, I don't think it's a surprise that the veterans that have been placed on the PUP list kind of went in early to take care of their stuff.
Yeah, but they have to go there. They still doing rehab, so that's why they come in. Yeah, but I'm saying a healthy veteran.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get. We got to get there by 12:59. I'm at 12:58:59.
I mean, it's kind of like the radio program when we get here.
Basically,
the boys were stunned when I walked in at 9:15 this morning. Jeff's like, "You all right, dog?" The one drive that I give myself wiggle room when I have to drive back from the beach.
I left my house at 9:10 this morning. I was bro. I was just messing around. Like I'm thinking, okay, Monday is gonna be easy. And I looked up, it was 9:05. I said, "Oh hell, I gotta go." Got out the house and I was here on time.
I left at 6 because driving from the beach, you always have the variable that is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge.
That bridge is
and like I just rather get here early and know I'm good than it's one thing if I'm like texting Stallion at 9:50 and there's traffic on 395 or something.
Nah,
or like,
we get your little your patented coming in hot. You and Leon are the same
you
guy.
sent some coming in hot texts too.
If I send 2, you send 8.
4-to-1 ratio. Okay, yeah, that sounds about
you
right.
and Leon are the same people.
We are kind of similar.
Yeah.
But specifically with the PUP list guys, Dorrance Armstrong, Dietrich Wise, Trey Amos. Wise and Armstrong, I'm not surprised by at all. The Amos one is a little surprising. So he fractured his fibula in week 10 against the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Week 10 is roughly early November, I'm guessing. I'll pull it up just so I have it accurately. But a broken leg tends to, it's not like a knee injury necessarily. You know what I mean?
Not like a knee injury,
Armstrong
but
and Wise both have big knee injuries.
That bone right there, that bigger bone in that leg is a different one. The tibia is the bigger one, right? The fibula. Tibia and the fibula.
Like, Brian, get on it. I don't know.
Which one is the biggest, Brian?
One's in the front, one's in the back.
Yeah. If it's the one in the front, that one takes the most time. If it's the one in the back, you can deal with that.
If I'm not reporting anything here, if they're still,
was it the tibia or the fibula that he broke?
Fibula he broke.
Well, fibula that right there, I don't know. That's a smaller one.
So here's my thing.
Yeah.
November 9th is the injury.
Yeah.
It's July 27th. December, January, February, March, April, May, June. We're talking over 7 months.
Yeah.
If there's any concern about the actual injury, then we have concern. It's my understanding we're just going to be super cautious because it's July 27th and the games aren't until September 13th.
That's what I noticed over these last, going into 3 years. They seem to take time with stuff. They don't rush people. And that's why when I saw it the other day and I saw when you posted it on the thing, I didn't get overly concerned because they have done this consistently. It's not the first time they're doing something like this. So It didn't bother me at that point.
So what I said I got some replies because I was kind of aware that news was coming out and had some background that I thought was helpful, right? I also want to point out, I think it's very good news. Tim Settle was held out throughout minicamp and everything. Mm-hmm. He's not on the PUP list. So I'd expect to see Settle kind of right away on Wednesday when we're out there.
I like that.
I got a reply from Commander Mitch, and I'm not taking a shot at Commander Mitch here. He said, so I tweeted out Saturday morning when the news came out, Wise and DA to the PUP list is not a surprise. Those were tough, major injuries. Amos is a bit of a surprise, but probably just being cautious. Week 1 is a little less than 2 months away. To which Commander Mitch responded, corner room was going to be critical already. Without Amos looks even worse. I replied, saying without Amos at this point is silly. It's July. Like, if you want to be concerned about Trey Amos, you reserve that right. But I'm going to withhold any concern until like almost a month from now, 3 weeks from now. If he's not out there in mid-August, like around preseason time, we're going to Detroit, then I think, okay, what's going on here? This was a broken fibula back. I think I just combined the two. This was a broken fibula back in November. What's going on here?
Yeah.
But I very much believe this is just the old abundance of caution.
Yeah.
And the Rasul Douglas signing to me
gives you more time.
Because the question was asked then, and now we can ask it now that he's on the PUP list. Do you think that was indicative of more concern over Amos?
No. I think that it was indicative of the fact that it needs somebody else in that damn room.
I think it was a depth concern.
So like for me, man, it's like I seldomly look at social media because everybody takes everything as the sky is falling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just don't live like that. Like, I don't think every time I hear information, oh, we got to get up in arms about it. You know, sometimes you got to take the approach of, let's see what happens. Because that's what they're doing. You know what I mean? And when you have a group that, listen, they take care of their players. They're not the ones just, you got to go no matter what. You know what I'm saying? That's the old school way. And sometimes you push a guy when he just have like a little ailment. But when it's an injury, you want to take it. If you got time to take, you take it. Because like you stated, we're not playing the game tomorrow, nor next week.
I'll give you a date. Let me look at some dates. Today is July 27th. They start practice on the 29th. If we don't see Trey Amos, first preseason game is the 14th. They have joint practices a little over 2 weeks away against the Dolphins on the 12th. That's probably a couple days before that is when you'd like to see Trey Amos. 7th, 8th, 9th, somewhere in there. If it doesn't happen then they have the second preseason game in Detroit on the 22nd, where presumably you'll see some of the starters for some period of time in that second preseason game. I think you'd like to see him there. But the only thing I'll say is even that second preseason game against Detroit is 1, 2, 3 weeks before the first regular season game. Keep in mind, Labor Day is I think Labor Day is the latest it could possibly be this year. So the NFL schedule is starting the latest it possibly can because they start the week after Labor Day. I'm not here to be overly jumpy about the Amos thing at this point.
Yeah. My mindset is what it was when I saw the schedule. I need to see some level of intensity go up. And this is going to be a part of it as it moves forward. If you're going to be playing this year, you need to get a little bit of that experience with the intensity. Because it doesn't start off slow, bro.
Here's what we're going to do. I want to talk a little Steph Diggs for a moment, and then Nicky Jhabvala actually got in touch with Brandon Ayuk. Let's see what he had to say. Nobody go anywhere.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out on vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling the empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
We have a development here in the 106.7 The Fan studios. The boys in the aquarium, Jeff and Stallion, I believe, owe BMitch $10.
No, Stallion does.
Facts.
I was smart enough to say, no, I'm not even getting myself into that.
Stallion challenged me.
Stallion?
I told him I would do 300 to 400 push-ups in 60 seconds.
JP, what is he insinuating there?
I'm not insinuating nothing. I said 300 to 400. I didn't say 300 to 400. It's not my problem that you think you know what I was saying.
You got hustled, dude.
I got out hustled technically by.
You didn't get out hustled. You got hustled. He hustled you.
You owe me $10.
Well, I thought I was going to hustle him. So I got out hustled. So he was like 300 to 400 push-ups. I'm like, in 60 seconds? Yeah, I'll take the $10 bet. And he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4, done. And I was like, okay, well.
I said 300 to 400.
Yeah.
I didn't say 300 to 400.
Thus, you got hustled.
I got out hustled.
I mean, that is such a weird
Okay,
discrepancy.
well, he just admitted that he owed me $10, right?
Do you have the $10?
What? No chance I have the $10.
Are you going to pay him?
He
the
probably
$10?
lost it from
We'll
betting.
see. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, either you going to give it to me, I'm going to take it.
Ryan, I'm going to tell you, if people try to hustle you around our way, you got to fight them.
Yeah, we've gotten plenty
what
of
you gonna
Jeff
do?
getting beat up by BMitch videos. It could be a good time for Stallion to get beat up by BMitch.
Out wrestled, not beat up.
Out wrestled, sorry.
Yeah, not a fighter.
B, will you waive the $10 if Stallion will wrestle you during the next commercial break?
Nah.
You want the $10 more than making him tap out?
I think if he goes and he wrestles me and he loses, he owed me 100. He's young. He's a young guy.
This sounds like Stallion kind of math here. I'm not really sure that's how it works. That was hysterical because as soon as you were like, man, I can do these push-ups, I was like, something's afoot here. But I was in the other room just kind of watching it unfold. Jeff Street Smarts kicked in.
He was too adamant about it. He was like, I'm like, you're about to
Jeff,
count the
Jeff,
100.
While you talking, you forgot my food.
No, I was letting it cool down. I got you, bro.
I did, on a more serious note, obviously this Eric Bieniemy stuff is just going to continue to unfold. But where'd that come from? The Chiefs had practice this morning, and Andy Reid just spoke with the media. This is all coming from Nate Taylor. I assume Nate Taylor covers the Chiefs for ESPN? Okay. Andy Reid, after practice today, our hearts go out to Eric Bieniemy. Mia is stable, which is a plus.
Yes.
We all love EB, and you hate seeing these things happen. Real life. You take care of that. She's a saint, one of God's good blessings, but things happen. Andy Reid said there's no timetable on Eric Bieniemy's return to the team. Reid said Joe Blymeyer, the Chiefs pass game coordinator, will take over the offensive coordinator duties. So that is obviously very real news out there in Kansas City and sadly here too, because this happened in Loudoun County. B, you've been through a million crazy things. This one is
this is a tough one, man. So it's like you said, prayers and support. That's all you can do right now at this point. I sent a quick little text to him, and when we first heard it, we were wondering what could have happened, and then when you hear the extra information, you find out it's a kid, one of their kids.
Their 27-year-old son has been charged.
That
with the
really,
shooting.
really, really throws you for a loop. And like my daughter hit me like, whoa, and because Bria's a sports nut, and bruh, you never suspect nothing like that.
No.
So
I mean, this.
And
really,
I know Andy has had issues with his kids and different stuff, and
his son died, I think, right?
One did, and then but he's going to support, right? And we were talking earlier about the tight end coach. I say the great team, the very good teams have a plan, and I see the Chiefs moving right on it with this thing.
Press release from the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office is investigating a shooting that occurred on I'm not done giving out this address. At approximately 7:32 p.m., deputies responded to a report of a shooting. Deputies located one adult female suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. Multiple. Golly. She was transported to a nearby hospital for treatment of serious injuries. Elijah Zion Bieniemy, 27, of Ashburn, was arrested and charged with malicious wounding, use of a firearm, and commission of a felony, and discharge of a firearm inside of a dwelling. He was transported to the Loudoun County Adult Detention Center where he was held without bond. The investigation is ongoing, and there's not believed to be any threat to the public. I mean, I don't know anything about Elijah and what transpired, but God, that is just
it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, this
Yeah.
is just this story. I mean, when you and I heard it this morning, B, it was kind of like, God, that's terrible. You kind of think a break-in gone wrong, right? That has taken a very, very different turn, and I don't. You've known EB a long time. I knew him the year he was here. You never hope this on anybody.
Hell no.
Like,
Hell no.
I mean, this is just awful stuff. And, we're going to continue to just
Right.
think the best we can. Yeah, absolutely. As this day continues to transpire, who the heck knows what's going to happen next? Earlier this morning, the Commanders fired their tight ends coach. We'll hear from Dan Quinn tomorrow night. I would expect to get some sort of answer on that. I'm also curious for Dan Quinn. I think when it comes to Brandon Ayuk, I think we're past the point of
return. No, I'm just,
I do.
It's
way past. But I
it's
think
weird, man.
I think we're past the point. You and I both know Dan Quinn fairly well, I would say.
Yeah.
And there's been some like funny, humorous, entertaining times where DQ, I think, kind of prides himself on saying nothing in his answers, where he'll get asked about certain things and he'll just talk around it and get kind of back to his talking points. I kind of think we're past that point with Quinn. I will not be surprised if tomorrow when Quinn is asked about Brandon Ayuk, if he has some sort of more than usual straightforward answer, I'll explain why. We're going to have a long conversation about receivers and Brandon Ayuk and Steph Diggs and what the hell is going on in our world next.
This update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Mia Bieniemy, the wife of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, was shot multiple times by their couple's son Sunday night at the family home in Loudoun County. The 57-year-old Mia Bieniemy is hospitalized in stable condition. 27-year-old Elijah Bieniemy arrested and charged with 3 felonies, including malicious wounding. Tight ends coach Ben Steele has been released by the Commanders for a violation of team policy. Steele was arrested for DUI in early June. Commanders training camp is underway. North Carolina has placed football GM Michael Lombardi on paid administrative leave. Nationals take on the Blue Jays tonight, and old buddy Max Scherzer, 6:45 on the Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Rude is the official show sponsor of BMitch Finlay. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
Correct. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
Folks who listen on the podcast, Spotify, Apple Pods, folks who listen on the Odyssey app, wherever you listen, wherever you hang with us, we appreciate it. Let's address this in a series of ways here. The Brandon Ayuk thing with him buying a house over the weekend, I think that kind of happened, or maybe when I was in Ohio. Did you discuss that?
Yeah, I don't. I know we saw some pictures. We don't know if he did it or not, but that's what he said. So
I wonder, like, buying a house is recorded. You know what I mean? Like, you got to file a deed and stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder if John Leahy could track that down, or if there's somebody else that knows how those databases work.
Somebody let us know,
because I'd honestly be curious about that.
But my whole thing is, let's think about this, though, Jay. People have a right to buy a house wherever they want, do whatever they want with it, but you're not released from the 49ers. You've stated with your own mouth you're not going to file those papers. Why would anybody believe you bought a house or care that you bought a house if you're still stuck with them on the left team list? And as long as you're on that list, guess what you could do? Nothing.
I do know he's been in the area, right? I had a friend at a motorcycle dealership said he came in there. Apparently he's buying this house. Somebody mentioned that he was spotted. I think, what's the kind of like membership wine place I went to with you? There's one in Reston.
Cooper's Hawk.
I heard he was there.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he's about. I am no expert on finances, but I know a significant portion of his cash was voided out. I'm just looking at over the cap. They have his career earnings at $60 million.
Mm-hmm.
Of that, you're probably, between taxes, fees, all sorts of stuff, if you had 60, you probably have 30. I wouldn't think it's wise to buy a $10 million house, because I don't think it was like mortgaged. You know what I mean? Maybe it is. I don't know. But the actual math on that doesn't seem to make a ton of sense to me. But
a lot of stuff haven't seemed to make sense, to be honest with you.
That's exactly why I wanted to start here. Nikki Jabala obviously covers the Commanders for The Athletic. Matt Barrows covers the 49ers for The Athletic. And they chronicled a lot of what Brandon Ayuk has done over the last few months with just kind of the crazy stuff via social media. And it's been really difficult for people to get a hold of Brandon Ayuk, including the 49ers, with whom he's under contract. But between Barrows and Nikki, they got a text back from Ayuk on Friday that said, AP and DQ quietly put together a squad. I'm the final piece that will swing all the odds in our favor. Hashtag Go Commanders. Hashtag Raise Hail. B, I don't think this dude's coming here. Kind of period. I think it's done. You agree?
That's where I'm at this point, yeah. I'll leave a 1%, 2% because you never know what happens sometimes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Further from The Athletic, those sources who spoke on condition of anonymity because they do not have permission to speak publicly on the matter said at the time that the Commanders had no intention of trading for Ayuk, and if the 49ers released him, Washington likely would have only considered a short-term, highly incentivized contract. If Ayuk agreed to such a deal and performed anything like the receiver he was a few years ago, he'd provide a significant boost to Washington's offense. If he didn't, or if any other issues arose, the Commanders would be able to move on without any significant loss. I'd argue at this point, significant issues have arose.
Yeah.
According to sources, I assume this is from San Francisco, Ayuk's behavior began to change after he signed a 4-year, $120 million contract in August of 24. That deal followed months of contentious negotiation, a near trade, and an awkward training camp hold-in which Ayuk often became a sideline sideshow during practices. Ayuk, who had a career-high 1,300 receiving yards and a gaudy 18-yard per catch average at 23, was seemingly consumed by social media upon returning to practice in 24, and he got off to a sluggish start that season before damaging multiple ligaments in his knee during a Week 7 loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. That injury brought more attention. According to the sources, Ayuk began veering away from the team's rehab protocol soon after the surgery, failing to communicate with the team, a recurrent theme between Ayuk and the 49ers, and preferring to rehab on his own. That eventually led the team to take the unusual step in July 25 of avoiding the 26 guaranteed money in Ayuk's contract, a move Ayuk did not challenge through the NFL Players Association.
Of all, that's the strangest thing. That last statement you read, that's the strangest thing of all.
I have a question for you, Brian. We know Dan Quinn likes to say as little as he needs to. Has this all gotten to a point where Ayuk is constantly posting videos wearing Commanders gear that the organization just wants to shut this down from this side?
I would think, but I would think this. With these rules of tampering, there are so damn many of them, you don't know what's considered tampering, what's not. You don't want anyone ever thinking that you're having communication with them. Because he make a lot of comments as if he's talked to somebody, you know what I mean? And that would be troubling me.
I would think, and maybe we'd have to check with like an actual rules expert. But if Dan Quinn, he's going to get asked, right? Repeatedly.
Oh, he's going to get asked this, definitely.
But he could say, we don't talk about players on other teams, period. But we also have no interest in players that make baseless claims about our team. Like there is something that you can say that is completely generic and hypothetical that will put the word out, we're not interested. And I kind of think it's to that point.
Well, they don't, but to be honest with you, at this point, they really can't say much about him. And my thing is, why do I have to go up here and find something generic to say to make him? Listen, I can't talk about this. He's on another team still.
I'm just saying, I wonder if this is at a point where they want to figure out what they can say. Because the other thing they could do is Peters or Quinn could easily text Schefter and just be like, yo, this is not happening. We're done. And then there's no tampering involved because it's a report from an anonymous source.
Yeah. But what have they done thus far? They don't talk about anything. They keep it quiet.
They don't talk about anything.
I
ever.
feel be who you are. You don't have to change for him.
I would just think at some point they're pissed and they just want this to go.
Could be, but why would you go out of character to change it up?
So we have a bunch of different things. This is just so remarkable. Ayuk texted two athletic reporters. AP and DQ quietly put together a squad. I'm the final piece that will swing all the odds in our favor. Hashtag Go Commanders. Hashtag Raise Hail. The behavior is so bizarre. I very much get the feeling we've reached a point where AP and DQ are done with this.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they will make that clear in some capacity. Obviously,
well, it may come off of what Fowler's discussing. That may be their way of saying we're not interested.
Sure.
We're intrigued by somebody else now.
Sure. So there's a couple different audio clips I want to play, and then I want to open the phones. 800-636-1067. Call in if you want. John Lynch is the 49ers general manager, and technically still Brandon Ayuk's boss. Like, especially with that Kyle situation. We got to talk about that at some point.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. That happened 11 days ago. We just hearing about it.
But the Niners are practicing. John Lynch was asked about Brandon Ayuk.
Before we do open it up to questions, Brandon Ayuk, I know you guys are going to have a lot of questions. Brandon is on a left squad designation. As such, he's not on our 90-man roster. And, I'm personally, and we as an organization are going to focus on the players that are here. And so I don't have anything to say on that, anything to add to that. We wish him well. We wish his family well.
See, the question that right here says, why Brandon Ayuk is still a 49er as training camp opens and what comes next? You know why he's still a 49er? Because he's not filed those papers. And as long as he's on that left squad list, he's not on the 90-man roster and he doesn't count against the salary cap. Until he files and gets cleared, reinstated, they don't have to do a thing. I've been saying this for the last 4 or 5 weeks. And I want people to understand, if he does nothing, he can post every damn thing he wants in the commander's hat. Hell, he can be in the damn stands when they start training camp. But he can't go anywhere and can't do a damn thing without.
I hadn't thought of that, B. Do you think he'll show up to training camp?
He might. It'll be a whole crowd of people out in the parking lot because he'll be wearing all the gear. You never know.
As a BMitch and Finlay show producer, Ayuk, please show up. We will have an interview for you right then and there.
Do you want to extend a formal offer to
This
BA?
is a formal offer to BA to be on the BMitch and Finlay show for an hour.
Let's ask Nikki for his number.
God, I didn't even think about that. I can tell you this. Our investigative prowess, we have texted with John Leahy to see if he can check for a home being sold at that valuation in Loudoun County. So we're trying to track down what's the big database in real estate called MLS, like the soccer league. We're tracking things. All right. I think the Ayuk ship has completely sailed, and I've been allowing myself wiggle room for some time. I'm done with wiggle room. I think it's DOA. I think it's done. What isn't done, though, Steph Diggs still hasn't signed anywhere. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN has repeatedly over the last month, 6 weeks, suggested there's some level of interest between Diggs and Washington. Jeffrey, I believe you got Fowler talking here.
So I'm told that at least 5 teams that need a receiver have been checking in on his market, see how things are going as he works out on his own. I'm told Diggs is highly motivated here because he's not rehabbing an ACL like he was last year. He only played about 55% of the snaps for New England, still got 1,000 yards. So he feels like he can be a really good number 2 receiver for a top quarterback. Now, Washington is intriguing to him because Jaden Daniels, young quarterback, he's from that DMV area. The rumors around the league are that Washington could add a receiver at some point to go with Terry McLaurin. So something should shake out for Diggs. But, hey, look, these guys don't always want to go to training camp and be in the 90-degree heat. They can wait a week or 2 before they sign.
That second part, I absolutely agree. And we've been saying for some time that I could see Diggs signing in the middle of August. Just not having to do 5 weeks of camp and just do 2 weeks of camp.
That's what I've been looking at the whole time, bro. Guy, his status is not trying to just show up to camp. You know what I mean?
Phone lines, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We got another Ayuk, this time a text to Nikki. Shout out to Nikki for getting a response. Fowler says Diggs finds Washington intriguing. I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
Real question for people. Are you just done with the receiver conversation? Do you still think there's a place for Brandon Ayuk? Are you still that interested in Diggs? I just want to get to practice.
I
and
want
watch
to get
the
to
current
practice,
guys run
get it
around.
started. And for me, as I look at this thing, bro, Diggs is working out and wants to play and not causing any issues. The other person is not even available for me to talk to. And he has stated he is not going to make himself become available. Why waste your time with that? See, that's where I'm at with it. Like, you control what's going to happen. And you have stated that you're not going to do what you need to do to make it happen. So if that's the case, what are you really doing all this stuff for?
I don't know with Ayuk what he's doing.
See, that's where I'm at with it. Like, listen, man.
Like, maybe he really is just become addicted to social media.
Could be. But what if, like, you okay, had to be released from here to go work at another place that we have a buddy at or somebody.
Right.
And we never go file the papers to get ourselves released. Do we really want to go to the other place?
No. Joe is in Rockville. I'm going to let folks chime in here. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's up,
Good,
man?
dude. How are you?
All right, good, man. As I tell you before, you guys get the best show. Really love you. Hey, man, I don't even know why we're talking about Brandon. We need to go after Diggs. We need to secure places. We need to secure people for Jaden. I mean, why are we waiting for Diggs? I just don't get it.
The Diggs might be waiting on Diggs, man. Like, he just might not want to go full go in July. Although I think if the right offer was there, he's happy to show up when camp opens. I don't.
One thing that DQ has built into his camp when people come in, we have a ramp up portion. They don't just throw them out there. We ramp up.
Right.
So you can wait and then you ramp up. You can get 2-3 weeks out of that.
Yeah, man. I don't know that this receiver influx is coming. Not to suggest there are people that will scream that they don't have enough there. I'm just not entirely convinced that's accurate, and I'm not entirely convinced they believe that's accurate. I think we're going to see, the actual training camp schedule, right? It's only, I think it's 15 camp practices. The last day of actual training camp, so people understand this, they call, training camp only runs to Tuesday, August 25th. So, there's only, 15, 16 practices. Then it becomes regular season again. Roster cuts are August 30th, I believe. The last training camp ends before the last preseason game. The last preseason game is the 28th against the Ravens. Cuts are August 30th, and then it's like a week of nothing. That week leading into Labor Day, there's not a ton happening. There'll be all sorts of roster machinations. Guys will get signed from other rosters and stuff as people get cut. But there is still so much time, dude, that the Diggs thing, if your concern is another team might sign him away, I get that. But if your concern is you're running out of time, that's not accurate.
I don't think so.
My guy Jaime's in Manassas. What's up, Jaime?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm not tired about talking about the wide receiver position. I think we need an upgrade. We need another proven receiver there. What I'm tired is to hear about Brandon Ayuk, man. I'm out, totally out. I don't want to hear. He sent a tweet about this, about that. I'm done. As soon as he starts talking about Jaden Daniels, that's it. We don't need this guy. He's not doing what he needs to do to play in the NFL. He even filed to get back in the NFL. I'm done with him. I don't want to hear about him. About the position, yes, we still need an upgrade. We need to talk about it. We have suggestions. I would love Diggs, for example. But about Brandon Ayuk, I'm out.
Jaime is out. Yo, Jaime, I might be over my miles on my lease, dog. We might have to talk. Shout out to Jaime and
You
Oarsman
too?
Fairfax Toyota.
Definitely, man. We're always ready for you.
You too?
Thank you, Jaime. Appreciate you, brother. We're going to keep the phone lines going. 800-636-1067. Is anybody out there still hoping Ayuk signs here? 'Cause I think we lost Manny in Southeast. I'm curious if there's anybody out there that still wants this to happen, or if the whole world is just turning the page. It is BMitch Finlay.
Mia Bieniemy, who's the wife of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, who used to coach with the Commanders, was shot by the couple's son. Mia is in stable condition in the hospital. The 27-year-old Elijah Bieniemy was arrested and charged with 3 felonies. A preliminary hearing is set for August 31st. Tight ends coach Ben Steele released by the Commanders for a violation of team policy. He was arrested for DUI in early June. Commanders vets will report tomorrow, day 1 Wednesday, day 2 on Thursday, both starting at 8:30 a.m. North Carolina has placed football GM Michael Lombardi on paid administrative leave. C.J. Abrams and James Wood each hit 2 homers. Nationals beat the Diamondbacks 10-7 tonight against the Blue Jays, and Max Scherzer, Eddie Yean, the opener for the Nats at 6:45 on The Fan. The Mubadala Open at Rock Creek Park today at 3. Taylor Fritz tonight, 7:30 Francis Tiafoe. Today, 12:30 Emma Navarro, and at 6 Madison Keys. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan.
Spirits down.
And Rick James.
Once you get her off the streets.
Speaking of super freaks,
boys,
Brandon Ayuk texted Nikki Chavala. AP and DQ quietly put together a squad. I'm the final piece that will swing all the odds in our favor. Hashtag go Commanders, hashtag raise hail. Imagine the audacity to say that. I'm the final piece that will swing all the odds in our favor.
I believe you got to have confidence, but I think, sometimes you guys just have some type of caution.
I put out the bat signal. If you still want Ayuk, holler at me. 800-636-1067. Let's start with Kurt in Ashburn.
What's
up,
Kurt?
Kurt?
Greetings, gents. Excuse my voice today. We don't want any part of Ayuk. I want to quote the brilliant writer Maya Angelou, who says, "When someone shows you who they are, believe it."
The first
That's
time.
all I said.
Yeah. She said, believe them the first time. Don't give them extra time to show you how much they crazy they are. Believe them the first time.
We got one, B.
Who?
This is like catching crabs at the beach. We got one. Sean is in D.C.
What up, Sean?
What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I do want IU. The reason why he bought his house here is because Jay and Daniels spilled the bean. He said, "You on my team now, so you're going to show me respect." He said, "Little boy, stop listening to your mother, then maybe I'll listen to you." So he already knows that he's coming to Washington. He will be our number 1 receiver. God bless you.
I don't think none of that stuff that you just said was what they said. He was mad because Jaden said it. So what makes you just take that story and put it to where you want it to be? Hell no, that's not what happened.
Is it possible that was Ayuk?
What was the guy's name again?
Sean.
Sean, I want you to listen to this and listen closely. If Brandon Ayuk does not file reinstatement papers, the 49ers could sit on their damn hands for the next 2-3 years until his contract runs out. And ain't nothing he could do. So I don't understand how you can be so caught up in someone who is not doing what he needs to do to force the other person's hand. Because if they don't do anything, if he doesn't do anything, they don't have to do a damn thing. But I would not want you to read nothing for me and give me a thesis, a little concept of what they said, because you completely wrong on that one.
Let's go to Steve is in Bowie. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Brian.
What's up, man?
JP.
Hey, dude.
Listen, last week we had this conversation. You guys were talking about. We were talking about Brian Ayuk, and I believe this is. You know, there was a twinkle in my eye when we first mentioned him early this summer. But as Brian made very clear to everybody, he has to file papers. And if he ain't filing papers to get reinstated, he ain't coming. And I don't want a cat that's got too much baggage like he has. And you know what? We talk so much about Brian Ayuk, It takes away from our receiver room. We got some great guys who are quality guys, who are stand-up guys, who are going to bring something to this team. So why are we not talking more about them and talking about this guy who's got so many problems? I don't get it. So, Brian, I agree with you 100%. Hey, he ain't filed the papers. There ain't a chance, excuse my language, in hell of him coming to the Redskins. And if he don't come, I ain't going to lose no sleep. I like our receiver room. And so thanks, guys. I appreciate
you, brother.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. I don't know what just happened. Stallion just jumped up out of his chair like there was some freak emergency. What the hell just happened?
I thought there was a word that was said that did not actually happen. So never mind.
We got a crack team.
I will pay for it. They need help. They need to lay on the couch and talk to somebody, dog.
Shout out to Manny in Southeast. He's calling.
What's up, Manny?
Manny, what up?
Hey, fellas. Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Pretty good, brother.
This is what I see. Y'all already know. He hasn't signed no paperwork. So mine, he not really on him. You dig where I'm at?
Yeah.
Because he not signing no paperwork. It's no need for me to say that I want him here or don't want him here, because the bottom line is I can't have him here if he don't sign the paperwork. But it's more to it. I always thought he was here. I always thought he was already signed to the team. But when he started doing a little, not signed to the team, but, always thought behind the scenes something was going on, because I always told y'all AP know what he doing. You dig where I'm at? Point of the matter is, by him adding the team and the coaches and all that to the mix now, it kind of makes it hard for them to bring him here, because soon as they do, you know they gonna scream tampering. You know they gonna scream tampering. They petty. They petty because they talk all that mess about BA, but they don't come out and tell you what happened to their coach. We didn't hear about it till that happened on the 14th. We just hearing about it. So we know they got some skullduggery with him. But I don't even know if he can come here now because he might have put himself under the gun by putting the team under the gun, opening the door for tampering. So, I don't know, man. I'm here and there. If he come, I ain't tripping. But if he come with that Bible mess, you already know we go. Hey, listen, send him to Siberia and let him play with the Huskies. I'm holler at y'all, man.
Thanks, Manny. Always good to hear from you. I do think there was a long period of time where Washington probably would have signed him had he gotten released.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think there got to be this period of time where the Niners didn't want him to end up here. And they're like, all right, we're just not going to cut him. And that's when all the kind of crazy chicanery started. Like, I think everybody expected a conclusion that San Francisco was like, you know what? We don't have to do this because he's not forcing our hand.
Yeah.
And that's when this thing went from weird to relatively insane.
Listen, man, when it first started, we were two guys who were stating we believed that they had a major part in this too. And then as you check it out, you still could believe they have a part, but they don't have to do anything until he does something. And if he doesn't do anything, then he can't blame nobody but himself. Point blank. And I don't understand how people can't understand that. And as I tell you many times, I say, we're not here just to entertain people. We're here to educate them. And we have said things that are there to educate people and make them understand the situation closer. They don't care about that. They care about you saying what they want to hear, not what they need to hear. Just understand, if the guy you want doesn't do what he needs to do to get here, then he's telling you he don't want to be here. Stop worrying about people's words and look at their actions. That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, man. Words, not actions. Let's take a couple more calls on this, and then I want to have a different conversation because I wasn't here when this news broke. John is in Herndon. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, guys. As always, so glad to talk to you. For me, I know the question is Ayuk and Diggs. To me, the defining issue is what you guys have just said. This has gone on too long. We've been talking about it for months. For me, it comes down to who is a stand-up guy and who isn't. And to me, Ayuk has done this to himself. He's made it all about himself. He reminds me of a sixth grader who just says, I'm the star wide receiver, and he never actually played ball in his entire life. Versus Stephon Diggs, who's always been a stand-up guy, who played through injury. During the Bills years, he was the guy that everybody loved. And we're looking for a quality number two. And so I think the choice is obvious to me. No drama from Ayuk and stand-up from Diggs. Thanks.
Thanks, bud. Good call, John. All right, we'll round this out. Our guy Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Hey, JP. Hey, B. What's happening, guys?
Chilling.
Everything's good, man. Look, man, it's like this, man. You know, it seems funny that, Brian, you have been correct in everything you said. And, my God, he's got to be listening. He's got to know this stuff. And then he's going around and selling wolf tickets on everybody he can, even these people he claims are his friends that he wants to play with. Now, he is either really ignorant or just dumb, because he's not going anywhere acting the way he is and being dumb. He needs to get some help, and the help's not going to come from him with the way he's treating people. You know, he's got to realize, man, that what Brian Mitchell is saying is 100% correct. And to keep going on and thinking that he's just going to buck the system when he won't even get the bargaining unit people to help him. I mean, he's like the proverbial turd in the punch bowl. I can't think of a better analogy. Whereas, like Brian's been telling us the whole time he's been on the radio, I've been listening, that, hey, you got a man in Stephon Diggs. He's working out, showing himself from the area. Hey, I'm a big believer in who they have already. But if you go and pick somebody up, Stephon Diggs is going to be the guy, not the turd in the punch bowl. He's got and the wolf tickets he's selling on John Liston, he's calling them little boys and female dogs and everything else. Who's the little boy? He's the one acting like a little boy that needs to have the pancake turner whipped out and have him turned over your knee and get a paddling with it.
Appreciate the call, Mark. Thanks, buddy. See ya.
Take care, guys. Have a good day.
Right, bro.
All right, last one on this. My guy Vino is in Ashburn. What's up, Vino?
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I wanted to say that he officially proposed and is married to San Francisco. Sign the papers, get the official divorce, and then you might be able to even put you in eligibility. I don't understand, like you said, BMitch, do the small steps. You just have to take 1 and 2, and then you might be able to have a conversation. Until then, you're still married to California. You're still married to the Niners.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You right about that, bro.
That's it, gentlemen. Thank you.
Appreciate you,
for
bud.
taking my call.
Thank you, man. All right. We all need a break. I got a funny tweet from my man, Mark Henning. He said, "We don't want to talk about Brandon Ayuk anymore. We'd rather hear about your vacation and BMitch cooking food." When we return,
Mark, I've been trying to get this done for the last 2 weeks, bro.
maybe we'll talk about BMitch cooking food, but I think there is a next level insult to the city of Philadelphia. I'll let you know what that is when we return. Jeff just re-racking Super Freak. That's the kind of weekend he had.
A great one.
I'd like to check in with the boys on this. So I wasn't here Friday. LeBron signs with the Sixers. All right. From a basketball perspective, I get it. Two things can be true. He's clearly ring chasing, but that's also a great place to land. I don't think because of the amount of scorers and players they have there's not a ton of pressure on him. We'll see if he'll accept kind of a secondary role, but if he will, it's a great spot. If he went to Miami, it's him and Giannis got to carry a relatively bad roster. If he goes to Cleveland, he's got the added pressure of going home. Golden State, or him and Steph, young enough to get it done against OKC or San Antonio or Denver, whoever. So I get it. Clearly ring chasing, but I'm not even mad at him. Like, that's what you've been your whole career. Why do something different now?
Mm-hmm.
My question is, and I heard this morning, and I've since seen it all over websites. He's not going to live in Philadelphia. He's going to live in New York and take a helicopter to Philadelphia on game days.
Oh, so now he's copping up somebody else, right?
Kobe?
And Kobe flew back and forth.
Yeah, but that was after his playing career.
I understand, but still, it's just everything he does is somebody else to set the standard. Why you want to live in New York any damn way? If you playing for the 76ers, live in Philly. Or live right across the river in Jersey and not in New York.
Like, the two sons are older, and I mean, Bronny's in the NBA. I think his other son's either in or out of college.
Bryce.
The conversation is the daughter, right? There's like a 12 or 13-year-old daughter, and that not wanting to disrupt her school or whatever. Just keep her in L.A. You're flying private. Like, I imagine they're going to keep their home and their business operations in L.A. The living in New York and playing in Philly just seems extra bizarre. And B, you said this when I called in Friday to talk to you guys. You said, because I think you can see this going two different ways. If LeBron can go to Philly and the Sixers can win a title, they will embrace him in a major way.
Totally.
Right?
100%.
But if they don't, and even if it just kind of goes sideways during the season, how do you think that crowd's going to feel about you not living there?
I didn't hear this till now.
Isn't that crazy?
That right there is going to rub them the wrong way. Because you know who you're really battling against? The Knicks.
Yeah.
So what are you really doing other than playing in the city to support the city or the area by living in New York?
According to Shams, the geographic proximity between New York and Philadelphia played a significant role in enticing LeBron to sign with the Sixers.
What's the proximity?
I guess it's a 45-minute helicopter ride. Just live in Philly. Now, apparently, Wilt Chamberlain did this in the 60s. Now, Wilt probably wasn't getting a helicopter. I don't know how true that is. But, like, this to me, if I'm a Sixers fan, if I'm a Philly fan, I'd be like, yo, bleep you, dude. You live here or don't. I don't know. That just, when I saw that, I was like, what?
Well, I'll just say this. If things start going wrong, we're going to visit this again.
Yeah.
Because we will hear about this setup right here again.
Dude, imagine Angelo from South Philly calling into WIP after LeBron has a, 7 for 20 night and gets on his chopper to go back to New York. Right? Like, you're already kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. From a basketball perspective, signing LeBron James to a veteran minimum in an offseason where you trade for Jaylen Brown, like, there is so much to be excited by there.
Yeah.
But you said on Friday, like, man, I don't know that these Philly people are really going to embrace him. And this feels like the easiest step. Also,
you're giving them ammunition. Like,
keep that to yourself.
If things are going well and you're doing the things they expect, because let's be real, for all the people out there who want to keep throwing me his age, one finger salute to his age. Because if you can still play, people are going to expect you to play. If you're 18 or 19 like he was when he came in the league, nobody was talking about, oh, he's only 18, only 19. No, he was good enough to play, right? And if you're still playing at 41, you're good enough to play. In that city, they're going to expect you to play. And if you start messing around, they will also step to your face and tell you what they believe. Don't care about he's 6'8", 6'9". They don't give a damn about that. They're going to discuss it. And now that you say, oh, I'm going to live in New York instead of Philly, some of them probably waiting for you to mess up.
Yeah.
So they can use that and throw that in your face.
It's so weird seeing the LeBron Sixers jerseys on social today. It still doesn't feel real in a lot of ways that he picked Philly. I get it. It just still just seems so bizarre. And he very obviously. Do you think this is all about trying to get to 6 rings so he can have the same as MJ?
I don't know, man. I really don't care because, listen to me. 6 out of 6, but 14, 15 years. You play 20-something years and you get 6, ooh, wow, that's much better. No, not to me.
It'll never be close to me.
I'm going to, LeBron has done things, played longer than people played. He's done a lot of amazing things. And I could give him credit for that. But people that don't want to acknowledge, like I was looking at this thing on social media the other day. It was a younger dude said, man, they say this guy couldn't do this, this, and this. And he was just looking at MJ stuff. They say he didn't have handles. He's handling with people. He couldn't shoot threes. He shot threes. He was showing all the stuff. The dude say, everybody that just knocks him because they say what he didn't do, they haven't seen him play. Go check it out. Check it out, you know.
Yeah, man. I just find this whole thing so bizarre and like unnecessary. It's great. He wants to keep playing basketball. He can still play basketball at a high level. He's undeniably a great player in the history of hoops. But the addiction to attention, and in some ways, maybe it's on like society. Maybe it's on us. Like,
it is on us.
Like we've created the attention economy, and LeBron James has been a centerpiece, Fortune 100 attention economic engine since he was 16 years old. So maybe he's just doing what he's always done. But the chopper every day to Philly and back to New York City just seems odd. Coming up at 1:30, Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring.
This update brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Mia Bieniemy, who's the wife of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, was shot by the couple's son, Elijah Bieniemy, at their home Sunday night. Mia Bieniemy is listed in stable condition in a hospital. Tight ends coach Ben Steele has been released by the Commanders for a violation of team policy. Steele was arrested for DUI in early June. C.J. Abrams and James Wood each hit 2 homers. Nationals beat the Diamondbacks 10-7 to win the series, hosting the Blue Jays and Max Scherzer tonight, live on the Fan at 6:45. The Mubadala Open is underway at Rock Creek Park. Taylor Fritz to the court at 3, Francis Tiafoe at 7:30. Are you a road technician that is tired of outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From Crop Metcalf, Sportsnet's Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Right, do it all the time.
BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. It's funny. Everybody's asking, hey, when does camp start? When does camp start? It's starting all over the NFL. Wednesday.
Last week.
Wednesday is the first day of Commanders training camp practice.
Everybody together, right?
Everybody together. Speaking of everybody together, Rude is the official show sponsor of BMitch and Finlay. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
That's absolutely correct. So the first practice is Wednesday. The first practice with fans is Saturday.
Is that full gear?
What?
Full gear?
No.
Shorts?
Yeah. I think it's possible, and I don't know this. We'll ask DQ tomorrow. I think it's possible the first practice with pads on could be Saturday's practice with fans there. But just running through the actual schedule, it's kind of interesting because it doesn't seem like this is going to be the heaviest camp from a quantity standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
They never go 4 straight days on. I don't. You tell me what you think, B. So practice Wednesday, Thursday, off Friday, Saturday. You think they'll be in pads for Saturday? I always thought you had to go 4 practices.
I thought it was 3 or 4 days before.
So if it's not for 4 practice days, it would be Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday, then Tuesday, August 4th is your first day with pads. I don't know if fans can be at that one or not.
Sunday, are they practicing Sunday?
No.
Yeah, they all Sunday.
Yeah, they're off Friday and Sunday.
Yeah.
And then it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday, back Friday, August 7th. Saturday, August 8th, off Sunday the 9th. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which will be the joint practice against the Dolphins. And I believe that one is open to the public. That week, we were talking earlier about Trey Amos. When do you want to see him back? All that stuff, right? That week, to me, they go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the Wednesday is a joint, and then they have their first preseason game Friday night. That's the first week I think we're really going to see some stuff. Like, that's when you kind of got to be rounding into form. You're at that point exactly a month out from week 1. I think that's when you see some high octane.
I think they got to get into it, Jay, because like you've stated it before, we have a new OC, new DC. The schedule starts off with a bang.
Yeah.
You can't wait. You got to do this the whole time. And I'm not saying anything about going out there going 100% full speed, but you got to lift it up. The intensity has to be a little bit stronger than it was in previous years.
Well, I think it's also interesting. What, Brian, see if you can track this down. Last year, it was well documented they had the oldest roster in the NFL. They have changed a bunch of that. Now, you're still going to have Tress and Ott will drive your age up just because those are better players.
But they're 2 of the best at their positions.
Right. Last year, you had, I mean, just top of my head, Josh Johnson on the roster, Wagner on the roster, Ertz on the roster, even a guy like Debo on the roster. I would think their average age has dropped a bunch from what it was last year.
You know when people discuss the average age? When you're not winning. If you're winning, they never look at it, and it'd be about the same damn age.
Well, I'm curious, because I do think last year's camp was too light. And do you think that was DQ takes care of his veteran players? And I wonder if there was some of that. I think I saw this on social media somewhere. They really didn't do many one-on-ones in practices last year in camp. And I believe it was John Keim, ESPN, said, expect to see more of that. Did you like the one-on-one practice experience? Like, I mean, not that they run real hitting drills like when you were playing college ball or with Coach Gibbs or something, but just like getting more one-on-one reps.
Yeah. Because the level of competition goes way up in that one-on-one matchup. You mean like one-on-one linebackers, running backs, one-on-one defensive backs, receivers? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. Because, and I wanted to go against the best of the best because that's when you get that, you want to find out. Like, I wouldn't get up on there and say, hey, give me the rookie. I want somebody going to challenge me. The best, if it was the best cover guy we had, every time I went, I wanted him. I never wanted to go with the little soft dudes.
I know for me, the drills I love watching are O-line, D-line.
I said that the other day. I said people want to always watch the skill positions. But if you want to see some real stuff, go watch a left tackle against a defensive end. You got some of the biggest dudes on the field, most athletic, and they go for it. They battle.
I mean, how much do you want to see Tunsil go against Owe?
That's the two people I named the other day.
That's funny.
I want to see that. I want to see Tunsil. I want to see Owe go against Connolly. Sure. Listen, bro, he has people in practice now that he can go against. So when he get into the game, it's not going to be a shock. I remember back in the day when we had Charles and all those guys and Eric Williams and Jumpy Gathers going against our offensive line. Listen to me, man. When they got to the game, it was easy for them because they went against some big-time dudes all the time, every day in practice.
Yeah, man. I mean, think about, I do not share this, but there are people that have questions if Allegretti's the right guy for this job. Let's see Allegretti go against Tim Settle.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to find out. The whole thing about it is, how can you assume he is or not? Let's let it transpire and see.
Damn, so this is kind of surprising. Commanders still have the oldest roster going into this year.
Is it because of, what was it at, 20 what?
27, basically.
You got
Commanders have the oldest roster in the NFL, 26.79.
Tunsil.
The Dolphins have the youngest at 25.18. So that delta is really not that big.
Yeah.
You're talking about roughly a year and a half.
Tunsil is 30 what?
I just pulled up the age of the roster. Hang on.
Tunsil, Tress, Ott.
So Belore, special teams maniac, is 37.
Okay.
Tress is 36. Ott is 34.
So that skews it big time.
Antonio Hamilton, 33. Trent Scott, 32. Marcus Mariota, 32. Wiley's 31. They got Tunsil's 31.
But almost every position that they have guys that are older are those positions where guys plays longer. Punter, long snapper.
Right.
Offensive linemen, quarterbacks. Those are positions that people play long. And you can see the ages being higher on those.
Yeah, I mean, looking at
how did the linebacker core drop down? When you look at Bobby and now he got Sonny.
Right. I mean, that's probably a 15-year swing. Also, looking at this, if you look at the guys that are 30 years or older, probably about 15 guys on the roster, maybe 12. I would say 2/3, 3/4 of them are roster locks. So that roster could look a lot younger by the time we get to September 1st.
Yeah. But when you look at the team now, the build of this, the makeup of this roster, you don't look at it and say, oh, they old. Because at the positions you normally look at, you have young people.
Right.
And then, so it looks like it's older just because when they go and say, oh, this is the average age, they don't tell you what those people positions are.
Right.
So
last year I pointed out that it was pretty kind of slanted by the age of certain players, but I think if the entire gap is 1.6 is basically a year and a half from oldest to youngest, it's really not that significant. If that number, W, see if you can find out what that was last year when they had the oldest roster. So now the oldest roster is under 27.
It was 28.1.
So, I mean, that's fairly telling, I would say. Like
last year was?
The gap from this year to last year is about as big as this year's first to last place team. I think last year the gap from the youngest team to the oldest team was significant, with Washington being the oldest.
Mm-hmm.
This year, I mean, those numbers have shrunk a lot, I would say. B, we did just get some information from our friend John Leahy.
Yeah, I just asked him another question.
So John Leahy we're really proud and appreciative to have him as a sponsor with the program. And he's also a friend of ours. And we've been hearing about this Brandon Ayuk buying a house in Loudoun County. So I asked John, I don't know if you're able to track that down. Now, let's be clear. We don't know who the buyer is.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be clear, we don't know who bought this home. But Leahy, because this is public information, able to ascertain there is a pending home sale in Loudoun County at $9.9 million that went under contract on June 30th. That is new construction.
Mm-hmm.
So that tracks, and it's in Creighton Farms.
Okay.
Now, Creighton Farms is a beautiful neighborhood. That could be some data center bro just bought a $10 million house.
Could be.
Could also be a disgruntled wide receiver of the 49ers. We don't know.
Yeah. But he posted it last week.
I think he posted it Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, so last week.
So
this thing's been under contract since 6:30.
Yeah, June 30th.
Yeah.
You think he actually bought this house?
I don't know. But
maybe he's a real estate
as
investor.
I stated, don't care. Because buying a house means nothing if you don't file the papers. I'm still stuck on that. See, everybody else want to quickly run to the other story of what he's doing. I'm going back, like I said, you weren't here. I said when you go to college, before you get into your major, you have to go through some prerequisite classes, right?
Yeah.
So his prerequisite class is to go file those damn papers. He hadn't taken those prerequisite classes. Remember, you didn't want to take the math class. You had to go take it, make sure you pass it.
I've taken it a couple times.
So maybe, just maybe, he might be on his third time taking it. And if he don't take it, he'll never get to his major. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The house story is just insane to me. I want to open the phones. What are you most excited about? What are you most curious about? I almost want to ask Dan Quinn that. Hey, Coach, what are your biggest question marks heading into training camp? I'm curious what he would say.
I think he'll say, can I get 3 or 4 more years out of BMitch? Since Brandon Ayuk putting himself up there, I'm throwing myself up there.
Yo, you should start
doing
doing
I'm
that.
joking.
Dude, you should post a picture of you in uniform, say, I'm ready to go. I'm the missing piece. Hashtag raise hail, hashtag go Commanders. It'd be so funny.
I'm not going to do that.
It'd be so funny. Elijah is in D.C. What's up, Eli?
What's going on, BMitch Finlay?
What's up, brother? How you doing,
man? Excellent. Man, I'm excited. I wanted to talk to Nick Allegretti, but you said you wanted to what we're most excited about.
You can do both.
I'll end with Nick Allegretti. I'm most excited about. It seems like this is the deepest team that we've had. And we talk about field position, and when you talk about you have a guy who can run up the A gap, you have a guy who can get to the edge, you have a guy on the check down, you have 3 backs, you have 3 tight ends. So you can, when you're talking about, and you also have a great quarterback, you have a good defense, you have a kid who has ran a touchdown back on the punt return. So we're talking about collectively, yeah, exactly. Come on now. So collectively, situationally, when you talk about game planning for Washington, going along with not truly knowing how they're going to call things. Man, I just kind of like our chances early. Like you said, BMitch, if they can just be intense, keep the intensity up, and keep their eye on the prize, obviously, because we haven't even discussed what can happen positively for this team if they start early. And if they win early, you know, when you talk about the tiebreakers, I don't want Doc to get me because he can talk about, you know, what we got right now. But when you start thinking about if you get some wins in your bucket early against some of these major teams, like if I'm Dan Quinn, I'm in my guys' ears like, yo, we can set the tone and really set ourselves up to really give ourselves not really cushion because that's how you get lax, but you can give yourself some breather room along the stretch. So, man, they need to work real hard because you get Philly, you get Seattle. These are games that people just kind of throwing out. No, man, you got a running back. You got guys. You can pull that ball. You can do play action. You got Sonny Styles. You can disguise them different ways. I mean, I'm kind of excited about our chances. So I'm just curious, man, to see what we get. And also Allegretti, man, people have to recognize he has good feet, man. We haven't had a center necessarily who can get to the second level and get on linebackers. Most centers, they're going to stay static. They're going to stay put, obviously. But he can pull, he can move in space. So when we talk about, again, with this play action game, he's going to have to widen up his stance. And I'm sure they're going to work with him with that. But, man, I think he might be okay with his experience, a young offense. I think they'd be okay, man. And I like some of his ability to communicate before Jaden even gets to the line. So you can kind of take some of those qualities
I'm
over
with you
maybe
on
just
Allegretti,
like,
man. I appreciate you, Eli. I always do, bud.
My man.
Take care, bud. I think Nick Allegretti's going to play well. Maybe I'm
believe that
on
too.
an island, but I like Allegretti. Kyle is in Haymarket. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, big dog.
What's up, man?
Finally excited to finally talk to you guys. So I just want to start by saying I am absolutely sick of hearing about Brandon Ayuk. I think it's stupid, number one, that he may or may not have dropped $11 million in a town where he's going to get booed basically everywhere he goes, and then have to watch from the sidelines another free agent possibly take the position he wanted. So that's just our right off the break, stupid idea. But yeah, I'm excited mostly because, first off, we have a defense, maybe. We potentially have a defense which we haven't had. And even at our best, when we were a game away from a Super Bowl, we had one of the worst defenses in the NFL. So just assuming we get even close to the middle of the pack, like we're already miles ahead of where we've ever been, uncharted territory in terms of what we could be. So it is a lot of faith and a lot of hope. But I'm just excited for what we got. Obviously, Ertz was our biggest wide receiver for Jaden, so I'm real excited to see what Chig's going to do here and what he's going to bring to the table. And hopefully we can just get it turned around and get this defense going. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you, Kyle. Good call, man. It's funny. I was down at the beach, and a lot of people kind of asked me what I thought the Commanders would be. Mm-hmm. And I think there's real reason for optimism. I think the defense will absolutely be better. I think one of the biggest problems defensively they had last year, even in a scheme I didn't love, was overall team speed. The middle of the field was just open. Guys couldn't run on seams. You've got a lot more speed now. And it's not just Styles, Chanel too, I would add.
Yeah, Chanel is athletic as hell, dog.
And you should have more pass rush, and you should have a much more aggressive scheme. Like, they were awful last year. Did they go from awful to good, awful to great, or awful to just okay? But even if you go from awful to okay, that's a big improvement. Awful is awful. And then offensively, I don't want to oversimplify, but the reality with this Commanders team, if Jaden Daniels plays like he did as a rookie in 24, they're probably a playoff team. They might win the division. Mm-hmm. So much of it comes down to Jaden staying healthy and performing at a really high level because that's who he is.
Yeah.
So, there's so much we could discuss. If the defense is a little bit better or a lot better and Jaden's good, this team's pretty damn good. If those two things don't happen, it's awfully complicated. When we come back, Rob Bradford joins us to talk MLB trade deadline.
This update brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Mia Bieniemy, who's the wife of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, who also used to coach with the Commanders, is in stable condition at a hospital after being shot by the couple's son, Elijah Bieniemy, last night in Loudoun County. Elijah is now in the detention center in Loudoun County and faces 3 felony charges, including malicious wounding. Tight ends coach Ben Steele has been released by the Commanders for a violation of team policy. Steele was arrested for DUI in early June. Commanders training camp continues this week. The veterans report tomorrow. Nationals, fresh off a series win over the Diamondbacks, host the Blue Jays tonight. Max Scherzer will start for Toronto. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVIPVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. We're about a half hour away from Grant and Danny taking over. I'm sure those boys will have a lot to discuss about the Curtis Meade trade. Right now, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend Rob Bradford, co-host of Baseball Isn't Boring. Talk some Nats baseball. Rob, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, man, there's nobody I'd rather be talking to more than you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, and let's go. Like, we threw the Cougar in the car with this trade deadline, so there's no need to lower the heart rate. Now we got it going, so let's keep it going.
All right.
So let's start with what the Nats have already done in trading Curtis Meade and getting back Connolly early. What do you make of that move?
You know, it's funny because I think, first of all, I applaud it. I like the one-for-ones. I like when they did the Perales and Bennett. Obviously, Bennett's worked out better for the Red Sox, but I love when GMs, this new wave of GMs, actually do this instead of covering themselves with getting 4 guys back and getting to trading one. I like these deals. I go back to the Pablo Lopez, Luis Ariz. Yay. You know, you need this, we need that. Okay, let's get the deal done. So I like that deal. I think that overall, across the nation, people are thinking that the Nationals got an edge on this. And Conley early at his best, yeah, starting a top-of-the-rotation starting pitcher is probably one of the most valuable thing that you can get. And if you can get that, then absolutely do it. And by the way, you did it by giving up a guy that you got the most out of over the course of 3 months. So congratulations. But I think that for your guys' sake, I will say this, is that I think that for what you wanted and what you gave up, it's a good deal for the Nationals because, like I said before, it is hard to get that level of pitching, and I've seen enough of Conley early, if healthy, that he is that level of pitching.
So it's remarkable because you're going to love Curtis Meade. Maybe you know him, I don't know, but I mean, he hits nukes and he's got a cool Australian accent. Like it's a hell of a combination, right? But I think here in Washington, people are really celebrating it because it seems like the Nats got the better end of this. You think there is some missing component in why the Sox were willing to deal early, kind of early, no pun intended?
Yeah, I think that the first thing you have to be careful of, listen, I mean, the guy's on the IL right now, right?
Right.
So I'm sure that Taboni and the Nationals have done due diligence and understand that this isn't a serious thing. And the Red Sox, we're certainly trending for early to returning to the rotation, certainly by the end of August. So I think especially with that relationship that those two front offices have, nobody's putting one over on anybody else.
Yeah.
I think that it's interesting with early because last trade deadline, the Red Sox were really focusing on Joe Ryan, but why they were willing to give up Peyton Tolley, they were not willing to give up Conley early. They never introduced Conley early. Arizona tried to get Conley early for Merrill Kelly. They said flat out no. So they were really clinging to Conley early. Now, maybe not so much this offseason, But Conley Early's momentum has not waned at all since he's become a major leaguer. It started really last spring training, not this spring training, last spring training at the prospect game, where everyone was like, oh my goodness, what's going on? This kid who was throwing 84 at West Point all of a sudden is now throwing mid-90s with 4 pitches. Well, that's how this works, right? And he has proven that he not only can pitch well in the major leagues, but can pitch well against any level of hitter on any stage. He pitched in the postseason last year as a guy who had 6 regular season outings and did fine. He's not backing down from anybody. So all of that, that is a good thing. But at the same time, why did the Red Sox do that? Because they needed the other thing. They have pitching. They needed the other thing, and the other thing was Curtis Mead.
What do you think the Nats need to do next? Or what do you think they're leaning towards, adding or subtracting?
Well, I mean, listen, everybody knew that Nationals needed pitching, right? Like, this is one of the things where I think one of the reasons probably people are celebrating is because it doesn't take a scientist to understand that they're at the top of the major leagues in a lot of offensive categories, so you're dealing from a position of strength. But other than Foster Griffin, what else are you going to do? How are you going to get through this? How are you going to make an Arizona Diamondbacks-like run from a couple of years ago? And that's how you do it. You have to get pitching. So the fact that they went in and got this guy, even though he's a young guy, even though he's controllable, tells me that they understand, there is an opportunity. This is baseball, man. This is Major League Baseball this year. Congratulations. You have an opportunity. You have a chance. And the Nationals fall under that umbrella. So I know that there's been a lot of talk about C.J. Abrams. I understand that. But I can't imagine that Taboni is just going to fold up the tent and say, oh, no, forget about it in the situation they are right now.
Yeah, it's funny because I think here in Washington, we're so desperate for the Nats to matter again. And this has been so much fun, through 2/3 of the season for them to be playing good baseball. They're 2 games over 500, fighting for this wild card spot. But they're also still 10 games away from the teams that have separated themselves as the best in the sport. So, I think there's this really tough juggling act for Taboni. I don't know if you know him from his time in the Boston organization.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, I'm guessing you have a relationship with him and have for some time. Talking with Rob Bradford here from the Odyssey Sports Podcast, Baseball Isn't Boring, and you can read his work about the Red Sox for WEEI, which is sports radio up in Boston for our folks that don't know that.
Yeah.
I'm curious for you, Taboni probably took this job with a very long viewpoint, right? I'm going to have this team as a title contender in 3 years or something.
Yeah.
Do you think it's difficult for him to all of a sudden be in this position where, whether he wants to deal with it or not, there is real pressure on the organization to stay in this wild card fight just because fans are so fed up for the way things have gone the last 5 or 6 years? Yeah,
I think it's a good question, and I think it's a tough one for Taboni to answer. And I go back to, in 2021 when Chaim Bloom took, they had taken over the Red Sox. The year before, they trade Mookie Betts. There wasn't a lot of expectations that they were going to, on Chaim Bloom's tenure, that he was going to be able to take off, and obviously Taboni was part of that. And then out of nowhere, they are in it, and they make some moves which aren't on paper just obvious moves. They got Kyle Schwarber, sure, but they got Kyle Schwarber for, Kyle Schwarber didn't play for a month. It wasn't like you got a Kyle Schwarber who was on a heater. You got Kyle Schwarber who hadn't played for a month or wasn't going to play for a month. So I think that probably what Taboni is going to do is he's going to look for opportunities like this, which isn't just flat out, we're going to give you the farm for whoever. We're going to unload for Tarek Skubal. We're going to do whatever we can. No, I don't think that that's where they're at.
Right.
But guys, they can make these sort of moves and stay in this thing and then see where you land and do see. I mentioned the Diamondbacks from a couple of years ago, that Red Sox team. There's been a lot worse teams in the Nationals right now that have made runs in October. So I think they understand that.
Well, when they won the World Series, they made a hell of a run.
Yeah, they were 19
There you
and
go.
31.
They
Right?
in 19 and 31. They ended up winning the whole thing. So,
Rob, just checking on things up there in Boston. How much fun was the win streak, dude?
Yeah, it went from the least enjoyable season I've ever covered to one of the most bizarre. I guess it's enjoyable, right? Like, just put people's smiles back on their faces. You know, it was funny because after Cora and all the coaches got fired and they still aren't winning, and they get to early June and they come back from Colorado, they have a terrible plane trip, and everyone's sad. Everyone's like, what are you going to do? You're going to trade Sonny Gray. You're going to trade Aroldis Chapman. And the only thing that we had to hang our hat on in this area was the Scottish soccer fans coming in. I mean, honestly, it was like that's all we had. Like, we remembered like what joy was for a couple of weeks, but we're like, but can you stay? No, they had to leave. And then what's going to happen when they leave is going to be the ultimate sad trombone. And then out of nowhere, they go on this heater. And it wasn't like, and I've said this before, it wasn't like the 2022 Seattle Mariners went on a very similar heater, but they got Carlos Santana. Like, they added somebody. It was like a veteran they added. Okay, there it is. They didn't add anybody. And they just sort of, out of nowhere, it just sort of clicked for them. And next thing you know, they can do no wrong. So, yeah, it's been a wild ride. And as I said about MLB and certainly about the American League, if you're in it, like, you have a chance. There's no question about it.
It's crazy too because
JP's Scottish, you know that.
Yeah,
that was his cousins out there drinking up everything. They need to come back again.
Once we do the Wikipedia page for the 2026 Red Sox, if they aren't identified as the best World Cup MLB team in baseball, we aren't trying. They went from the minute that I saw that first kilt on June 11th at Fenway Park. They went 23-9. I don't think it was a coincidence.
My cousins were at that game where the Tartan Army went to Fenway and had the time of their lives. But dude,
so great.
To your point, they won what, 15 in a row, right?
Yeah, they won 15 in a row. Now they've won 17 and 19, I think it is.
And they're 4 games over 500.
Yeah, and
great.
And again,
I just let you know where they were. He said it was sad.
And the funny thing is, so I just interviewed some guys from the Blue Jays, Jeff Hoffman and Kevin Gosman. And what they brought up the Red Sox. And they said, look, they can do it. Maybe we can do it. And every team in baseball saying the same thing. Look, they did it. Why can't we do it? And like, okay, well, good luck with that, man. Like, good luck with that. But it has offered hope to a lot of teams.
Rob, one last one. I know you do baseball coverage in Boston. But if I know one thing about Boston people, they're fans of the entire city's sports teams. How are the good folks of New England handling not just the Jaylen Brown trade, which was kind of a head scratcher, and what the Sixers got versus what the Celtics got, but then LeBron signing with the Sixers?
Yeah.
Oh, such a good question. And by the way, during that Red Sox win streak, the Red Sox hadn't lost over the time since Jaylen Brown left town. So everyone chalked it, along with the Tartan Army. It was also Jaylen Brown getting credit for leaving town and putting this win streak together. But it was the Jaylen Brown thing, I think, around here. Obviously, you get all the chaos and the controversy or perceived controversy and everything. Why didn't they do this? I think it has hit this city. It has hit the fan base. Not only because you got rid of a really, really good player, but because you got, the corpse of Paul George coming back, and that's what you have. And you talk about, it's funny because Craig Breslow had no benefit of the doubt. Like, he didn't have benefit of the doubt at trade deadline. He's slowly getting it. Brad Stevens, who is obviously the guy who runs the Celtics, nobody in town had more benefit of the doubt than him. But this tested it like nobody's business. So I think that everyone is just now looking at the Sixers and saying, hey, you know what? Congratulations, championship, whatever. LeBron, everyone around here, they're not huge fans of LeBron going back to their Cleveland days. It is what it is. But, at the same time, we have seen, even in the city, where you get Kyrie Irving, Gordon Hayward, Tatum, and Jaylen Brown, all these guys, and okay, print up the tickets, print up the World Series, the championship parade, and it doesn't work out. So that's what people are hanging their hats on. Why also we're hoping that Drake May is actually really, 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 really good again.
Rob, this was fun, man.
Appreciate it, Rob.
Appreciate you making time for us.
All right, a pleasure is mine. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy.
All right. Rob Bradford, check out the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast on Odyssey Sports. Check out his work covering the Red Sox for WEEI. When we return, time to make some bets, people.
What up? BMitch Finlay.
106.
What up?
What's my guy's name? Steve?
What up? No, that's not his name.
Shout out to Greg. Appreciate you, man. Oh, if people could hear the conversations that go on during breaks.
No, they shouldn't.
It'd be
it was just nice stuff coming from my side of the table.
It was just nice things.
Now, your side of the table is different.
Well, I didn't say anything. I do want to take a quick minute. My friend Nina Mandel wrote a book, has an event Thursday night at Politics and Pros. Nina joining us now. Hey.
What's up, Nina?
What's up?
Hi, guys.
How are you?
How you doing? Good. How are you?
We are good. So we all used to work with Nina at the CSM Washington days, NBC Sports Washington days, maybe. Tell us quickly about the book and how much high school athletics is getting messed up.
Yeah. So first, I wanted to thank you so much for having me. The last time I was on here was to talk about JP's email issues. So I'm really excited to talk about my book, which is called A Fraction of a Point, A Gymnastics Dynasty on the Line. I followed a high school gymnastics team, public high school, so no recruiting, through their drive to their 20th consecutive title. So that means that they were upholding a legacy that started before these kids were even born. It was a lot of fun to follow them. I love the book. I hope everyone else loves it too. And to your point, it really gave me an insight into, how valuable, and it reminded me, I played high school sports. We all played high school sports. Some of us played in the NFL, but some of us quit in high school. And high school sports is the best. And in the day and age that we live in, it's not always encouraged that kids play high school sports or play for their high school, and this book is a great reminder of what an amazing experience it can be.
I'm curious, and I don't know that this is a direct one-to-one comparison, but after the U.S. got boat raced in the round of 32 or round of 16 in the World Cup, people have talked about how broken soccer development is. Just with my own kids, my own anecdotal evidence, seeing how competitive at what a young age youth sports has become. Is that something you've noticed in your research and looking at stuff all around the country, regardless of the sport?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a great point, looking at U.S. soccer. I saw a thing, and you can't hold me to this, but I'm pretty sure this is true, that Alex Morgan, who is obviously one of the best women's players, didn't play club until she was in high school or close to it. And I think all of us are rushing to give our kids the best opportunity that they can. But first of all, most of our kids are not going to be Olympians. Most of our kids are not going to be on the national team. And so what I get into really with this book is, what is the point of playing sports, right? And of course, we would love for our men to get further in the World Cup, but it's also, we want our kids to be better leaders. We want them to have confidence. And that's what high school sports does. And so I think it's really not even how much the system is broken, but thinking about why we're playing sports in general.
So Thursday night, Politics and Pros, Connecticut Avenue, correct?
Yes. I hope to see you all there.
What time?
7:00.
Okay. The place Bucks next door has an awesome steak. You should check it out.
Amazing. I'll do that.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right. Take care, Nina.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
All right. That's our old friend Nina Mandel from the NBC Sports Washington days. We're all trying to, most of us are trying to raise kids out here, and it's a complicated world. I think her book's a really interesting deep dive through a very specific lens at what youth sports are doing right and maybe not doing so right in America.
Well, a bunch of adults screwing it up. That's what's happening.
Cash. The answer to everything is money.
It's some greedy parents too, Jay.
Speaking of money, let's make some bets. How about that segue?
Gather around, gather around.
New week, new us.
New week, new us, huh?
Do we have WNBA tonight? Is it only baseball?
I think WNBA is on All-Star break.
Okay. Good to know.
Why you think? Do you not know?
Well, I don't.
I'll get the thing started. Max Scherzer over 3.5 strikeouts tonight at Nats Park.
That got to be.
I'm taking the Nats
minus
to win.
250.
No, it's plus 126. Scherzer's coming off the IL.
You taking the Nats, Jeffrey?
Yep.
Who's pitching for the Nats tonight?
We have Eddie Jean opening, and then I think it goes to Andrew Alvarez, left-handed pitcher.
What is when does Griffin's next start?
He pitched on Saturday, so he'll probably pitch on Friday night.
Okay, locked on right there. And you're going to the game tonight.
I'm going to the game.
This is your
tonight.
first game since
Tonight he's locked on that.
I am locked on that. And if anyone has some tickets out there, more than happy.
Oh, so you're going to the game, you just don't have tickets.
Don't have tickets yet, but I'm open to anything out there.
And are you going with your girlfriend?
We'll see. We'll see if we can get tickets tonight.
Yes.
So you invite her to a place where you don't have tickets.
I don't have tickets
yet. Garbage, dude.
My boys got tickets.
There we go.
Seat Geek.
Okay,
just buy some.
No.
I'm taking the Tigers tonight.
That seems a little haterific and personal, Brian.
Bro, I don't like the Orioles. I'm just letting you know that straight up. I know you do. That's why I always pick against them.
I'm taking the Nats tonight. Just on the money line. Did W make a pick?
Astros.
There you have it. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Mark Zuckerman for joining us. Thank you to Rob Bradford for joining us. Thank you to Nina Mandel. Go check out her book. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a brewski.
The Mubadala Open is continuing first round from Rock Creek Park. Emma Navarro won her first set but is down in the second set. Madison Keys will go to the court at 6. 7-seed Leyla Fernandez already won. Taylor Fritz on the court at 3 p.m. Francis Tiafoe tonight at 7:30 and Ben Shelton tomorrow. Mia Bieniemy, the wife of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, was shot by the couple's son Elijah Bieniemy Sunday night at the family's home in Loudoun County. Elijah is arrested and charged with 3 felonies, including malicious wounding. Tight ends coach Ben Steele has been released by the Commanders for a violation of team policy. He was arrested for DUI in early June in Loudoun County. Commanders training camp continues all week long with the veterans reporting tomorrow. North Carolina has placed football GM Michael Lombardi on paid administrative leave. Tonight is the Nationals and the Blue Jays at 6:45 with Max Scherzer going against Eddie Yeen. Scherzer pitching for the Blue Jays. That's at 6:45 on The Fan. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. In for Danny Rouillet today, Toby Altizer. Danny will be back in the saddle after his summer vacation at the beach early next week, but fired up to be with you. I do want to let everybody know we've got tickets we're giving out today to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan at Nationals Park. We're going to give those away exclusively on G&D all week long. This is a hot commodity. People want to get their hands on these. You better be listening at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz if you want those tickets. There's a lot going on in DC sports. Commanders training camp kicks off tomorrow. First official legitimate practice on Wednesday morning. We will be on site. And the Nationals just took a series from the team they're chasing in the wild card hunt. The Arizona Diamondbacks leave town. The Nats now 1 game back in the wild card. Toby, it's a good time to be a DC sports fan.
Yeah, it's a great time. It was a fun time at the ballpark this weekend, watching some good baseball for the Nationals, taking 2 of 3 after they dropped the opener. Danny Rouillet was on the call. We maybe have to find some of those highlights and play and rate what he did in the broadcast booth. And I think the question, Grant, is the updated leaderboard is now 10 post-game interviews for you. I got lucky to have 2 this weekend, so I'm up to 9. Danny only has 3, and it was a tough weekend for him in that he got the win in terms of he was in the broadcast booth, so we got to figure out how much that counts for. But 2/3 of his interviews have been Curtis Mead. And so who's he going to talk to after Nats wins now if he's a post-game guy?
I do want to talk about Curtis Mead and the significant trade that the Nats pulled off in just a second. But I think that's secondary for the moment because the bigger picture right now is the postseason push.
Yeah.
That they're within a game in the wild card after taking 2 of 3 in what was their biggest series of the year. And they lost the opener of this series 3-2. They get a 2-run homer from Dylan Cruz and don't score otherwise. And it was a really tough, disappointing game where they used an opener. This was a series, by the way, where their 2 worst starting pitchers went against a team that's better than you in the standings. And you still win the series. And you need to win the second and the third game. But C.J. Abrams continues to carry them. He will be named the Player of the Week in the National League whenever those awards are named today for last week. He was unbelievable with 7 home runs over 7 games and played like an MVP in the biggest games of his career. James Wood yesterday hit not 1, but 2 home runs in the biggest game of his season. So to see those young stars stepping up, combining for 4 home runs in a rubber match to pull to within a game of the Diamondbacks was awesome. Foster Griffin, whose name's being bantied about in trade rumors, was dynamite in his start. Didn't have his usual prolific stuff and had to throw nearly 60 pitches over the first 2 innings. But I thought Foster Griffin settled in, put it on autopilot, was outstanding. Michaelis was just okay. Littell was solid after Palmquist struggled. But the bullpen actually pitched pretty well in this series. And certainly over the final couple of games, Matt Crook notwithstanding. And that's to be expected when he pitches because he just hasn't had a whole lot of success here and he's come and gone. And for whatever reason, they can't quit him and they keep bringing him back because they have a quota where they need like 6 lefties that don't help him very much at any given moment. But it's just amazing what they've been able to pull off. And now you got the Toronto Blue Jays coming to town tonight, 3-game series at Nats Park. And wouldn't you know it, Max Scherzer is on the hill for the Blue Jays to kick off what is now the new biggest series of the year for the Nationals, as they all are, ahead of the deadline.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible watching this team. And the thing that stuck out to me all season long has been resiliency and what this team is able to do after every time there's a little bit of a heartbreak. They bounce right back. I mean, we've had numerous times this season where you've gone, all right, let's keep an eye on them, see how they bounce back. You go back to the Marlins series a couple of weeks ago, and they get swept by the Marlins, and they have to go to a West Coast road trip, and you're like, how do they bounce back? They bounce back by winning both of those series. They end that road trip, by the way, by blowing a 9-1 lead in the 8th inning. So you're like, all right, how do they bounce back? Right back on the horse. They lose 3 devastating games in a row to the Phillies. Bounce right back. They lose 3 against the Yankees before the All-Star break, and all of us are like, well, nah, you probably got to sell. They bounce right back by winning 3 straight series out of the break.
How many times have we asked the question, less recently, but early on, how formidable are they? How legitimate is this? How good is this offense that's number 1 in scoring and home runs and all these other things? I mean, it felt like a bi-weekly constant question. Well, when you respond as often as they have and you show that ability to get off the mat and keep on coming and to get kicked, right, and to be exposed, which they have been. Their flaws have been cut open. Middle relief, late inning relief, anything really involving the pitching staff.
Anything around that circle in the middle of the field right there, that pitcher's mound.
But they just keep responding, and that means you're pretty damn good. And it's funny, people wonder about this offense and how are they doing it? How's it possible? How have they become the number 1 team in baseball in runs or home runs? They have 2 of the top 5 guys in OPS right now, in James Wood and C.J. Abrams. C.J. Abrams, after this recent heater where he's been the best player in the sport post-All-Star break, road trip, dominant, comes back home, continues to dominate, 27 home runs. He's basically hitting 300 right now.
Yeah.
He's hitting 297. Remember, this is not the era where 275 is league average. It's going to be sub 250 at the end of the year, the league average batting average. So he's basically 50 points above league average while hitting for tons of power. He's on pace to hit 40 home runs. And he's got a 940 ops, which is only 10 points below team leader and MVP candidate James Wood right now. So he has connected the dots, man. He has put it all together. This was always the best case scenario for him. I think he's exceeded everybody's expectations. But he was drafted 6th overall. He was the best high school talent athletically in his class. The tools and the twitch made him the number 1 prospect at his position at one point in time. And he is finally, with this staff unlocking some of the potential, becoming what he was always supposed to be. And it's why the Nats were able to take this series. It's why they're 6-3 since the break. It's why they have started to force the hand of this front office to maybe view them through a different lens, which brings us briefly to the early Meade trade. And we'll get into this in more detail coming up in a little bit because I want to bounce around all the things going on in DC sports in this first segment. But I do want to say really quickly that to go an inch deep and a mile wide, the great offensive team traded a bat. The bad pitching team got an arm rather. That's very normal. That's probably what should happen. Curtis Meade is an excellent talent, and it looks like this is who he's going to be. 4 years of control. It's rare that you would trade a guy like that. In fact, we had people calling in last week suggesting trade him at peak value. And I basically shot that down over and over again because the deals that we were talking about were for shorter-term answers or bullpen help or something like that. I didn't think there was any way in the world you could get 5 years of control of a middle rotation starter for Curtis Meade. The value to me seems a little bit out of whack. I'm somewhat surprised that Boston would do this, but I understand why. The lefty Connolly Early, who we're hopefully going to have on the show today, is currently on the injured list with inflammation. There's always inherently more risk with arms than bats. I think Meade profiles beautifully at Fenway Park as a pull hitter in the air. He's going to play pepper with the monster, right? But they also are desperate for an infield bat. And so you get him, you have 4 years of control. If this is who he is, an 800s OPS guy that can hit the baseball off the wall a bunch, really good thing. They have more starting pitching at the big league level right now than there are spots in the rotation. And some of their top prospects in the minor leagues, I just saw Anthony Ianson at the Futures game, are going to be there pretty quickly. They're the opposite of Washington. They need bats. They have plenty of arms. So they're willing to give up a lefty that I think is probably like a 4th starter, but could end up being a mid-rotation starter. And Tobes, this is exactly what Paul Taboni should be doing. It's a benefit that he knows Early really well, drafted him, developed him, one of his main guys in that system. But if you can flip a hitter, especially one that as of 6 months ago meant 0 to you, because he wasn't even here yet, and you're able to get a rotational piece back that you're going to control for 5 years beyond this, I think you have to do that. No questions asked.
Yeah, I mean, and they have a guy immediately fill in and gets 2 doubles in Brady House. Like, it's one thing if you trade away Curtis Mead and you're like, I don't know who fills the spot. Oh, you mean they're starting third baseman on opening day? Brady House? The guy that just immediately steps right in?
Who's been hitting 300 at AAA.
Yes, so he's going to step right in, and is he going to give you Curtis Mead production? I don't know that he will necessarily. He should be an upgrade defensively, hopefully, but we'll see what he's able to do now coming back to the big leagues. But this is something where this team, Boston, they both had a surplus at their various positions. They swap, and one of the things that we love to do in the industry is, who was going to win the trade? Let's give grades out, all the things that you see. Wouldn't shock me at all if by the end of these guys' contracts, Grant, we're looking at this in 5 years, and you both shake your hands and go, good trade for both sides. Really happy how it worked out. Curtis Mead's leaving dents all over the monster because he's having doubles and hard singles all over the place and turns into a really good player, and this is more of who he is. And Connolly Early is a staple in your rotation. That's a win-win trade. It's totally fine.
I think the only way this ends up looking bad for the Nationals is if Connolly Early's injury gets worse before he pitches. He is currently expected to make a rehab start on August 3rd. The Nats believe that he'll be pitching in the big league soon thereafter. Let's call it early to mid-August, that he'll be helping them this year, even though this deal is very little about 2026 and I think much more about 27 through 31. But if for some reason he either re-aggravates something or this gets worse or he needs some very lengthy recovery and a procedure done, and Curtis Mead just in that time has 2 really good years offensively, obviously it'll look bad. But even still, if you bake in a lengthy rehab and you get 3 years of control from a mid-rotation starter, it even still wouldn't be a bad return. I happen to think he's more of a 4 than like a 2. That might make me a little lower on him, but I really do genuinely like the arm. I like the player. I've liked him in Boston. I just think he's off to such a great start in his career, like a Jake Bennett or something, that he's kind of viewed through a more positive, like optimistic lens. Here, he's got immediately your number 2 starter in a world where Foster Griffin gets traded. He's your number 3 right now. You go into a playoff series, a wild card series, if you're lined up with Griffin game 1, Cavalli game 2, Connolly Early, who pitched in the playoffs for his 5th career start last year at Yankee Stadium. That's not a bad little 1-2-3. In a perfect world, if I'm a championship World Series team like the Dodgers, he's deeper down in my rotation.
Yes.
But this is the type of arm they don't have.
Exactly.
And in terms of sheer upside, Cavalli's the only guy in the organization that's healthy right now that's got a better chance to impact you positively over the next 2 years than Connolly Early.
Yeah, when you look at the 2027 starting opening day starting rotation, Cade Cavalli's at the top, and then it's a bunch of, maybes, and now at least you have Connolly Early. So you at least have 40% of your rotation taken care of, regardless of whether Early's a 3, a 4, maybe pitches incredibly well, looks like a 2. Whatever it is, he's your second best starter on opening day next year, assuming they don't get something done with Foster Griffin. So you feel a lot better about that, and you try to figure out the rest of it, and that's where the Sikoras, the Susanas, they fit in eventually down the line as well. But you solidify that rotation a little bit.
Nobody's got you better covered on the Nats than we will this week. We're bringing Bustin' Loose Baseball, the pod that we do together, to life on Grant and Danny as they play a massive game against the Blue Jays. We'll get back into the Nats in just a bit. There is a bunch of Commanders news to get into, though. So I want to go rapid fire through some of this. It's been a long weekend, and there's plenty to catch up on. But the news this morning wasn't particularly good. They have fired their tight ends coach, Ben Steele. And this is, frankly, the type of story and the type of things for the Commanders that have... These stories have been pretty few and far between, to their credit, over the last few years, these non-football, negative, kind of distraction-type stories. But June 7th, Loudoun County, Virginia, Steele is apparently operating a motor vehicle under the influence. He gets charged for that, as well as he gets charged for obstruction and resisting without force. And it sounds like pretty quickly thereafter, the team dismissed him. I know that he was not at and did not participate in helping them at their mini camp. So Wes Welker, who's not actually listed as the tight ends coach, coached the tight ends then. I kind of thought, well, maybe he's just working with Chiga Conquo on some wide receiver things, some of the alignment in the slot, some of those types of nuances to this offense. But it turns out, this had already happened, and they were making the transition away from Steele. They announced today they won't be commenting that he's no longer with the organization. So 2 things on this. Number 1, we could play little deal, big deal later today if you want to. This is one of those things that I think is a significant story. It's not very often in the NFL that a coach, and this is not like some quality control guy nobody knows, it's a tight ends coach, right, is arrested and fired. So that is notable, I'll call it. It's a story worth mentioning. I don't think it changes that much about this season, if I'm being honest. Because David Rye, who was their tight ends coach last year, who's supposedly very good at being a tight ends coach, is still in the building. He got elevated. He's got a more important role now, but he can certainly help there. A guy like Wes Welker, I think, could just slide over, and maybe that'll be the announcement they make when Adam Peters and Dan Quinn speak today. But I think they've got some people on staff that can do this. This is not your coordinator. This is not Dan Quinn. So to me, what's more interesting is the machinations of like them firing him immediately, because they did this with Brandon McManus where they didn't allow the whole system to play out and he never got his hearing and all that. Different story with a kicker. But they basically said, you're a coach. You're supposed to lead men. You got in trouble. You're gone. And I think for him, it was probably just bad timing, where if you suspend a guy for several weeks, he's probably missing minicamp, training camp. It's his first year with the team. He's still learning all the players. He's got really no real relationship with Quinn and some of these other guys yet to really back him. So I think if this happened maybe in March, maybe you just suspend him for a couple of months and he's back for training camp. Because of when it happened, I think they felt like if we don't have him around for camp, we might as well just fire him.
Yeah, and I think it was something, too, where it's a big story. It's something that's going to be talked about a lot. It's something that is not great publicity for the team. At the same point, they've acted swiftly. They've made the moves that they deem to be appropriate, and I think that's kind of the extent of it, where they obviously do not support his actions off the field, and you have to make a move, and they made that move. I think, it doesn't help the coaching staff, certainly, when you were planning on this guy coaching the tight ends, and now he's going to be gone. But, David Rye, like you mentioned, he got promoted, but he spent the last couple of years, and everybody in the building speaks so highly of him. So if he has to take a little bit of his old responsibility back, if Wes Welker has to step in and take that tight ends coach role, even though he played receiver in the league, there's some, understanding of what they're trying to do. So they can do those sorts of things. But I think for the Commanders acting swiftly, this is something that we'll probably talk about on and off for maybe the rest of this week. And then as training camp gets rolling, we're not even going to remember that on July 27th, really, that he got let go. So
I think the name, and this is not meant to be flippant, and I hope if he's got any issues or something, they get worked out, and I have empathy for his situation. I think what he allegedly did is pretty terrible, but there are worse criminals, and I hope it all works out for him. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. What I am going to say is, though, it seems to me like we're going to 3 months from now go, what was the name of that tight ends coach?
Yeah.
What's his name? I don't think this is going to be a story all year long.
No, and I think that's why they acted quick here. It's just, all right, well, not worth it, right? Like, maybe if it's someone that had a little bit more cachet within the this guy's new, right? Like, if it's somebody that's been around, maybe it's a little bit different. Like, but to your point, that they acted swiftly. They did it with McManus, someone that was brought in that was new, and it didn't, there was extra stuff with it. Said, not worth it. Same sort of thing here. They move on quickly. This will be something that, DQ, AP are going to have to address when they speak to the media. And then I don't know that it's something we bring up again until, or maybe ever again, frankly.
My general default is actually not to always be excited to move on so fast. I like actually trying to get to the bottom of what happened and allowing people to have their day in court. I think as a general, if I need to pick a binary, I'd rather be more slow playing these things. Like McManus as an example, you still will never really know what happened and what didn't with some of those allegations. But he was cleared. Everything was dropped. Basically, an apology was issued to him, and then he was quickly on an NFL team again. It seems to me like they are closer to having a zero tolerance, like allegations are just as bad, and you better not be in the news for the wrong reasons policy. But I say that none of their stars have really gotten in trouble, which is a great thing, but sometimes you act a little differently. The tight ends coach is different than the coordinator or the head coach, right? And if you're a kicker, with all due respect to Brandon McManus, you ain't wide receiver one. No, you're not my top edge that I paid $100 million to. So I'd be curious to see if that's just the policy organizationally or not. I mean, this is the same team that supposedly is interested in acquiring Stephon Diggs, who has had all kinds of off-the-field problems legally, and Brandon Ayuk, who's been one of the biggest jackasses in recent league history, this offseason. So maybe every case is viewed a little bit differently for them.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you can't give me a lot of headache if you're not nearly as impactful as other guys. And, this was clearly a story in which, it was shocking to see. And I think a lot of fans and around the NFL, I'm sure, look like typical Washington doing Washington things. And it's like, no, they hired a guy to do a job. He made a mistake, and there are consequences when you make mistakes. That's what this story is to me.
Football matters. There are football matters to discuss on the eve of training camp. Veterans showing up tomorrow first big morning practice on Wednesday again. We'll be out there and all over it on 106.7 The Fan. But Jeremy Fowler was on ESPN suggesting that the Commanders are still interested in signing a wide receiver, and related, that Stephon Diggs is intrigued by Washington. This is what Fowler, who's often had some good nuggets on the Commanders, seems to have a source within the building, had to say about Stephon Diggs.
So I'm told that at least 5 teams that need a receiver have been checking in on his market, see how things are going as he works out on his own. I'm told Diggs is highly motivated here because he's not rehabbing an ACL like he was last year. He only played about 55% of the snaps for New England, still got 1,000 yards. So he feels like he can be a really good number 2 receiver for a top quarterback. Now, Washington is intriguing to him because Jaden Daniels, young quarterback, he's from that DMV area. The rumors around the league are that Washington could add a receiver at some point to go with Terry McLaurin. So something should shake out for Diggs. But, hey, look, these guys don't always want to go to training camp and be in the 90-degree heat. They can wait a week or 2 before they sign.
That is something I brought up with all of these veteran receivers. This is a tale as old as time. If you're not signed right now, you're not desperate to get in to start working out in 100-degree heat. You're perfectly fine training in air conditioning wherever you're at and joining the team when the games, the fun part starts for preseason in a week or 2 and getting here for that time frame. So even if Diggs to Washington becomes likely, I don't think this is a today or tomorrow thing. I think it's probably a few weeks out. You're going to keep feeling each other out, having those conversations. But I come back to Diggs as often as I can because if they really do want a veteran pass catcher, this is the guy that's out there right now that makes the most sense. Fowler made a great point. 55% of snaps last year. I didn't even realize it was that low. And he went for 1,000 yards, caught about 12 yards per reception. That's the best we've seen from him since 2022, tied with the second best he's had since 2020. And he was a good soldier. This is why I'm more pro him than Ayuk. And I know Brandon Ayuk, interestingly, hasn't really had some of the same allegations and legal issues and off-field embattlement that Diggs has dealt with. But Stephon Diggs loves ball. It's very obvious that this guy wants to play football, has trained his butt off all offseason. He wants to help a team win. He's desperate to win a Super Bowl. Like, you can just see that. And look no further than him being on a team with a young quarterback that got to a Super Bowl last year, and some of the audio and the video that's come out from NFL Films and the conversations he's having about wanting to go in and block with Mike Vrabel and whatnot. Like, he cares about football. So is he the best behaved guy off the field? No. Could he get in trouble at some point? Yes. But if you care about ball and guys that aren't going to be locker room cancers, you should have some interest in Stephon Diggs, who seems to have left some of his troublemaker in the locker room ways in the past a few years ago.
I would not have been in on Diggs if we hadn't heard all offseason from various people in New England, whether it's beat reporters, whether it's players that were in that locker room, about all the positive things they had to say about Stephon Diggs, the football player. Again, this is the football player. Off the field stuff, there's going to be some of that stuff that comes with it, and we understand that. But in terms of a football player, when it's just about ball, he was talked about so positively as a teammate in that locker room, and obviously the production speaks for itself. Went over 1,000 yards. When you just compare the two guys and him and Ayuk, one of them I haven't watched play football in a couple of years. One of them I watched go for 1,000 yards last year. I think it's interesting with like the fit talk about slot and different things. And to me, I just need productivity at this point. If I'm going to go sign somebody, would I maybe prefer to go get a Drake London type? Sure, but that's not available right now. I have to go get somebody that's been productive in the league. That's Stephon Diggs. So if they opt to do that, I do think it makes sense. Maybe it's in a couple of weeks where it's something that Diggs benefits because he doesn't have to be out in Ashburn at 8:30 in the morning practicing. We're going to be out there sweating our tails off. So I don't know that he necessarily wants to do that. It also works in the Commanders' favor if they make that move maybe in a couple of weeks because that's more reps for Antonio Williams. That's more reps for the other guys to maybe prove themselves and say, hey, we'll be all right. We'll still find a way even if they do bring in Diggs.
Brandon Ayuk texted a 49ers reporter, Matt Barrows, today. I guess it would have been on Friday that he sent this text, but he said, quote, AP and DQ quietly put together a squad. I am the final piece that will swing all the odds in our favor.
Oh, man.
He's using our and we, which I guess shouldn't surprise me because he is trying to sell tickets for the Commanders. He is wearing Commanders gear in every video that he posts, and his kid is also now wearing Commanders gear as well. So fight with the quarterback as best you can, but also say our and we. Nothing he does makes sense. Grant and Danny, Toby is in for Danny. We'll be bouncing back and forth between the Nats, who are within a game of the playoffs, and the Commanders, who are on the precipice of getting their season started all day long here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders news as rookies reported on Friday. Veterans report tomorrow. First practice going to be on Wednesday. We'll have you covered right here on the Fan all throughout training camp. But the Commanders parted ways with their tight ends coach today, Ben Steele, after he was charged with a DWI on June 7th in Loudoun County. Also charged with obstruction, resisting without force, and refused a blood and breath test. In baseball, the Nationals take on the Blue Jays for a 3-game series starting tonight. Eddie Jean going to open up for Andrew Alvarez. 6:45 tonight right here on the Fan. An old friend takes the hill for Toronto. Max Scherzer set to return from the injured list to make his 7th start of the season. Nats and Blue Jays with Scherzer pitching against the Nats tonight right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way Noah Trump would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Training camp week is finally here. So the lay of the land out in Ashburn over the next few days, just to get you up to speed. Tonight, there's a media gathering. There will be an opportunity for folks to talk to Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and you'll hear those press conferences on the Fan. And then Wednesday is really practice number 1 in the morning, where camp officially kicks off on the 29th of July. So we're 2 days out from that date and from the beginning of training camp. It's here. Football season has arrived. We're going to get into the Commanders in great detail, the wide receiver position. Terry McLaurin had some interesting comments about whether or not they need to add a wide receiver when he taped and filmed a TV commercial this past week. So we'll dive into that as well.
Can I say thank you to the World Cup and Nationals baseball for making it so that the dead period for us didn't feel like it was that long?
What dead period?
Exactly. It was beautiful.
So people always ask me, when they find out I'm in radio, what do you talk about for 4+ hours? That's the first question people will ask.
Blake even asked you that, Butera.
Oh, Blake Butera is fascinated by this. When I see him generally, even right now, they'll be like, GP, what are you guys talking about? Because the first time we ever met him at spring training, he did the interview with us. He was asking all about the show, what time it's on, how long it's on, whatever. And then he went and did his job as a manager.
Yeah.
But then he came up to us the next day or whatever, as we're just sitting out there where they all eat their lunch doing our show. We went to break, and he goes, it's like, what do you guys actually do for 4.5 hours? I said, we ask people if they like ketchup or mustard better. Kind of made a joke about it. So he'll always give me these random topics like that, right? But there is an element of that in the summer where you can have a little more fun. Danny and I, we'll call it bit season. We'll let our hair down a little bit. You talk a little bit more about the non-sports things. There was so little of that.
Yeah.
There was no time. Yeah. I wanted to talk about the Odyssey like for 15 straight days. We didn't really get to do that either.
Usually it's something, too, with the Nationals the last couple of years, like that down period starts early.
Well, they stink. And while I'd love to talk about how bad they are, nobody wants to hear it.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. But they're playing big games every night. They're entertaining. C.J. Abrams and James Wood are the best DC sports tandem this side of Ovechkin and Backstrom. So, yeah, it's an entertaining team. And then the Commanders, I guess Brandon Ayuk gets a thank you in there, too, because that goofball was giving us constant content. But, yeah, there has been stuff going on that was actual legitimate sports, like the World Cup. Ovechkin.
Yeah,
the decision lingering forever and ever and ever. So I don't remember, I'm going to use air quotes, an off-season quite as busy, bountiful in terms of not made-up things, but legitimate, good conversational items as this.
It's been nice. It's been a lot of fun to talk about all the stuff, but then we're also going to get right back to the usual. Training camp is getting underway. We still have Nats baseball to talk about, so it's a blast that we've had all this stuff. Now we get down to the nitty-gritty of actually breaking down the 53.
All right, so let's real quick get into the trade the Nats made over the weekend. It was late night on Saturday evening. Some people were probably sleeping if you're early to bed. 11 plus p.m., close to midnight, Paul Taboni and his former organization, Craig Breslow and the Red Sox, pull off a swap. Big leaguer for big leaguer, which you're going to see some of this. There's not enough true sellers on the market right now for teams to give up big leaguers for prospects. And I think because the markets are pretty bare with starting pitching, you're going to see some major leaguer for major leaguer reshuffling, where the team that has plenty of offense but not any pitching, like Washington, adds the pitcher, and the team that has ample pitching but not enough offense adds the bat. And so Curtis Mead, who's having a career year and has broken out as a really good player with an 852 OPS and fourth on the Nationals with 17 home runs, goes to Boston for Connolly Early. The quick breakdown on Early is he's a UVA product who at 24 years old now, just turned 24, about 6'3" and 200 pounds, former fifth-round pick, great success story, both in the draft by Taboni when he was in Boston and then developmentally where they added velocity and stuff to his mix. I mean, they did a really good job building him up. He made 4 starts last year as a rookie and shined with an ERA barely over 2, and then he pitched in the playoffs at Yankee Stadium and blew everybody away. This year in 17 starts has been a little bit more pedestrian, but it's a 3.4 ERA and more than a strikeout per inning. You'll work with that. And as I said, I think he's mostly a mid-rotation type starter, but it's a 6-pitch mix. He's got some Foster Griffin to him, 35% four-seamer, 20% two-seamer. So it's a lot of fastballs, which actually grades out as his best pitch, even though he averages only 94 with his velocity. Then he throws changeup, curveball, slider, sweeper. But if Foster Griffin's in the rotation for the rest of this season, Griffin, Cavalli, Early into the postseason, if he were to get there, would be the top 3. I mean, he very easily, I think, supplants a healthy Jake Irvin and then 37-year-old Miles Michaelis or the veteran Zach Littell, who's been up and down all year, as the number 3 guy in this rotation.
Yeah, I mean, some of the peripherals maybe aren't as friendly to Connolly Early, but, you know, for his xERA this year, it's a 4.33, which, by the way, would be someone that you'd absolutely take on this starting staff. So, to me, we were going into this deadline thinking that they were going to potentially add some pitching. I didn't necessarily think they were going to add a controllable starter like this, and I think that's why Curtis Mead was the return, because I don't think they were necessarily looking for a controllable starter like this because you assumed it would cost more. But them to get a controllable third baseman or second baseman, I think they're going to use him out there in Boston. And then you have Connolly Early, someone come back to you that is going to pitch for this team for quite some time and someone that you feel like you can get a lot out of. Like, regardless of what the peripherals say, the results on the field have been 21 games, 111 innings, 3.24 ERA with 122 strikeouts. That's someone you can always find a spot for, whether it's as your fourth starter or in the Nationals case where they don't have a lot of pitching that's on the doorstep, especially in the starting rotation.
That's the key to me. He
steps right in.
So the rotation is pretty bleak. Guys like Andrew Alvarez have had opportunities now, and there's just not anyone that's ready, or else they'd be tapping into those players. In terms of their prospects, Travis Sakura's got a chance to be a really legitimate frontline starter. He hasn't pitched all year because he's coming back from TJ. Just started throwing again off a mound. Harleen Susana, we never really get updates on him. He just never pitches, but he's a good pitching prospect who has not pitched this season. So they don't, find the next guy. I think Luis Perales, who they acquired in the trade for Jake Bennett, who's in AAA and throws really hard, hasn't had a particularly good season, frankly. 78 innings, only 70 strikeouts, but does have a 199 average against, does some good things. He's got unbelievable stuff. He's coming off of a serious injury in his recent past. So he's not a guy you can just go out there right now and ask to go 6 innings at a time or whatever, even if he was pitching well. So they just don't have the arm. So getting Connolly Early to me was a no-brainer. But here I think is the question out of this trade. And I went over to Nats Park yesterday in the morning, made sure I was there just to get some content for the show and wanted to sit in on the Taboni and the Butera press conferences and get a feel for the organization. But what I want to know from fans is, what does this trade tell you about Taboni's thinking going into the deadline? They pulled the trigger on this way early, right? August 3rd is the deadline, and everything's not going to truly heat up in the way that we think of the traditional deadline until probably the last 72 hours or so. So if he's willing to part with Mead, who would have been on their do not trade list, they were not shopping him. But when they found out they could get Early back for Curtis Mead, they just felt like they couldn't say no to that. Does this tell you anything about his philosophy? That maybe they are going to go for it. Maybe they are aggressive. He did say yesterday after the trade in his press conference that he feels like the team has earned the right to get a reinforcement to try to push them forward here. But you got to give something up when you do that, major leaguer for major leaguer. But I'll make the case for why I don't think this actually is an indicator of buying or selling or what they're thinking, and that it could still go in either direction. But I'm just curious what people think about that. 800-636-1067 if you want to react to the Nats' big blockbuster one-for-one trade, the story of the trade market in baseball this weekend. 800-636-1067. We'll get back into the Commanders and the possibility of Stephon Diggs to D.C. in about 20 minutes on The Fan. Coming up in about 15 minutes, plenty of wide receiver discussion around the Commanders. Terry McLaurin on who they have in camp already. Stephon Diggs is apparently intrigued by the possibility of linking up with Jaden Daniels. And Brandon Ayuk says he's the missing piece and he's just waiting for the call. But right now we're continuing with Connolly Early trading the trade from Boston to Washington and Curtis Meade on his way to the Red Sox. So Paul Taboni was in studio with us right after he got the job. We were actually talking about pitching profiles that he liked and didn't like. We were having a super nerdy conversation about some of the success they'd had when he was running Boston's system at drafting guys later than they should have gone that they evaluated as being able to add velocity and maybe being more talented than people thought. And one of the names that came up was Connolly Early. So I thought this was interesting audio now after he just acquired him via trade. This is from Taboni in studio way back before the season started. Connolly Early from Boston, right? So if people don't know, you guys draft him in the 5th round at a UVA, and you guys turn him into really quickly this legit prospect who's helping in the big leagues and pitching in the playoffs way before anyone thought he was going to be helpful. He's not the example necessarily, but I guess the point is if there's something that if you knew we can find 2 miles an hour, but we're not as good at developing this, like that might inform why a player like that's more interesting. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, so Connolly's a great example, right? Like he's at UVA. He started out at West Point, actually, and then moved to UVA, threw a ton of strikes, right? Like had a really good feel to pitch from a young age. Velo was not great. He would tell you that himself, right? And we thought there was a lot of juice to squeeze, so to speak, on the design of his pitches, right? And so you look up, it's been a couple years now, right? And his velo's way up, right? And his pitch mix has completely changed, right? And it's easy to look at it now like, oh wow, this guy's made this great transformation. But really, what it was is like you're taking bite-sized pieces out of the apple, and you set out these development goals for Connolly. Call it in the first 3 months, right? And then you achieve that, and then you move on to the next one, achieve that, move on to the next one, you achieve that, and then before you know it, he's got 5 pitches and he's sitting, 93, 94, 95, and he's a different animal than he was at UVA.
So that's Taboni on Grant and Danny. Pretty interesting to hear him say that all these months later when he was joining us in studio. So I thought they were going to go after him. He is kind of considered around baseball as one of Taboni's great success stories, but I thought it was Garcia and a prospect, and that Boston would maybe nibble on Garcia and the right quality minor leaguer. To go straight up for Meade, I feel like it maybe isn't a better return for Boston. It certainly, I think, makes more sense because it's 4 years of control, whereas Garcia is a free agent after next year. But for the Nationals, it's a house money player. Do I like giving up Curtis Meade? No, of course not. But he wasn't on this team on opening day this year. He came the next day.
Well, and the beautiful part about trading a guy like Curtis Meade versus Luis Garcia is you have a guy who immediately steps in. Like Louis, I think, you and me know Abby Ortiz probably steps it right in, but he's had 2 major league at-bats. So you don't know for certain what you're going to get. Even though Brady House hasn't been great at the big league level, I kind of know that I'm at least getting that as a floor, and I hope he's better.
For like 27 homers when he got sent to the minors this year.
Exactly.
He's got flaws, but he has also shown he can hit a little bit.
So when I trade away Curtis Meade, I immediately plug in Brady House, and I get a guy back. So you feel pretty good about that sort of a trade to get back a starter that's going to be here for a long time.
Paul Taboni just getting going at the trade deadline. CJ's in Falls Church. CJ, what does this make you think could be coming down the pike the rest of the way here?
Well, I'm actually just. Oh, sorry. How are you guys doing? It's
good to
talk with you.
What's going on, man?
Listen, I was actually disappointed. I saw Brady House at third because I got to the game late, so I didn't hear that there was a trade that had gone on. And throughout the time they were talking about trading, I'm thinking, well, they could. Why not Dylan Cruz? Because he's a second-round draft. He's second overall pick, and he's just starting to get, his footing. But, Meade, on the other hand, has been there for most of the season. You just mentioned he came the day after.
Yeah. If they shop Dylan Cruz, there's going to be immense interest because, as you said, of the profile. Teams loved him coming out collegiately, was widely considered the best hitter in his draft class, was a number 2 overall pick, and he does so many things well. The one thing he has not done is hit. Pretty important. And either you're going to hit better and more efficiently more often, or you're never going to reach your ceiling and you're going to be a disappointment of a number 2 overall pick. But he's still a really good baseball player even if he doesn't hit. He's a very solid defender, can play center field or either corner. He's an excellent base runner. He makes winning plays pretty constantly all the time. He's always been a guy that elevates his game on big stages, too. He was a star in college. And in the most important series of the year that the Nats just had, he was great. He had a home run. He made a great catch at right field. He made a really nice play to score from first on an extra base hit. And I think he went 5 for 10 or so in the series overall with 3 walks. So that gives me some hope. One of the things I told you, Toby, I was really excited to see was we've never seen James Wood, C.J. Abrams, any of these guys play in really legitimately big games, like playoff-type games. And even though it was in July, let's not fool ourselves, this was a big series. And to see, particularly Abrams, play at one of the great levels we've ever seen and have the best week he's ever had, to see James Wood really step up in a big spot yesterday, to see Cruz have his best series of the year, that's a good sign. I remember watching 18, 19-year-old Juan Soto, high minors, and then in the big leagues early on going, this guy's got a feel for some clutch. Like, he likes the moment. You got some of that over this weekend.
Yeah, 100%. And the guys know it. I mean, I asked James about it after the game. It's like, you're not checking the standings every day in the end of July, but you know who you're fighting with. You know the teams that you're jockeying for position with. And one of the things that I really liked, you were over there for Taboni's presser yesterday to talk about it. You immediately go, we see this all the time with the Commanders and Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. Oh, he's familiar with that guy, so he's going to go get him, right? Taboni's obviously incredibly familiar with Connolly Early. We played audio from back when he got the job, that he obviously knew him incredibly well. But when he was asked whether it made it easier to trade for Connolly Early or harder, he's like, it's harder, because I basically had to excuse myself from the room and say, you guys make the evaluation, and then I'll step back in, and I can obviously give you plenty of perspective on this guy, but I don't want to be clouded by my previous relationship with him. So I think that's kind of cool that he was able to understand, look, I could just go trade for everybody in Boston's organization if I really wanted to, but he's got to make sure that he's doing it correctly, and I think he did in this sense.
Grant and Danny, that's the voice of Toby Altizer in for Danny Rouillet today. Got a double play coming your way at 3:45, a little under an hour from right now. And at 4 o'clock, those Aldine Luke Bryan tickets, they're coming to Nationals Park in August. We've got them for you on the Fan. Grant and Danny coming your way from our Navy Yard Half Street studios today on The Fan. Toby Altizer are in for Danny Rouillet, who's on vacation. The show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori & Murat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention the show to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Remember, in 1 hour, exclusively here on G&D, we've got tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan all week long. They got a big show coming up next month at Nationals Park. Toby, that hat's fire. You got the golf-looking American flag hat. What is that?
Ryder Cup. I mean, it was not a good Ryder Cup for the U.S. at Bethpage, but this is a Ryder Cup hat.
When's the last time we've had a good Ryder Cup?
I went to one in 2021 that was good. It was in Whistling Straits in Wisconsin, so I've got some gear from that.
I feel like it's been a little while for us.
Yeah, it's we never do well in Europe, but we occasionally win here on our own soil.
Put that on a T-shirt. Yeah. We never do well in Europe, but we're like Sex Panther. Some of the time in America, we play well every time.
Yeah.
Just a team that's like, we're really bad on the road, but sometimes we win at home.
It's really weird how the Europeans can set it up how it always works to their favor, and somehow the Americans can't figure out how to work it in their favor when they are in control of the setup. I don't get it.
Let's talk wide receivers for the Commanders. This is a topic that we spent so much time on as a show during the early part of the offseason through free agency that we've kind of almost put it on the back burner. But it is all over the headlines and the news for the team going into camp because of Stephon Diggs' interest, apparently, in being here, Brandon Ayuk being desperate to be here. That in and of itself is telling, I'd say, though. That of the veterans that are available, that everyone's talking about, in differing degrees, it does seem like both of them want to be on this team. Now, Diggs, we haven't heard outright just say, sign me, please. Ayuk's begging and pleading and sending love letters and leaving him in our locker.
He thinks he's on the team.
Like a sixth-grade girl who's just obsessed, right? But there's also Terry McLaurin's commentary from the last few days. So let's get into this from all angles. Let's start with Jeremy Fowler of ESPN on Stephon Diggs and the fact that this is more than a 2 or 3 horse race at this point.
So I'm told that at least 5 teams that need a receiver have been checking in on his market, see how things are going as he works out on his own. I'm told Diggs is highly motivated here because he's not rehabbing an ACL like he was last year. He only played about 55% of the snaps for New England, still got 1,000 yards. So he feels like he can be a really good number 2 receiver for a top quarterback. Now, Washington is intriguing to him because Jaden Daniels, young quarterback, he's from that DMV area. Mm-hmm. The rumors around the league are that Washington could add a receiver at some point to go with Terry McLaurin. So something should shake out for Diggs. But, hey, look, these guys don't always want to go to training camp and be in the 90-degree heat. They can wait a week or 2 before they sign.
I actually think Stephon Diggs has the possibility of having a huge season. And you just heard some of why with what Fowler was talking about. But he went for 1,000 last year, and we look at it and we go, 85 catches, barely over 1,000. That's kind of who he is anymore. It wasn't like he was able to ramp up a ton last offseason. He was recovering from a very serious injury. Then, because of his role within the team where you're not asking him to do a lot in the way of blocking, and they used bigger receivers like Booty and Hollins down the field, like he wasn't on the field all the time. 55% of snaps, basically in 11 personnel, you're a slot receiver, and you don't really have another role all that often. And he still went for 1,000 yards. So there's a world maybe where he could still be an 1,100 I'd probably stop short of saying 1,200-yard receiver, but a guy that could still be more closer to hard to cover, 1.5, maybe a low-level number 1 than just a guy that's barely on a roster.
Well, and even if he only went for 800 yards, the guys that currently are on the roster, going off of their track records, Van Jefferson is the only guy in a season to go over like 400. So just going, I understand that they're probably going to have more opportunity here. They'll probably have a better season than that, but I can at least go to bed at night, lay my head down knowing, all right, I've got 2 guys I can depend on. And then I still feel like, okay, maybe Luke McCaffrey can take a step forward. Maybe Antonio Williams, as a 3rd-round rookie, has a good year. Maybe take your pick, De'Ami Brown, recapture some of what he did in the playoffs. But I don't know that right now, outside of Terry McLaurin, I'm like, oh yeah, I can definitely bank on that. I can hope, but what happens if, last year there's some hope for things to come through and they didn't, right? So I like the idea of having a second guy that I know for a fact I know what I'm getting. And it may not be 1,200 yards. It might not be 1,400 yards. but I'll take 800, 900. And last year he went for 1,000. So if he can capture some of that, I get productivity that I feel like I can count on right away in this Commanders offense.
I think that's really at its core what they've got to figure out is philosophically, do they agree with you? Your second receiver for this team, you're hoping is someone that you can just set it and forget it. I want my consistent, be in the right place at the right time, 700-yard safety valve, essentially. Whereas the flip side of that, and what I always argue is, if you always feel that way about the position, then guys can't really come on. You're not giving the space for growth. You're not giving the ability, the flexibility necessary for Luke McCaffrey to get ops or Jalen Lane to get targets or whoever it might be. Maybe it's Treylon Burks that they really like. If you just supplant them, because you're right, on paper, it's not a great look. You can't expect any of those guys to go for 700-plus yards. But we were just talking about Curtis Meade, who the Nats just drafted. There was no chance at the beginning of the year. He wasn't even on this team that he would end up being maybe their best right-handed hitter. Yep. And he turned into it, right? If they had just decided we got to go get a veteran corner infielder, some like long-time Nolan Arenado without the contract, just jag, because he's got a back of the baseball card that says he's going to hit 15 homers and drive in 65 runs, then there's no world for Curtis Meade to become Curtis Meade, right? And I think about that a lot with how people want to handle wide receiver. That's what they got to figure out. Do they want to provide the upside and growth possibilities for McCaffrey and Lane and Burks, or do you want to bring someone in? Because as soon as you bring someone in, Antonio Williams' first year is not going to be as good. That's fine. But it's just not. He's not going to have the targets, the opportunities. And guys like McCaffrey and Lane are next to cooked, especially McCaffrey because he's been around for multiple years.
Well, and this is what I always come back to on this discussion, because I think this informs a lot of how you can feel about this. What are your expectations for the season? If you just want to see them improve from 5 wins and 7 or 8 wins is a tangible step forward, I'm fine with this room.
I think their expectation should be that they are trying to get to 10 wins in a wild card.
And if that's the case, then I need someone else that I feel like I can depend on. And my thing is, when you look through these receivers, I understand what you're saying that, well, Treylon Burks isn't going to get much of a shot or as much of a shot. Did he not have a shot in Tennessee and he didn't prove anything? Same thing with De'Ami Brown. He didn't have years here. The only guys that realistically you're probably stunting, Antonio Williams, we have not seen him play professional football yet, so you wouldn't be able to say that he hasn't gotten an opportunity
but there's
yet.
a world, like a multiverse, if I could go full Marvel on you, where they don't sign anyone and Antonio Williams catches 75 balls for
absolutely
1093 and is one of the talks of the league, right?
Absolutely.
Now, what is the chance? They got to ask themselves that. Maybe the chance of that is 17%. And maybe that's where you prefer Stephon Diggs. My point is they are just so redundant, though, that when and if you sign Stephon Diggs, you are absolutely simultaneously signing up for a much lesser productive and stunting season for the guy you just drafted in the top 75.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But my thing was, we had this discussion when they drafted Antonio Williams, who people felt were redundant with Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane. And my point was, well, they haven't showed me that I can't draft this guy to take their spot. I'm supposed to be offended that the guy that went for 200 yards last year is maybe going to see less snaps. I'm supposed to be offended for the guy that couldn't catch passes last season when he had opportunities, wasn't able to step up. No, I need guys that are productive.
Those guys are different, I think, for 2 reasons. One, to your point, they've had an opportunity, and they didn't take advantage. Luke came on last year and was playing a lot better, I thought, before he got hurt, but the numbers are still the numbers. Coming on, developing, improving at a snail's pace, that's great, but we're not talking a wide receiver 2 improve.
Correct.
Okay? Jalen Lane, to me, looked like an unbelievable punt returner who wasn't ready for the wide receiver position. Even though it's frustrating because at training camp and at practices, and I know you were out at some of those, he was putting guys in a blender. And it looked to me like in the slot, at this level, he could do it. I think 2-3 years down the road, if he gets the correct opportunities and development, he could actually be a really good slot receiver in the league. But to your point, do you have the time to wait? Do you have the interest in waiting? What are the expectations for this year? The reason I think Williams is different, though, is there's a gigantic difference between drafting Luke McCaffrey barely in the top 100, like after the 3rd round is the start of the 4th rounder, and Williams in the top 75, who is considered a top 5 player in the class at his position maybe going into this year by some teams. Like the talent level, it's the equivalent of signing a guy in free agency for $11 million as opposed to $4 million and then comparing the two.
Yeah.
Like there is a world where Williams actually turns into a really good player right away. That was never that realistic, in my opinion, for Luke McCaffrey, who was a guy that nobody thought was going to get drafted as high as he did. And it was still around later than Williams. Lane is even more, I would say, a longer shot to have become that guy early. He was drafted to help on teams, didn't really catch a lot of balls in college, was more of a gadget guy. You saw him at Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
So I think Williams is a completely different player than those other two. But I understand the larger point, which is I can't wait for you to do something. You've got to do it. And there's an argument somewhere. There's someone listening that could say the guys that are really, really good show it fast. Like Terry McLaurin caught a 75-yard touchdown pass in his first ever game from Case Keenum. He had a 100-yard game against the Eagles in his debut. That was a third-round pick. And they knew 2 weeks into the offseason that they had drafted a badass, right?
Yeah.
That's not a top 10 pick. That's a third-rounder that did that. So I do think, generally, if you haven't shown it in those first couple of years, if you're not coming on, I'm not just going to keep waiting. But Williams has quite literally been here for weeks. He hasn't had a training camp yet.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with anything that you're saying there. I think it is something where he's a totally different prospect. You just watch his college tape compared to Jalen Lane's and Luke McCaffrey's, and it's very different.
Prospect is a good word. Think baseball-wise.
Yes.
It'd be like the number 3 guy in the system versus the number 19 guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that you expect to come in and help you out. So there's no doubt that if you bring in a Stephon Diggs, you're going to get less targets. That being said, though, you're telling me they're never going to run 3 wide receiver sets and he can't get on the field? There are still ways. To me, this is why I was more interested. At the beginning of free agency, I did not want Juwan Jennings because I thought he'd be too much. At the end of free agency, when he got a next to nothing deal, I was much more interested.
You thought it was going to cost too much.
Correct, cost too much. Now we got a very simple deal that I would have been more interested in. And the reason I would almost prefer that kind of a guy is I know what he is. And if Antonio Williams is awesome, well, he just takes his spot and he's the number 2 versus you bring in a Stephon Diggs. You still have to work with Stephon Diggs. He's not immediately jumping Diggs. But at the same point, what's the bad part about having 3 good receivers? I think Williams could still prove himself, and I think there's going to be enough flexibility and multiplicity to this offense that if he shows that their best offense is going to be operating with 3 receivers, David Blau will be like, all right, well, let's figure out how we can work these guys in together.
I mean, it's the league in 26. There's going to be a more 11 personnel than you can shake a stick at.
Yes.
I'm not worried about all 3 being on the field. But the targets go down, the catches go down, the plays called for you go down. It's not 0. It's not binary, now he's completely uninvolved. It's also a guy that essentially is the version of him, who can play inside, who can play outside, who will move around. I think Williams, as an example, when he was drafted, they talk about him as a Amon-Ra St. Brown. Everyone thinks of Amon-Ra as a slot-only guy. He's not anymore. I mean, he wins on the outside a bunch. He's gotten better and better and better. He reminds me a lot of this guy, Stephon Diggs. Minnesota into Houston with all the injuries, and really Buffalo, Stephon Diggs is probably the best example. But I'm not against bringing him in. The question is, I think you said it, very, very smart point at the beginning of all this. What are they looking to be this year? If Dan Quinn is feeling a little bit of heat on the back of his neck and under his butt, and he feels like, I got to win football games, then you need to be in talent acquisition mode. You need to be in Adam Peters' office, sitting on his desk pretzel style, with your hands on your palms going, hey, AP. Elbows on your knees, just bashfully looking at him going, you look great today. Can you get me a wide receiver, please? Asking for whatever it is that you need. Does Peters feel the same way? Does he think that they need to win? They might be sitting there. This has always been my question, is there a disconnect between what we think the internal temperature is and what the actual temperature is? We're standing out on a hot summer day, it's 102 degrees looking inside and assuming the house is 78 degrees. It might be 61 degrees.
Yeah.
They might be really comfortable because they made the NFC Championship game that time. That really might be how they feel. So if you feel like you've got some time and you're not really in a rush, then maybe you just roll with what you've got. This is what Terry McLaurin had to say about this. He made the point that you need an opportunity to actually break out. Sometimes it's the situations where everyone says you don't have enough where someone can actually emerge. This was what he had to say. I think it was while he was filming his commercial at Eastern Motors.
That's not really my job to add or subtract on the team. You know what I mean? My job is to embrace whoever they bring in. If they bring someone in, if they don't bring anyone in, I have utmost confidence that the guys in our room are going to step up. The great thing about the NFL, when the opportunity presents presents itself, guys step up every single time. If it wasn't for Jay Gruden giving me an opportunity as a third-round pick, who knows if I would have got to start the week 1 against the Eagles, ironically. So the great thing about the NFL, it's filled with opportunity, and we got a lot of young guys who are hungry and looking forward to seize it. And, with David's Blau's offense, we're just going to have an opportunity for guys to touch the ball, move around, and make explosive plays. And so the more weapons you can have to make plays for Jaden, it makes it easier, and he's a guy who can really facilitate the football. Myself, just being a leader, I just want to continue to push our room, lead by example, be out there at practice, and lead a great pace, and, continue to make the most of my opportunities.
That's a pro's pro right there.
I tell you what, I like that Eastern Motors than last year's Eastern Motors, Terry McLaurin. Yeah. I like that one.
That's a good line. Which Eastern Motors McLaurin do you prefer? The guy who is saying all the right things and is the best leader in the world, or the guy that was at issue with the team and saying he wouldn't be showing up anytime soon?
Yeah, I like this one.
His agent buddy standing over his shoulder, whispering in his ear.
Yeah, no, I like this one. And to his credit, what he's saying, I think, is correct, because this is what's so... I think that's why this Commanders receiving room right now is a bit of an enigma. You can kind of see what you want to see. I could see Antonio Williams going for 700-800 yards as a rookie. I could also see him having a rookie season where he goes for 300 yards. I could see Luke McCaffrey building off of last season. I could also see him being what Luke McCaffrey's been through the first couple of years. And you can do that with just about everybody on that.
Absolutely, but there's a couple variables as to which outcome we get to. The first of those variables would be Jaden Daniels. We saw him as the elevator. We saw him as the improver of sorts. He was the serum that is shot into the arm of De'Ami Brown in the playoffs to make him great. He was the, Darius, help me with my Marvel Captain America terminology here.
Steroids.
It was, what is the serum called that they shoot into?
Super soldier serum.
Is that's what it's called?
Yes.
And it's Steve Rogers?
That'd be correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. So when little Jamison Crowder on his last legs, sat down in that chair, and then Daniels comes over and gets shot into his arm, he's good again.
Yeah.
Olamide Zaccheaus walked in Steve Rogers, he came out Cap, right? You need some of that serum from Jaden Daniels. But the other part, and nobody talks about this, is because this is something that they really believe over there. They think their scheme is going to help all of these guys a lot. This is a much more quarterback, receiver-friendly scheme. You're scheming guys open. It's the old Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, now more recently with what Blau's going to run, like the Ben Johnson, Kevin O'Connell way of operating, where you're going to get guys running free in the middle of the field, and you're going to be able to help these receivers play above their heads a little bit. I've watched Anthony Armstrong go from playing in the Extreme Football League in parking lots of malls to going for 900 yards in a couple years. I've watched Jabbar Gaffney go from jag to 1,000-yard receiver in this offense right here in Washington with Kyle. And so they're counting on a lot of that too, which I think makes it hard sometimes for fans. They're looking at it as what they've seen these guys do. And I think Dan Quinn is putting a lot of pressure on David Blau going, we might give you 4s and 5s and McLaurin, but you're going to turn them into 6s and 7s for us.
Yeah, no, and I think both of those things can be true. I mean, with the Jaden Daniels thing, I think that the gripe that I would have, and it's similar to the one that Danny has echoed a lot, is there was a time when Patrick Mahomes was on a rookie deal and he had Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce. And then they started to pony up and they couldn't afford, so then they moved on, and Patrick Mahomes now has to elevate the roster around him. Jaden Daniels is still on the rookie contract. That's why I don't have... that's why I don't love the fact that you feel like, well, Jaden Daniels has to go out and play Superman a little bit. No, now's when you could actually give him the luxury of those couple of receivers. So regardless there, we'll see, and I believe that he can be the elevator. I just don't necessarily want him to have to be that guy. But to the scheme conversation, I think it's interesting because I do get what you're saying, and I tend to believe it as well. I think the scheme that Cliff ran, because one of the things I think we do a poor job of at times is when we talk about something being an improvement or a better fit. You can talk about this with different sports. We were having a conversation about this with Mike Rizzo before the show in some things. It's not to say that the previous one was bad, because they ran pretty good offenses with Cliff Kingsbury, but they're a unique style. They're a different thing. And for Cliff, it relied on Jaden playing a lot of Superman and also receivers having to step up. And Jaden, when he would elevate them, they could end up having really good plays, versus this one is going to get guys open in a more organic way. But that being said, when it's 3rd and 8 and they're playing man coverage, I got to have somebody that wins as well. So I think there is a scenario where, yes, all of these guys have better years than what they've had throughout their careers, and we'll see what Antonio Williams does as a rookie. But aren't you going to sleep a little bit better if you know that the other guy just went for 1,000 yards opposite Terry McLaurin in the previous season, and it can still be something that all those guys will still get their reps. They're still going to filter through. And Stephon Diggs went for 1,055% of snaps last year. Is it something that he's going to play 80% of snaps this year? No. So you could still find reps for these guys. It's going to take away a little bit from those guys. But if the expectation is, let's get into the playoffs, I'm going to feel a lot better with Terry, Stephon, and then everybody else versus Terry and then everybody else.
Also, the development of those guys is less important than winning. So it doesn't really
100%.
matter how you win. If Antonio Williams eventually moves on or never develops, but you're winning because you were better this year and then you sign a wide receiver next year. Like, the goal isn't just for your draft pick to pan out. The goal is to win the football games, which is another part of this. I actually had some thoughts on the receiver position and whether it's too light that I wanted to get into, some situational areas where they're going to struggle if they don't add something and how you maybe avoid those as best as possible that become more important for them than the average team. But let's open up the phones next for you guys at 800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin said within the last week that he actually thinks there's a huge opportunity if they don't bring somebody in, that this is the chance for somebody to step up, and he's confident that somebody in the room already would step up. Who would you bet on? Like, whose basket would you put your eggs in to do that? 800-636-1067. We can rank the players that are on the roster now in terms of confidence that they're the receiver that develops and really flourishes if they get the chance to this year. You're listening to The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant Paulson for Window Nation. Danny and I have been working with Window Nation for many years. We love them. That's why we talk about them on the radio. Right now, somebody out there is using AI to research home improvement projects like window replacements, and they shouldn't be looking further than Window Nation, the real deal. Get replacement windows and doors without the hassle. Act now before energy bills skyrocket. You can even get 50% off all window styles with the deal they've got right now. That's 50% off all window styles. You can get zero down payment and make no payments with interest for 2 years. Pretty amazing, the deal that they're offering. Window Nation's the best. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value. Window Nation's going to check them dozens of times before they leave the factory. I've never had a bad experience. Friends and family have used Window Nation to get their windows. I love Window Nation. Proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project. Call them at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Tell them Grant and Danny sent you.
This update is brought to you by I-66 Express. Commanders training camp getting underway this week. The veterans going to report tomorrow. First practice going to be on Wednesday. We'll have you covered all throughout training camp right here on The Fan. Also for the Commanders today, they parted ways with their tight end coach, Ben Steele, after he was charged with a DWI on June 7th in Loudoun County. He was also charged with obstruction, resisting without force, and refused a blood and breath test. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Blue Jays tonight, 6:45 first pitch. Eddie Jean going to pitch for Andrew Alvarez, or open for Andrew Alvarez, Max Scherzer, the longtime national and 2019 World Series champion, returns from the injured list to pitch tonight for Toronto. He'll make his 7th start of the season. Nats and Blue Jays tonight, 6:45, right here on The Fan. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express Travel and I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
You can call us at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Dan if you want to discuss the Commanders' wide receiver room. Stephon Diggs is reportedly interested in the Commanders. That's new. But yeah, that's where we are. Wide receivers want to be here. That's what happens when you have a franchise quarterback like Jaden Daniels and a team just a couple of seasons removed from an NFC championship game. So I was thinking about the wide receiver room before we hit the calls, and these are a few things that kind of came to me several nights ago. We all understand and agree they're a little light on talent outside of McLaurin.
Yep.
But a couple of observations. The first thing I was thinking about is teams defensively play so much more zone now that it is actually, just by nature, factually way less important that you have receivers who can beat man, which is another way of saying like legitimately technical, good route runners or just higher end, higher upside receivers. It is easier to succeed in zone, throttle it down, read things out. But there was a time where you have to have guys who can beat man. I just think the import has gone down because the zone rates have gone way up. So that, plus the elevation of the receivers in the scheme by Blau, like we were talking about, the fact that they're going to get freer releases and better opportunities with shifts and motions. Kingsbury didn't believe in those things. Blau is going to use more of them than you've ever seen. That all makes me feel better about elevating the players they have. So that would be the first thought I have on having lesser talent and it being more okay now than a year or two ago.
Yeah, and one thing on that, too, I think we talk about it a lot, the slot or outside. I think that's overblown a little. Not to say that it doesn't matter, but Antonio Williams is going to line up outside. He'll also line up in the slot. Terry McLaurin is going to line up in the slot some this season. They're going to use guys in different ways. So, when we're talking about Diggs, and, we've had callers talk about, well, he played a lot in the slot last year. He's going to play outside. He's going to play slot. Like, I think they're going to use all of their guys, maybe with the exception of a guy like a Treylon Burks, who is a big receiver who can play outside. They're going to move their guys all around. It's going to be shifts. It's going to be motions, stacks, bunches, all those sorts of things. So I think David Blau is going to help those guys out as much as possible in terms of getting off the line of scrimmage.
So here's a little bit of a problem, though, with that, okay? I think it is true. Numbers back it up. You get more zone than you get man, and then the trends are all more into zone in the league today. But there are unavoidable situations where you're going to be in man, and you're going to have to win.
Mm-hmm.
And so the comp I'll use is, like, if you have a drinking problem, you can not have any drinks at your house and be in environments as often as possible where you're not being tested, but eventually you're going to that birthday party or you're at the, you know what? I don't even like the analogy because it's so serious. I'll use my own thing. If I'm on a diet, okay? Like, I struggle and I'm trying so hard on a diet and I'm just like, I just won't have anything at my house. But then I'm at a sports bar watching a game with someone and the wings are flowing and I'm like, damn, it's a lot harder. So my analogy in my comp is third downs, red zone. These are situations you are inevitably going to be in. You got to live your life. You got to be out and about. Do you have the willpower then? And on third down, you were going to see man coverage. In the red zone, you were going to see man coverage. Now you've got to win. And I don't think all of a sudden your talent becomes better at doing that. So you're going to be worse in those areas unless this is where Jaden Daniels has to put on his cape. he excels. That's the money down. That's where you make the money at quarterback on third down and in the red zone, uplifting those guys. So those are some of the observations I came up with. It's fair to say that McLaurin's the only guy who will routinely beat man, but Daniels on the field, I think, also helps because you're running so much less man against a team with a quarterback who runs a 4-4. You don't want anyone turning their backs with Jaden Daniels in the pocket because he could pull the ball down, take off, and they're looking up at the screen, and as they're going, oh, he left the pocket, they're turning around, he's by them.
Yeah.
You get a lot more zone. But that's all the more reason why it's reason number 87. When he gets hurt and he's not on the field, this team is so different because you're built in a way that that's just a tangible way to explain why his presence is better for a receiver. I don't even mean throwing him the football. As soon as now that's Mariota, worst version of him, or God forbid, Kaliak Manis or somebody else, I can do whatever I want. I'm not worried about this guy beating me with his legs.
Well, and you talk about those third downs and the red zone. Another thing that's a little bit slept on, and people got sick of him as a player because he didn't give you anything after the catch, but Zach Ertz was reliable. He was someone that you could always go to. Is Chigakonkwo just going to step in and do that? I certainly hope so, or someone is going to have to step into that role. I think just about everybody would say they'd rather have Chig than Zach Ertz, but one thing that you're losing when you give up on Ertz is that guy that he ran that angle route how many times in 2024 down in the red zone or on fourth down or third down when they needed it and they just immediately put it on him. You could rely on that. That's something that they don't necessarily, we don't know who's going to take that role yet in this offense.
They used to call him No Yak Zach, but it was also third and Zach. You know, it was third down and Ertz. I liked it's third down.
Third down.
I don't know why we never went with third down. Because that's what it was. It was like 3rd and 7. You knew what it was. It was that little whip route. He's going to get you beat inside, make a catch with a dude on his back. Jaden's going to throw it tight in the window right at his chest. Let's go to Ron in D.C. Ron, you're on Grant and Danny. We're looking at the receiver room going into training camp. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Grant? How you doing, Toby? Hey, I've been listening to you guys. You guys both making great points. I was just calling in real quick because I'm one of those people sometimes, you go to that nice restaurant, you're like, okay, I got a little extra money. Let me just have my cake and eat it too. So, like, right now, why can't we just get Diggs, get him right now, and then Ayuk, he has so many things he has to do in order to even think about getting, because he has to get reinstated, do these other things, do other stuff. He got so many steps that got before anybody can even think about getting him. So I was thinking, why can't we just have both of them? And then you got a 4-receiver set. You got McLaurin, you got Williams, you got Ayuk, and you got Diggs, and everyone's so worried about them. Then you got Bill coming out of the backfield and Jaden who could pull it down if you want to. Then you got some weapons to go with. What do you guys think?
You got 2 receivers, 30 plus. You got another guy who hadn't played at a high level in a couple years with an ACL. Like, to me, you're watering down any kind of productivity and youth and exuberance and speed you can get from the kids. It's certainly possible that they could add both. The Ayuk thing I have no interest in, regardless of how big the role is. I've been out for a long time. You cannot be more out than I am. I'm the most out that I've been on anything in a while. And just to be clear, in case anyone's not understanding, I could not be more out. Like, if you're saying, are you in or are you out, Grant, I don't understand. I am more out than the runner that gets hung up between 2nd and 3rd.
Than a Nationals 2025 base runner?
Yeah, I am so out. I can't be more out, okay? But you really can't have him paid if he's not playing. So no, he's saying, like, just bring him in and then kick the tires and see. No. If I'm doing the press conference where I signed this goose and I have to basically wear it for a month while everyone makes fun of me that he trolled me, that he made fun of my quarterback, that did all this stupid stuff, and I still signed him because I reek of desperation and I have no standards, then I might as well get something out of him on the football field. I'm definitely not bringing him in here to just see for a couple months if we can get him up to speed. Let's go to Melvin in Virginia. What's up, Melvin?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First off, I think the wide receiver room is already set, and I tell you why. Because you got a brand new, young offensive coordinator. He don't need no divas, right? He don't need no disruption. He don't need nobody pouting on the sideline when they don't catch, when they don't get enough balls, right? So that's the first part of it. And then back up a little bit. When you talked about Dan Quinn being on the hot seat, he's not on the hot seat because that same offensive coordinator, that's the next McVay. That's the guy. He's the heir apparent. So he has to have at least a year. Remember, McVee, in his first year as the offensive coordinator, what did he do? He needed the help. The second year, third year, he blossomed. Same thing here. So Dan Quinn got plenty of time, right? But it's Blau. That's the key to this whole thing and going forward.
It's a good phone call. Thank you. I've not thought about Blau in year one and maybe not wanting to bring in, we'll use the word diva, but like the receiver who's going to be the pain in the butt. If you're a first-year teacher, you don't want to get the kid that's been kicked out of 3 schools.
Yeah.
I have not really thought much about that, but that is another reason maybe when you're talking about this in the boardroom, if you're Adam Peters, where you're going, I've thought about that from Jaden Daniels' perspective a ton. I don't need him trying to play counselor. I don't need him trying to help his best buddy. That's a real thing. We all have friends that are going through things, and you feel bad for them, and you're empathetic, and you're on the phone with them, and you're trying to help them, and you're having the late night phone call, and they're calling you at 2 a.m. or whatever. I don't need that for Jaden Daniels in the most important year of his career from a teammate. But I haven't really thought about it from the Blau perspective. Blau would be better off in his first year not trying to placate a guy who's going to create turmoil. That makes sense.
So here's the interesting part for me is Stephon Diggs was a diva in Buffalo. Huge. There's no question about it. I don't know that he was a diva last year. Now they were winning football games. They went to the Super Bowl, right? So there's less opportunity to be diva. If this team, God forbid something happens and they're, a 7-win team or even worse, maybe it pops up a little bit more. So maybe that could be the case. But again, I'm kind of sold that the way that he's been talked about by people that were in that locker room and the quality of teammate that he was, exclusive from the stuff off the field. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the football player. I don't think that I'm as worried that he's going to step in. Now, he's done it in the past. So your best marker for future behavior is past behavior. So it could pop up again. Ayuk, I'm out on because that to me just screams diva happening if he doesn't get his catches.
It seems to me like Diggs, to your point, in the later part of his career, has an understanding and awareness about how good he is, how important he is, and how he can act thusly.
Yes.
When you're catching 115 balls from Josh Allen in the prime of your career and you get targeted 6 times in a playoff game or whatever, you're going to be loud.
I mean, the idea that he's already saying I can help somebody as a number 2 receiver, he's not stupid to think that he's going to step in and supplant Terry McLaurin. I think he falls in line there and understands that.
No, when I think diva right now, what we're talking about, I think Ayuk. Yes, there's no doubt. Diggs in Minnesota, butting heads with their staff. Then Buffalo. He was maybe the poster child at one point for pain in the butt receivers. But he has not been that in multiple places. Houston's got nothing but good things to say about him. Same with New England. I would ask, why can he never stay anywhere? Why does anyone not bring him back?
I'm not asking him to be here for 3 years.
No, I understand. But my point is, if it was all great, if he was the best teammate in the world and the best guy to coach in the world, and he's really helpful, then why wouldn't he have? This will be, I think, 4 teams in 4 years or whatever.
Yeah.
That is somewhat telling, too. 800-636-1067. We'll get you a double play next. And in 20 minutes, we've got those tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. It's time for our double play, sponsored by FH Fur. For 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. Celebrate. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter absolutely free. FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical, absolutely the best. Danny's out, Toby's in, Grant and Danny on the fan. Topes?
Yeah, so I'm someone that I wouldn't say I'm like routine oriented by any means. I just kind of do my thing. But when it comes to like driving in, driving home, like I hate when there's anything else that gets added. Like I just want to do what I'm going to do. Well, today I had to stop and get something to put into the car. Windshield wiper fluid. Grant, I could have no oil in the car. I could have no gas in the car, but I have to have windshield fluid because I have to clean my windshield like 8 times driving anywhere. I can have dirty glasses and barely be able to see out of them. My windshield better be sparkling clean.
I am very particular about windshield fluid as well. Now, here's the problem, and I don't know. I was going to say I don't know why this is, but I think I do. I think it's because I use my windshield wipers all the time, but they wear out a lot, and there's nothing worse than, like, I'll have the fluid, but when you're wiping and it either smears it or it's streaky, that's a problem, because I'm not the kind of guy that's just going to go to Pep Boys or install them myself, or like I need to figure. That's like that is the same amount of oh no, I have a problem as like having to drive to Texas.
Yeah,
when my windshield wipers are streaky.
Yeah, no, I luckily I can change out my windshield wipers, but I was out of fluid for a couple of days, Grant, and it was awful. It was like a little bit dusty on the windshield, and I'm like, I absolutely have to stop today. I can't deal with it anymore, and so luckily we're all good.
It's time for my double play. I told you guys I was doing this, I think, last week, so we went and did it. So my brother turned 41 years old, which is not normally a big celebratory year for birthday, but we didn't do much on his 40th, and we've kind of made this joke. You're probably not familiar, Toby, because you're a generation below me, of Sum 41, the band.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
And you've never heard of the Canadian rock band Sum 41?
No.
Okay, that's fine. So my brother is a big, what I would call like pop punk back in the day, or like emo, kind of screaming music kind of fan, okay? Well, for Sean 41, in honor of some of the bands that he liked, we were talking about going and finding a place to do pop punk karaoke. So his wife has been looking all over, and she found that out in Winchester at this theater, there was a band this summer in July, which happened to be this past weekend, this was months ago, that would basically be, the band would play, and then you would come up as their front man, front woman, and get to sing whatever your favorite pop punk song is.
Love it.
In front of everyone. So I didn't really have a great understanding. My wife kind of handled all of the things that needed to be handled. She got the hotel reservations, bought the tickets. I kind of thought we were just like going to some small little venue. And I was like, I've been to K-pop restaurants where there's like a little karaoke room. It's kind of what I thought this was. Turns out you have tickets, and no one has ever been less comfortable at a concert than I am. I don't know anything about music, as you know. I happen to, growing up, like pop punk pretty good like everybody else. So if you play Blink or any of those types of bands from my heyday, I know the words, I can sing along. So I had a blast, but we went, and you stand there were hundreds of people there. But what I realized right away is we had all talked for months about doing karaoke and getting up there, and we picked our songs and whatever. Well, the people that actually were performing, many of them were serious performers. Non-zero chance some of them actually do front in real bands, like that kind of performance.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I would say the ones that didn't do karaoke all the time and were in uniform or costume and like were legitimately good. So my wife, a little while after we had been there, was kind enough to go sign herself up to do a song and to sign me up to do the song that I had said I was going to do for like the months leading up, not knowing exactly what this was. So this was like 10 minutes after we got there, she signs me up and she comes over. She's like, "You're on the list for Vindicated." And I was like, "You can't be serious." She's like, "Yeah, I got your song. Nobody had picked it yet." My song, Vindicated Dashboard Confessionals from the second Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire movie. But I've now seen what this night's about. I have seen the people that are coming up with like gauged ears and just like actual, real, living this people that are just in it. This is not like the first time they're doing this in a long time. This is like, all right, Saturday we're going to Winchester. Next weekend we'll be in Gaithersburg. Like, they're just going to follow this around to sing. So give me about 90 minutes later. Drinks have been flowing a little bit. We're having a good night for my brother's birthday. I kept telling her I'm not going up. I'm not going up. And I walk up to my brother. I'm like, if they call my name, I'm going up there. And I said, and I'm working the crowd. So sure enough, they've got like 5 songs listed at all times as the next 5. So my wife gets called. She goes up there. She has to sing Black Parade, if you're familiar with that song by My Chemical Romance. Okay, so she destroys it. Just crushes. And I'm like, what the hell? Who are you? Like, what was that? And she had not been practicing that. The song she was practicing to do was Fall Out Boy. Someone else performed it. So she has to go up and do Black Parade. And she actually, it's like a slow song with like big build up. She did really, really well. So I'm like, oh, you were not out of place at this event where all these people know what they're doing. You seemed like, and she also was fully decked out in costume, like dressed out with like eyelash, hair done over, like just looked ridiculous like it's Halloween. I was wearing what you see me wear every single day. A polo shirt, khaki shorts, Kizik's, and a All-Star Game sports hat.
Yeah.
You know, I stuck out at this place like a sore thumb. I say all this to say, this guy gets on the mic and he's like, ladies and gentlemen, we've got about 2 songs left. 2 songs left. And there's 5 songs still on the board and none of them are mine. And I'm like, let's go. I'm not going to have to do my song. I got out of this. So like I go over to pay the bar tab. As I'm paying our tab, my brother's wife's sister, so his sister-in-law, comes running over. It's you! You're the last song!
Oh, no.
I was like, you cannot be serious. And she's like, they're calling you! They're calling you! And I thought she was doing a bit. So I walk back in there, and they're like, Grant P, vindicated? And I was like, here we go. And I just walk up on stage. I take the mic. I tap the mic. And as I'm about to talk, like the music guy, by the way, I'm so sure, the guitarist is his name, from the band, he comes over to me and he's like, dude, last song of the night. We got to kick this thing. And he like puts his like knuckles up to me. And I was like, dude, I got you. Like, we're good. So I give him bones. And then I was like, I just want to say I'm here for my brother's birthday, 41st birthday, whatever. And I like point at him and like everyone cheers. And then I don't know why I said this, but I was like, he's a little older than some of you, but he's been in this scene since most of you were knee high to a grasshopper. And like that did not go over well in the room. And then I was like, and I just was like, this is just bad. And then I just kept talking for some reason. I just couldn't stop. I said, by the way, there's a new Spider-Man movie coming out in 2 weeks starring Tom Holland. Make sure you go to theaters to see it. And like the other guitarist is like looking at me like, what are you doing? And I was like, well, remember, it's the Spider-Man song. So then he starts talking about Tobey Maguire. He's like, Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man. I'm like, no, Tom Holland's better. So then the music starts playing. I think I crushed.
Let's go.
Now, it was less singing and more just like screaming, But I did like the very beginning, like very like brooding, very quiet, just kind of the words. And then when it kicks in at Vindicated, I just let it all hang
Let's
out.
go.
So I think it went well. It was a success. But I went from simultaneously being the least comfortable I've ever been anywhere to just being like, all right, well, here this is. We're going to do this thing. I think my brother enjoyed it. We got a story to tell for a while. And that was my experience at Screamo, or I guess Pop Punk Karaoke is what we're going to call it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think we need a G&D karaoke night.
I think I got a video or two I can show you guys of the performance.
That's silly.
They won't be on social media, God will. I think those might show up again a time or two down the road. But it was a good night. It was a good time. Beltway Blitz is next. Speaking of concerts, you cannot see me performing Vindicated, but you can see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan at Nats Park. They are coming your way in August. Second best show in the last few weeks. Because the first one was on stage in Winchester, ladies and gentlemen. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
And it's brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The Washington Commanders fired tight ends coach Ben Steele earlier today, just 2 days before training camp begins and more than a month after he was arrested for driving while intoxicated. His DWI occurred back on June 7th in Loudoun County, Virginia. Down on South Capitol Street, the Nationals recalled Paxton Schultz from AAA Rochester, designated Matt Crook for assignment. And tonight, an old friend is in town. Max Scherzer is fresh off the injured list and will start for the Blue Jays against the Nats for Game 1 of their series. It's also Scherzer's 42nd birthday. He'll battle lefty Andrew Alvarez, and it'll be Eddie Yean getting the start for Washington as an opener, making his 4th appearance in the big leagues. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance with new and used options. You have fast delivery and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
In about an hour, it sounds like Connolly Early is going to give us a call and we'll be on the show. The newest member of the Washington Nationals acquired in a trade for Curtis Mead. So make sure you spread the word. That's at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan. Beltway Blitz is moments from right now. We'll get underway with a blitz on the Nats and some other teams in town that you care about in seconds. But let's pay this off. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're going to win 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan, the Double Trouble Tour in 26. Comes your way from Nats Park on August 20th at Nationals Park. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. It is time for the Beltway Blitz, and we are starting with a team just 1 game out of the postseason, the Washington Nationals. And they got within a game of the Arizona Diamondbacks by taking 2 of 3 from the Snakes at Nats Park over the weekend. Dave Jagler was on the call of those baseball games, and you'll hear him tonight with Charlie Slows right here on 106.7 The Fan. Jags, what an incredible weekend for C.J. Abrams in this offense. Saturday and Sunday, backs against the wall, and the boys came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I would assume, and we're going to find this out soon, that Abrams is the National League Player of the Week. It seems like they're owning this award here over the last month, from Garcia to Wood going into the All-Star break to Abrams. And Abrams is just over this 7-game hitting streak. I mean, this is like Schwarber kind of stuff. 7 home runs in 7 games, 17 out of 30 in the streak. I mean, he's Toby had the interview with James postgame, and James is getting worried that CJ is going to track him down in home runs. So James had it 2 just to keep the separation. But Abrams is leading the league in RBIs. And right now, considering where the Nationals are in the standings, they have not 1 but 2 guys who should be in the conversation in the National League MVP race.
Yeah, I mean, how about those 2? We just talked about CJ, but James, he was scuffling a little bit coming out of the break, and then 2 home runs yesterday. Seems like he's right back on the horse.
Yeah, the great thing about it, Toby, is, I mean, we saw that last year was really, 1 high peak and 1, deep valley that he was in most of the second half, and he finally got out of it like the last week or 2 of the season. This year he's had a couple of really small blips, and one was the first week of the season, and there was one like 2 weeks before the All-Star break, and then he came out on fire. And then coming out of the All-Star break, he really didn't do a lot on the road trip. And in the first couple of home games, a couple of scratch singles here or there, and all of a sudden, bam, he hits 2 home runs. So I think he's, second full year in the big leagues. This hitting group, they've found some ways for him to limit the downturn. And it starts to go a little bit sideways when he chases pitches. When he gets back to taking pitches, taking his walks, then the pitcher's got to come back in the strike zone. He's able to do damage. And so right now the slumps or the skids are much shorter than they were last year.
I think that's a team-wide point as well. C.J. Abrams, you could say that about. There are other guys that I've really dug a little deeper on and seen there are fewer long valleys. And that's a coaching point, clearly. This offensive staff has done an incredible job fixing flaws, watching the tape, getting guys out of ruts. Dave Jagler's been on the call throughout the season of Nationals baseball. He sees his team now that he calls games for every night within a game of the wild card. Jags, what about the trade they made? They were not shopping Curtis Mead, obviously, with 4 years of control left after they unearthed this gem kind of on accident. But when you're able to get a mid-rotation type starter with 5 years of control, all of a sudden he becomes expendable, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is, clearly they were dealing from a position of strength for the offense to shore up the weakness of the team, which is pitching in general. And maybe you'd say you got to focus on bullpen, but starting pitching too, because if you get better starting pitching, then there's less leaning on the bullpen that you have to do. And not only is this hopefully a factor for this year, but for the next 5 years. And Connolly Early, texting with some folks with the Red Sox, they were shocked that they let him go, but that was a position of strength and depth for Boston. And so, you said you're going to have Early on the show. He was thrown off a mound earlier this afternoon. Met with the media. He's got a really good personality. He seems to be excited, although he was shocked to be traded. But I think he's open and willing to be here. And the fact is that he's going to have a rehab assignment, hopefully starting in a week. So maybe just he's been out since the end of June when he faced the Nationals. Hopefully, maybe 1 to 2 rehab starts, and we'll see him on a Nationals mound in the middle of August.
The Nats' 3 best bats have all been lefties this year with Woody and CJ and then Luis Garcia. Mead was their best right-handed bat. Who do you think steps up in that role? Brady House coming back or Dylan Cruz? Who do you think takes that spot as their lead right-handed bat?
Well, it's got to be Cruz, and Cruz is on a nice run here. I mean, they batted him third yesterday, which is kind of that Mead pocket, or Chaparro against lefties, and Cruz had a 3-hit game coming off a 3-walk game. So we've seen some good things from Dylan here. I mean, yeah, you'd like for House to, in this second go-around in the big leagues this year, provide you some offense. It remains to be seen, to me, how much they're going to let him play against righties. For example, today against Max Scherzer, Jorge Bibas is going to be in the starting lineup. So we know that House is going to be there against all lefties, and he hit well against lefties at AAA. How much chance does he get a chance to play against righties? I'd like to see more of that. But I think as we saw with Mead early in the season, when he wasn't starting against righties, when he raked against lefties, then he got more chance to play against righties. So maybe just a matter of time, but hopefully not long before House is in there every day at third base.
Dave Jagler on the call. Max Scherzer back in town tonight with the Toronto Blue Jays, making a start at Nationals Park for almost certainly the final time. Jags, looking forward to listening to it.
What's cool about that, Grant, is this is going to be his 100th start regular season at Nationals Park. You say it might be his last, be number 100, and he comes into play tonight. 6 strikeouts from tying on the all-time strikeout list, Walter Johnson.
Oh,
how about that? Baseball. What does Jason Stark say? He just kind of says baseball and leaves it at that? That's pretty good.
Exactly. Baseball. We'll see what happens.
We'll be listening tonight.
All right, man.
There's Dave Jagler. Listen to him and Charlie Slows on The Fan. Let's talk football. Frank Schwab joins us now to break down the National Football League. Training camps are getting going all over the league. Frank, I know you're writing for Yahoo about a bunch of different camps. You'll make a little mini tour. What do you have your eye on over the next couple of days?
Just hoping everybody stays healthy. I mean, you already saw a couple skirting over there with the Panthers already going down their young pass rusher, and every team fears that this time of year. Right? You just don't want to get into practice and somebody blows an Achilles. I remember last year, the Chargers, Rashawn Slater, their left tackle, he tore his patella tendon, I believe it was, missed the whole season. That just changed the Chargers' entire season. So that's the main thing. But, other than that, it's, who looks healthy and who doesn't coming off major injuries. Daniel Jones comes to mind. I know he's been cleared for camp. You want to see how he's moving. Patrick Mahomes, what's his status looking like? So it's all injury related to me this time of year. I mean, it's hard to get a true evaluation of guys the first week of camp. You're always going to hear a lot of positive things. Oh, this guy's popping off, that guy's popping off, because we're just so hungry for any football news. But the main thing to me is just who gets out of these next few weeks without suffering that major injury. It's inevitable. They're going to happen. You just don't want it to happen to your team.
Up the road in Baltimore, Frank, will be the first time we'll see the Baltimore Ravens without John Harbaugh on the sidelines in a long, long time. What do you expect to see out of this Ravens team this year?
I think they're going to be pretty good. And I mean, obviously, especially Lamar. This offseason has been weird, especially the last few weeks. Like, I've seen stuff like, I trust Bo Nix more than I trust Lamar Jackson, and Jackson showing up 69th on the NFL's list. And what are we doing here? What are we absolutely thinking? Like, Lamar Jackson is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. hard stop. Like, I am not arguing that point. Like, go look at the list of 3-time All-Pro quarterbacks in NFL history, and it's a Mount Rushmore of the sport, and he is on that. So I just think it's dumb. I root for the Ravens. I don't come from Baltimore. I don't have any ties to Baltimore or Lamar Jackson, but I root for the Ravens to win a Super Bowl just to get rid of this dumb narrative about Lamar Jackson's career. He's great, and just because they haven't made a Super Bowl, people keep bringing up the same stupid stuff, and I'm just so sick of it. And so it starts with him. He's great. I think last year was just, hey, the hamstring never really got right. Even late in the season, he was playing a lot better once he started to get a little healthier. Jesse Minter, I thought, was a home run hire. I do think he's very much like Mike McDonald. But remember, it took Mike McDonald a year. That scheme isn't easy. So I could see this being a good season for the Ravens. I think they're the best team in that division. I think they win that division, but maybe not Super Bowl right away. But I do want Lamar to make it. Any of these dumb people that like hating on Lamar Jackson, I just want them to shut up about it.
I don't feel like, just staying in that division for a second, the Steelers are all that legitimate a contender in the AFC.
Nope.
But I am high on the Bengals. Where are you at on Cincy?
It's interesting with the Bengals. Like, I think back to 2 years ago. Joe Burrow played at an MVP level, clearly, and they couldn't even make the playoffs. I mean, I don't know that I trust that coaching staff anymore. I don't trust the offensive line. I don't know that I trust the defense. I know they went out and got Dexter Lawrence. That helps for sure. Does he transform a defense like a Micah Parsons or something like that? I don't really think so. So I just look and I say, how much better can they be than they were 2 years ago when Burrow legitimately might have had the greatest season ever for a quarterback who didn't make the playoffs? I just, we all know the upside. If the defense is a little bit better, if Burrow stays healthy, they could make a Super Bowl. And it wouldn't even surprise me that much. But after 3 years of missing the playoffs during Burrow's prime, I just have questions. I just have questions about really where that franchise is heading. It just seems like a Dan Marino situation where guy makes the Super Bowl early in his career, is undeniably great, Hall of Fame talent and all that, but is the organization around him helping? Is it doing enough to get him back to that level? I think the answer right now is no, and we'll see this season if that changes.
Staying in the AFC, it used to run through Arrowhead. Last year, they had a down year, missed the playoffs. Mahomes obviously gets injured. What do you expect? When do you expect Mahomes to be on the field? Is it going to be week one? And what do you make of Kansas City this year?
I do expect week one. I think he's going to make sure he's back week one. He's a tough guy. He's a leader. I hope he's not rushing himself back. You just wonder with these injuries. We always do this where just because a guy's on the field, we just assume that he's 100%, and that's not always the case. The same goes for Daniel Jones, who I've mentioned before. Like, I just hope Mahomes, if he's not completely ready, doesn't rush it. But that's, these great alpha athletes want to get back on the field. They want to help their team. They think they're invincible. So we'll see, but I do expect him week one. And I'll tell you what, I'm doing a countdown of teams, initial power rankings heading into preseason and all that. And I had the Chiefs at 12, and I have no idea if I'm 10 spots too low or like 6 spots too high. I have no idea what to make of them because Mahomes is still Mahomes. Andy Reid's still an all-time great, obviously, maybe the greatest. I just wonder, there's just been such erosion in the supporting cast. I mean, they were 6-8 before Mahomes tore his ACL last year. This wasn't just hey, Patrick got hurt early in the season and they fell apart. They did fall apart without him, but they already weren't good with him. So I don't know. I don't know what to do with the Chiefs. I think it wouldn't surprise me if they're 14 wins win the AFC West because, again, it's Patrick. But it also wouldn't surprise me if they're kind of just 10 wins, second or third place in the AFC West. I don't know what to make of them coming into the season. They're maybe the most confusing team to me.
Frank, we appreciate you. Keep up the good work over at Yahoo.
Absolutely, I appreciate it.
Yeah, be good. Let's localize. So the Commanders are getting going. Camp getting started in the next 24 hours, and then their first big practice Wednesday morning will be out there and have some details for you on how everything went down, some interviews throughout the week. Right here on The Fan, our buddy Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports will be all over training camp coverage as well. Mitch, what do you care the most about as it pertains to an opening press conference for DQ or Adam Peters? What are some of the questions you want to hear answers to?
To me, I don't think there are kind of big major questions. I think the two big things that offensively I want to know is, have they explored any of these available free agents? And is there an interest in potentially bringing one in? And you look at the Von Miller sign time of year, Von Miller did his introductory press conference on the first day of training camp. So it was right around this time that they made that signing. Are they looking to do something along those lines again? And then it's, certainly a little bit of a deeper dive here, but I'm curious about kind of the left guard position, what that competition is going to look like with Brandon Coleman and that group. And then also, is Brandon Coleman potentially a candidate to work a little bit at center and be a little bit more depth over there at the center position? I think Chris Paul showed you a lot last year in terms of when he stepped in there, but ultimately I think Brandon Coleman is a bit of a better fit in this offense in terms of his athleticism. So I think those are kind of the two, the one kind of big question, and then one that's a little bit of a deeper dive.
Yeah, I've been asking that a lot. Is this a competition, or do we just want it to be a competition? Like, is that Paul's job, or are they actually going to compete where it's, you could call something a competition unless they're both getting first-team reps. It's not. Like, how do you see that on that scale?
Yeah, I think Chris Paul is going to get most of those first-team reps early on in camp, but you rewind to this time last year, and Brandon Coleman was getting the first-team reps. I think the consternation with Coleman has been his ability to both stay on the game field, but also on the practice field as well. So it's going to be interesting to see as we get through this, kind of how much faith are they willing to put in Brandon Coleman, and is he able to go out there and play to the level that would, ultimately put him, at that starting position. And if he's not, I do think that it would be important to get somebody on that offense a little bit more work at center, because you look at the center depth, and clearly Nick Allegretti is a starter, no matter how much they want to talk about Julian Good-Jones and the sixth rounder and Matt Golden, but I'm not particularly comfortable with the depth there if something does happen to Nick Allegretti, and I do want them, whether it's bringing in somebody off the street who's a more veteran to work in there. Maybe it's an Andrew Wiley type who gets a little bit of work there, since he's done some guard and tackle work as well. But I do want a little bit more comfort in what the depth of that position is going to look like, and in case something happens to Nick.
Trey Amos placed on the PUP list. Is there any major concern about this, or was this something that maybe we should have seen coming? How do we feel about that?
I think it's somewhere in between. I'm not ready to raise red flags about it yet, because we are, almost a month and a half away from the first game, and Trey Amos can be at practice. He can't practice himself, but he can be there. He can also be in all the meeting rooms and all that kind of stuff. I think if we get to, 2 weeks or so from now, and he's still on that list and not fully practicing, I think my alarm bells will start, going up a fair amount. But I will say at the end of the mandatory mini camp, we saw Trey Amos physically at practice. He was watching what the guys were doing, and there was a big interception. I think it was, there was a big interception, and he went running down the field, waving a towel, getting all excited with the guys. To me, that was a good sign. It'll be interesting to see how long they keep him on this list. I don't mind, discretion being the better part of valor right now, but as we start getting into early August and getting closer to that Dolphins joint practice, if he's still not out there, it will certainly be concerning.
We'll end where maybe we should have started. The Commanders actually fired one of their coaches today, a tight ends coach, Ben Steele. Sounds like in early June, a DUI, resisting arrest. And so rather than having to answer questions about it in camp, they just outright booted him. Little deal or big deal?
It's a medium-sized deal. Obviously, he was not at minicamp and OTAs. That doesn't raise a huge suspicion, because obviously guys have stuff happen in the offseason. Getting rid of him right before training camp certainly feels like they decided they just had to move on from him. Wes Welker was working with the tight ends a lot during camp. You still have David Rye, who obviously has bigger fish to fry now as a bigger part of the offense, who has worked with tight ends in the past. I think that it's an interesting subplot to all of this, but ultimately, you have a bunch of guys in the coaches on the offensive staff who have worked with tight ends before, who can kind of help bridge the gap there. And it's a shame that, what went down. I will say, in the grand scheme of things, refusing a breathalyzer, turning into an obstruction charge or whatever it may be, feels like a bigger penalty than maybe it should be. But ultimately, obviously, shouldn't drive drunk, all those different things. And if what is alleged actually happened, he probably deserves to get fired.
Well, Mitch, appreciate you joining us. We'll see you out there at camp in a couple of days.
Looking forward to it, guys. Can't wait to sweat with you guys.
Yeah, there will be sweat. It's a
Plenty
Daniel
of that.
Day-Lewis movie. There will be sweat, my friend. That is the Ashburn story for training camp. G&D on the Fan, by the way, all of our football conversations on the Fan throughout training camp come your way via Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We're Grant and Danny. You are locked in on the Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock in about 35 minutes, Connolly Early, who was just acquired, member of the Nats rotation, going to be rehabbing. We'll get an update from him on how he's feeling and when he expects to pitch in a big league game again. He's going to be joining us at 5, a little over a half hour from right now. Speaking of the Commanders, though, want to get into our burning questions on them as camp starts next.
Sports Update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Tonight, the Blue Jays are in town to play the Nationals, who start a 6-game crucial homestand, sitting just 1 game back of a wild card spot. The last time the Nats were in a playoff run was back in 2019 when Max Scherzer led the rotation. Well, he returns to D.C. tonight, fresh off the injured list and freshly 42 years old, to start for Toronto against Washington. 6:45 pregame, 6:15 first pitch right here on The Fan. Also right here on The Fan, Nats newly acquired starting pitcher Connolly Early will join Grant and Toby coming up at 5. The Washington Commanders fired tight ends coach Ben Steele earlier today, just 2 days before training camp begins on July 29th. This comes more than a month after he was arrested for driving while intoxicated. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to the Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Welcome into Landover, Maryland and Northwest Stadium, where the Commanders are getting set for a Week 14 game, their first home game of the season. 14 weeks in, they just play on the road. That's the way the schedule makers did it. Hello again, everybody. I'm Tom Rinaldi in the booth for the first time ever, not on the sideline trying to make people cry. Or something like that.
I just hope it's Week 14. And it's like, it's been a forgettable season for the Commanders. I hope it's not that.
No, we don't want that. But there's still fight in this bunch, led by interim head coach. That's not what we're looking for.
No.
You know? And they just, for some reason, Jim Haslett is their interim head coach. Just came in to play out the string, and Russell's somehow on the staff now. Just like carrying the wires behind Jim Haslett. None of us need that. Nats new lefty Connolly Early going to stop by in about a half hour. He's over at Nats Park. He's going to be giving us a ring, so I'm looking forward to that conversation.
Yeah, hopefully he gives us a ring.
It gives us a little bit of a time, though, Tobes. Oh, I see you're doing a World Series bit.
Yes.
As I was moving on, I'm trying to think, what is Toby talking about? Is he really stressed that he's not going to call? You're thinking he could be a linchpin to a much larger...
Yeah, second ring. I'd like a second one.
You want today's ring and then the future ring.
Yes.
Understood. So I want to blend Commanders Nats together. Those are the two teams we've been talking the most about today. I think both are relevant in this discussion. So what C.J. Abrams and James Wood did yesterday was unbelievable. C.J. hits 2 bombs. James goes, oh, that's pretty cool. And then James Wood hits 2 home runs in his own right. They combined for 4 in the biggest game of the year. C.J. for the season is 27. James Wood for the season is 30. The only 2 players on the same team, the only duo, so to speak, with 27 or more in all of baseball. They also are the only 2 guys from the same team in the top 5 in OPS. We've got ourselves an all-time kind of DC sports tandem developing here if you can keep C.J. Abrams and James Wood together. Abrams, the best offensive player at shortstop at 25 years old, and James Wood, who's going to win an MVP award at some point, is only 23 years old doing what he's doing, and he's already the best right fielder in baseball at this point. But it got me to thinking about whether they are already the best tandem in DC sports. And we'll open up the phones on this for you guys at 800-636-1067. So in the current day right now, the other candidate might be the teaming up of Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin.
Yep.
Commanders representatives, 5 and 17 makes 22, or 5 plus 17 equals 6 at least, from the 2024 football season. But I think a Jaden Terry tandem's really damn good. The Caps don't really have a duo. Logan Thompson's unbelievable, but 2 seasons ago, Charlie Lindgren was good too. He didn't play well last year, so I don't think you can go with a goalie tandem. Ovi and Willie, because they've been around the longest from the championship days together and sometimes spend minutes together on the top line. Possibly you could go Ovechkin Wilson as a tandem. But is there another current day DC sports Batman and Robin, like James Wood and C.J. Abrams, like Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, that you can come up with?
I mean, the one that we haven't seen yet, and people have been excited if assuming he plays, Trae Young, Anthony Davis could be a pretty fun duo. Now, it's not like we have attachment to either one of those guys big time, but I think that could be fun. And you're hoping for the Wizards, it's like AJ and Sarr, or AJ and Trey Johnson, or AJ and one of those guys. That's kind of what you're hoping.
That's a good one, actually. I was thinking DeBonsa but yours is better because Davis is a Hall of Famer, and I know Trae Young has a lot of detractors, and heck, I've been one of them at different points of his career, but he's a Hall of Fame talent. He does something that no one has ever done in the modern era in terms of points and assists and being an offensive energizer bunny. So, yeah, I think a point guard, big man, natural tandem as it is in basketball anyway, the inside-outside thing, you're playing like 2-on-2, you want the shooter, you want the dude down low working in the block. So a Trae Young, Anthony Davis could be in that Mount Rushmore right now with McLaurin and Daniels, with Abrams and Wood. I still think CJ and James is number one on any list you're coming up with.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because this is their first season playing at this level. Not to say that they weren't good last season, but if you're going to do that, the 2024 season for Jaden and Terry was something special with, Terry setting records for touchdowns and the things that he was able to do, and Jaden with one of the best, if not the best, rookie quarterback season of all time.
Was 2024 Daniels McLaurin better than 2026 Wood Abrams? I don't think it was. Wood Abrams are two of the top 5 players in the sport right now, offensively.
Yeah.
I know neither of them are defensive stalwarts. Wood has gotten a lot better and is now probably average-ish, maybe even a little better with his size, taking balls off the top of the wall. Abrams is terrible defensively at shortstop, for the most part. But, I mean, they're two of the 5 best guys in OPS right now in the sport. If you look at WAR, they're near the very top. Daniels had a historical, unbelievable season, played like an MVP, and McLaurin had an all-time receiver season, but he still wasn't a first-team All-Pro.
Yeah, and maybe, that does a little heavy lifting knowing at the end they get to the NFC Championship game versus we'll see where this national season goes. But, I mean, the whole point of this conversation is that's how special James Wood and C.J. Abrams have been this season.
So here's my next question. When is the last time we've seen a tandem this good in DC sports? If they are better than all the other current tandems, and if we're forgetting somebody, you could go off the beaten path a little bit. I mean, Trinity Rodman and who for the Spirit? I don't really know. I know the Mystics have 3 All-Stars and they're very young.
Yeah.
You'll just have to forgive my ignorance, and I'm sorry. I just don't know what that looks like. I could tell you that at one point in time when they won a title in 19, EDD, Elena Deladon, and Emma Miesemann was like the tandem back then. And they were together on that team. I don't know even who it would be right now. But Ovechkin and Backstrom is the first one that comes to mind for me as probably the best all-time in DC sports.
Yep.
Because of longevity. 20 years together, led the team to a Stanley Cup. Ovechkin became the NHL's all-time leading goal scorer. Backstrom assisted on way more of his goals than anybody else. Backy's the all-time assists leader. Ovi basically owns every other record for the team. I think Art Monk, Gary Clark, the duo that made up the heart of the posse, 3 Super Bowl championship appearances together, 2 rings together. Monk's a Hall of Famer with the NFL catches record when he retired. Clark was one of the best deep threats in the era that he played in the 1980s. And the guy that you'd add to that is Ricky Sanders if we're going best trios.
Yeah.
But I think Monk and Clark are kind of there. The best great Nats tandem before this, Scherzer and Strasburg.
Well, Scherzer and Strasburg on the pitching side, and this is maybe a one-year thing. They didn't play together as long as we would have liked, obviously, but the 2019 season from Anthony Rendon and Juan Soto, listen to these numbers. Both of them finished with an OPS just around 950. Juan Soto was 949. Anthony Rendon was above 1,000 at 1,010.
It's crazy.
And both of them finished with 34 bombs. Anthony Rendon had 126 RBIs. Juan Soto had 110.
So they basically had like a slightly worse season than these two guys are having now.
Yeah, and that's assuming, again, you can't put it in the bank that they're going to keep doing this for another 2 months.
But they're on pace to both hit 40 bolts. Those guys both were in the mid-30s. Now, the only thing about that, and I think that's a great answer, it works, but like these other guys, you think of Ovi and Backstrom, they're inextricably linked.
Yep.
You think of Monk and Clark, they are synonymous with one another. You can't mention one without the other. I think when I think of Scherzer's prime, I think of Strasburg and that kind of 1-2 punch at the top of a rotation. Like this one is actually maybe deeper down the list, but Wall and Beal.
Yeah.
When you think of John Wall, you think of Brad Beal and vice versa.
It was crazy because there was a time, it wasn't a long time, and it wasn't something that obviously played out. But do you remember there were discussions about who was the better backcourt duo, Wall and Beal or Steph and Clay?
That aged really well, too, didn't it? Whoever the silly geese were that were having, like it was probably Stephen A. Smith and some other guy on whatever the dumb show
I think
is.
I think the Splash Bros clear on that one, but they were in the conversation for a little while.
They flirted with 50 wins. They never got there a handful of times, but they made the playoffs 4 years in a row, and that was the best run of Wizards basketball since they were the Bullets winning championships in the 70s.
Yeah, in my lifetime, for sure.
I would think, is Daryl Green have a peer that in the secondary, maybe like Stanley Richard came and went. Chris Dishman, I don't know.
I mean, there was a time when it wasn't necessarily on these same levels, but Pierre Garçon and Deshaun Jackson was a fun duo at the receiver position. I mean, they both went over 1,000 yards together in the season, and you almost had Jamison Crowder follow right in their footsteps. So that was a fun tandem as well.
C.J. Abrams has 27 homers and a 940 OPS. James Woods got 30 bolts and a 953 ops. They're two of the top 5 right now in Major League Baseball in OPS. Basically, offensive value. Two of the 5 best offensive players in the sport. Best tandem in DC sports, would you take them over Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin? That's question number 1, 800-636-1067. Is there another current tandem that stands out? Toby's thinking Trae Young and Anthony Davis. And then when's the last time we've had one like this? I mean, all time, I'm thinking Ovi Backstrom, maybe Art Monk, Gary Clark, Scherzer and Strasburg. If you're a DC United fan, when I was going to games way back in the day, Marco Echeverria and Jaime Marino, MLS superstars together, 3 MLS Cups in 4 years in the DC City of Champions. You sleep?
Yes. Yeah, I do sleep.
You should, comfortably. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Guys, it's GP. $30 million in guaranteed prizes up for grabs. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries start at $1,000, all with no rake. The Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, this is the one I've done before that I really, really like. You pick one winner each week, last one standing wins. And then there's the Circa Grandissimo with $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Now the pitch. Wood swings, drives one, another one. Deep left center field. It's going. It is gone. Goodbye. Up into the picnic tables beyond the red seats in left center field. A tape measure shot for James Wood. C.J. Abrams has homered twice. Wood has homered twice. That's his 30th home run of the season. And the Nationals reach double digits here at the bottom of the 8th inning. It's Washington 10 and Arizona 5.
The duo of James Wood and C.J. Abrams continues to pace the Nationals' number one offense. Those guys carrying them toward the top of the wild card 3 mix. They're 1 game back of the Diamondbacks, who they took 2 of 3 from this weekend at Nats Park. By the way, James Wood twice this season has been named the Player of the Week in the National League. C.J. Abrams was just named the NL Player of the Week for the first time. Highlights from his week include homering in 3 straight games for the second time this year, matching a career high with a 4-hit game, 2 multi-homer games in the week, July 21 at Colorado and 26, that was yesterday against Arizona. Hit his 26th and 27th home runs yesterday afternoon, breaking a record for the most homers in a series by a national shortstop and in a season. And then how about the stretch that began on July 19th at Sacramento, where he reached base 3 times with a double, homer, and a walk, all over this week where he has been the best player in baseball, slugging over 1,500. He's now number 1 in RBI in all of the major leagues, number 2 in total bases, number 3 in OPS, 4th in home runs, and 6th in hits, if you look at National League hitters.
Unbelievable. Just a couple of stats that the Nationals threw out with it. 577 average for the week, OPS of 1939, 6 homers, 12 runs batted in. That a good week for you?
That's going to win the award every single time.
Yes.
So we're talking about best tandems in DC sports. Right now, the only duo that would give them a run for their money is if Jaden Daniels is on his game and Terry McLaurin is putting up numbies. I don't think anybody else really is in the combo. So we started thinking bigger picture all time. Ovi and Backstrom, Monk and Clark, maybe Strasburg and Scherzer, Wall and Beal. Let's go to KB and Rockville on the Fan. Hey, KB. KB, you there? You're on the radio.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah. So I was thinking about it, and Monk and Clark, I would say, is maybe historically is probably the greatest duo in DC history. But if you're talking about just now, 21st century, the generation of people today, I really do think if you're a DC sports fan, it might really just be Abrams and Wood. These guys are putting up historic numbers at a time where you think about it, the Nationals would be the best team in baseball if they had average pitching. They overall have pretty poor pitching, and they're still firmly in the wild card conversation, probably ascendant right now when a lot of teams are either scuffling or actually starting to descend. So, I don't know. I think there's only maybe a few others, Ovi and Wilson, Ovi and Backstrom, but Abrams and Wood right now are the truth. They're like Batman riding on Green Lantern's back.
That's a great line.
Yeah.
There is also something to baseball's so different because it's individualized. You're in the box by yourself. So there's just less of a feel of team offensively in those moments sometimes. But it's hard. It's hard to not feel like they are the reason the team is where it is. And Curtis Meade's been huge. He's now in Boston. And Luis Garcia had a stretch where he was the best player on the team for a month. And he was Babe Ruth. I'm not sitting here acting like there's not contributions from all over. Foster Griffin, an all-star, what have you. But the combination of Abrams and Wood, having the year that they've had as 2 of the 5 best offensive players in the league, have almost that single-handed performance has them in the mix. Let's go to Ronald in Northwest. What's up, Ronald? How are you?
How are we doing, guys?
What's going on?
Toby brought up a really good point earlier. When you see what Jaden and Terry did that 2024 year, taking someone to an NFC championship, and then seeing what they did last year when both of them got hurt, missed a couple games, I would say they have Woods and Abrams at the moment, but Woods and Abrams can easily jump them if they do something special this offseason or this postseason. I also want to give a shout-out to potentially, Leonard or Hudson, Leonard or Cristal or Hudson. we got some good duos coming up at DC Sports. So it's a good time. It's a good argument. But right now, I go Terry and Jaden for sure.
I like the deep caps cuts there.
Yeah, that'd be fun if they can step in. But real quick, like you're talking about James and CJ, they do work in tandem in terms of James Wood leads Major League Baseball in runs scored by 24. 24. He's got 96 runs scored. Right after him is Trey Turner, Yordan Alvarez, Brian Reynolds at 72. You also have the leading RBI man, which coincidentally is CJ Abrams, who probably has driven in James Wood a bunch of those times.
I was going to say, yeah, how many of those runs batted in are James Wood? I'll bet you it's, 30 or something like that.
Yeah, so it's a pretty good number of CJ bringing home James. James brings himself home a bunch, so does CJ. And by the way, also inside the top 10 in RBIs in Major League Baseball is Luis Garcia at 70. So they've got a really good tandem at the top there, and it's hard not to see how them working together, it's one of the best duos in Major League Baseball, whereas, last season you saw a down period with Terry and Jaden with the injuries. It's hard to find many better 1-2 punches in Major League Baseball right now than James Wood and CJ Abrams.
Well, they're the best in baseball for sure at this point of the season. Hockey's harder, I think, unless you're a center and a wing or defensemen that are together on a pairing. Because, you don't skate together or, forward and a defenseman going like Leonard with, really good, talented, young, up-and-coming defenseman. Harder to do, but I like the sentiment of guys that can carry a team.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not like...
Well, and that's why it was beautiful with Backstrom and Ovi. The amount of times Backstrom's passing the puck to Ovi to slam it home, yeah.
Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. Shane, be quick. We're up against it.
Hey, look, it reminds me of Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco. And I'm not talking about the home runs. I'm talking about how they need each other and how they're taking it by storm, the major league. Hey, look, they're young, but unfortunately the learners are the owners, and see ya in 2 years. They'll be on another team in 2 years. Let's call it what it is. Just imagine if we had pitching, though. Just imagine if we had just 2 damn pitchers, what we would be doing right now.
Hey, you got one pitcher. Connolly Early's coming in here hopefully to pitch. He's going to be on the show in just a couple of minutes. So you got one of the two, assuming Foster Griffin's not going anywhere. Then you're restarting and you still need 2 more, I guess, once you trade Griffin. But James Wood will not be anywhere in 2 years. I can't promise you on Abrams. I still think there's a good chance he gets traded this offseason at peak value, but James Wood will be a National in 2 years. I'll promise you that. G&D on the Fan. Connolly Early scheduled to give us a call in just a few minutes. Acquired via trade for Curtis Mead over the weekend. Biggest name in Nats baseball right now will be with us live on the Fan to kick off the 5 o'clock hour next.
Sports Updates brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nats have recalled right-handed pitcher Paxton Schultz from AAA Rochester and have designated lefty Matt Crook for assignment. The 40-man is now at 38, so moves can be made ahead of the trade deadline. This is ahead of a crucial 3-game stretch against the Blue Jays. The Nats sit just 1 game back of a wild card spot ahead of tonight's 6:45 first pitch on the Fan. It'll be Max Scherzer making the start for Toronto for possibly his last time pitching here in the nation's capital. After an opener, Andrew Alvarez will go for the Nats. Washington Commanders veterans report to training camp tomorrow. The first day of training camp is officially on Wednesday. The Commanders also fired tight ends coach Ben Steele earlier today, just 2 days before training camp. This comes after he was arrested for driving while intoxicated over a month ago. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Swinging a high pop into shallow left field. Duran comes on. He is there to make the play. And the inning is over. Early, awesome, through 5. 11 strikeouts in his major league debut. That will do it for the kid. And what a first one in a Red Sox uniform.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny's on vacay. Toby is in today. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murat.
Yeah, we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondori and Murat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
That call from Will Fleming on Red Sox radio was one of the many prolific innings Connolly Early had on the mound for Boston before being traded to the Nationals this weekend, and now the newest member of their organization. Connolly Early joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Connolly, thanks so much for the time, and really excited to have you here in D.C. I never know whether to say congratulations after a trade or what exactly to say, but we are pumped to have you in the district. I'll say that.
I'm pumped to be here as well.
You're back home, in a sense, a Virginia guy from the Midlothian area. So just give us an idea of your background. Were you born and raised in Virginia all along before going to UVA?
Yes, born and raised in Virginia, so pretty much 30 minutes outside of Richmond, and went to James River High School. Grew up there my whole life.
Did you grow up coming up to Nats games at all, or what was your affiliation with the Nationals before getting traded here?
Yes, I did. I came to plenty National games before. Obviously, with the drive only being about 2 hours, spent a bunch of time with my parents and brothers coming up to Nationals games, spending time in D.C.
I know that Connolly Early, our guest, is one of 4 brothers, and, of course, your parents are both military involved. You started your collegiate career actually at West Point in New York before transferring to UVA, where you finished in Charlottesville. I mean, at what point did you start to think you had a real legitimate chance to turn into a viable baseball prospect and get drafted? You ended up going in the 5th round and pretty quickly turning yourself into a really good player in Boston's system. But when did those dreams start to feel real that you could play pro ball?
Yeah, so after my sophomore year at West Point, I put together a decent season, and there was a lot of coaching changes coming, and didn't really know if I wanted to take a shot at pro ball or not. Didn't know if I had a shot, and I talked to my pitching coach, Coach Kinney, there at the time, and he said, look into the options. If you find a spot that fits you somewhere outside of West Point, I consider it if you want to go play pro ball. Talked to my family about it, kind of took some visits to figure out where I wanted to go and if this was the right decision for me. And once I made that decision, I dedicated a lot more time into baseball and really wanted to, take a shot at being able to play pro ball.
Yeah, I mean, Connolly, even though I'm a Hokie, I think I can support a guy from UVA coming over here pitching for the Nationals. But what was it like the last couple of days and then finding out you're coming to the Nationals to reunite with Paul Taboni?
Yeah, definitely a little bit shocking. Wasn't expecting it at all. Was getting ready for bed, to get ready for getting into the field early and getting my rehab stuff in, and got a call from Craig Breslow, and he just told me, it's sometimes part of the business. I hate to lose you, but we made a deal with the Nationals, and Taboni will be calling you here soon. And got a call from him, was able to talk to him. Obviously had him when I first was drafted in Fort Myers, got to meet him, had him come to a couple of my starts, a couple of my weeks that I was in the minors, and then also had him at my debut in Sacramento last year.
Connolly Early, newest member of the Nats organization, with us on Grant and Danny. So when Breslow calls you, when you look down and you have his number, I'm sure, saved in your phone, it shows up as Craig Breslow. Do you think, does your heart drop and you think I just got traded? It's late at night? Or what are you actually thinking before you answer?
At the time, I was thinking that it had to do something with something along rehab or how I was feeling, or so something to do with that. Maybe planning for the upcoming days or just checking in on me. So wasn't really thinking about a possibility of a trade, but that's what it ended up being. So sometimes phone calls are go in a completely different direction of what you were thinking.
Yeah, no kidding. So then I'm sure within a few minutes you do hear from Paul Taboni, who you've got a relationship with, as you mentioned, was involved in drafting you, developing you in Boston, and obviously handpicks you here to come back to D.C., thinks very highly of you. What was that conversation like? I'm sure it was a very different tone where his excitement had to be palpable through the cell phone.
Yeah, definitely excited to talk to him again. I remember, when he got the job over here, I had texted him just saying congratulations, because he'd been, so good with me, and really been personable throughout my whole entire time that I had him with the Red Sox. So got that call from him, started laughing a little bit, and it was cool to hear his voice again, and he was super pumped, to have me, to be able to get me. And I was super excited to kind of start things over and be able to meet a whole new clubhouse and just start building relationships again.
Yeah, what are you excited to join with this Nationals ball club? I'm not sure how much you're following what they're doing from afar, obviously throughout the season. But, this is a ball club that's fighting for a wild card spot similar to what you guys were doing in Boston. What are you excited to bring to this team when you get on the mound at Nationals Park?
Yeah, so I mean, we just played the Nationals not too long ago, and that was the really only team that the Red Sox had some trouble with from the pitching side of things. So I saw the Nationals put up a bunch of runs against us, and obviously being on the other side, it was a hard time. But now knowing that they're behind me, it's pretty cool to think about, and just trying to get as healthy as possible so I can get out there and compete for each one of those guys.
Yeah, it's not often we get to talk to people that pitched against the Nationals. I'm curious, this lineup has been one of the best in baseball, scored the most runs in Major League Baseball to this point. What is it like going up against this lineup and now being on the side of them?
Yeah, I did, deep dive report on the lineup that I was facing, and they're a scrappy team. They take their ABs, they have slugging, they have contact, they have everything. They got speed in there, they try and take bags, and they just hit the ball really well. So obviously, I didn't know what they were doing, but something's obviously clicking. Now I'm interested to kind of learn what they're doing from that side of things as well, as we continue this thing and build the relationships. But yeah, not a super fun team to face. Know that you have to be at your best every time and just execute pitches really well.
Nats leading the league in runs scored and have a chance to be the first team in over 50 years to lead the majors in homers and steals. They're atop both categories right now, but they've needed pitching. That's been where they're desperate. They don't have enough of it, and Connolly Early's here to help start to fix that dilemma, a member of their rotation as soon as he's healthy, which I want to get into here. So your last outing was actually against the Nats, and I remember watching the game, and for all the talk about how good the lineup was and the fits they gave you, you didn't give up any earned runs and just 3 hits in that game, 4 shutty, 5 strikeouts, but you left that start. I think that was actually the night that the benches cleared with Cavalli and Contreras, and you left that game after 4 innings with what was called inflammation. So can you just take us through Like, what happened in terms of the pain or what you were feeling that night and since, and how you're feeling now?
Yeah, I just kind of felt some discomfort coming off the mound on the last pitch that I threw. Wasn't crazy concerned about it, but wanted to inform my trainers about it because it was a feeling that I hadn't felt before. Obviously, when we're talking about the elbow with the pitcher, things can get pretty scary. So just wanted to inform the trainer. Did all the strength tests and everything to make sure it was in a good spot, and all that stuff came back pretty clean. But just going into extension a little bit in the backside of the elbow, there was a little inflammation back there. So kind of, told me, hey, let's give it a break and we'll see, the next steps from here and get you back on track. So I feel really good right now.
How long did you go before you threw again? And obviously you're throwing now. I think you even threw maybe today over at Nats Park from what I heard. It sounded like Paul said in the dugout yesterday you have an August 3rd rehab start set up. So are you in line kind of still to be back in the next few weeks, it feels like?
Yeah, we're still shooting for the goal to be August 3rd for the first rehab outing. I feel really good so far. Been able to touch the mound twice since throwing again, and everything's felt really good. Obviously not trying to push it too fast, but also still trying to make sure that I'm getting the workload in and making sure that I'm taking care of the arm as much as possible, trying to build a little extra shoulder strength in there as well, just to, take off as much stress as I can from the elbow and keep building day by day.
Talking with new Nats pitcher Connolly Early was acquired late Saturday evening for Curtis Mead in a trade with the Red Sox. So one thing that's always fun to watch with young starting pitchers is their composure on the mound, and I think that's something that stands out whenever we watch you start. How much of that do you attribute to your background and spending a couple of years at West Point and having family that has military ties? Do you think that helps you with some of your composure on the hill?
Yeah, I think that's just who makes me me. Obviously, growing up with three brothers, there's a lot of competition in the household every single day. Whether that's baseball or any sports or whatever it is, just day-to-day activities. We were always competing against each other, so you learn how to deal with some stuff that makes you frustrated here and there. And also, my parents did a great job. Being tough on me, but also loving me. So they've been with me every step of the way. Sometimes tough love in there, which is always good. And was able to go to West Point. Had a hard coach over there who taught me how to play the game the right way and put me in a really good spot. And thought that the military aspect of everything and just the discipline and everything and dealing with the school, the military, and the baseball all really helped me. Just be in a really good spot going into UVA and then obviously coming into Pro Ball.
Connolly, looking at some of the pitch data for this season on you, about over half the time, 55% of the time you throw fastball between the 4 and the 2-seamer, 18% of the time changeup, about 11% of the time curveball, and then the slider and the sweeper as well. Based on this season's numbers, it seems like you're having the most success with the fastball and also that the league has struggled to hit the slider and the sweeper. Do you think those numbers, which sometimes can be misleading, do you think they bear out kind of what your best pitches have been and haven't been, and just give us a feel for things you've been tinkering with and tweaking in terms of the pitch mix this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's always room for improvement. I'm chasing a better version of myself every single day, and when I'm at my best, I'm using all my pitches in all different counts. So not leaning on one pitch too much over the other. And I think that early on in the season, I was leaning on the fastball a little bit more just because it's what I felt pretty comfortable with. So I've been talking to all the coaches here, and they're trying to get a handle on me. I'm trying to kind of figure out how to work with them the best we possibly can, and hopefully we can make some good strides and just getting everything dialed in before I'm back out on the mound.
I know you've made over 20 starts now in a very successful beginning of your major league career and over 100 innings. But because you're with Boston, and there's a lot of fans, I'm sure, in New York that, in DC rather, that don't check out, the Northeast or teams in another league, what have you. Is there a good comp, like when you were a prospect coming up, or a guy that you think either pitch mix or stylistically over the last several years that kind of resembles the way you go about your business from the left side?
I always want to be Connolly early. So I'm not really trying to pitch like anybody else. Just trying to be me out there on the mound, have a good time. But I've heard people say Cole Hamels. I've heard people say Clayton Kershaw. Those guys are insanely good. So hopefully one day I can put myself in the same category as them.
You mentioned being the best version of yourself and trying to be just Connolly early instead of trying to be anybody else. In your mind, assuming as you continue to develop and get better, what does that look like when you feel like you can get to your furthest point? What does the best version of Connolly early look like?
Only time will tell that one. Not too sure. I don't know if we'll see the best version in 10 days. Who knows when we'll see the best version? So hopefully we're building to the best version for plenty of years to come.
Connolly early now with the Nats acquired in a trade on Saturday. All right, before we let you go, whenever we have a player in town on the show for the first time, we try to get to know him with some fun non-sports questions, rapid fire here. So we're going to go through these real quick with you, if you don't mind, and we'll just go lightning round style. You ready?
Alrighty.
What would you be doing if you were not playing baseball?
In the military.
What's the last show that you binged or your favorite TV show to re-binge?
Ooh, maybe Money Heist or Blacklist.
Okay, those are good choices. Your favorite off-day activity? In-season, off-season, doesn't matter. You got a day free, you can do whatever you want.
Fishing or golfing.
Cheat meal. Be as fat as you want to. What are you eating?
Chicken Alfredo or pizza, probably.
And then my last one, Toby, if you got a couple, you could jump in. But I'll give you, how about, what is your nickname? G-rated nickname, I preferably.
I don't know. I've had a bunch of people call me different things. My first name's Todd. That's my dad's first name. So some people just call me Todd. But I've always gone by Connolly because me and my brothers all go by C names. People call me Earls, Early. Nothing too crazy. All based on my normal names.
I'll ask this for our producer in the studio. Favorite superhero?
Oof. Favorite superhero? Probably Batman.
And then what's your favorite movie?
Favorite movie? Probably The Accountant.
Ooh,
that's
a good
a
one.
Great movie. I've never heard anyone say that. Ben Affleck, silly.
Well,
That's
I was going to say, the Dark Knight series, if you're a Batman guy, like you can't really beat that. No,
I feel like Dark Knight's the easy answer there.
Yeah.
Definitely is. So, by the way, if you like Ben Affleck and you like The Accountant, there's no way. You just got out of Boston. The Town. You got to love The Town.
I do love The Town. I actually just watched that, couldn't have been more than a week ago for, I don't know, the fifth, sixth time.
It's a slept-on movie. Well, we're pumped to have you in D.C. Can't wait to see you on the mound here very soon. Hopefully everything goes well on August 3rd. You're making a rehab start. Congratulations, though, man. You're in a city where people are very, very fired up that you're showing up here to help out.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all. I'm super excited to be here.
You got it. There's Connolly Early, Virginia native, back in the Commonwealth. Virginia is doing great.
Yes.
How about a 3.24 career ERA and 21 starts for him? So people forget this. Last year he pitched 4 times at the end of the year. Think about calling a guy up. He pitches 4 times, and then he started at Yankee Stadium in the playoffs. That's crazy.
That's why I wanted to talk about that composure. I mean,
you got to feel confident in like the human being and the fact that he's not nervous if you're going to let him start at Yankee Stadium for his 5th start ever when he'd thrown 19 big league innings.
Everything you see about this guy is every time he steps out there, there's composure that you wouldn't expect for someone with that little experience. And, we'll see what he can turn into, whether it's a 3-starter, maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit worse. Regardless, he's someone that the Nationals are going to be able to bank on for a long, long time, assuming he's able to come back from this injury. And I'm really excited. I think he's someone that's easy to root for. And how cool is it that we just had Chris Akopian at the ballpark last week, and him being obviously from the area, growing up a Nats fan, and another guy that grew up coming up to Nats games every now and then. How cool is that?
Yeah, love that. So at 6 o'clock ahead of pregame, 6:15, Charlie and Dave, we will set the table for the Nats and the Blue Jays, and I also want to talk more in detail about the return of Max Scherzer, who is one of the great Nationals of all time, pitching against the Nats, back off the injured list for the Blue Jays. I actually saw his wife and kids are in town, and it's their first time back in D.C. since he got traded.
Wow.
So they came for like this one final ride around the league, I think, and they're excited. I saw she was posting on social media, going to some of their favorite places, taking the kids to them.
That's awesome.
Around the Navy Yard in the neighborhood yesterday. So that's pretty neat. So we'll talk about that coming up in about 40 minutes. Next, though, Brandon Ayuk has started to text media members about how badly he wants to be with the Commanders. This is what we call pulling out all the stops, people. Hey, Mom, we got Ayuk content to talk about. G&D on the Fan.
It is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Nationals begin a 3-game series with the Blue Jays tonight at Nationals Park. Washington is 54 and 52, just one game back in the National League wildcard spot, the final one after taking 2 of 3 from Arizona. C.J. Abrams was named NL Player of the Week this afternoon after hitting .577 with 6 homers and 12 runs batted in last week. And a familiar face takes the mound tonight for Toronto. Former National Max Scherzer returns from the injured list to face his old team on his 42nd birthday. First pitch at 6:45 on the Fan, 6:15 pregame right here. Commanders veterans report to Ashburn tomorrow with the first practice of training camp set for Wednesday. Washington also fired tight ends coach Ben Steele today for violating team policy. And the Washington Spirit remain atop the NWSL standings after shutting out Denver 1-0 last night at Audi Field. Want to know the fastest way your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Thanks to Connolly Early for joining us, the newest member of the Nationals, who was acquired for Curtis Mead over the weekend. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Nats are one game out of the wild card. They start a 3-game series with the Blue Jays tonight, and Max Scherzer is pitching at Nationals Park against the locals. We'll have a full preview of the game in about a half hour. I wanted to get into what Nikki Jabvala wrote in The Athletic. Her and Matt Barrows, covers the Niners for The Athletic, did a co-story on Brandon Ayuk. And he was actually reached on Friday for text message for this piece, and he texted back, AP and DQ quietly put together a squad, all caps squad with an exclamation point. I'm the final piece that will swing all the odds in our favor with a trophy emoji. So he's predicting the Super Bowl, and he's the final piece. He is the missing ingredient for the squad that AP and DQ, he's on initials basis with those guys, you see.
Yeah.
Because he's part of the team. Our, O-U-R, swing all the odds in our favor, Toby.
Hashtag Go Commanders, hashtag Race Hail, too.
Oh, was that part of the text message?
I think so, yeah.
Wait, let me pull it up, the quote. Oh, my God, it is. By the way, this looks like AI to me, or just fake. Like, I was talking to Darius about this before the show. This does not really look like something he texted them back. Now, don't get me wrong.
No, I think it is.
These are not reporters making this up. But could he have changed numbers and someone has his phone and someone gets a text message? Like this has happened to me before where I send a text, hey, this is Grant Paulson from 106.7 The Fan. I was looking for Toby. I was hoping you could come on the show to talk about the Virginia Tech Hokies or whatever. And then someone will text me back and be like, hey, you got the wrong number. But there's always the possibility that someone knows who you are or is a big sports fan and knows what's going on, and they want to like respond and prank you or something. That's almost what this feels like to me. Like they texted Brandon Ayuk. Someone's like, oh, this is Matt Barrows from The Athletic. Oh, I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan in the same area code. And they just sent back a hilarious sketch comedy text. AP and DQ quietly put together a squad. I'm the final piece that will swing all the odds in our favor. Hashtag Go Commanders, hashtag Raise Hail. That's like something you would write in a Key and Peele sketch.
But the reason that it's not AI, squad is misspelled and so is peace. It's SQAUD and PEICE. I think he typed this out. I think this is what he sent. And, it's not to say, he's stupid or anything. They probably just misspelled it on a text or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know that he always struggles with I before E except after C.
Yeah, I think he's okay there. Just, typical. You're texting a buddy or whatever, and sometimes you misspell words. He typed this out. What in the world,
Somebody typed this out.
I think he did it, Grant.
He probably did.
I don't know why he would be outsourcing his text messages to Niners reporters.
I'm saying it's not an outsourcing. I'm saying it is possible it's not his phone anymore, and someone who got that text is just getting it on the bit.
I don't think so.
You're probably right.
The problem is maybe it is a random person. The chances of that random person being completely in on the Ayuk situation, I think, are pretty low. They might be a football fan or something, but they're probably not up with everything.
Two things. A, we need this phone number because we need to get him on the show. If he's willing to text back, he might be willing to actually have a conversation. It'd be the most entertaining discussion in the history of the Grant and Danny radio program. I would love to do a lot of bits and just ask him a lot of questions. So that's number one. Number two is we need to find out. Remember, he supposedly spent $10 million on a house in Loudoun County. We need to find out which house he bought so that we could send either you or Darius or some kind of show correspondent over with a little mini mic.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking, though, if it's a $10 million house, I can't just pull up to the front door. I'm assuming there's a gate situation.
Gated community?
Or gates to the house.
You could be Toby from Uber Eats.
I'm delivering his meal for the evening and then asking him a couple of questions.
Did somebody order some crazy? I'm here with your bag of crazy. Somebody ordered a weird video on social media. Must be you. Here it is, sir. Also, by the way, I'm with the Grant and Danny radio program. No, I mean, in Loudoun County, I feel like you can't swing a bat without hitting a $10 million home. I don't think it's all gated communities. You might be able to just pull right up. Hey neighbor,
if
how you
so,
doing?
We do need to figure this out because that would be
some
fun.
chocolate chip cookies. He's a brand new neighbor, and let him know, and then tell him who you are, and see if he's willing to do a sit down with you right in front of his fireplace.
Yep, you know what? I think we need to try this. Maybe while we're out in Ashburn, if we got some time to kill, maybe we can go drive around and see if we can find it.
So this is actually what I think is going to happen, and people are going to think this is a joke, and I'm being 100% serious about this. I have said for 2 weeks. First time I mentioned this on the show was 2 weeks ago. And I am more and more confident in this all the time. I believe he is going to pull some type of stunt during training camp in person at the facility. He has done this thing where he's saying he's in Leesburg and Loudoun County and Ashburn for weeks. And months ago, he was putting that as the location on his posts. He has pulled out all of the stops in his trolling or entertaining, whatever the charade is. And maybe it's just dead serious. And he thinks people are not laughing at, but laughing with. I think there's a non-zero chance he shows up at the facility. I think it's a very, very legit possibility that at one of the open practices, he shows up in the crowd and is yelling from the crowd, give me a chance, sign me. And he's yelling at the coaches. And I'm not doing a bit at all. I think there is a 10% chance of that. And what I'm wondering is he going to be in full uniform? Is it a Commander's uniform? Is he in just a
custom number 11 Ayuk Commanders jersey?
Stick aside, yeah. Or is it a 49ers practice penny with a hat with no emblems on it, like a helmet? I think he might have a Commanders helmet. But is he in uniform or is he just in street clothes? I don't know. I can't really work that out yet. But I think there is a increasingly legitimate chance that he shows up at the facility during training camp.
So just for an idea here, Wednesday is the first practice. That is not open. Thursday is the second practice. That is also not open to the public. Friday, they have a walkthrough, and no one will be out there. And then Saturday will be the first practice that is open to fans. So you're saying Saturday, about 8:30, 9 o'clock, we're going to start seeing social media posts of Brandon Ayuk is out here in Ashburn?
So I don't.
Oh man!
It's not going to be the first practice. Here's how I think it's a build-up. I think Saturday he stands in front of the turn onto Joe Gibbs Way.
Yeah,
out in the median out there on the Loudoun County Parkway, and I think he's got cleats tied, laced up around, kind of hanging on his neck, and he's got a sign "Just give me a shot. I'm the missing piece."
Looking for work.
And piece, I think, will be spelled right this time. IECE, not EICE. But I think he's going to say, I'm the missing piece.
Yeah.
He's going to hold that sign up or call me AP. I think he's going to do that for a few days. And then local TV people are all going to run out there to talk to him and interview him and stand around him and, sweat with him and whatever else. They'll just record him for B-roll. I think he'll be at his first practice a week after that.
Okay, so the next practice that's open to fans would be that following Monday, so August 3rd.
Nope.
So you're thinking still a little more. Okay.
Yeah, that's day 2 of the sign. Just give me a shot. What's late week into the weekend? What are we looking at?
I'd have to look a little bit further down the schedule, so I don't have that one as readily available. But
jokes aside, do you think I'm on to something? I crazy?
I think you're crazy. But at the same point, it's not a 0% chance that there is a minuscule chance that it happens. Now, what would Commander's security do? The people that they hire, are they going to have him on you can't let this guy enlist. So is he going to have to be wearing a hoodie so you can't see his face well? But there's going to be going through.
Well, you think security's going to turn him away?
Do you think that they throw him on a list? Like, you can't let this guy in?
It's not like you're a guy that had a bad check at Food Line and they have a picture of you behind the register. Does he have a ticket? If he has a ticket, which just, he just needs to Instagram some fan with an avatar of Jaden and they'll hand him one because they can't wait for him to come because they love him. And so then he'll get a ticket and he'll just walk into practice. And, they're not going to stop him. Like, they'll get on the walkie-talkie and be like, Brandon Ayuk just came here in full uniform? That's kind of weird, right?
I think they would try to keep him out, if possible. Season ticket members on August 4th. August 5th is another season ticket member only day. 7th is a day that's open. 8th, 10th, 11th, 12th.
All right, let's predict right now. I'm going to say, what's the date? August 8th? That's an open practice?
August 8th is open.
Saturday, August 8th, Brandon Ayuk shows up in Ashburn. Put it in pen. He is at practice, and what I haven't decided yet for my official prediction is will he be in some type of uniform? Will he? The other question is, does he jump over the railing to try to go practice with the team?
Oh my gosh!
Or does he just stand in the crowd where the autograph seekers are?
I hope you're so wrong on this, Grant. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I really don't want to deal with it of him showing up to Commander's training camp.
What's the chance that he does 0 stunts? Why stop now?
No, there's definitely going to be more stuff. The fact that he's texting, "I'm the missing piece," to our championship. Come on, man! It's our championship.
It's like a person that you're not dating acting like you're dating in a text message. Like really weird behavior where someone's like, "Hey, I really miss you. We had such a good time together," and you're like, oh my God, I met this person once. We talked for 2 minutes. This person has a very different feeling about our relationship than his.
He's like one of the fans that's acting like he's a part of the team. He sits at home with his helmet on and cheering on the team. And, oh man, we lost this week. I wish I could have done more. What in the world?
So let me pose this question to people then. Do you think there is a possibility that Ayuk shows up at training camp and or does some type of wacky stunt like that with the team getting underway and the season starting here? Because we know he's not going to San Francisco to take himself off of the unable to perform because you haven't shown up list. Because that's the one thing he needs to do to actually become a free agent, and he's shown no inclination to do that. In fact, he has said he's not going to do that actively. 800-636-1067, plus what John Lynch had to say, the 49ers have started training camp, about Brandon Ayuk and whether or not they're going to cut him soon. Next on The Fan. So my guy Ben Standig, who covers the Commanders, you know him as Substack Standig, he texted me. I'm at Grant Paulson on Twitter, at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram, or you could text me at 540. No, I'm kidding. Come on. Everybody's having fun. But Standig hit me up. He texted me, and he said, Ayuk is on another team. No chance he can attend practice. Well, clearly he wouldn't be supposed to be allowed to attend practice. I'm saying, do you really think whoever's just working the gate, at the security line in Ashburn is going to turn him away? They don't know.
That's why I'm saying I think there's going to be a list, and there might be 2 people on the list. He's one of them.
Who's the other?
I have no idea, but they're going to be like, that guy cannot be in here. He's a member of another organization.
So I'm not trying to Joan, because all the people that work out there work very hard, I'm sure. They're just like 24-year-old people that are like parking you, and
and they're gonna hand him a list. They're gonna hand him a sheet of paper with a picture of Brandon Ayuk and say, this guy cannot show up as a fan.
Guy, he's gonna wear sunglasses and a hat, and now you can't recognize him.
That's what I'm saying. They have to go through security. They have metal detectors. You're gonna have to take your hat off.
If Brandon Ayuk does not go to practice, it's not going to be because he got stopped at the gate.
I'm telling you,
Zero chance
they're going to at least do their due diligence there. If he gets through, that's one thing. But
he will get through.
They're going to say, please don't let this guy in.
They are not wasting time preparing the people
hold on. It's not wasting time. Darius could get them prepared. He literally prints out a sheet of paper with a picture of Ayuk and said, if this guy shows up, please turn him away.
Yes, and that will they're putting thousands of people through in very short amounts of time. There is a 0% chance that would work. What would happen is, I think, somewhere along the morning, either he would show his ass and start yelling and being like, sign me, and making a scene, or fans would start gathering around because someone who knows ball would be like, oh my God, that's Brandon Ayuk. And they're asking for autographs and taking pictures, and the word would get around. And then security would come up and say, sir, you play for the San Francisco 49ers. You're not allowed to be here right now. And then he would say, well, I'm here to help our team. I'm a Commander. Get your tickets now at WashingtonCommanders.com. And then,
what if he shows up as a Commander sales rep?
That would be great. What if, they lift him up and they're carrying him out on their shoulders, and he's like, Jaden, please.
He's going to be walking around with a giant sign said, get your season tickets here.
For our team.
Yeah. Come watch us this season.
So you don't think it's going to happen?
No. He might do some stunt.
Okay, but what I mean is, first off, we completely disagree that he would be stopped at the gate. I think the chances are 0. I think you have way too much confidence in the security looking for one person who has a 2% chance of showing
It's not
up.
like it's a horde of people and they're just pushing everyone. You've walked through the line. You at least at some point get into a single file to walk through the metal detector. At that point, you're telling me they couldn't pick out Ayuk?
1,000%. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
The guy that looks like a professional athlete?
Does he?
And looks like Brandon Ayuk?
He might look like an out-of-shape version of a professional athlete.
Well, more credit to him if he wants to show up in baggy sweatpants in a hoodie. Because it is ridiculously
he's
hot.
He's going to have to wear baggy sweatpants and a hoodie to hide the uniform that he'll be wearing with shoulder pads underneath, okay? He's going to be in full uniform. But what do you think is more likely then? If you think I'm a little bit over the top or crazy, and I really believe this, but that's fine. I understand that I'm predicting something that has a 3% chance of happening.
Yeah.
What is the more likely? Is it just more videos? Is it more? Do you not think?
It's going to be, I'm sure it'll be something, whether it's him driving by the facility, taking a video at night, being like,
let me guess,
I can pull
miles
up
an
tomorrow.
Hour, flicking them off. No, wrong team. Sorry.
This one obviously is not going to flick off. He wants to be a part of he is a part of the team in his mind.
Yes, it's his team.
So maybe there's something where he takes a picture, or he's driving by the facility at night, or there's going to be something, I'm sure. I don't think it's him showing up to training camp. I think that's a.
What is the weirdest it gets? Glenn Close vibes of basically he was in the facility. They find out he leaves a note on Blau's desk, and they're like, oh my God, he got in the facility somehow. And he takes pictures in the coach's office with Dan Quinn's placard on his desk. And he's just sitting there with his feet up.
Well, you know that one bridge that they have the stuff so you can't really see through it, but you can somewhat see the practice fields from the bridge driving across it?